Liu Xiao unexpectedly finds himself reborn, having bound himself to a luxurious sign-in system. He is granted the ability to sign in infinitely, with each sign-in bestowing upon him wealth, assets, and skills. At the outset, he has just acquired limitless assets through sign-in, only to discover he has been escorted to a hotel by the campus belle. Chapter 1. The Infinite Sign-In System. Jiangxing University, third-year dormitory of the finance department. 1 kilometer away lies the Lijiang Hotel. I have traversed time, Liu Xiao muses, listening to the cascading water in the bathroom, his expression momentarily dazed. Yet he distinctly recalls charging a second-hand mobile phone purchased in the urban village and had not perished. How then did he suddenly find himself here? Could it be that the charging cable and phone mismatched and caused an explosion? That shouldn't be the case. Although his charger has a somewhat excessive wattage, it should not be capable of such exaggeration. After a brief moment, Liu Xiao finally grasped the reality. Regardless of the circumstances, he had indeed traversed time, seemingly back to his university days. Though he is uncertain how this has occurred, at least it is still he, and he breathes a sigh of relief, recognizing that having a second chance is a fortuitous event. Moreover, the scene around him feels eerily familiar. Upon scrutinizing his surroundings and recalling past events, he suddenly recognizes the moment. He is currently in the Lijiang Hotel adjacent to Jiangxing University, and the one showering in the bathroom must be the second-year campus beauty, Wu Qianqian. The reason he finds himself here is entirely due to a chance encounter with Wu Qianqian while dishing out food for a few friends at the cafeteria earlier that afternoon, during which she seized his arm and boldly inquired if he desired her company. If all proceeds as expected, in approximately half an hour, Wu Qianqian will emerge to recline beside him, and 1 hour later, she will leave wrapped in a bath towel. Of course, she will take with her some local delicacies that Liu Xiao brought from his hometown, which, according to her, are intended for her boyfriend who makes her feel nauseated. The timeline is set 10 years back, in July 2010. Congratulations, host, you have bound the luxurious sign-in system. As Liu Xiao begins to comprehend the situation, a mechanical prompt suddenly echoes in his mind, leaving him momentarily stunned. A luxurious system? Liu Xiao feels a surge of excitement and anticipation. In his previous life, he toiled for over a decade in the financial sector, yet remained an inconspicuous figure. He had hoped to rely on his past experiences to amass wealth and reach the pinnacle of life, but it seems that is no longer necessary. He hastily immerses himself in the system interface. In his mind, a translucent light screen projects a segment of text, the first sentence causing his heart to leap. Luxurious sign-in system. A superlative system dedicated to elevating the host to the pinnacle of life. Host, Liu Xiao, only bound, assets, 3070 yuan current system level. Level 1 upgrade progress, 0/1 billion, can be enhanced after host consumption, sign-in available. Any asset. Note, the host can sign in infinitely. The longer the interval between two sign-ins, the higher the probability of acquiring premium assets, with the maximum interval being 7 days. Note, current sign-in probability, 99 for assets below 100 million yuan, 1 for assets above 100 million yuan. Note, all assets obtained through sign-in are legal. Note, the host is encouraged to indulge in consumption. The faster the expenditure, the quicker the system's enhancement. Holy moly! Upon viewing the system's introduction, Liu Xiao involuntarily exclaimed a phrase of cultural significance. The ability to sign in infinitely, devoid of any restrictions, with a 99 probability of assets below 100 million yuan per sign-in, and an upgrade achievable after consuming 10 billion. It is crucial to note that this is 2010. Although average salaries have increased significantly, 100 million yuan remains a substantial sum. Take Jiangxing, a second-tier city, for instance. The current average salary is 4,987 yuan, with a median wage of 3,124 yuan. Mainstream housing prices in the high-tech district hover around 4,700 yuan per square meter, while the old city area is about 4,400 yuan per square meter, and slightly farther out, prices are generally around 3,200 yuan, with some second-hand homes even cheaper. This is still Jiangxing, a second-tier city. In comparison to the surrounding third and fourth-tier cities, property prices generally hover below 3,000, and in small county towns, prices can be as low as 18 or 1,900. It is worth noting that around 2018, the overall property prices in Jiangcheng had more than doubled, particularly in a high-tech zone where prices had already surpassed 12,000. Taking a few ultra-first-tier cities as examples, even in relatively average locations, property prices are just over 20,000, while slightly better areas command prices exceeding 30,000. The most prestigious locations are around 60 to 70,000, and in some surrounding areas, prices have yet to breach the 10,000 mark. Of course, when it comes to the luxurious villa districts in those areas, property prices must be considered separately. In other words, with 100 million now, one could acquire a lavish 2,000 square meter villa in an ultra first-tier city. In Jiangcheng, however, 100 million could even secure 20,000 square meters. Liu Xiao took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He glanced at the system interface, which, apart from some data descriptions, displayed only a golden sign-in button. Liu Xiao immediately comprehended that this was the operational button for the system. He cast a glance toward the bathroom. The sound of water had ceased, presumably while foam was being prepared, likely taking another 7 or 8 minutes. Without hesitation, Liu Xiao focused his mind and pressed the button. Sign in. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successful sign-in. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 100 ownership of Lijiang Hotel. All operational qualifications of Lijiang Hotel have been transferred, and all materials and contact information have been placed in the host's dormitory bookshelf. Please accept them promptly. Lijiang Hotel, is that not the very hotel where I am currently staying? Liu Xiao was momentarily stunned, but this was swiftly followed by joy. Lijiang Hotel is a 3-star establishment with over 100 rooms and an estimated market value of around 35 million. Although its star rating is not particularly high, it is, overall, a commendable asset. Moreover, in recent years, Lijiang Hotel has undoubtedly been a premier asset, expected to appreciate in value over the next few years. If held for 5 to 6 years before being sold, it could yield at least 60 to 70 million. In my previous life, I wouldn't have dared to even dream of such a thing. Liu Xiao thought to himself. After graduating from university in his past life, he left Jiangcheng for another place, striving for over a decade, and all he managed to secure was a modest apartment. He did pursue relationships, yet none of them culminated in lasting companionship. Naturally, this was largely influenced by Liu Xiao's philosophy of complacency and his aversion to marriage. He found it challenging to devote his entire heart to a single woman, especially as an orphan with little concept of family, which further diminished his desire for matrimony. By the way, the system allows for infinite sign-ins. I wonder what else I might obtain if I continue signing in. Liu Xiao rubbed his hands together, gazing at the golden button of the system, filled with excitement. Sign in. Liu Xiao pressed the sign-in button once more. Congratulations, host. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, for receiving cash in the amount of 1,500 yuan, which has been credited to the host's bank card. Please check promptly. 1,005. Liu Xiao couldn't help but chuckle at the message that just popped up on his phone. Compared to the first sign-in, this second one was worlds apart. Liu Xiao pressed the sign-in button again. Congratulations, host, for receiving cash in the amount of 12 yuan, which has been credited to the host's bank card. Please check promptly. Goodness, what a disparity. Liu Xiao shook his head in resignation. The second sign-in occurred roughly 5 or 6 minutes after the first, yielding 1,005, while the third sign-in, just 4 or 5 seconds after the second, only garnered 12 yuan. I wonder when the sign-in rewards peak. Liu Xiao stroked his chin. The notion of continuous sign-ins is undoubtedly unreliable. He cannot perpetually click the button. Even if he averages 300 yuan per minute, that would amount to merely a little over 10 million a month, far from the first sign-in's bounty. The sole advantage of continuous sign-ins is the chance of encountering that one probability of acquiring assets worth over 100 million. I shall wait until tomorrow morning to sign in once more and see how the afternoon's sign-in fares. Chapter 2. Wu Qianqian. For Liu Xiao, this was the second encounter with Wu Qianqian. He could vividly recall most of the details concealed beneath the towel she wore. Undeniably, from any perspective, Wu Qianqian was an absolute gem. Liu Xiao was acutely aware that having shared such an intimate connection with Wu Qianqian back in the day was a stroke of extraordinary fortune. Women of her caliber generally belonged to an exclusive echelon of beauty. As Wu Qianqian gazed at Liu Xiao, who was leaning against the headboard, her complexion slightly flushed. She had come today with the intention of relinquishing her inhibitions, She had no desire to bestow her precious first time upon that scoundrel. Serendipitously encountering a handsome man like Liu Xiao, who seemed to resonate with her, she decided to consider it a gesture of goodwill towards society. After all, she would have to be with that scoundrel afterward, so why not indulge in a memorable experience? As she glanced at Liu Xiao, who was wrapped in a towel and hesitating slightly, he smiled and stood up, drawing her closer. It was not in his nature to resist the allure of such a stunning beauty right before him, as his right arm gently encircled her waist. The astonishing softness and elasticity of her form made him involuntarily squint his eyes. Under Liu Xiao's gaze, Wu Qianqian's cheeks flushed a deeper shade, even her neck taking on a rosy hue. Under Liu Xiao's movement, Wu Qianqian instinctively began to twist her body. Liu Xiao's hand, which had originally rested on her waist, had somehow shifted to a different position, and in a dance of half-push, half-acceptance, Wu Qianqian found herself wholly enveloped in his embrace. Today, you may play as you wish. But I have one condition. After today, we shall have no further connections. At the pivotal moment, Wu Qianqian, slightly breathless, forcibly halted Liu Xiao, reiterating their previously established agreement. All right, you have the final say. Liu Xiao replied with a subtle smile, nodding in agreement, while secretly calculating other possibilities. If Wu Qianqian were to flee after this, would that not render his rebirth utterly futile? With Liu Xiao's response, Wu Qianqian promptly closed her eyes. Lacking any experience in this realm, she merely leaned her body into Liu Xiao's embrace. However, for Liu Xiao, her experience was of little consequence, as long as he was well-versed. Half an hour later, Liu Xiao, thoroughly satisfied, held Wu Qianqian's waist. Compared to the naive youth of his past life, the reborn Liu Xiao evidently possessed a greater mastery of the situation. Meanwhile, Wu Qianqian's state was markedly different from her previous life. She could scarcely move now. Tired, are we? Liu Xiao chuckled, handing her a bottle of mineral water. Thank you. Wu Qianqian replied, struggling to sit up and accept the water, her face nearly dripping with crimson. While she was unfamiliar with the motions, she was not oblivious to the intricacies of such matters. In this day and age, which girl had not watched a few films? She had always believed the heroines in movies were merely acting, but when the situation unfolded before her, she realized that loud sounds were indeed quite normal. After taking a sip of water, Wu Qianqian hastily retrieved the bathrobe she had carelessly tossed aside and draped it over herself. Are you coming back for more? After resting for a full 10 minutes, her energy finally restored. She unexpectedly blurted out this question just as she was about to suggest leaving. Liu Xiao was momentarily taken aback by her words. In his previous life, Wu Qianqian had never uttered such a statement when she intended to depart. He had been contemplating how to articulate his desire for her to stay. Don't misunderstand. I mentioned that you could be free today, but that means I would only let you go if you were satisfied. Wu Qianqian's cheeks flushed as she hurriedly clarified, though she herself found it hard to believe her own words. A smile unconsciously spread across Liu Xiao's lips. Was it possible that this girl had been captivated by him? Why not stay the night? After all, you seem unwilling to go back to that man, right? Liu Xiao teased. That's impossible. My family owes him money, Wu Qianqian replied, a bitter smile gracing her lips. Liu Xiao looked at her with curiosity, as he was unaware of these circumstances. She had never shared such details in his previous life, and he had not seen her afterward, making it even more unlikely for him to know. Wu Qianqian hesitated for a moment before letting out a soft sigh and briefly explaining her situation to Liu Xiao. My family is in real estate. Recently, we faced a cash flow crisis and took out a high-interest loan. Yet, even after receiving the funds, the company still couldn't recover, and we are unable to repay the borrowed amount. I know that the reason our company is struggling is due to him meddling behind the scenes, but we currently have no means to counteract it. To prevent the company from going bankrupt, I have no choice but to comply with his demands. If the company collapses, all of our savings will be frozen, and my parents will be pursued by countless creditors. My father is the legal representative of the company. Even if it goes bankrupt, the debts will still fall upon him. In this day and age, many entrepreneurs have been driven to suicide. My mother is relatively stable, but my father is not one to accept failure and may resort to drastic measures. Even if he refrains from such actions, the creditors will push him to that brink. It's an inescapable predicament. Although I know he is the one orchestrating this chaos, I truly have no recourse, and what he desires is my body. If I become his mistress for a year, the company will survive. For me, there are no alternatives. So, this man is waiting for you tonight. Liu Xiao realized. So that was the situation. He had initially thought Wu Qianqian might be dissatisfied with her betrothed, but he had not anticipated such a debt-related dilemma. Yes, he is in a suite on the 13th floor of this hotel, Wu Qianqian confirmed with a nod. She had originally planned to finish with Liu Xiao, quickly freshen up, and head straight up, but now she decided to tidy herself a bit before going upstairs. After all, he wouldn't notice, and it would serve to annoy him. Wait a moment. Let me analyze this, Liu Xiao interjected, pulling Wu Qianqian back into his embrace. Her body felt soft against him, akin to a warm little kitten, eliciting an involuntary urge to caress her. Such a remarkable girl should certainly belong to him. Your family owes him money, correct? Liu Xiao inquired. Yes, Wu Qianqian replied. A hint of confusion evident in her expression, yet she nodded. Is your family's company on the verge of collapse? Liu Xiao continued. Not yet. But as soon as he withdraws his investment, it will be only a matter of days. Wu Qianqian shook her head. The process of a company going bankrupt was never simple, and he had not yet withdrawn his funds. He was merely waiting for her to show up. Consider this. Isn't it reasonable to think about it from that perspective? Liu Xiao gently cleared his throat, organizing his thoughts before continuing. You see, the reason he invested in your family's company and provided high-interest loans is fundamentally to obtain you. Isn't it? Yes, Wu Qianqian nodded in agreement. If you choose not to go tonight, and then concoct some excuse tomorrow, perhaps claiming that you were unprepared mentally, he likely won't take any drastic actions against your family, will he? According to your assertion, his sole purpose is you. Thus, regardless of any twists and turns in this situation, as long as you do not explicitly reject him, he will remain ensnared in your web. Furthermore, he would be reluctant to withdraw his investments, for should he do so, your company would inevitably face ruin, making it all the more impossible for you to be with him, correct? Upon hearing Liu Xiao's words, Wu Qianqian was utterly bewildered. However, after a moment's contemplation, it seemed there was indeed some truth to this reasoning. Even if she refrained from going tonight, it was highly improbable that he would take any severe measures against the company. If he dared to withdraw his investment tomorrow, as Liu Xiao suggested, the company would certainly collapse, thus eliminating any necessity for her to accompany him. After all, he had meticulously plotted for so long solely to win her over. Surely he wouldn't lack the patience to endure a single night? Chapter 3. Directly switching off the phone. For Wu Qianqian, the ideal scenario was to delay her encounter with the man who repulsed her for as long as possible. Noticing Wu Qianqian's indecision, Liu Xiao could not help but chuckle. What are you laughing at? Wu Qianqian's face flushed upon hearing his laughter, and she shot him an annoyed glance. Who would have thought that she had already compromised herself and was still contemplating ways to prolong her time with this man she had only just met? She genuinely felt as though she had lost her mind, yet her body remained faithfully nestled beside Liu Xiao, tightly clutching his arm, utterly unwilling to part ways. Are you all right? Liu Xiao gently patted Wu Qianqian's flawless back, pulling her back into his embrace. Although Wu Qianqian remained silent, Liu Xiao understood that she had silently acquiesced. She was evidently aware of Liu Xiao's unusual demeanor at that moment. The next instant, Wu Qianqian shyly lowered her head. Qianqian, your phone is ringing. Don't bother, I won't answer it. Your phone is still ringing. Forget him, just switch it off. Wait, Qianqian, my phone is ringing too. No peeking, turn it off. Wu Qianqian raised her head and snatched Liu Xiao's phone, promptly switching it off without a second thought. All right then. Watching his phone being flung a few meters away and tumble across the carpet, Liu Xiao could only manage a wry smile. Best to savor the moment. The following morning, the two of them gradually awakened. Wu Qianqian glanced at her accomplishments and blushed, burying her little head deep into the covers. Liu Xiao, amused, gently coaxed the adorable little snail from her cocoon. According to Wu Qianqian, since she had little left after being with that man, and given Liu Xiao's pleasing demeanor, it seemed fate had conspired for them to be together, so she decided to embrace it wholeheartedly. Liu Xiao was more than happy to accept such a generous offering. Sleep a bit longer. I'll head to the front desk to fetch some food. Liu Xiao caressed Wu Qianqian's silky black hair and playfully pinched her little nose. This woman was astonishingly perfect from head to toe. Wu Qianqian hugged a pillow, burying her little head within it, responding softly. Liu Xiao chuckled heartily as he gathered his clothes to dress. He hadn't turned on his phone yet, but he assumed nothing urgent awaited him. For now, he simply picked it up from the floor and placed it on the table. After all, he had no intention of using the expensive phone again. Whether it charged or not was of little consequence. Liu Xiao descended to the lobby. Good morning, sir. Are you checking out? The two receptionists greeted Liu Xiao with polite smiles. Not checking out just yet. I acquired this hotel yesterday. Please inform your manager to come see me. My name is Liu Xiao. Liu Xiao responded courteously. You acquired our hotel? The receptionists exchanged startled glances, then quickly nodded in agreement. If what Liu Xiao said was true, he would indeed be their new boss, and they dared not take this matter lightly. By the way, could you please have those meals delivered to my room? Liu Xiao glanced at the menu on the front desk and casually ordered 4 or 5 dishes. The kitchen of a 3-star hotel was average at best, akin to a larger restaurant, with prices not too exorbitant, but the flavors were similarly unremarkable. Understood. Liu Xiao moved to a nearby lounge area, taking a seat on the sofa. In just a few minutes, he noticed a slightly balding middle-aged man hurriedly emerging from the elevator. Upon spotting Liu Xiao seated in the lobby, The man's eyes brightened, and he quickly approached. Mr. Liu, greetings. I am Zhao Ku, the manager of Lijiang Hotel. As a professional manager, Zhao Ku was well aware that his hotel had been acquired the previous night, and he also knew the new owner's name was Liu Xiao. However, he had received no prior notice about it. The former owner merely mentioned the hotel had been transferred and then immediately departed on an overseas flight. Zhao Ku had hoped to meet the previous owner to discuss his future, but hadn't even had the chance to see him, leaving him dumbfounded. He now hoped Liu Xiao would be in a good mood and not dismiss him, for at his age, finding another job of such caliber would not be easy. Do not be anxious. Seeing Zhao Ku's nervous demeanor, Liu Xiao smiled and gestured for him to sit. I will review the company's accounts in the next few days, and if everything checks out, your position will remain secure, so rest easy. Liu Xiao reassured Zhao Ku. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ku felt a significant weight lift from his chest. Old Zhao, please assist me in checking which guests checked into the 13th floor last night. Of course, boss. Zhao Ku nodded. Though guest information was typically confidential, if the owner inquired, it would be absurd to keep it a secret. Especially since the hotel's operating system was acquired by Liu Xiao himself. Zhao Ku hurried to the front desk computer and quickly returned. Boss, there were 2 guests on the 13th floor last night, one named Guan Yuanying and the other Li Tian. Only 2 individuals? Liu Xiao was somewhat surprised, as he had anticipated needing to sift through more names. Guan Yuanying was evidently a woman, so she could be ruled out. The one who had been waiting for Wu Qianqian last night must be the one named Li Tian. Yes, boss. Our 13th floor consists of luxury suites. With only 4 rooms in total, one is reserved for the owner, leaving only 3 available for guests. Zhao Ku nodded. Boss, that Li Tian is indeed the person in question. Just as Zhao Ku was about to elaborate further, he suddenly spotted someone exiting the elevator and quickly informed Liu Xiao. Guests on the 13th floor typically held distinguished status, and he had paid attention to Li Tian's appearance the previous day. Liu Xiao turned to follow Zhao Ku's gaze. The man appeared rather ordinary, albeit somewhat older, with a balding head and a significant beer belly. Dressed in a blue suit, he resembled a round, portly figure. Liu Xiao regarded Li Tian with a hint of admiration. To attain such a stature is undoubtedly a mark of exceptional talent. It is no wonder that Wu Qianqian is resolutely unwilling. At merely 19 years of age, Wu Qianqian finds herself in the company of a man at least in his late 40s, who could easily be her grandfather. The mere thought of such a pairing is enough to elicit nausea. Meanwhile, Li Tian, observing Liu Xiao glance in his direction, and noticing the respectful Zhao Ku at Liu Xiao's side, began to surmise that Liu Xiao's status might be quite significant. He promptly returned Liu Xiao's smile. Although he was unaware of why Wu Qianqian had not shown up the previous night, despite his attempts to reach her by phone, he remained confident that she would eventually align herself with him. After all, good things come to those who wait. In his perspective, Wu Qianqian's absence was likely due to her own internal conflict, and he felt no urgency. He could afford to grant her a few more days to ponder her decision, especially since her family's business relied heavily on him. Therefore, he was unconcerned about any alternative thoughts she might entertain. Seeing Liu Xiao nodding at him, Li Tian approached without hesitation. Greetings, I am Li Tian, the proprietor of Tiantian Real Estate. He smiled, his round face nearly obscuring his eyes. I am Liu Xiao, the owner of this hotel, Liu Xiao replied, looking at Li Tian with a hint of surprise, his expression somewhat peculiar. To his astonishment, this individual had taken the initiative to seek him out. Chapter 4, Sign-In Rewards. You are the proprietor of the Lijiang Hotel? Upon hearing Liu Xiao's words, Li Tian's eyes lit up. While he was indeed a real estate mogul, his wealth was a recent acquisition, amounting to less than 30 million, with shallow roots and minimal connections in higher circles. Ultimately, small-time real estate developers merely serve as pawns for the banks, holding little sway within the industry. Only those at the helm of companies worth hundreds of billions possess true influence, capable of restraining financial backers. For someone like him, if the capital were to withdraw support, he would find himself in a dire situation within 6 months, perhaps worse off than Wu Qianqian's father. When it came to assets and connections, the owner of the Lijiang Hotel undoubtedly surpassed him. Moreover, Liu Xiao appeared relatively youthful, likely a scion of a prominent family, and cultivating a rapport with him could provide invaluable assistance. 20 minutes later, Liu Xiao observed Li Tian, his countenance radiating satisfaction, as he exited the hotel. Initially, Liu Xiao intended to investigate Li Tian's background, but to his surprise, Li Tian had voluntarily divulged everything, including his recent investment plans and financial status, with Liu Xiao merely responding in kind. By the time Li Tian departed, he was practically beaming with joy. With Li Tian's introductions complete, Liu Xiao had formulated a strategy to handle him. The degree of cooperation was enough to bring tears to the eyes of any rebellious offspring. Boss, do you think we should designate Mr. Li as a VIP client of our hotel? Zhao Ku inquired, having noticed Li Tian engaging amiably with Liu Xiao. This was standard procedure, as VIP clients enjoyed a 50% discount on all hotel expenditures, and those with closer ties received exclusive Supreme cards, allowing them to enjoy complimentary services. VIP client? I suggest we elevate him to SVIP status, ensuring that any future visits incur a 20% surcharge on all expenses. A surcharge of 20%? Zhao Ke was momentarily perplexed. Shouldn't he, a good friend, receive a discount instead? Indeed, such a simpleton is unlikely to notice the difference. Earning extra money is always advantageous. Liu Xiao chuckled softly, waving dismissively. Noticing several waitstaff delivering meals, he chose not to linger in the lobby and ascended the stairs. Zhao Ke stood there for a while, gradually piecing together the situation. No wonder the boss had wanted him to check Li Tian's reservation details. He was, after all, an adversary. Is Li Tian perhaps mentally unwell? Recalling how Li Tian had detailed his company's operations and financial flows in front of his own boss, Zhao Ke silently offered a prayer for Li Tian's misfortune. May the heavens ensure that Li Tian meets a more grievous fate. Please bring me the meal cart. Upon reaching the door of his room, Liu Xiao requested the food delivery cart. Wu Qianqian was likely clad only in a bath towel, making it inappropriate for anyone else to enter. Certainly, boss. With Li Tian's background now clarified, Liu Xiao felt a sense of ease. Although he had yet to complete the sign-in process, he was confident that he could assist Wu Qianqian's family with their financial dilemmas without difficulty. After signing in later, if fortune favored him, resolving Li Tian's issues would be a mere formality. To speak frankly, if all else failed, he could always sign in several hundred or even 1,000 times, aiming for the slim chance of acquiring a billion-level asset. Though the odds were slim, hope remained. Should he indeed attain such a fortune, he would be well on his way to establishing himself within the social circles of Jiangxing, a mere second-tier city where the elite were typically those few companies worth hundreds of billions. Qianqian, open the door. Liu Xiao pressed the doorbell. Upon hearing the chime, a rustling sound emanated from within. After a brief pause, the door opened a crack, revealing Wu Qianqian's curious face. Once she confirmed it was Liu Xiao, she fully opened the door. Silly girl, can you not recognize my voice? Liu Xiao teased as he wheeled the cart inside. Oh, I just wanted to make sure. Wu Qianqian replied sheepishly, playfully nudging Liu Xiao's arm. To be honest, she did find it a bit challenging to remember, having only just met him the previous evening, and most of their exchanges had originated from her. However, she felt too embarrassed to admit this to Liu Xiao. All right, let us eat. Liu Xiao rolled his eyes at Wu Qianqian and began to unload the dishes from the cart. Given the exertion both had expended since yesterday, the portions may have seemed small, but the variety was ample and certainly sufficient. The two indulged heartily, quickly devouring every dish on the table. Oh, I am so full. Wu Qianqian exclaimed contentedly, letting out a small burp. I'm going to take a shower. I feel all sticky. Wu Qianqian stuck out her tongue playfully. With summer just beginning, the temperatures were rising, and although the room was air-conditioned, she found herself sweating during the meal. Moreover, she was particularly conscious of certain lingering sensations on her skin. Go ahead, call me once you're done. Liu Xiao nodded with a smile. After Wu Qianqian entered the bathroom, Liu Xiao pushed the meal cart out of the room and immersed himself in the system. The last sign-in had occurred at 7:20 in the evening, and now it was 8:20 in the morning, marking a 13-hour interval. Liu Xiao felt a surge of anticipation. His initial sign-in had granted him the Lijiang Hotel. Yet the system had not clarified whether the first lottery draw was based on a maximum of 7 days or conducted randomly. The subsequent 2 draws yielded only around 1,000 yuan due to the short intervals, leaving Liu Xiao without any discernible pattern. Thus, today, Liu Xiao intended to experiment with 2 different sign-in methods. One signing in occurs after a half-day interval, while another involves signing in consecutively over 100 times. Each signing in takes merely 3 seconds, and completing 100 sign-ins would only require 5 minutes. The uncertainty lies in whether one could draw out even 1% of the probability within those 100 attempts. If one were to amass an asset worth hundreds of millions, that would be immensely gratifying. Liu Xiao rubbed his hands vigorously, shedding any hesitation, and promptly accessed the system interface. System, sign in. Ding. Congratulations, host, on a successful sign-in. Congratulations, host, you have received cash, 10 million yuan. The cash has been fully deposited into the host's account. Please accept it at your earliest convenience. 10 million? Liu Xiao's eyes brightened. The rewards from signing in every half-day were quite satisfactory. Although it paled in comparison to the reward he received from Lijiang the first time, this was a staggering 10 million in cash. With the current purchasing power of 10 million, acquiring several exquisite villas in Jiangxing would pose no problem whatsoever. Glancing at Wu Qianqian, who was presumably still in the shower for a while, Liu Xiao felt unconcerned about being interrupted. He decided to attempt signing in 100 times. With a mere thought, Liu Xiao began to furiously tap the sign-in button. Ding. Congratulations, host, on a successful sign-in. You have received cash, 11 yuan. Congratulations, host, on a successful sign-in. You have received cash, 1 yuan. Congratulations, host, on a successful sign-in. You have received cash, 88 yuan. Chapter 5, Bugatti Chiron. Liu Xiao's fingers moved swiftly, consistently tapping the button immediately after each reward notification, with intervals of about 3 seconds. However, the rewards were rather mundane. After signing in 50 to 60 times, he received various cash rewards, ranging from 1 yuan to 1,000 yuan. 98 sign-ins. Liu Xiao silently counted in his mind, feeling a flicker of anticipation. Congratulations, host. On a successful sign-in, you have received cash reward, 10 yuan. Congratulations, host. On a successful sign-in, you have received cash reward, 104 yuan. Congratulations, host. On a successful sign-in, you have received cash reward, 2 yuan. Nothing? On the 100th sign-in, he received merely a cash reward of 2 yuan, which left Liu Xiao feeling somewhat disheartened. Nevertheless, he understood that a 1% probability did not guarantee a successful outcome after 100 attempts. Undeterred, Liu Xiao continued to tap the sign-in button. Yet, after signing in over 500 times, the rewards remained at only a few yuan each. At this point, Liu Xiao felt his temper rising. Was this system's sign-in probability akin to a bargain hunting platform where 100,000 people fail to score even 100 yuan? What are you doing? Having just emerged from her shower, Wu Qianqian noticed Liu Xiao sitting pensively on the bed, her damp hair still being toweled off as she curiously leaned closer to him. Thinking of something, Liu Xiao smiled, pulling Wu Qianqian closer, his hands playfully squeezing her soft form, which ignited his desires anew. Yet, undeterred by superstition, he pressed the sign-in button once more. Congratulations, host, on a successful sign-in. Congratulations, host. You have won a Bugatti Chiron. The Bugatti Chiron has been parked in Space 01 of the underground parking lot at Lijiang Hotel, and all purchase documentation has been placed inside the vehicle. Please accept it at your earliest convenience. A rush of astonishment surged through Liu Xiao, causing him to involuntarily exert a bit more force in his grip, followed by a wave of elation. The Bugatti Chiron, one of the limited editions produced by Bugatti, had a base price of 70 million yuan if memory served him correctly. The fully equipped version would likely cost around 80 million. However, this vehicle was notoriously scarce in the market. If placed in the second-hand trading market, its price could potentially increase by an additional 10 to 20 million, making its total value exceed 100 million. What excited Liu Xiao even more was that possessing 100 million yuan without an available seller meant he could never hope to acquire one. Thrilled, he impulsively planted a fervent kiss on Wu Qianqian's cheek and lifted her into his arms, inadvertently dislodging her towel. Ha ha, Qianqian, you are my lucky star. Ouch, you hurt me, Wu Qianqian exclaimed. After last night's prolonged exertion, her body was still recovering from its injuries. She wondered why he was so rough. My apologies. Liu Xiao chuckled, quickly setting her down. He recognized that he was indeed gifted. For Wu Qianqian to endure their first encounter and still be here was no small feat. At this juncture, Liu Xiao realized that the system's sign-in probabilities could not be taken too seriously. After tapping for about 20 minutes and signing in over 500 times, he had only garnered over 100,000 yuan in cash. Had it not been for Wu Qianqian's fortunate occurrence at the end, he felt he could have signed in 1,000 times without yielding anything significant. What did it mean to draw 10,000 yuan from 500 sign-ins? On average, that was merely 200 yuan per attempt. This clearly illustrated that the system's 1% probability did not increase with the number of attempts. Rather, each attempt maintained a 1% probability. Thus, even after 1,000 attempts, if luck was not on one's side, nothing would emerge. Conversely, should fortune favor one, the very first attempt might yield a reward. Moreover, the assets acquired were relatively modest. Although it was claimed to be over 100 million, the value of the vehicle he just obtained barely reached that threshold. Just as the system description suggested, the longer the intervals between sign-ins, the greater the likelihood of obtaining valuable rewards. Liu Xiao pondered that if he spaced his sign-ins at 7-day intervals and were to strike the 1% probability, the value of the rewards might reach billions, if not tens of billions, rather than just barely surpassing 100 million. From another perspective, this lottery-like system yielded rewards that were essentially comparable to his frenzied tapping, if not slightly inferior. This indicated that incessant tapping held little significance. Liu Xiao silently shook his head. However, this experiment did grant him a foundational understanding of the system. It now seemed that if he wished for cash rewards, signing in every half-day would suffice, but if he sought assets, he might need to extend the intervals beyond a day. Further experimentation would be necessary to draw definitive conclusions. He planned to test signing in once a day tomorrow. If that too resulted in cash rewards, he would continue for a few days until he gathered a sufficient amount. Then attempt the 7-day interval sign-in to see how it fared. Liu Xiao contemplated this privately. The system's upgrade tasks were not predicated on how much asset one could accumulate, but rather on the expenditure of funds for consumption. To progress from level 1 to level 2, an overall expenditure of 1 billion was required, so accumulating more cash for convenient spending seemed prudent. Otherwise, the transfer of company assets to personal dividends came with daily limits, which was a hassle to consider. Noticing Liu Xiao lost in thought, Wu Qianqian decided to take out her phone. Upon unlocking it, she saw nearly 20 missed calls. Remembering Liu Xiao's analysis from the previous night, she couldn't help but chuckle. Although she was reluctant to respond, she knew she would have to return those calls today. Glancing at Liu Xiao, who seemed absorbed in his thoughts, she hesitated momentarily before throwing on a piece of clothing and heading towards the bathroom. Unbeknownst to her, despite the lack of profound feelings for Liu Xiao, she was adamant about concealing her vulnerable side from him. Perhaps it was because Liu Xiao was her first man? As soon as Wu Qianqian connected the call, Li Tian launched into a barrage of accusations. Wu Qianqian, what exactly do you mean? Do you still wish to help your family escape their predicament? This is 5 million in cash. Uncle, I never said I wouldn't agree. Why are you in such a rush? Do you think delaying for a couple of days will lead to your demise? Wu Qianqian retorted, her tone sharp and unyielding. As Liu Xiao had pointed out, Li Tian's sole aim was to seduce her. Thus, as long as she refrained from outright rejection, he would acquiesce to her whims. With this in mind, why should she bother to treat him with kindness? Indeed, after Wu Qianqian uttered those words, Li Tian's fury seemed to diminish significantly. To be frank, Li Tian had toiled for much of his life merely to enjoy some pleasures in return. He had encountered few women of Wu Qianqian's caliber, and this opportunity was likely his only chance to engage with her intimately. With the stars aligned in his favor, he certainly did not wish to let this slip away. It was worth remembering that he had previously promised Wu Qianqian a year of companionship. If he could manage to seduce her once, the subsequent year would be entirely secured. As for what would transpire after a year, he anticipated he would have grown weary of her, and by then, Wu Qianqian could seek out a decent man to marry, which would not concern him in the least. What were you up to last night? With these thoughts, Li Tian's tone softened considerably. He could not afford to truly anger Wu Qianqian. If she decided to give up entirely, he would end up with nothing. I had some matters at school last night, and my phone broke, so it wouldn't turn on. You can reach out to me tomorrow or the day after. Wu Qianqian had initially intended to say tomorrow, but reconsidered, setting the time for the day after instead. She deemed this the maximum tolerable time frame for Li Tian. All right, we'll meet the day after, in the afternoon at the usual place, 13th floor. If you fail to show up again, I will withdraw my investment immediately. Wu Qianqian, I'm sure you wouldn't want your parents to end up on the streets, would you? Li Tian scoffed before abruptly hanging up. Chapter 6. Indeed. This car belongs to me. After the call ended, Wu Qianqian leaned against the sink, feeling a wave of helplessness wash over her. She was acutely aware that, regardless of the circumstances, her fate of being sullied by Li Tian was inescapable. It was merely a matter of time. The mere thought of Li Tian's sleazy demeanor sent shivers down her spine. Fortunately, prior to this, she had already given away everything that could be offered, ensuring that no matter what Li Tian did, he would only ever receive second-hand affections. With this realization, Wu Qianqian's mood lightened slightly. Emerging from the restroom, she noticed Liu Xiao had also taken out his phone. However, as soon as it powered on, he was greeted with a barrage of missed calls, 7 or 8 in total. Oh no, something serious has happened, he exclaimed, smacking his forehead. The missed calls were from the raucous group of his dorm mates. If memory served him right, he had intended to bring them food yesterday before he ended up spending the night at the hotel instead. In his previous life, he had returned home that same night, enduring a scolding from his friends, but this time he had stayed overnight. He genuinely dreaded returning to find out what chaos had unfolded, especially with 3 of his rowdy dorm mates left unsupervised. After glancing at the missed calls, Liu Xiao decided to let it be for now. He would respond later, perhaps with a monetary offering to appease them. Nothing could not be resolved over a meal, and if there were issues, he could always add a late-night snack to the mix. When Wu Qianqian approached, he discreetly stowed his red rice phone away. Liu Xiao, are you all right? Wu Qianqian inquired as she settled beside him, hesitating momentarily before asking. Huh? Liu Xiao was taken aback. What do you mean? What I mean is, if you're feeling better, then my promise will be fulfilled. Wu Qianqian's words caused Liu Xiao to realize her intent. She was preparing to leave. What if I'm not? He teased, gazing at her. Then I shall also take my leave. Wu Qianqian offered a bittersweet smile, resigned to accept her true fate. Are you truly leaving? Liu Xiao asked earnestly, locking eyes with her. I have no choice, but if you ever wish for my company in the future, feel free to call me. I will make time for you. Wu Qianqian nodded shyly, adding hastily, Of course, only if you don't mind my lack of purity. Though she could have spent another night with Liu Xiao, it felt unnecessary. There had never been any genuine affection between them. Last night was merely an act of indulgence, a means to annoy Li Tian. While she found Liu Xiao's character commendable, it was based solely on the goodwill he had shown. Moreover, even if she felt something for Liu Xiao, could he reciprocate those feelings? Were men not creatures of instinct, primarily driven by their desires? After her experience with Li Tian, she found it increasingly difficult to invest genuine emotions in men. Furthermore, if she spent too much time with Liu Xiao and Li Tian discovered it, how could an ordinary person like Liu Xiao withstand Li Tian's wrath? Thus, she had to leave today. As for the future, Liu Xiao could at least be considered her first love, and occasionally meeting up would suffice. Liu Xiao finally understood why men often hesitated to pursue women with ex-boyfriends. In the heat of an argument, would they not find themselves exposed? How had he not encountered this in his previous life? Indeed, women were creatures of intuition. He had once believed it was his handsome appearance that captivated Wu Qianqian, yet it turned out to be something entirely different. Very well, are you heading back to school? I shall accompany you, Liu Xiao offered, nodding. Retaining Wu Qianqian's presence was simple. He need not elaborate extensively. Just a trip to the parking lot would suffice, where a luxury car worth over 100 million awaited. Wu Qianqian initially intended to decline, but the words caught in her throat, and she could only sigh in resignation. 5 minutes later, they arrived at the hotel's underground parking lot together. Wu Qianqian instinctively withdrew her hand from Liu Xiao's, maintaining distance as if fearing exposure to Li Tian. The parking lot was relatively deserted at this hour. Descending to the lower level, Liu Xiao soon spotted his Bugatti Chiron. The Bugatti Chiron was one of the concept cars produced by Bugatti, with only around 10 units released globally. Its design exuded technological sophistication, especially in the classic luxurious blue variant, which enhanced its allure. Wu Qianqian recognized the car, even if she could not identify the model. She was familiar with the Bugatti emblem. Bugatti vehicles typically started at prices in the multi-million range, with even the Veyron model costing over 20 million. Despite her family possessing assets worth 2 to 3 million, it was evident that such a vehicle was beyond their means. Moreover, the few sports cars at home had already been mortgaged, and should the company go bankrupt, those cars would inevitably be auctioned off. A flicker of astonishment crossed Wu Qianqian's eyes. Although she noticed Liu Xiao walking towards that direction, she could not fathom that the car could belong to him. It was absurd. Who could afford a Bugatti yet use a modest Redmi phone worth a mere 1,000? Yet, under Wu Qianqian's gaze, Liu Xiao confidently approached the Bugatti Chiron, and to her astonishment, he produced a set of car keys from seemingly nowhere. He gently pressed the unlock button, then opened the driver's door and took a seat inside. Qianqian, why are you dawdling? Get in, Liu Xiao said with a smile, glancing at the dazed Wu Qianqian. The car had its merits, though its sole drawback was the absence of butterfly doors, which rendered its entrance less dramatic. However, the opulent interior made up for it, offering an exceptionally comfortable ride. Is this car really yours? Wu Qianqian asked incredulously, staring at Liu Xiao, who was now seated in the driver's seat. The interior was adorned with leather, featuring orange gold accents on the driver's seat and steering wheel, exuding an air of luxury. Yet, this lavish decor seemed incongruous with Liu Xiao's casual attire of inexpensive shorts and a t-shirt. The only impression Wu Qianqian could glean was that apart from Liu Xiao's striking looks, nothing else about him seemed to align with the grandeur of the car. Do you think this car can be rented anywhere? Liu Xiao did not respond directly but smiled, pressing the start button on the Bugatti Chiron and shifting into sport mode. A deafening roar erupted in the underground parking lot as he pressed the accelerator. Come on, get in, Liu Xiao beckoned, patting the passenger seat. The explosive sound of the Bugatti jolted Wu Qianqian from her stupor. And it was only when she sat in the car and witnessed Liu Xiao driving that the reality of the situation sank in. Liu Xiao was right. This car was certainly not something one could rent anywhere. A Veyron might be a possibility, but this was evidently one of Bugatti's other models, likely a limited edition. Who would rent out such a vehicle? To put it bluntly, the rental cost typically amounted to about 1/1000th of the car's value. For a supercar worth 30 to 40 million. The rental fee alone would be 30 to 40,000 a day, an expense that was far beyond the reach of an ordinary person. Upon realizing this, Wu Qianqian felt a surge of excitement. If this car truly belonged to Liu Xiao, perhaps she would no longer have to serve that old man. However, glancing at Liu Xiao who was driving, her heart sank once more. Even if Liu Xiao's status was extraordinary, why would he help her? She could not believe that a single night spent with him could be worth 5 million. On the other hand, for Li Tian, a mere 5 million loan was enough for him to demand a year of her youth in return. Surely, a man like Liu Xiao would not lack for female companionship? Chapter 7, 8 million. Liu Xiao noticed Wu Qianqian's internal conflict, but merely smiled without initiating conversation. with an unwavering commitment to his self-proclaimed identity as a cad. He adhered to 2 of the 3 cardinal rules of a rogue: do not take the initiative during courtship and do not reject during pursuit. His aspirations were boundless. Being proactive in a relationship would be akin to sacrificing an entire forest for a single blade of grass, ultimately binding him to that grass much like a marriage. As for the 3rd rule, do not take responsibility at the end, Liu Xiao did not subscribe to that belief. As a man, one should possess a sense of accountability. Typically, even if a relationship ended, Liu Xiao would offer some form of compensation, and he had never been the one to initiate a breakup. His past relationships had all concluded amicably. Liu Xiao considered himself a somewhat responsible rogue. However, his reluctance to initiate did not imply he would allow Wu Qianqian to simply walk away. The essence of a rogue lies in his heart, not in his desires. To be a cad required not only courage and ambition, but also an understanding of the art of seduction. Otherwise, one could easily transition from a rogue to a sycophant. Currently, with Wu Qianqian silent, Liu Xiao could not simply approach her with, "Your troubles are now mine." If she had not voiced her concerns, it would only serve to diminish his image to that of a desperate suitor. The image of those sycophants, groveling while handing over money, sent a shiver down Liu Xiao's spine. What was required now was for Wu Qianqian to accept her role as his woman, rather than merely a girlfriend or a cash machine. While the distinction may seem minor, fundamentally, women are not singular, but girlfriends are. Liu Xiao had already demonstrated his capabilities to Wu Qianqian. The rest was up to her to contemplate. As Wu Qianqian wrestled with her thoughts, Liu Xiao drove towards a private parking lot near the school, one that was discreetly underground and limited to merely a dozen parking spaces, an ideal spot that wouldn't attract attention. It truly brings back memories, Liu Xiao remarked as he exited the parking garage, gazing around at the surrounding environment. A decade had passed, and the old district had almost entirely been demolished. Although he had left Jiangqing after graduation, he had kept abreast of its changes through updates from classmates and friends. In the following 7 to 8 years, the urban villages and small inns behind would be completely razed, erasing the joys of college life for many friends. Nevertheless, it was an inevitable trend. No matter how many petitions were signed, the urban villages would ultimately have to be dismantled. Liu Xiao, following him to the school entrance, Wu Qianqian, who had struggled to find the right words, finally could not contain herself. She understood that if she parted ways with Liu Xiao at that moment, her situation would be dire. Regardless of Liu Xiao's stance, she had to seize the opportunity. After all, they shared a bond forged from a night together. A connection more intimate than many. "What is the matter?" Liu Xiao asked, smiling at Wu Qianqian. "Liu Xiao, there is something I need your help with." Wu Qianqian replied earnestly. "The man I mentioned last night, who wanted to sleep with me, lent 5 million to my family when our company faced a cash flow crisis. Under the guise of a high-interest loan, my father thought he could salvage our business with that money, but unexpectedly, this man obstructed us in the process." Wu Qianqian recounted her family's predicament without mentioning Li Tian's name. "What do you need me to do?" Liu Xiao inquired. "I need 8 million in cash, to be repaid within 2 years. If you're willing to lend it to me, the earlier shortfall required 5 million, but having borrowed from Li Tian at exorbitant rates, she would need to repay a larger amount. Given the deteriorating state of the company, 8 million was likely just the bare minimum." As she spoke, Wu Qianqian's petite face flushed a deep crimson, yet in the next moment, she resolutely declared, "I am willing to be your woman from this day forth." It was as if a weight had been lifted from her shoulders, and with a sigh of relief, she felt liberated. She had said all that she needed to say. Whether Liu Xiao was willing or whether she was valued at 8 million in his heart was beyond her control. The thought of following Liu Xiao from now on was something she could genuinely accept. After all, she had given him all her firsts. And being of similar age to Liu Xiao, she harbored no feelings of repulsion. Wu Qianqian slightly raised her head, quietly observing Liu Xiao's expression. To her disappointment, Liu Xiao maintained that same smile throughout, revealing no discernible attitude. However, she did not have to wait long. Within 10 seconds, Liu Xiao spoke again. "That man's name is Li Tian, isn't it?" Liu Xiao inquired with a grin. "Huh, how do you know?" Wu Qianqian was momentarily taken aback, but nodded nonetheless. "I ran into him while ordering breakfast this morning," Liu Xiao shrugged. "What intrigues me, though, is that, logically speaking, I should be doing the same thing as Li Tian. Right? He paid 5 million for a year, whereas I'm offering 3 million more for a lifetime. Are you truly willing? That's different." Wu Qianqian's face turned noticeably red as memories of the previous night resurfaced, and she stammered, "You aren't coercing me in any way, and if I can be with you, I'm more than willing." Seeing her embarrassed visage, Liu Xiao couldn't help but chuckle. "Qianqian, why are you still sitting so far away?" Liu Xiao smiled gently, reaching out his hand towards her. "Huh, do you agree?" Wu Qianqian was momentarily stunned, but soon her surprise illuminated her face. "Why wouldn't I?" Liu Xiao shrugged. pulling her delicate hand into his grasp. While he had been absorbed in other matters yesterday, he had neglected to notice her soft, fragile hands. Coming from a wealthy family, Wu Qianqian had evidently not engaged in any laborious tasks, and her hands were remarkably tender, adorned with cute pink bear nail art, enhancing their beauty. The only drawback was that due to the immense pressure she had recently faced, it had been a while since her last manicure, and her nails had grown out considerably, losing some of their pristine appearance. Nonetheless, this did not detract from their charm. Send me your account details shortly, and I will transfer the money to you immediately. But I have a small request. Liu Xiao toyed with Wu Qianqian's soft hand while playfully pulling her closer to him. Chapter 8. Wu Qianqian's sense of belonging. This 8 million ISNTA loan, I'm directly investing it. Liu Xiao continued. Huh, investing? In what? Wu Qianqian's face turned beet red. Had last night not been sufficient? What are you thinking? I'm talking about capital investment. Liu Xiao was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped the meaning. Chuckling at the misunderstanding. The system's task required him to spend 10 billion. According to the system's detailed guidelines, whether by purchasing consumer goods or assets, the funds could be utilized, but lending this money was utterly futile unless given away outright. Rather than lending it out for a year or two, investing in shares was far more advantageous, especially since the real estate sector had been booming in recent years. Even if the investment didn't yield immediate returns, it was bound to appreciate over time, making it a far more prudent choice than simply lending the money. Moreover, given that Wu Qianqian was now his woman, investing in her family's company was far more sensible than seeking random investments elsewhere. Simple and reliable. Wu Qianqian lowered her head shyly, initially misinterpreting his words. However, a wave of surprise followed. Given her family's current situation, obtaining a loan would be a stroke of luck, but Liu Xiao was offering an investment. This meant that even if the entire sum were lost, her family would bear no responsibility and would not owe Liu Xiao anything. Although it was highly unlikely that the investment would result in losses, the distinction between borrowing and investing reflected two entirely different attitudes. In the next moment, as Wu Qianqian caught sight of Liu Xiao's smile, warmth surged within her heart. She understood that Liu Xiao was doing his utmost to alleviate the pressure and burden on her family. Yes, Wu Qianqian nodded earnestly, leaning slightly against Liu Xiao. Feeling a wave of warmth envelop her, she realized that she was beginning to feel a sense of belonging to this man she had only met the previous night. And this feeling transcended mere monetary value. Liu Xiao did not linger any longer and promptly requested her account information. Thanks to the system, Liu Xiao's bank card had long been enabled for large transfers. After a series of operations in online banking, he swiftly sent the funds. I really need to change my phone. It's so slow, Liu Xiao lamented, shaking his head. One must admit that this 10-year-old Android device was indeed lacking. It was a fact that couldn't be disputed. Moreover, this phone only had 2 gigabytes of RAM and 16 gigabytes of storage, perpetually on the brink of being full, requiring an agonizing 10 seconds just to open an app. As for the shares, you can handle that yourself. Just let me know if you need any materials from my side. All right. Wu Qianqian nodded earnestly, leaning entirely against Liu Xiao, her heart brimming with warmth. So, this is what it feels like to have a man to rely on. Liu Xiao had initially intended to add Wu Qianqian on WeChat, but upon reflection, he realized that this app would not be released until January of the following year, so he settled for adding her on QQ instead. However, he had little interest in chasing after such trends. To be frank, with only a few months remaining, the chances of making significant progress were slim. The largest market share was inherently tied to QQ, a fact that was insurmountable. Even the early attempts by the old maestro to replicate success had ensnared him in complications. Nanshan's Pizza Hut could only imitate others. The essence of his work was not something others could replicate. Furthermore, with the system in place, he could simply develop as fate would have it. The assets obtained through the system were already sufficient. After all, having traversed into this new realm, enjoying life to the fullest was the paramount pursuit. Once the system leveled up a few times, these enterprises would be inconsequential, making it unnecessary to engage in such endeavors. Just like signing in, whether done continuously or intermittently, the ultimate rewards would be the same. In fact, those who signed in consistently might receive less than those who did so sporadically. So why burden oneself unnecessarily? Ultimately, with the system, assets would come in due time. Qianqian, how about we spend the evening together? Liu Xiao suggested, finding a relatively secluded spot at the school gate and flashing a mischievous smile at her. Tonight might not work. I need to return home to handle some matters, and I still have to transfer the shares to you, Wu Qianqian replied, sticking out her little tongue. Casting an apologetic glance at Liu Xiao, having just vowed to be Liu Xiao's woman for life, she felt a twinge of guilt for being unable to spend time together on the very first day. How about tomorrow? I promise to come find you early and bring the share materials with me, Wu Qianqian proposed. All right, Then let us meet tomorrow afternoon at the Lijiang Hotel. Liu Xiao smiled and nodded, for he was not one to be easily flustered. After all, Wu Qianqian had already joined him the previous night. Whether it was earlier or later mattered little. In the vicinity of the university town, only the Lijiang Hotel could be considered somewhat respectable. To find a better 4-star hotel would require venturing far beyond this area, and as for 5-star hotels, alas, such establishments were a rarity in this second-tier city of Jiangqing. Wu Qianqian shyly nodded in agreement. You can drive the car back first. Just take it to the hotel tomorrow, she suggested. Liu Xiao generously handed the car keys to Wu Qianqian, reasoning that they would not need the vehicle on campus. As the hotel was a mere kilometer away, only a 10-minute walk. No, I can't drive that car. Wu Qianqian quickly waved her hands in refusal. The price of this vehicle exceeded her family's total assets. She could not risk it, fearing the dire consequences should anything go awry. Very well. Liu Xiao shrugged and reclaimed the keys. However, to be honest, now that he had money, it was indeed time to consider purchasing a house and a car. This Bugatti was undeniably flashy and impressive, but it was impractical for daily commutes to the university, drawing unwanted attention. Moreover, as a sports car with only 2 seats, it would be cumbersome to take a girl out. One could hardly limit their activities to mere leg grazing, could they? Hailing a taxi to send Wu Qianqian on her way, Liu Xiao strolled towards the university, contemplating the prospect of acquiring both a home and a vehicle. He planned to buy an apartment near Jiangxing University first, then perhaps a spacious SUV for everyday use. Glancing at his mobile banking app, he noted that after transferring 8 million, a balance of 218,000 remained. I'll finalize everything tomorrow morning after signing in. With the 3rd year of college nearly devoid of classes and July upon them, the holidays were just around the corner. Most students were either studying in their dorms or lounging around, with only a handful engaging in internships outside. Upon entering the dormitory building, Liu Xiao was greeted by a cacophony of noise within. What a lively scene, he mused, observing the bustling corridor. It had been years since he had witnessed such vibrancy. Arriving at his dorm room, Liu Xiao took a moment to adjust his mindset before kicking the door open, a customary act of university life. One that nearly every student had performed at some point. Boys, your father has returned, he announced. The room fell silent for 3 seconds, before 3 pairs of eyes, filled with a fierce intensity, fixed upon him. Damn, you dog, you finally remember to come back. Chapter 9, 2 Craftsmen. As he stepped inside, Liu Xiao was immediately met with the glares of 3 burly men in the dormitory. You brat, where's the food we asked you to bring yesterday? Are you trying to starve your old fathers here? Liu Xiao chuckled awkwardly. I encountered some unusual circumstances. I nearly lost my life last night. Please understand. What happened? The trio's expressions shifted to concern, and they approached Liu Xiao, checking if he had sustained any injuries. As an orphan who had always supported himself, they were aware of his part-time job, but with finals approaching, he had recently resigned. Understanding his struggles, they often asked him to bring back meals, each contributing a small sum to compensate him for his trouble. Although the amount was modest, it sufficed for Liu Xiao to enjoy a meal at the campus cafeteria. They wanted to assist him more, but knowing his pride, they could only resort to this compromise. Actually, it's nothing much, just spent the night out with a girl, Liu Xiao explained, stepping back unconsciously as the 3 men leaned in closer. Are you serious? We thought you were in trouble. Here's your chance, tell us everything. And I won't hold it against you for not bringing my meal. Wait, are you for real? What details? We want the juicy bits. Pan Xingwen, the dorm leader, stepped forward, his face alight with curiosity. Honestly, old Xiao, how many lives were lost last night? Only about 1 billion or so, Liu Xiao replied nonchalantly. Did 1 billion really die? Zhang Yan, the 3rd dorm mate, looked on, wide-eyed with envy. It was common knowledge that a single operation could cost 3 billion lives. Having been single for 20 years, he was astounded that Liu Xiao, whom he deemed the least likely, had suddenly found a romantic partner. Are you speaking coherently? What do you mean by real deaths and fake deaths? If I recall correctly, wasn't it you who sent 3 billion to the restroom yesterday? Shui Xiaosong, the 4th dorm mate, shot a disparaging glance at Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan, taken aback, blushed furiously. He hadn't expected to be discovered despite his discreet endeavors, and quickly denied the accusation. I didn't do anything, don't spread rumors. Liu Xiao, intrigued, turned to him. He had not realized that Zhang Yan had such skills. Wait a minute, Xiaosong. I went to the restroom at 3 in the morning, and it was the one upstairs, right? Zhang Yan suddenly comprehended, observing the teasing looks directed at him. The restrooms on their floor were large, and the upper floor housed senior students who were rarely present at night. He had thought his actions were foolproof. How had Xiaosong uncovered his secret? Ahem, let us return our focus to Liu Xiao's situation. Shui Xiaosong interjected awkwardly, swiftly changing the subject. He couldn't reveal that his thoughts were aligned with Zhang Yan's at that moment. Liu Xiao struggled to suppress laughter. He had never realized that within this modest dormitory, there existed two hidden craftsmen. By the way, Liu Xiao, you haven't mentioned your girlfriend yet, Pan Xingwen interrupted, snapping back to reality. In this day and age, is having a girlfriend not commonplace? Liu Xiao shrugged. Who is she? Is she from our university? She should be, Liu Xiao replied, scratching his chin uncertainly. If memory served. Wu Qianqian was indeed a student in the finance department at Jiangxing University, albeit a year below him, currently in her sophomore year. Wow. The eyes of his dorm mates lit up. All right, stop asking. I'll just tell you. Liu Xiao rolled his eyes at them. You know Wu Qianqian, right? Of course. The sophomore campus belle. I heard she is from a wealthy family. Zhang Yin nodded, but then suddenly paused. Wait, you're not implying that Wu Qianqian is your girlfriend? Are you? Indeed, we just got together yesterday, Liu Xiao replied with a shrug. You must be joking. Wu Qianqian could never be interested in you. Pan Xingwen wanted to mock Liu Xiao, but the words faltered on his lips, as Liu Xiao, though impoverished, was undeniably one of the most handsome individuals at Jiangxing University. The absence of a campus heartthrob ranking is quite telling. Had such a list been released, Liu Xiao would undoubtedly rank among the top 3. This, however, is primarily due to Liu Xiao's casual disregard for his appearance. It is worth noting that there have been numerous wealthy women who expressed an interest in financially supporting Liu Xiao, a fact well known among their dormitory companions. Although Liu Xiao consistently declined their offers. After all, while the allure of being pampered is enticing, the joy derived from a steel wool ball is a pleasure that few can truly comprehend. Yet, this raises an intriguing possibility. Could Wu Qianqian genuinely be interested in Liu Xiao? As a second-generation affluent individual, it is entirely normal for her not to prioritize her partner's background. Furthermore, there is another matter Liu Xiao felt compelled to disclose. Recently, he was approached by someone who claimed that a distant cousin of his had passed away without any heirs. According to the will, he was named the primary beneficiary, leading to a modest inheritance that now qualifies him as a wealthy individual. The three friends exchanged astonished glances, followed by a chorus of exclamations. Initially skeptical, their doubts dissipated when Liu Xiao revealed his phone and casually scrolled through Wu Qianqian's QQ space, confirming his claims. Brothers, it seems I've contracted a peculiar ailment that demands I consume crayfish to survive. Pan Xingwen shot a knowing glance at Zhang Yin and Xue Xiaosong before dramatically collapsing onto the bed, feigning stomach pain. Oh dear, it appears this affliction is contagious. I think I've caught it too. My stomach aches terribly. Only the flesh of crayfish can restore me. Xue Xiaosong chimed in. I seem to be infected as well. Why does my stomach keep rumbling? Am I nearing my end? The trio lamented their fate. Hold on, I never said I wouldn't treat you. What is all this fuss about? Liu Xiao shot them an exasperated look. After more than a decade apart, reuniting with his old dorm mates felt remarkably heartwarming. Over their 3 years of university, his friends had been a significant support system, and much of his perseverance could be attributed to their frequent encouragement and the small allowances they provided for errands. Unfortunately, post-graduation, the fortunes of the 4 friends had diverged. The eldest, Pan Xingwen, was now in Beijing under family arrangements, leading to a diminished connection. Zhang Yin remained in Jiangxing, while Xue Xiaosong had abandoned finance to pursue a career as a professional esports player. Although he had potential, his performance was merely average, leaving him in less than stellar circumstances. As Liu Xiao glanced at Xue Xiaosong's desk, he noticed that the game currently open was League of Legends, a competitive title that had only been released at the end of the previous year. Chapter 10, The Unrest of the Crematorium. Having planned to indulge in crayfish that afternoon, the group made do with a meager lunch at school. Xiaosong, your performance is quite commendable, Liu Xiao remarked, aware of the game's mechanics from his own experience. In Season 1, League of Legends lacked ranked matches or tiers, relying solely on a ladder score. The higher the score, the greater the player's ability. Within less than a year of its release, many had discovered the game's immense fun. Xue Xiaosong's current score stood at 1900, while the highest score belonged to the professional player, Xiaomei, at 2300. In contemporary terms, a score of 1900 would rank him among the upper echelons of professional players, elucidating why Xue Xiaosong chose this path. However, if memory serves, early professional teams suffered from a lack of capital, resulting in meager salaries, with most players operating out of passion. When competing in South Korea, players pooled funds for airfare and often shared cramped accommodations to adjust to the time zone. How different it is now, where players enjoy lavish villas and competitions resemble celebrity pursuits. Liu Xiao had followed the competitive scene for a while, but after its commercial boom, his interest waned. It's quite enjoyable. Actually, Xue Xiaosong replied with an awkward smile. We should play together sometime. I'd like to learn more about this game. Liu Xiao chuckled, planning to introduce Xue Xiaosong to the nuances of the game. AP Master E is currently an unbeatable force, he mused, recalling that even a player like Xue Xiaosong with a score of 1900, would struggle against the top players in the domestic servers. Meanwhile, Pan Xingwen was engaged in a lengthy phone conversation. His girlfriend was studying in Beijing, and they could only meet during holidays, leaving them to rely on phone calls. Having just started dating, they likely hadn't progressed much physically. Zhang Yan, on the other hand, was diligently studying, aspiring to secure a position within the civil service. With each dorm mate occupied with their own pursuits, Liu Xiao found himself with a rare moment of idleness. Without any streaming apps or short video services, he felt somewhat out of place. I suppose I should get a new phone, he decided, ultimately calling Zhao Ku. The perk of being a boss is the convenience of resolving issues with a simple phone call. Zhao, please procure the latest model of a phone with the largest memory and storage capacity, and have someone deliver it to Jiangxing University. Understood, boss. Please hold for 20 minutes. Zhao Ku responded, invigorated by the task. He understood the importance of fulfilling Liu Xiao's requests and harbored a fear of being replaced. After hanging up, Zhao Ku hurried to the nearest electronics store, purchasing the newest phone and racing towards Jiangxing University. When Liu Xiao met him at the school gate, he was taken aback. Zhao, why did you come personally for such a trivial matter? Oh, it's not far, and I wanted to ensure everything was handled properly, Zhao Ku replied cheerfully, handing Liu Xiao the phone after unboxing it. Thanks, Zhao, Liu Xiao smiled appreciatively. In truth, having a subordinate who understands and anticipates a boss's needs is immensely gratifying. Zhao Ku embodied this quality, taking the initiative to comprehend Liu Xiao's desires. After delivering the phone, Zhao Ku departed promptly. Liu Xiao swiftly transferred his SIM card to the new phone, discarding the old one into the trash. A phone costing just over 1,000 yuan has a lifespan of about a year, and since he had been using it since his freshman year, it was no longer necessary to keep. Upon returning to the dorm, he quickly reinstalled all his apps, and the interface became considerably smoother, lifting Liu Xiao's spirits. Hey guys, are you done? Let us go eat some crayfish. As the clock approached 5, Liu Xiao could no longer remain in the dorm. Why waste time when I could be out enjoying the company of beautiful girls? Let us go, he urged. However, Xue Xiaosong halted. There's always time to play games. But meals are fleeting. Now that I'm back, I'm determined to devour every crayfish in sight. Pan Xingwen added, his demeanor suddenly serious as he leapt from the upper bunk. Come on, don't be so dramatic. Liu Xiao sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. Isn't that a line from the latest novel I just read? Pan Xingwen sheepishly chuckled. Though it may sound juvenile, it's undeniably exhilarating. Especially when witnessing the war god returning to his homeland, single-handedly slaying 100,000 foes to protect his beloved, it truly ignites one's fervor. Boss, the novels you read are utterly inferior compared to mine. Take a look at this medical fairy tale. Zhang Yan chuckled, promptly opening the directory of the novel he was currently engrossed in. Liu Xiao and Xue Xiaosong, intrigued, leaned in closer. Chapter 1. If I cannot cure her, the entire hospital shall pay the price. Chapter 2. Harm her, and your entire clan will perish. Chapter 3. Betray me, and your entire family shall accompany you to the grave. I shall ensure the entire Su family is buried alongside you. If she refuses to acknowledge her mistakes, you shall be buried with her. I will see your entire family laid to rest. All male members of the Shangwan family shall meet their end. If she loses a single strand of hair, the entire world shall pay the price. Chapter 40. In this universe, none can escape the fate of demise. Pan Xingwen, Xue Xiaosong, Liu Xiao. In that moment, both those engrossed in novels and those indifferent fell into a profound silence. After a long pause, Pan Xingwen finally spoke up. Goodness, I concede. In comparison, my war god return narrative is indeed weak. The author of this novel must be the richest person in the world, right? Xue Xiaosong, bemused, replied with a whimsical remark. Liu Xiao glanced at the title of the novel, Super Medical God. I believe this novel deserves a new title, perhaps The Incessant Crematorium or No One Survives. This quip from Liu Xiao instantly drew laughter from everyone present. Upon the mention of indulging in crayfish, the group erupted with excitement. Due to his previous financial constraints, Liu Xiao was unfamiliar with the local dining establishments, so Pan Xingwen guided them to a bustling eatery adjacent to the school. I must say, the flavors at this eatery are undeniably exquisite, and the 3 proprietresses hail from the urban village just last year. As Pan Xingwen led the group to a table, he cheerfully introduced them. Was there ever a bustling eatery in the urban village? Zhang Yan queried, puzzled. He recalled only a few modest eateries with rather mediocre fare. It's a matter of industrial transformation. They didn't operate this type before. Pan Xingwen shot Zhang Yan a knowing glance. Just then, the proprietress approached, her eyes lighting up upon seeing Pan Xingwen. Oh, it's young Pan. What do you plan to feast on today? Let us start with 20 pounds of crayfish to fill our bellies. Upon seeing the proprietress, Pan Xingwen instantly became animated. Liu Xiao glanced up briefly, thinking, what a sight. While her appearance was unremarkable, scoring a mere 70 out of 100, her youth was striking, around 23 or 24 years old, and with a figure that clearly boasted ample curves. It was evident she possessed a fierce demeanor capable of extinguishing billions of lives. Moreover, to own a bustling eatery at such a young age, especially after transitioning from the urban village. Liu Xiao silently acknowledged the effort Pan Xingwen must have contributed to her success. Chapter 11. Is there truly someone even more valiant than me? Noticing Liu Xiao's gaze, Pan Xingwen grinned, playfully winking at him. With only the two of them in the dormitory, he thought perhaps they could share some common ground. Liu Xiao shot Pan Xingwen a disdainful look. This foolish child, is he not concerned about the risks? Furthermore, he currently has a girlfriend. What if he transmitted something to her, ruining her life forever? However, upon reflection, it seemed Pan Xingwen began dating his girlfriend this year, while he was single during the previous 2 years when he was busy managing his business. Well, that's a relief. Come, let us toast. The first one is to celebrate Xiao's newfound relationship. Come, let us have another. This second one is to celebrate Xiao inheriting his fortune and no longer enduring hardships. Before the crayfish even arrived, Pan Xingwen had already poured 3 drinks. After several mugs of icy beer, Zhang Yin and Xue Xiaosong began to feel overwhelmed, especially on empty stomachs. Liu Xiao, however, remained unfazed, merely squinting at the others, amused. Years of drinking had honed Liu Xiao's skills. He knew exactly how to handle his liquor. Moreover, his current physique was far more youthful compared to his future self, allowing him to consume with greater capacity. Boss, can we take a breather and eat a bit first? Zhang Yin and Xue Xiaosong's faces fell as they noticed Pan Xingwen preparing for another round. Drinking on an empty stomach is truly unbearable. All right, look at you two cowards, and then look at Xiao. Pan Xingwen sneered at them. One was a homebody, the other a gaming enthusiast, both rarely engaging in physical activity. Meanwhile, Pan Xingwen was a regular at the gym, and Liu Xiao, always seeking part-time work, was in excellent shape. Come on, boss, that is not fair. If I had a girlfriend, I would definitely hit the gym too. Exactly. Upon hearing Zhang Yin's remark, Xue Xiaosong nodded vigorously from behind. Fine, you two can request whatever type of partner you desire. I'll scout for you at school. Age, height, measurements, education, appearance. Just let me know your criteria. Pan Xingwen rolled his eyes in disbelief. He couldn't fathom that these two would genuinely commit to exercising. Really? Absolutely. I'm a student leader, often interacting with many girls. If I encounter suitable ones, I won't hesitate to introduce them to you. Pan Xingwen readily agreed. Zhang Yin and Xue Xiaosong exchanged glances, suddenly intrigued. After some contemplation, Zhang Yin turned to Pan Xingwen. Boss, I just need age and height. The rest doesn't matter. All right then, just tell me, and I'll keep an eye out for you. Once this summer ends, there will be new students enrolling in September. Pan Xingwen replied with a smile. Can I really say it? Of course. 1 year old, height 170 centimeters. The tea Liu Xiao had just sipped shot out of his mouth. Good grief. Zhang, are you looking for a fight? Pan Xingwen looked at Zhang Yin, utterly bemused, realizing that this fellow hadn't given the matter a second thought, merely jesting with him. What's wrong, boss? I think my request is quite reasonable. It is reasonable. Very much so. But do you have any idea how to find a 1 year old at 170 centimeters? Pan Xingwen was now gritting his teeth in frustration. Boss, when Neza was 1 year old, he was already over 3 meters tall. Xue Xiaosong chimed in, reminding everyone. A brief silence enveloped the group. The next moment, Hey boss, don't get worked up. Xiao, let us go check if the crayfish are ready. Zhang Yin quickly pulled Xue Xiaosong away. Why didn't you mention the golden crow? That thing is the size of the sun at birth. Pan Xingwen's eyes were practically ablaze. Liu Xiao, witnessing Pan Xingwen spring to his feet, quickly intervened, though he too was struggling to suppress his laughter. Thankfully, it was still early, and the restaurant was sparsely populated, so a little noise wouldn't be a concern. For half an hour, the clamor persisted before the crayfish finally graced the table. Liu Xiao lifted his wine glass, gazing at the lively companions he had not seen in a decade, feeling a genuine joy swell within him. Isn't this what youth is all about? I am truly grateful to my brothers for their care over these years. Oh, come now, old Xiao, you speak too modestly. You are the hardest worker among us in the dormitory. Honestly, if our younger brother had even half your diligence, he would have secured a position in the system long ago, Zhang Yin remarked, adopting a serious tone. There's still a year left. And I'll be on my own without anyone bringing me meals, Pan Xingwen teased with a grin, followed by a dramatic sigh. Old Xiao, when you're free, buy a computer and join me for some online gaming. Playing alone is rather dull. Shall we toast to that? Liu Xiao smiled at the group. Come on. Let us drink. Cheers. Down the hatch. The meal stretched from 5 in the afternoon until past 11 at night, with a flurry of guests arriving. The proprietress felt that the group was a tad too boisterous and graciously relocated them to a private room. According to Pan Xingwen, this was all due to his rapport with the proprietress. At 11:30, the group stumbled out of the restaurant. Old Xiao, I'm telling you from now on, we should always dine at this establishment. I'm well acquainted with several of the proprietresses. Talk about connections. Pan Xingwen boasted, proudly displaying a bill that was over 100 yuan less than expected as he picked at his teeth. Indeed, after spending billions here, you must have some pull. Liu Xiao replied, nonsense. Our leader's contributions must be in the hundreds of billions. Zhang Yin and Xue Xiaosong chimed in, chuckling from the sidelines. Are you two looking for a fight? Pan Xingwen jestingly retorted, playfully ruffling their hair. However, he himself could not quite recall the exact sum he had recharged, but it was certainly not in the hundreds of billions. Regardless, he always allocated a portion of his monthly living expenses to support them. According to him, the sisters' family situations were far from ideal. One sister's father had suffered an accident and was paralyzed at home, while her mother had long abandoned the family, leaving behind a 6-year-old brother who required care and could not fend for himself. Though it was curious that 3 or 4 sisters shared similar hardships. One must possess some degree of empathy, mustn't they? In such circumstances, even a dog would gnaw off a piece of its bone to share, let alone Pan Xingwen, a person of conscience and goodwill. Is that reasonable? Absolutely. You're impressive, Old Xiao. Liu Xiao silently gave Pan Xingwen a thumbs up. He had thought himself quite magnanimous. But here was someone even more valiant. Chapter 12, Gu Yueshi. During the first 2 years of university, there was a curfew, but by the 3rd and 4th years, the school tacitly allowed students to remain unmonitored after lights out. The 4 of them stumbled back to their dormitory, barely managing to wash up, with the other 3 collapsing into bed immediately. Liu Xiao surveyed the snoring dormitory with a wry smile, retrieving his wash basin to freshen up in the restroom. It had become a habit over the years to shower daily. Although bathing was inconvenient here, washing one's face and brushing one's teeth was a must. What is this called? It's about presenting oneself in the best condition to welcome any unexpected visitors. Having consumed quite a bit of alcohol, Liu Xiao, despite his decent tolerance, felt quite fatigued after freshening up. Listening to the familiar sounds of snoring around him, he gradually drifted off to sleep. The next morning, at 8 o'clock, Liu Xiao was the first to awaken. Glancing at the time since his last sign-in, he noted it had been exactly 24 hours. Let us see if a day's sign-in yields cash, he thought, mentally pressing the sign-in button. Congratulations, host, sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received cash, 28 million yuan. The cash reward has been transferred to the host's bank account. Please check and confirm receipt promptly. Simultaneously, his newly acquired phone flashed, accompanied by a notification sound, revealing a bank deposit message. Previously, he had around 200,000 left. And with the addition of this 28 million, he now had a neat 30 million. Indeed, a day's sign-in also resulted in cash rewards. Liu Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. However, this should be the pinnacle of cash rewards. 28 million was not far removed from the asset he had received from the Lijiang Hotel, and due to its liquid nature, it was arguably even more impressive. Assets are merely assets. Cash flow is eternal. Liu Xiao conducted a brief analysis. A half-day sign-in yielded approximately 10 million, while a full day garnered 28 million, clearly indicating that daily sign-ins were more advantageous. Of course, this was merely a preliminary assessment. The figures would undoubtedly fluctuate, given the limited number of tests conducted thus far. Lacking persuasive power, the system had initially rewarded him with an asset of around 35 million from the Lijiang Hotel, which likely superseded cash sign-ins. After a few more trials, clarity would emerge, and he could ultimately compile a guideline. Liu Xiao summarized the findings before tapping the sign-in button a few more times. Ding. Congratulations, host, sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have received cash, 12 yuan. Ding. Congratulations, host, sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have received cash, 100 yuan. Alas, once again, he had not struck gold. Liu Xiao shook his head and promptly closed the system page. The additional clicks were merely attempts to hit that elusive 100 million probability. If he missed, there was no loss. If he hit, it would be exhilarating, and a few more presses wouldn't hurt. After purchasing breakfast from the cafeteria, he returned to find Pan Xingwen and the others awake. Thanks, Old Xiao, they expressed gratefully upon seeing the breakfast on the table. They had overindulged the previous night and were now nursing slight headaches. No need for thanks. It was a trivial matter, Liu Xiao replied with a smile, unwrapping his own portion. As a northerner, he preferred food such as tofu pudding and fried dough sticks. Naturally, the tofu pudding had to be savory. The sweet version always struck him as odd. Old Xiao, how is your revision for the finance exam going? It's at 2 o'clock this afternoon, Pan Xingwen yawned, getting out of bed and retrieving his finance textbook. In their 3rd year, Foundational courses were rarely attended, leaving only a handful of specialized classes. However, at Jiangxing University, failing a specialized course meant no opportunity for a retake, only the option to resit the course. If one did not complete their studies in the 4th year, they would have to extend their studies. Hearing Pan Xingwen mention the exam, Liu Xiao's previously cheerful demeanor faltered. An exam? While he certainly knew the material, it was common knowledge that the knowledge gained in school and that required in the workplace existed in entirely different realms. Having graduated over a decade ago, he had forgotten nearly everything he had learned in school. Now, he genuinely felt unprepared. Would you believe me if I said I'm doomed? Liu Xiao grimaced as he looked at Pan Xingwen and the others. Come on, old Xiao, don't be modest. We all know your academic prowess. When it comes time for the exam, we'll rely on you for everything we don't know. Zhang Yan and Xue Xiaosong approached, draping an arm around Liu Xiao's shoulders, exuding a sense of security in his presence. The invigilator for this examination has already been appointed, and this particular teacher is notoriously lenient. As long as one is not caught by the roving examiners, passing notes or engaging in similar antics typically goes unpunished. After all, we are all third-year students. The teacher has generally extended leniency to those deserving of it, and it is unlikely they would compel a large cohort to retake the course. Therefore, even though Zhang Yan and Xue Xiaosong had not invested much effort in their specialized subjects, as long as they answered a few questions correctly and copied a couple more, they would likely scrape through without much stress. Liu Xiao's expression, however, fell immediately. Why couldn't this reincarnation have selected a more opportune moment? Yet, lamenting was futile at this juncture. All that was left was to pull out the books and review. As for the individuals in his dormitory, Liu Xiao held no faith in them. In his previous life, of the 4 students in their dorm, 3 of them barely scraped a pass with 60 marks. If it weren't for the leniency of the instructor during grading, those 3 would have been doomed to retake the course. Moreover, with their positions in the examination hall being so distanced from one another, how could one possibly copy? If all else failed, perhaps he could simply make a generous donation to the school next semester. Surely, after contributing 10 or 20 million, the institution would refrain from making things difficult for him. After spending the entire morning poring over his notes and attempting to recall the key points, Liu Xiao was dismayed to realize that he was utterly unprepared. In the frantic rush of last-minute cramming, he discovered that the Buddha he sought to embrace was, in fact, seated cross-legged, with no feet to offer support. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the group from the dormitory made their way to the large lecture hall for the examination. Liu Xiao, still flipping through his book during the walk, was resigned to the notion that any knowledge retained at this point would be a blessing. Old Xiao, is all this effort really necessary? You could pass this exam with ease, one of his friends remarked. You don't understand anything. Liu Xiao retorted with a chuckle. If passing were truly that simple, he wouldn't be so anxious. Taking advantage of the final moments, he skimmed through his notes once more before entering the lecture hall, where the invigilator awaited. Students, please find your designated seats according to your student numbers, with 1 seat separating each desk, and alternate your seating arrangements, the teacher announced. Hey, Liu Xiao, it's been a few days. As Liu Xiao settled into his seat, a familiar female voice called from his right. Peering over, he recognized Gu Yueshi, the academic star and belle of their class. Yueshi, it has indeed been a while, he responded with a smile, feeling a sense of nostalgia wash over him. Although they hadn't seen each other in over a decade, Liu Xiao's memory of Gu Yueshi remained vivid, both hailing from modest backgrounds. Gu Yueshi's circumstances were somewhat more challenging than Liu Xiao's. While he had lost his parents in childhood and learned to fend for himself, Gu Yueshi had endured the tragic loss of both parents in an accident, leaving her with a younger sister still in high school. Had it not been for a financial settlement, she would have struggled to keep afloat over the years. Their shared hardships had fostered a bond during their school days, with an unspoken mutual affection lingering between them. After graduation, however, Gu Yueshi, for reasons unknown, had moved to the capital with her sister, and they had lost touch. Chapter 13. Just wanting to give her a home. Gu Yueshi's attire today was simple, yet exuded a unique aesthetic. She wore a flowing white dress paired with unassuming sneakers. Although her outfit was ordinary, it accentuated her fair, shapely legs beautifully. On her upper body, she donned a short-sleeved shirt adorned with a black cat motif. The hem tucked neatly into her skirt. Her hair cascaded down, and as she lowered her head slightly, her long tresses fell gracefully onto the desk, revealing a charmingly cute visage. Liu Xiao took a moment to appreciate her appearance, marveling internally. Despite her casual attire, Gu Yueshi's astonishing beauty and figure were undeniable. Truth be told, had she chosen to capitalize on her allure, she would have been well off by now. The young women whom Pan Xingwen often looked after had already opened food stalls, so it was no exaggeration to say that Gu Yueshi, a beauty several times more striking than them, could have easily found financial success. Strangely, While both had engaged in part-time work, Liu Xiao's skin, particularly on his hands, bore a rough texture, while Gu Yueshi's complexion was smooth and radiant, rivaling even that of the well-groomed Wu Qianqian. However, Liu Xiao found himself too preoccupied to appreciate Gu Yueshi's attire today, beyond her status as a campus beauty. Her academic prowess was what truly mattered to him at this moment. Yueshi, could you lend me a glance at your answers once you finish? Liu Xiao whispered, lowering his voice. Gu Yueshi was taken aback. It was unusual for Liu Xiao, who usually performed at her level academically, to resort to such measures. Surely, for an exam like this, he could easily score a 95? Upon noticing Gu Yueshi's reaction, Liu Xiao felt heat rise to his cheeks. Was he being looked down upon? I haven't studied much for this course. I'm not very confident, he admitted, awkwardly rubbing his nose. All right. Gu Yueshi chuckled at Liu Xiao's flustered demeanor, surprised to see this side of him, typically composed and aloof. Relieved by her acquiescence, Liu Xiao knew that their desks were merely half a desk apart. So as long as Gu Yueshi was willing to share, he would surely manage. The examination spanned 2 hours, and the volume of questions was not overly daunting. Gu Yueshi completed her paper in half an hour, glancing sideways to find Liu Xiao in a state of distress, scratching his head in frustration. Suddenly, she found Liu Xiao's current predicament endearing. They had worked together on several occasions, and in her mind, he was someone with a knack for finding solutions and demonstrating remarkable capability. This was the first time she had witnessed him in such a vulnerable state. Liu Xiao was undeniably handsome, Gu Yueshi thought. Her cheeks flushed as she momentarily lost her train of thought, though she harbored feelings for him. Years of facing disdain and malice from others had made her pragmatic, while others only knew of her sister's schooling. They were unaware that her sister suffered from a serious congenital heart condition, requiring extensive funds for surgery and subsequent rehabilitation, easily amounting to 800,000 or 900,000. If she were to pursue a relationship with Liu Xiao, it would not only burden her, but also drag him down with her. Given her circumstances, making that money was indeed feasible, but it was not something she desired, at least not at this stage. She had chosen to study finance precisely for its lucrative prospects. Ideally, she wanted to heal her sister, and if, by then, Liu Xiao held affections for her, she would not mind exploring that possibility. However, her sister's condition had recently deteriorated significantly, casting doubt on her relationship with Liu Xiao. Moreover, according to the doctors, her sister's condition was nearing a point where medication would no longer suffice. Yueshi. Gu Yueshi was lost in her thoughts when she suddenly heard Liu Xiao softly calling her name. As Liu Xiao gazed at her, Gu Yueshi's cheeks instantly flushed crimson. It dawned on her that she had just momentarily envisioned Liu Xiao as her future spouse. Yueshi, do show me, Liu Xiao whispered urgently, glancing at the proctor with a sense of anxiety. Over an hour and a half had passed since the exam commenced, and time was of the essence. It was only then that Gu Yueshi recalled their earlier conversation, and she quickly lifted her test paper towards Liu Xiao, arranging her long black hair to shield against the proctor's gaze. Upon seeing her from this angle, Liu Xiao felt a slight pause in his breath. It was undeniable that this was their first close encounter, especially face-to-face. However, the moment he glimpsed the answers on her paper, relief washed over him, and he swiftly began copying them down. Half an hour slipped away in no time. Aside from the final question, which he could not decipher due to its minuscule text, Liu Xiao had managed to copy nearly all the other answers. There is nothing quite as satisfying as transcribing answers. He closed the test booklet with a sense of gratification and submitted it. Once outside, Liu Xiao finally allowed his voice to rise. Yueshi, I truly appreciate your help today. Are you free this afternoon? Allow me to treat you to a meal, Liu Xiao said with a smile. Perhaps another time. I have some matters to attend to this afternoon, Gu Yueshi declined with a smile. Very well, do call me when you have some free time. I am at your service. Liu Xiao responded with a hearty pat on his chest. Their relationship was relatively close, and he did not perceive Gu Yueshi's response as a polite refusal. Given their rapport, when Gu Yueshi mentioned being busy, it was evident she had genuine obligations. Well, old Xiao, you're quite the charmer. While Wu Qianqian is still in the dating scene, here you are flirting with Gu Yueshi. Pan Xingwen teased as he approached after Gu Yueshi departed. What do you peasants know? Liu Xiao retorted with a roll of his eyes. This isn't flirtation. I'm merely aiming to provide her with a home. Chapter 14. Why am I such a good person? Old Xiao, shall we dine? Shui Xiaosong tapped Liu Xiao on the shoulder. A new Huangmen chicken place has opened. Let us go check it out. Not today. I have something to attend to. Liu Xiao shrugged. Pan Xingwen and the others were left scratching their heads in confusion. Just a moment ago, you were inviting Gu Yueshi to dinner without a care. And now you have things to do with us? I genuinely have plans. I'm meeting Qianqian this afternoon. Liu Xiao shot them an exasperated glance. Oh. The bonds of friendship forged over 3 years in university seem to be fading. The times have changed. Where is that innocent old Xiao? One remarked. Your son has grown up, It's time for you to set him free, but do remember to report back on your escapades, the trio joked, shaking their heads. You three are amusing. I can distinguish between my son and women, Liu Xiao laughed, playfully kicking each of them in the rear. Liu Xiao's meeting with Wu Qianqian was scheduled for the afternoon, yet she had not called him, likely still preoccupied with her own affairs. However, she hadn't mentioned she couldn't make it, so it was probable she would arrive a bit later. Thus, Liu Xiao left the campus and drove directly to the Lijiang Hotel. He first ascended to the owner's office on the top floor. Old Zhao, could you provide me with the hotel's financial statements? Certainly, boss. Please hold on. I'll fetch them right away, Zhao Ku responded with a nod. When Liu Xiao had previously mentioned reviewing the accounts, Zhao Ku had already prepared them, needing only to retrieve the documents. In mere minutes, Zhao Ku returned with a stack of materials. Boss, here are the accounts for the kitchen procurement, hotel operations, logistics, and outsourcing, he elaborated, detailing the categories for over 20 minutes before Liu Xiao began to review them. Auditing is not merely about matching every single entry. It is about assessing the legitimacy of the accounts. For seasoned professionals, certain figures can reveal falsifications at a glance, as the underlying logic can be quite intricate. Fortunately, Liu Xiao had spent over a decade navigating the financial world in his previous life, and his understanding of accounting methods far surpassed that of the current era. Such trivial matters posed no challenge for him. Old Zhao, you may leave work now, Liu Xiao said after 20 minutes of review. Not at all, boss. I have nothing to do at home, Zhao Ku quickly replied, waving his hand dismissively. He dared not leave while the boss was still present, especially since the accounts he was responsible for were under scrutiny. If anything were amiss, he would need to explain himself. Why not take a seat? Liu Xiao suggested with a chuckle, knowing Zhao Ku was concerned he might dismiss him after the audit. However, Liu Xiao's intention was as he had stated the previous day. As long as the accounts were in order, Zhao Ku would continue to manage the Lijiang Hotel, and he was merely overthinking it. After all, he currently had no one else capable of stepping in, and he was quite pleased with Zhao Ku's competence and acumen. All right, Zhao Ku replied, promptly finding a chair to sit beside Liu Xiao. To be honest, at over 40 years of age, standing for such an extended period had left his legs trembling. Do you smoke? Liu Xiao inquired, pulling out a cigarette. I do. Zhao Ku hesitated for only a moment before accepting one from Liu Xiao's hand. No true smoker could resist a cigarette offered so readily. As they both lit their cigarettes, Zhao Ku felt a newfound camaraderie with Liu Xiao. It is said that there are only 4 types of relationships that are the most enduring, and if ranked, they would be family, smoking buddies, friends, and spouses. The reasoning behind the prominence of smoking buddies is that they can assist each other in precarious situations, like holding up a friend during a moment of vulnerability. Liu Xiao, too, indulged in smoking, though he did not have a strong craving for it. He would only partake occasionally when the mood struck him. This habit had, in truth, been learned from the characters in his dormitory. Around 7 in the evening, Liu Xiao began to feel hunger pangs. Auditing was not a task that could be concluded in a single day, and after a preliminary review, he felt reassured that the major issues were resolved. He took Zhao Ku to the restaurant downstairs for a meal, and afterward, Liu Xiao ascended to the 13th floor to his room. Liu Xiao, my brother? Just as Liu Xiao was about to enter his office, a voice called out from behind. Oh, it's Boss Li. Liu Xiao turned to see Li Tian standing there, a smile breaking across his face. This fellow had left just the day before. What brought him back today? Truth be told, Liu Xiao had intended to tidy up matters with this character after finishing up with Wu Qianqian. Brother, are you also staying at the hotel today? Li Tian grinned at Liu Xiao. Upon observing Liu Xiao's demeanor towards him, Li Tian felt a surge of contentment. It appeared that the impression he left on Liu Xiao yesterday was quite favorable. Primarily, he had invited a young lady over, which made it rather inconvenient to take her home. Spotting Li Tian, Liu Xiao couldn't resist a teasing remark. If Li Tian were to discover that the young woman accompanying him was Wu Qianqian, he would undoubtedly be infuriated to the point of a cerebral incident. Perhaps even ascending to the heavens on the spot, given his square physique. Amused by this thought, Liu Xiao involuntarily chuckled. The young lad was still quite naive. Li Tian promptly gave Liu Xiao a thumbs up. Ha ha ha, not too shabby. Liu Xiao responded with a grin. Brother, you have no idea, but I too have arranged a date with a young lady, albeit for tomorrow night. She is indeed a rare gem. Sensing the need to assert himself and fearing Liu Xiao would overshadow him, Li Tian quickly added. Liu Xiao's expression turned slightly frosty. Although he was fully aware of the situation and knew Li Tian could not possibly come into contact with Wu Qianqian, hearing Li Tian speak it aloud still irked him. Once the matter with Wu Qianqian was resolved, he would ensure this fellow faced ruin. Liu Xiao mused to himself, thinking it would be best to make this character vanish from the face of the earth to avoid the nausea of encountering him repeatedly. With over 30 million in hand, and armed with the inside information Li Tian had divulged, It was merely a matter of time before he dismantled Li Tian's company. By the way, brother, you have a date tomorrow night, so what brings you here today? Liu Xiao inquired curiously. Well, I don't fear your mockery, but I hired a model for tonight. And we've arranged to meet at a hotel. It's a bit pricey, though, 15,000, Li Tian chuckled. His frustrations had truly surfaced these past few days, especially today. As Wu Qianqian's phone had been switched off, undoubtedly blocked. While he was confident that she would not evade him tomorrow, this situation spurred him to seek some form of release, hence his extravagant expenditure. Oh, I see, Liu Xiao remarked, glancing at Li Tian and stroking his chin, nodding slightly. If that were the case, he would assist Li Tian this evening, ensuring he reached for the stars. After all, he was a good person. Chapter 15, It's useless. No matter who comes, what I say stands. Liu Xiao did not anticipate that Wu Qianqian would arrive alongside the model summoned by Li Tian. When Liu Xiao opened the door, Wu Qianqian appeared somewhat surprised, mistakenly believing that this model had been summoned by Liu Xiao as well. Xiao Gu, I thought you were up to no good. Wu Qianqian chuckled as she watched the model knock on the adjacent room's door. The two rooms were in close proximity, with their doors aligned side by side. Merely a meter apart, the individual was indeed hired by Li Tian. Liu Xiao grinned and gestured toward the door. As the lock on Li Tian's door turned, Liu Xiao swiftly pulled Wu Qianqian inside and shut the door with a decisive click. Is Li Tian staying next door? Wu Qianqian paused, but quickly deduced that he had been residing on the 13th floor these past few days awaiting her arrival, which seemed quite reasonable. You understand what to do, right? Liu Xiao raised an eyebrow at Wu Qianqian. Of course, call the police. That should keep him occupied for a few days, she replied with a mischievous smile, promptly retrieving her phone to dial. Wait, at least let them get started. I saw 2 officers stationed downstairs when I went up around 7. They should be here in a few minutes, so there's no rush. Liu Xiao intercepted Wu Qianqian. As a man, he was well aware of the proceedings involved. Once the lady entered, it would take at least 20 minutes to reach the crux of the matter. Interrupting at that juncture would be rather delightful, wouldn't it? Xiao Gu, you are quite the rogue, Wu Qianqian chuckled, realizing his intent. Though she was a woman, she understood the disarray a man feels when interrupted during such moments. After all, a man must have a little mischief for a woman to be enamored, right? Liu Xiao took Wu Qianqian's hand, letting his gaze wander over her. Her hair appeared to have been straightened, cascading down her shoulders in a silky black waterfall, exuding a fragrant allure with every subtle movement. She wore a beige Chanel ensemble, complemented by white Balenciaga stockings and striking black Balenciaga heels adorned with shimmering rhinestones. Wu Qianqian possessed an innate elegance, and under the room's lighting, she radiated an irresistible charm. Liu Xiao couldn't help but inhale deeply. When he had met Wu Qianqian 2 nights prior, she had adopted a rather carefree attitude, her attire and makeup decidedly casual. Nevertheless, she had been remarkably captivating even then, leaving Liu Xiao thoroughly impressed. Today, however, adorned in designer attire and meticulously groomed, Wu Qianqian embodied the quintessence of beauty. If there were a scoring system where the total was 100, her barefaced beauty would score around 95. In contrast, with her freshly styled hair and makeup, she undoubtedly surpassed 98. Moreover, the most pivotal aspect was her youth. At just 19, she had only recently embarked on her 2nd year of university. During their previous encounter, the pressures of her family's business had shadowed her mood, visibly etched upon her face. Yet today, perhaps with familial issues resolved, she appeared considerably brighter, her endearing demeanor prompting Liu Xiao to yearn to embrace her tightly. Qianqian, you are simply too adorable and beautiful, Liu Xiao exclaimed, pulling her into his embrace. Savoring the warmth she radiated. From now on, I will only let you see me, he added. Wu Qianqian's cheeks flushed as she instinctively nestled her head against Liu Xiao's chest. But you are just too beautiful. What if I want to hold you and toss you around? Liu Xiao teased. Xiao Gu. Wu Qianqian erupted into laughter at his words, playfully punching his chest in mock protest. Ha ha. Liu Xiao wasted no time, sweeping Wu Qianqian into the bedroom. The suite boasted over 200 square meters, rivaling that of an average spacious apartment. Furthermore, the furnishings appeared to be of superior quality, and Zhao Ke had astutely arranged for all linens and mattresses to be replaced. As she gazed at Liu Xiao's handsome visage, Wu Qianqian's face grew even warmer. Women are typically attuned to moods. The contrast between her mindset 2 nights ago and tonight was stark. If her previous mindset was one of surrender, eager to offer herself, tonight she genuinely wished to dedicate herself entirely to Liu Xiao. After all, he was poised to be the man accompanying her throughout her life. Feeling Liu Xiao's tenderness, Wu Qianqian couldn't help but emit a soft hum. We still need to make that phone call, Liu Xiao chuckled. Wu Qianqian shot him a playful glare. 20 minutes later, Liu Xiao timed his call to the police precisely. Ah, yes, it's room 02 on the 13th floor of Lijiang Hotel. Indeed. There is an illicit transaction occurring within. As a righteous citizen, I cannot bear to witness such an event. Wu Qianqian stood by, covering her mouth as she stifled a laugh. Half an hour later, when Liu Xiao opened the door to his room while putting on his shirt, he happened upon Li Tian, who was being escorted downstairs, his corpulent figure unmistakable. Following closely behind was a stunning beauty, clad in nothing but a light coat. Liu Xiao cast a quick glance, estimating her attractiveness to be around 80 to 90%. No wonder Li Tian was willing to part with 15,000. Such a level of beauty was indeed worth the price. Upon spotting Liu Xiao at the doorway, Li Tian's face turned ashen. Liu Xiao, he stuttered. His mouth agape, a look of utter grievance plastered on his chubby face, beads of sweat forming on his bald head. He was at a loss. It had only just begun, and yet the hotel manager, accompanied by several police officers, had barged into his room. Though he had entertained doubts about Liu Xiao, it was evident that their relationship was amicable, and this hotel belonged to Liu Xiao himself. Surely, he wouldn't engage in such antics within his own establishment, would he? Ultimately, Li Tian felt nothing but misfortune. The car model must have been tailed, inadvertently dragging him into the situation. After all, such incidents were not uncommon. Bossly, what is going on here? Liu Xiao feigned ignorance, his expression one of surprise mixed with confusion as he looked at Li Tian. I have no idea. I'm just so unlucky. I'll probably be stuck here for a couple of days, Li Tian lamented, his eyes welling with tears as he realized Liu Xiao was not the one who had reported him, despite his wealth of tens of millions. Facing such a predicament meant he would have to pay a fine and spend at least a day behind bars before being released. Under normal circumstances, it wouldn't be a big deal, but he had plans to meet Wu Qianqian tomorrow. Moreover, he had no connections in the city to facilitate his release. Rest assured, I recognize you as a friend, Bossly. I will seek connections and ensure your swift release. Liu Xiao exclaimed loudly, feigning sincerity as he noticed a figure resembling a leader approaching. Really? Oh, brother, you're too kind. Once I'm out, I must express my gratitude. I'll treat you to a grand feast. Li Tian's heart swelled with gratitude at Liu Xiao's earnest promise to help him, confirming that his judgment in choosing friends was indeed sound. Liu Xiao was a loyal and genuine person. I dare anyone to meddle in my affairs. The leader interjected angrily upon overhearing their conversation. Little Li imposed the maximum penalty, 7 days. Let us see who dares to come and claim him. The leader's fury was palpable. In this day and age, how could anyone be so audacious as to engage in such illicit activities before him? He slammed his hat to the ground, making a definitive proclamation. Once this person is detained, no one can help him, I assure you. Chapter 16. Do you understand the value of true friendship? Li Tian's previously animated expression froze in place as he recognized the newcomer, sending a chill down his spine. Liu Xiao feigned fright, casting a helpless glance at Li Tian before hastily shutting his door. Ah, Liu Xiao, I don't blame you. Your concern is enough. Li Tian murmured as he was led downstairs, casting a lingering glance at Liu Xiao's door, filled with a mix of emotions. Although this unfortunate incident occurred, it had solidified the bond of friendship between him and Liu Xiao, which was more than enough. When Li Tian was released, he would definitely take Liu Xiao out for a good time. Such a good brother was worth far more than 15,000. He would gladly treat him to 25,000. Money was insignificant in comparison. As for Wu Qianqian, he would let her be for a few days. After all, she was destined to be his sooner or later. Once inside his room, Liu Xiao was utterly astounded. He exchanged a glance with Wu Qianqian, who had been eavesdropping behind the door, and burst into laughter. By the way, have you resolved your family matters? After sharing a chuckle, Liu Xiao turned his attention to Wu Qianqian. She had come over in her sleepwear, which she had since changed into. Although the outfit was somewhat loose, it occasionally revealed her exquisite figure, much to Liu Xiao's delight. Everything is settled. I've transferred the payments for several downstream projects. The remaining matters are being handled by my parents. However, I've been holding on to the payment from Li Tian, planning to return it after a delay of 10 days or even a few months, Wu Qianqian replied, her tone tinged with irritation at the mention of Li Tian. Had she not encountered Liu Xiao, her life would have been irrevocably marred by that square-headed warrior. Yet, she found herself unable to retaliate against Li Tian, as her family's business had only just begun to recover, leaving no funds to spare. Liu Xiao nodded, continuing. Li Tian has recently developed a new project in the high-tech zone. Tomorrow, I'll transfer some funds to you so you can establish a new company to intercept all the materials for his project. Intercept his project? Wu Qianqian's eyes lit up at the prospect. Well, it's not so much intercepting as it is opposing him. Liu Xiao chuckled. Sometimes, those who stab you in the back aren't necessarily enemies. They could very well be good friends. I'm quite familiar with this game. To illustrate, he explained. For instance, if Li Tian supplies steel to the project at a procurement cost of 4,000 per ton, selling it to the project at 4,100, He makes a profit of 100 per ton. If I procure the steel from the same source and supply it to the project at 4,000, will Li Tian follow suit? If he does, he won't make a profit and will incur costs for invoices, which add up significantly. However, if he opts not to follow, the project risks failing. Should Li Tian stubbornly choose to match prices, I can keep undercutting until he can no longer sustain the loss. Once accomplished, I'll hand the project over to your family, and the profits will more than compensate for any initial losses. As for any potential resentment from Li Tian, Liu Xiao was prepared to escalate matters further. After all, he currently had 30 million in cash on hand. He was ready to take action, unafraid of any consequences. Li Tian's company, with a valuation of merely 20 to 30 million, likely had a cash flow of only 5 to 6 million, which Wu Qianqian had already tied up in her own business. Thus, Li Tian's risk-bearing capacity was severely limited, relying solely on bank loans or external funding. By the way, Li Tian operates 2 engineering teams, and if memory serves, their contracts are nearing expiration. You should recruit both teams, Liu Xiao suggested. Additionally, there's a small project in the city where he supplies sand and cement. You should negotiate with the material suppliers to seize that contract as well. There are several projects in the nearby county. I'll organize the details and send them to you later. What a pity that his company is too small and lacks equity. Otherwise, I could bring him to bankruptcy within a week, Liu Xiao sighed as he concluded his thoughts. With Li Tian detained and no one to manage his company, there was a chance to dismantle his operations. However, for now, he could only push him to the brink of bankruptcy. Achieving a complete downfall would take at least a month. Such was the limitation when dealing with tangible enterprises. Unless one possesses connections of extraordinary influence, it is conceivable that one could bring a rival to their knees through various disqualifications, compelling them to cease operations for rectification within mere days. However, the manipulation of finance is where his true expertise lies. Beside him, Wu Qianqian listened in a daze, her mouth agape in disbelief. Xiao Ge, how do you know so many of Li Tian's business secrets? He told me himself. Liu Xiao shrugged nonchalantly. Do you comprehend the true value of a good friend? Huh. Wu Qianqian was utterly perplexed. Is there truly someone so foolish in this world as to divulge their company's operational details to an adversary when dealing with his own affairs? Li Tian did not seem like such a dimwit. By the way, Xiao Ge, here are your equity agreement and materials. Please keep them safe. Wu Qianqian suddenly recalled something and hurriedly fetched her bag, extracting a document envelope to hand to Liu Xiao. 8 million in financing for a 45 stake. So much. Liu Xiao was somewhat astonished. Logically, given Wu Qianqian's family's asset scale of around 30 million, securing that much equity for 8 million seemed improbable. Oh, come on, Xiao Ge. Just keep it. The shares are already allocated, and they can't be returned, right? Wu Qianqian's cheeks flushed slightly. Before their departure, her parents had specifically entrusted her with this equity agreement. As for the excess portion, per her parents' wishes, it was intended as her dowry. Even when she turns 25 and is capable of managing the company, the additional 55 stake would be transferred as well, at which point everything would be entrusted to Liu Xiao. Having resolved to dedicate the latter half of her life to this man, she was indifferent to the financial implications. Well, it seems I've struck a tremendous deal. Not only have I acquired such a significant stake, but I've also gained a beautiful companion. Liu Xiao tossed aside the equity agreement, grinning as he pulled Wu Qianqian onto his lap. Xiao Ge, which do you think is better, the equity or me? Wu Qianqian giggled, her arms naturally encircling Liu Xiao's neck. What do you think? Liu Xiao's gaze roamed over Wu Qianqian's form, as if contemplating which aspect might be more enticing. Eventually, he settled on a destination. Amid her startled exclamations, the exquisite Chanel nightgown she wore was swiftly torn open. Chapter 17, Jianglu Real Estate. After a night of repeated confirmations, when they arose the next morning, both Liu Xiao and Wu Qianqian felt an inexplicable weakness in their legs. However, the silver lining was that Liu Xiao had finally come to a conclusion. It is still my Qianqian who is the best. Stop it, Xiao Ge. Wu Qianqian playfully pinched Liu Xiao's arm in response. Liu Xiao chuckled, pulling her into his embrace, reveling in her softness. Wu Qianqian's fair skin and delicate collarbone were striking. Stretching languidly, Liu Xiao gazed at the beautiful girl beside him, feeling an immense sense of fulfillment. This was how the life of a wealthy individual ought to be. Liu Xiao first transferred 10 million to Wu Qianqian to assist her in registering a new company. It wasn't that he was unwilling to send more. Rather, any funds deposited into the company's account that remained unspent would still count as his assets, not expenditures. Rather than allowing money to sit idle in the company account, it was more prudent to send a lesser amount and utilize the remaining funds. So far, his total expenditures amounted to around 8 million, which included his investment in Wu Qianqian's family and a single meal of crayfish with his roommates. Oh, And there was also that pack of Zhonghua cigarettes purchased on the way yesterday. Xiao Gu, what do you plan to name the company? After breakfast, Wu Qianqian curiously inquired about Liu Xiao's intentions. She had no doubts about his financial capacity. The luxury vehicle he drove was a Bugatti Chiron, officially priced at over 80 million, with second-hand market values around 100 million, leaving her in awe for quite some time. Given that he could afford such a car, it was entirely reasonable for Liu Xiao to possess over $1 billion in cash. A mere 10 million was but a trifling amount to him. As for the company name, Liu Xiao mused, running his hand through the fabric of the Chanel attire. Let us call it Jianglu Real Estate, since the location is in Jiangqing. Adding my surname seems quite conventional. The full name will be Jiangqing Liu's Real Estate Limited Liability Company. All right, Wu Qianqian nodded in agreement. The company name did not require much flair, as long as it was not overly ostentatious. Jianglu Real Estate sounded rather appealing. Xiao Gu, be gentle, Wu Qianqian exclaimed playfully, teasing Liu Xiao. Am I not being gentle enough? Liu Xiao chuckled mischievously. Who was it that insisted I strive to excel in a prestigious high school? Oh, Wu Qianqian whimsically protested in Liu Xiao's embrace. Wasn't that simply a matter of losing control? Moreover, how could she possibly speak of it afterward? Every word exchanged then was not to be taken seriously. To bring it up again would be a transgression. Upon exiting the hotel, it was already past 8 o'clock. Wu Qianqian, a sophomore, had exams scheduled a few days later. With nothing pressing at school, she accompanied Liu Xiao to register the new company. Liu Xiao, on the other hand, prepared to return to his dormitory. While driving, he took the opportunity to check in. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully checking in. Congratulations, host, for receiving cash, 22 million. Cash rewards have been credited to the host's account. Please receive them promptly. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully checking in, receiving cash, 104 yuan. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully checking in, receiving cash, 1098 yuan. 20 million today? Liu Xiao frowned slightly. This check-in was also a day apart. However, compared to the 28 million he received from yesterday's check-in, this was noticeably lesser. It appeared that this truly was a matter of probability. Nonetheless, it was reassuring that the amounts were generally above 20 million. Liu Xiao silently acknowledged this. If he could manage 20 million a day, then reaching 1 billion would only require 50 days, which amounted to just over a month and a half. Furthermore, calculating the average, he would need approximately 25 million daily, thus requiring only 40 days, just over a month. If fortune favored him with a significant windfall in between, this time frame could be substantially reduced. In other words, within a maximum of 50 days, he was certain to acquire 10 billion in cash. With the possibility of achieving this in just a few days, Liu Xiao quietly calculated his leveling up timeline. Spending 10 billion was not particularly challenging. Furthermore, purchasing cars and houses was merely the most mundane form of expenditure. Liu Xiao had no intention of pursuing such trivialities. Instead, he would simply acquire a few residences. When the time came, he would gather enough funds to casually invest in some shares, allowing the 10 billion to flow out effortlessly. Reviewing his panel, he concentrated, and the system interface materialized in Liu Xiao's mind. Host, Liu Xiao, uniquely bound. Assets, 50, for million, of which 10 million is company assets. Current system level, level 1. Upgrade progress, 800 million out of 10 billion. Sign-in available, any asset. Note, the host can sign in infinitely. The longer the interval between two sign-ins, the higher the probability of obtaining premium assets, with a maximum interval of 7 days. Note, current sign-in probabilities. Assets below 100 million. 99. Assets above 100 million 1. With 40 million cash remaining, Liu Xiao couldn't help but shake his head. In his previous life, he had strived for a meager few million for most of his life. Yet in this life, he commenced with several tens of millions, and he found himself somewhat dissatisfied. One must understand that 40 million in the current Jiangsheng could purchase 15 or 16 grand villas of 500 square meters each. Moreover, barring any unforeseen circumstances, his assets would likely appreciate at an astonishing rate of over 20 million daily in the near future. As he parked his car once more, Liu Xiao pondered whether he should acquire the parking lot near the school. Though it was not vast and typically saw few people, it still had its patrons. Just after he parked, he noticed several young women excitedly pointing and whispering, potentially drawing a crowd any moment. Excuse me, could you kindly inquire with your boss if this parking lot is for sale? Liu Xiao asked with a smile, addressing a security guard who was engrossed in observing a nearby Bugatti. Please hold on, I'll ask our boss right away, the guard responded, suddenly alert, realizing Liu Xiao had just disembarked from a Bugatti. Half an hour later, Liu Xiao emerged from the parking lot, quite pleased with himself. The previous owner had invested over 1 million, and Liu Xiao had promptly doubled that amount, acquiring the lot for 2 million. As for the paperwork, He simply passed Zhao Ke's contact information. This venture was not suitable for private ownership yet, as Liu Xiao's company was not operational. He would let Zhao Ke handle it for now, and once Wu Qianqian had completed the new company registration, they would determine how to proceed. Upon returning to the dormitory, he found Pan Xingwen and others engrossed in their studies. "Oh, Liu Xiao, why are you back so early? Not going to sleep a bit longer?" Pan Xingwen remarked, his face brimming with envy. Though they had never met her, she was the renowned campus beauty. "Wu, what more sleep? If I linger any longer, I might as well lose my vitality. Let's discuss it tonight." Liu Xiao chuckled, reclining comfortably on his bed while indulging in a novel on his phone. Given the exams were plentiful in the coming days, he had no intention of venturing out. After all, he had access to the owner's suite at the Lijiang Hotel, so there was no rush to purchase property. "Damn it, jealousy is tearing me apart," Pan Xingwen exclaimed. "Liu Xiao, look at my face. Does it look red and blue?" Seeing Liu Xiao's relaxed demeanor, Pan Xingwen and the others turned green with envy. Liu Xiao remained silent, tossing down 3 packs of cigarettes from his bed. In this day and age, there's nothing that a pack of cigarettes can't solve. If there is, then 2 packs will do. Come on, smoke. Smoke fiercely. Chapter 18. Only the unyielding can conquer the world. Ah, this feels so much better. Each of the 3 pulled out a Chinese cigarette, taking a deep drag and immediately adopting a lifeless posture. "By the way, Liu Xiao, how much inheritance did you inherit to afford smoking such expensive cigarettes?" Pan Xingwen asked curiously. Liu Xiao had merely mentioned an inheritance but hadn't specified the amount. At that moment, they were too busy urging him to treat them to a meal to inquire further. "I estimate, given Liu Xiao's current lifestyle, it must be at least several 100,000, right?" Zhang Yin conjectured. "Nonsense. Liu Xiao mentioned he had a will. Can a few 100,000 cover lawyer fees for a contract? I suspect it's at least 1 million. Shui Xiaosong shook his head. The 3 gazed at Liu Xiao with eager anticipation. Although they didn't possess such wealth, it didn't deter them from gossiping about Liu Xiao. "Not much. Just a few tens of millions," Liu Xiao replied with a grin. Astonishment overtook them. Wait. Liu Xiao, you inherited tens of millions." Pan Xingwen shook Liu Xiao's bed vigorously. "Had I known, I wouldn't have eaten crayfish last night." Zhang Yin muttered to himself. "Oh, I seem to have contracted a disease where not eating lobsters will lead to death," Shui Xiaosong chimed in, raising the bar for the delicacies. Enough. I'll eat anything, drink mitai casually, but you all better get off me," Liu Xiao exclaimed, startled by the 3 men climbing onto his bed. A 1.2-meter wide bunk bed couldn't accommodate 4. No, 3 men. Life is too hard. "Liu Xiao, I want to take the shortcut. Please, help me out." Pan Xingwen gazed at Liu Xiao with fervor, his hands itching with anticipation. "I'm sorry, Liu Xiao, I'm with the boss too. I want to take the shortcut as well." Zhang Yan's thighs were already rubbing together. "After the boss and the 3rd one are done, I too wish to walk your shortcut." Shui Xiaosong hesitated briefly but then lunged at Liu Xiao. "Get off, damn it." Liu Xiao's skin prickled with goosebumps as he kicked each of them off, even adding a kick to their behinds as they fell. 5 minutes later, a row of men stood on the dormitory balcony, cigarettes in mouth, hands clutching their rear ends. "Liu Xiao, you were too harsh. My backside." Pan Xingwen grimaced, squeezing closer to the balcony's edge, suddenly noticing Zhang Yan's expression. "Hey, Zhang, why are you crying?" "It's nothing. Just suddenly remembered my mother," Zhang Yan replied, one hand clutching his rear, the other grasping a cigarette, taking a deep drag as tears streamed down his cheeks. "It hurts. So much pain. Oh, how many years has it been since your mother passed?" "It's been over 3 years, and I've never heard you mention it," Pan Xingwen inquired, intrigued. Zhang Yan paused, then cast a mournful glance at Pan Xingwen. "My mother is not dead." "Hey, Xiaosong, why are you crying too?" "It's nothing. Just the wind is too strong. It got into my eyes." "Boss, why are you shedding tears too?" Zhang Yan and Shui Xiaosong turned to Pan Xingwen. "It's nothing. The wind on the balcony is strong. It got into my eyes." Liu Xiao observed his lively roommates, feeling an overwhelming sense of joy. Initially, he intended to conceal his identity, but upon reflection, that path seemed unrealistic. Fortunately, his 3 roommates possessed both good character and a solid relationship, not distancing or harboring resentment toward him due to his wealth. Such camaraderie was indeed a stroke of luck. It is not easy to have a few good friends throughout one's life. Liu Xiao sighed. Only those who have struggled in society for over a decade can truly appreciate the preciousness of such friendship. The constant deceit and scheming of life can be exhausting. "Brothers, we have an economics exam tomorrow morning, right?" Liu Xiao flipped open his economics textbook. Economics from 2010, revised edition from 2002. After half an hour of reading, Liu Xiao decided to abandon the endeavor. Given how outdated the textbook was, any hope of recalling its content was futile. After some playful banter, Pan Xingwen and the others returned to their diligent studies. "Liu Xiao, why aren't you studying today?" Zhang Yan observed Liu Xiao, who was engrossed in his phone, and felt a twinge of curiosity as he glanced over. What are you looking at? Everything is well within grasp, Liu Xiao chuckled. What could he possibly do? If he can't answer, can't he at least take a hint? Beside him sat Gu Yueshi, the academic prodigy of their class. Old Xiao, you're impressive. Zhang Yan silently gave Liu Xiao a thumbs up, having thought Liu Xiao had acquired a multitude of skills. Around 5 in the afternoon, Liu Xiao was spirited away by Pan Xingwen and a few others to a nearby all-you-can-eat lobster restaurant. Is this really all you guys are going to eat? Liu Xiao sighed, exasperated. Can't you aim a little higher? An all-you-can-eat lobster buffet for 220 each? Why not go to a fine hotel and indulge in some real lobsters worth over 1,000? At this rate, we won't even be able to spend the interest from our bank accounts. Hey, I know you're wealthy, but we're all students. We're not used to dining in such high-end places, are we? Pan Xingwen teased, nudging Liu Xiao into the restaurant. Wait a moment, Zhang Yan coughed lightly, mimicking Pan Xingwen's earlier bravado, and then pulled out his phone to record a video. Brothers, I'm back in the country, and this time, I intend to devour all the lobsters. After finishing the recording, Zhang Yan gleefully uploaded it to his QQ space. Within 10 seconds, he received numerous likes and comments. Haha, boss, that line is truly satisfying. Liu Xiao shot Zhang Yan a glare, then playfully kicked him inside. The four of them totaled 880 yuan. Although QR code payments were becoming more common, most establishments still lacked the necessary equipment, and cash remained the prevalent method of payment. Liu Xiao pulled out 900 yuan and settled the bill, and they all entered the restaurant to find a seat. Wow, look at the ambience here. Pan Xingwen marveled at the decor, but after a moment of contemplation, he could only muster a couple of words to express his admiration. Old Pan, enough with the pretentiousness. Your vocabulary is limited, Liu Xiao retorted, rolling his eyes. The 220 yuan meal was already quite expensive, and the clientele around them appeared to be of a higher caliber. Pan Xingwen, oblivious to the stares he was attracting, exclaimed loudly, drawing attention from several nearby diners. He chuckled sheepishly. I intended to recite poetry to the world, but alas, my lack of education leaves me embarrassed. See, brother, I've still got a bit of knowledge in me, he added, while a nearby Shui Xiaosong playfully shoved a lobster into Pan Xingwen's open mouth. Wow! But in the next instant, Pan Xingwen's eyes widened in shock, pointing excitedly at a figure in the distance. Wow, there's a beautiful girl. Chapter 19. In 3 days, I want all the information on that person. Come on. How could you possibly discern anything just from her silhouette? Liu Xiao remarked, not bothering to look back, exasperated at Pan Xingwen's enthusiasm. After all, many women with striking silhouettes can be rather disappointing up close. I've learned that the first thing to assess is the face, followed by the physique, and only then the silhouette. Wait, old Xiao, it really does look like a beautiful girl. Pan Xingwen's words piqued Shui Xiaosong's curiosity, who turned to look as well. Indeed, if her back looks like that, even if her face isn't perfect, she must still be extraordinary. Shui Xiaosong nodded in agreement. But why does she look so familiar? He pondered, confused as to where he might have seen her before. Hearing their remarks, Liu Xiao and Zhang Yan, seated nearby, also turned to see what the fuss was about. At that moment, the girl turned around. Wow! They both exclaimed simultaneously. Isn't that Gu Yueshi? As Gu Yueshi turned, her gaze met Liu Xiao's, and she was momentarily taken aback. She was aware of Liu Xiao's financial situation. A 220 yuan buffet, while not exorbitantly priced, was still a significant portion of a student's living expenses. Under normal circumstances, Liu Xiao would never have come to such a place. Just a moment, I see some classmates. I'll go say hello, Gu Yueshi said to a young man in front of her, rising slightly. No problem, go ahead, the man replied with a charming smile, graciously allowing her to proceed. Yueshi, out dining with friends? Liu Xiao asked, motioning for Zhang Yan to scoot in and then offering a seat beside him. However, Gu Yueshi hesitated before opting to stand beside Liu Xiao instead. Yes, I came with a friend, she replied with a slight smile, though the smile seemed somewhat forced. She was reluctant for her classmates to know her situation. By the way, what brings you all to this place? Gu Yueshi inquired, her curiosity evident as she looked at Liu Xiao and the others. Being classmates, she had a fair idea of their living standards. They didn't seem like the type to frequent such upscale venues. The others looked to Liu Xiao for an answer, as he had shared his inheritance of several million with them. But they knew it was not something to be disclosed without his consent. Well, it's nothing too special. A distant relative passed away and left me some money, so I thought I'd treat everyone to a meal and have a good time, Liu Xiao smiled, succinctly explaining. This excuse was truly impeccable. It could deflect any inquiries without raising suspicion. As for those who might press for details, Liu Xiao was confident that all funds were legitimate and would withstand any scrutiny regarding their origins. Gu Yueshi was somewhat taken aback by Liu Xiao's explanation. What do you mean a distant relative passed away? You're treating everyone to a meal. If the relative were still alive, or rather, if they hadn't been cremated, wouldn't they have come back to haunt Liu Xiao? However, seeing Liu Xiao appearing quite well off and sporting the latest phone model, Gu Yueshi genuinely hoped for his happiness. Both of them had faced hardships, and Liu Xiao's ability to rise above his circumstances was commendable. By the way, who is that friend of yours? I've never seen him at school, Liu Xiao inquired, gesturing discreetly toward the man seated nearby, uncertain of the reasons behind it. Although the man was clearly smiling, Liu Xiao felt an unsettling chill emanating from him. His name was Li Yun, the executive general manager of Tiantian Real Estate, and apparently the son of Li Tian, the owner of the company. Their acquaintance was still in its infancy, leaving Liu Xiao with a limited understanding of the man. At this moment, Gu Yueshi, feeling a bit embarrassed, lowered her head. The outfit she wore today was the most revealing she had donned throughout her life. Although she was reluctant to dress in such a manner, she felt compelled to please Li Yun for the sake of money. Just yesterday afternoon, accompanying her sister to the hospital, they had confirmed that the medication could no longer sustain her condition, and surgery was imperative within the next 2 to 3 months. Even disregarding the subsequent costs of rehabilitation medication, the surgery alone would amount to 600,000. Despite her capabilities, it was inconceivable for her to amass such a sum within a mere 2 months. Moreover, post-surgery, she would still require at least 200,000 in cash for medication. This total of 800,000 loomed over her like an insurmountable mountain. Tiantian Real Estate. Li Yun? Hearing Gu Yueshi's words, Liu Xiao too was taken aback. It was indeed true that Li Yun was Li Tian's son. He had been informed of this previously. But how could Gu Yueshi have any interaction with Li Yun? Li Tian was notorious, and what good could Li Yun possibly be? Though he was aware that Gu Yueshi was not connected to him in any significant way, witnessing her deliberately dressing in such scant attire to curry favor with Li Yun unsettled Liu Xiao. Yueshi, that entire Li Yun family is not worth your time. It would be wise to keep your distance, Liu Xiao suggested softly. Yes, I understand, Gu Yueshi replied, feeling a warmth in her heart at Liu Xiao's words. Yet, she felt trapped. She had to take these measures, for where else would the money come from? When it came to saving a life, even a single penny could drive one to despair, let alone such an astronomical figure as 800,000. Even though she was aware that Liu Xiao had recently come into some money, it seemed inappropriate to approach him directly for help. Liu Xiao had also faced his own struggles over the years. After discussing these matters, the group shifted to lighter topics. When happy subjects arose, a smile inevitably graced Gu Yueshi's face. Meanwhile, Li Yun, who had been feigning magnanimity while stealing glances at Gu Yueshi, felt his expression darken upon seeing her engaged in animated conversation with Liu Xiao, laughing heartily. He was aware of Gu Yueshi's financial plight and had seized this opportunity to get closer to her. However, her laughter directed at Liu Xiao was palpably insincere. It was evident that she had a special connection with that man, who could easily elicit such joy from her. Furthermore, her demeanor while conversing with Liu Xiao resembled that of a young girl in love, as if she might leap into his arms at any moment. His mood was already sour, having spent the previous night dealing with the aftermath of his father's arrest due to a modeling scandal. What should have been a straightforward issue to resolve with a little extra cash had spiraled out of control due to the inexplicable whims of high-ranking officials, resulting in his father being held for 7 days. After much pleading and leveraging connections, they managed to reduce the sentence to 3 days. But the previous night had been a frantic blur of phone calls that left his voice hoarse. His frustration was palpable, and witnessing his intended woman laughing and chatting with another man only fueled his ire. The two tables were not far apart, and Li Yun could overhear snippets of their conversation. Liu Xiao? The name sounded vaguely familiar. Someone had mentioned it to him recently, but he couldn't recall who. Rather than dwell on it, he dismissed the thought and decided to contact a well-connected friend in Jiangxing. Help me investigate a person named Liu Xiao. I want all his information within 3 days. A moment of silence fell on the other end of the line, followed by an incredulous response. Li Yun, are you out of your mind? You want all this guy's details in 3 days based on just a name? Do you think I'm a god or something? The furious tirade echoed through the phone, prompting Li Yun to hastily move the device away from his ear, his smile faltering as he realized his folly. Strong brother. I've just been reading too many novels lately. Please understand, he chuckled awkwardly. By the way, this Liu Xiao is likely a student at Jiangxing University, Li Yun added, his smile returning as he spoke, though he still felt a twitch in his lips. Recently, he had become utterly engrossed in a novel about a returning warrior, spending his days idly in the office while indulging in daydreams of being the protagonist. After a month of this obsession, it had thoroughly warped his perspective. That's more like it. 2000, and I'll get the information to you as soon as possible. The abrupt shift in tone from his friend indicated a calming of the storm. His friend's temper had eased somewhat upon receiving specific information. It wasn't he that he was naturally hot-headed. It was merely that lately, various rich second-generation heirs had been contacting him with similar demands, making him feel as if they all shared Li Yun's audacity. After hanging up, Li Yun let out a sigh of relief. Although he was uncertain of the exact relationship between Liu Xiao and Gu Yueshi, the current dynamic suggested that Gu Yueshi harbored feelings for Liu Xiao. Moreover, Liu Xiao's striking looks instilled a strong sense of rivalry in him. Regardless of the circumstances, he was determined to win Gu Yueshi's affection. She was an absolute gem of a woman. Old Xiao, are you not going to pay attention? Pan Xingwen, who had remained mostly silent, nudged his chin toward Li Yun as Gu Yueshi departed. Yueshi is aware of the situation. I'll gather more information in the coming days. Liu Xiao shook his head. Gu Yueshi was not his woman. There were certain things he could not express directly. After all, this was a choice she had made of her own volition. Observing the interaction between Li Yun and Gu Yueshi, it appeared they had only recently met, and Gu Yueshi had navigated societal complexities for several years. Fully aware of the intricacies involved, Liu Xiao was not overly concerned about her ability to protect herself. In truth, he could see that Gu Yueshi was in a rather poor state. While the others laughed heartily during their conversation, she only managed a few fleeting smiles, with the shadows of worry evident on her brow. Yet, the reasons behind her distress remained unspoken. He would wait a few days to see how matters unfolded. After all, with exams approaching, they would have ample opportunities to meet, and he could inquire further then. Any assistance he could offer would be provided. Pan Xingwen and the others nodded in agreement, choosing not to elaborate further. They were all aware that Liu Xiao was currently in a relationship with the campus belle, Wu Qianqian, and thus felt it inappropriate to meddle in the potential connection between Liu Xiao and Gu Yueshi. Although they believed Liu Xiao and Gu Yueshi would be well suited, Wu Qianqian was equally admirable, and her family's wealth was common knowledge throughout Jiangxing University. Perhaps Liu Xiao's association with Wu Qianqian was more fitting than with Gu Yueshi. It was unthinkable to suggest Liu Xiao break up with Wu Qianqian to pursue Gu Yueshi instead. Among men, the mantra has always been to encourage unity rather than division. As for moments of silence, come, brothers, let us drink. Pan Xingwen brought over a crate of wine, and, with a resounding clatter, opened all the bottles, placing 6 in front of each person. Cheers. Let's drink. Liu Xiao and the others eagerly raised their glasses. Among friends, drinking never requires a reason. Simply raising the glass and toasting suffices. Zhang Yin and Xue Xiaosong acted like 2 porters, promptly fetching more lobsters whenever the ones on the table were depleted. After a sumptuous buffet, Liu Xiao remained seated, lost in thought. It wasn't until after 7 in the evening that the group finally made their way out. To be honest, the taste of the lobsters was merely mediocre. The atmosphere was stifling, with restrictions against speaking loudly, making the meal feel frustratingly confined. Pan Xingwen and Zhang Yin vented their grievances. Is it not absurd that we can't even speak loudly while drinking? They lamented. Moreover, there was a time limit. After 2 hours, they were expected to leave. While they certainly enjoyed the food, the drinking experience felt incomplete. Truthfully, they struggled to appreciate such upscale establishments. How about we head to a roadside stall for a proper meal? Liu Xiao suggested. Wu Qianqian had just called, mentioning that she had completed some company procedures and was planning to check on Li Tian's project in the high-tech zone. She likely wouldn't make it tonight since she had an exam in the morning, so she decided to skip the hotel gathering. Since it was still early, returning to the dormitory for idle chatter seemed less appealing than enjoying some fun outside. Sounds good. The others' spirits brightened, particularly Pan Xingwen, whose excitement was palpable at the thought of going to a roadside stall. Old Pan, planning to shower the boss lady with a few billion today? Liu Xiao teased. Quit it. The boss lady has long since retired from that, Pan Xingwen replied, his face slightly flushed. However, he refrained from mentioning that. Although she had stepped back from that line of work, she still occasionally allowed him a brief encounter whenever he visited. According to her, it was a personal privilege reserved solely for him, available whenever he wished. Naturally, he could never divulge such details. With plans set, the quartet set off in high spirits towards the roadside stall. Start with 2 cold dishes, then a pound of fatty intestines, and let us get a crate of wine. Entering a private room, Pan Xingwen adeptly began to place his orders. Let us skip the intestines, Liu Xiao interjected, shaking his head vigorously. He truly couldn't stomach that dish. How can we skip it? The intestines are the essence. Pan Xingwen countered, maintaining a serious demeanor. What about you two? He asked Zhang Yin and Xue Xiaosong. We'll pass too. We really can't get used to it, they quickly agreed. Well then, it looks like it's up to me alone to enjoy, Pan Xingwen lamented, reluctantly ordering a small portion, as he genuinely loved such delicacies. Half an hour later, a sudden scream erupted from the room. Ah damn, the intestines are poisonous. Boss, that's not poison, that's just feces. And judging by the color, it seems this pig likely suffered from chronic constipation while alive, Xue Xiaosong kindly pointed out. Shut up. I get it, just please be quiet. Pan Xingwen retched. The boss lady soon approached, slightly embarrassed upon seeing the stuffed intestines. Truth be told, the intestines served in the restaurant were pre-made and generally quite clean. It was unexpected to encounter such an issue today. Boss lady, how do you plan to compensate us? Pan Xingwen retched again. How about a complimentary meal? The boss lady suggested tentatively. All right, Liu Xiao agreed with a smile, clearly relishing the drama. Knowing he hadn't eaten any intestines, they had only entered Pan Xingwen's mouth. Given the relationship between Pan Xingwen and the boss lady, it wouldn't be fair to press her too hard, right? No way, that won't do. You all stay here. I'm going out to discuss how to resolve this. Pan Xingwen firmly rejected the offer, pulling the boss lady aside to negotiate a solution. Liu Xiao and the others exchanged wide-eyed glances for 5 minutes before Pan Xingwen returned, his face radiating joy, followed closely by the boss lady, who appeared slightly flushed, taking away the heavily seasoned intestines. Seeing their expressions, Liu Xiao and the others immediately understood what had transpired. And they couldn't help but give Pan Xingwen a thumbs up. Of course, aside from the briefness of the encounter, he began. Ahem. Don't get the wrong idea. I merely discussed some philosophical insights with the boss lady, advising her to ensure hygiene in the future, as one should never let food return to the mouth after being ingested. That was all. Even Pan Xingwen, known for his thick skin, felt slightly flustered at that moment. Old Pan, does this sit well with your girlfriend? Xue Xiaosong could hardly contain his disapproval. Girlfriend? Please. We've been together for 3 months without even meeting face to face. We just broke up yesterday. Otherwise, do you think I could join you all for revision today? Pan Xingwen shot him a glance. Moreover, he genuinely hadn't done anything. He had merely brushed against her slightly. Truly, it was just a slight touch. Chapter 21. Need money? I have it. Pan Xingwen's words elicited skepticism among Liu Xiao and the others, evident from their disdainful expressions. Such occurrences can either be singular or innumerable, especially since Pan Xingwen had already experienced countless such instances over the past 2 years. The following morning, the group headed back to the examination hall. On the way, Liu Xiao casually completed the check-in for the day. Congratulations, host, on successful check-in. Congratulations, host. For receiving cash, 5 million. The cash reward has been issued. Please accept it promptly. Congratulations, host, on successful check-in. Receiving cash, 1,080 yuan. Congratulations, host. On successful check-in, receiving cash, 800 yuan. Luck seemed to be slightly better than the previous day, with 2 instant check-ins yielding double-digit rewards. Although he still hadn't hit the 1% probability, the improvement was notable, and Liu Xiao felt quite satisfied. It appeared he was gradually transitioning from a non-lucky individual to a fortunate one. Glancing at his current assets, cash amounting to 69 million and company assets of 10 million, he noted that his total expenses had barely reached 10 million. It seemed prudent to begin spending some money. Having excess cash could become burdensome. He planned to purchase a few items, and then, once he had accumulated enough funds, buy stocks in bulk. Liu Xiao shook his head. While others worried about insufficient funds, he found himself pondering how best to spend his wealth. Inevitably, the system setup was rather enjoyable, exhilarating. As he strolled towards the large classroom, Liu Xiao couldn't help but hum a tune. One must admit, if he were to release songs from later generations, he could potentially become a highly esteemed songwriter. However, Liu Xiao clearly had no interest in such pursuits. Today's exam was in economics. Although the classroom was different, he still occupied his usual seat. After this exam, only one final test remained in a few days, after which the long-awaited holiday would officially commence. Liu Xiao cast a sidelong glance, observing Gu Yueshi as she entered the classroom almost precisely on time, her demeanor evidently lacking vitality. A sudden thought crossed Liu Xiao's mind. Could it be that Gu Yueshi was with Li Yun last night? Yueshi? Yueshi? Liu Xiao called out to Gu Yueshi beside him. What's wrong? Gu Yueshi rubbed her eyes, stifling a yawn, and turned to face Liu Xiao. What did you do last night? Liu Xiao hesitated momentarily, but ultimately posed the question. Having known Gu Yueshi for 3 years, he had gained a fair understanding of her character through their interactions and part-time jobs together. Logically, Gu Yueshi was someone with a strong sense of self-protection. It would be improbable for her to become involved with someone she had just met. This was precisely why he refrained from inquiring further yesterday. Though he was unaware of her activities, he trusted that she could take care of herself. He had never underestimated a girl who had navigated the complexities of society since middle school. Yet, Gu Yueshi's current state raised concerns in Liu Xiao's mind. What are you thinking about? I was busy with other matters and stayed up late. Gu Yueshi discerned Liu Xiao's apprehension, unable to suppress a mix of amusement and exasperation as she shot him a sidelong glance. How could she allow that scoundrel Li Yun to lay a finger on her after only a brief acquaintance? The sole reason for meeting Li Yun was his promise of 800,000. Until the money was secured, She would engage in no such dealings. She was not a fool. Furthermore, she had been primarily at the hospital with her sister these past few days, which explained her lack of rest. However, upon seeing Liu Xiao, a wave of melancholy washed over her. She could have pursued her own love story. Yet now, such aspirations seemed to drift further away from her grasp. Although she had not yet lost her purity, Gu Yueshi was acutely aware that outside of this path, there were no other means to acquire the funds she desperately needed. Hearing Gu Yueshi's words, Liu Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, Gu Yueshi was still the same down-to-earth campus beauty he knew, a rose with thorns. Yueshi, I have a bit of money now. If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to let me know. Anything under 10 million is not an issue. In Liu Xiao's perspective, the only asset Li Yun could potentially offer was money, and since Gu Yueshi sought out Li Yun, it was likely due to financial constraints. He would never foolishly conceal the fact that he possessed several tens of millions in assets while allowing Gu Yueshi to engage in some ludicrous endeavor. Direct communication was the best approach. To speak bluntly, why would he willingly offer such a stunning beauty to another? A delay in dining out was acceptable, but giving her away was out of the question. Li Yun? What is he? Gu Yueshi was taken aback. Although she had learned of Liu Xiao's inheritance the previous day, she never considered comparing Liu Xiao's family to Li Yun's. After all, she was aware of Li Yun's background. His family was a real estate developer with assets in the range of 20 to 30 million. While that might not be considered significant in Jiancheng, for an ordinary person, it remained an unattainable echelon. I can certainly muster 1 million, Liu Xiao affirmed with a nod. Although he was uncertain of the exact amount Gu Yueshi required, he estimated that even if Li Tian's company were dismantled and sold, they would only yield a similar sum. Gu Yueshi suddenly found herself dazed, processing Liu Xiao's declaration. 1 million? She merely needed 800,000. The exam is starting. Please maintain silence. The invigilator distributed the test papers, tapping her fingers on the desk. Yueshi, let's discuss this after the exam. Remember to let me copy your answers. Liu Xiao quickly added from behind. After hastily completing the questions, Gu Yueshi frequently glanced back at Liu Xiao, her heart racing with anticipation. Noticing Liu Xiao signaling to her, she discreetly angled her test paper. As the 2-hour exam progressed to the 50-minute mark, Liu Xiao had finished copying all the answers. He gestured to Gu Yueshi before rising and heading to the podium to submit his paper. Liu Xiao, well done. The invigilator beamed at him, recognizing him as the top student in the class, as she was substituting for the finance class. Thank you, teacher, Liu Xiao replied, drenched in sweat, hurriedly expressing his gratitude as he exited the classroom. If the teacher discovered that he had merely copied answers, he would likely invoke the spirits of his ancestors to chastise him. Gu Yueshi followed suit and submitted her paper. Liu Xiao first messaged his roommates, informing them that he had to leave early for some matters, then turned to Gu Yueshi, who had just exited the classroom. Yueshi, shall we find a place? Liu Xiao suggested, indicating the nearly empty school cafe. It was not far from their location, and at around 9 in the morning, only a few scattered individuals occupied the seats. Liu Xiao, do you truly have that much money? As soon as they settled into a seat, Gu Yueshi eagerly inquired, her expression brimming with hope. Those unacquainted with financial hardship could never fathom the desperation of one on the brink of drowning. Gu Yueshi was currently in such a state. Fully aware that her inquiry might be inappropriate, yet unable to restrain herself, the matter was far too significant for her. Recently, she would have been willing to sacrifice anything to secure that sum. I genuinely do, Liu Xiao replied with a smile and a nod. If you require assistance, I can lend you the amount I previously mentioned. No, I don't need that much. I only require 800,000. Upon hearing Liu Xiao's affirmation, Gu Yueshi's excitement surged. 800,000? Liu Xiao was taken aback, having assumed Gu Yueshi needed significantly more. Chapter 22. Transferring 800,000. For Liu Xiao, resolving issues with money was not a concern at present. In fact, he hoped for more such problems, allowing him to spend more freely. He pondered how the system would categorize this non-repayable money. Would it be deemed a loan or an expense? Please send me your bank account number. Liu Xiao spoke without hesitation. 800,000 was a trivial sum for him. The daily lottery's surplus exceeded that amount several times over, and even lending it out would not hinder the system's upgrades. Liu Xiao, Gu Yueshi hesitated at his words. 800,000 was no small sum in the current decade. The average salary in Jiangxing hovered around 3 to 4,000, meaning it would take 20 years of frugality to accumulate that amount. What do you mean? Given our relationship, how could I not assist you in your time of need? Liu Xiao chided playfully, snatching the phone from Gu Yueshi's grasp. What is the password? Liu Xiao opened his mouth, then abruptly smacked his forehead, retracting his question. Gu Yueshi's phone had an inconsequential password. She accessed the banking app, retrieved her account number, and promptly transferred the 800,000. After a little over a minute, Liu Xiao refreshed Gu Yueshi's phone, revealing that 800,000 had been credited. All right, he declared, raising the phone slightly before pushing it back towards her. Gu Yueshi gazed at the screen, where the glaring balance of 800,000 left her overwhelmed with emotion. Oh, don't cry, Liu Xiao said, noticing the tears streaming down her face. He stood up and sat beside her, retrieving a few tissues from the side. Unable to contain herself any longer, Gu Yueshi buried her face in Liu Xiao's embrace. With no parents, no relatives, and her sister lying in a hospital bed, the immense pressure weighed heavily upon her, leaving her without anyone to confide in. No one knew the struggles she had faced in recent times. She had explored every avenue to earn money, but 800,000 was an insurmountable sum. In the days following the doctor's notification regarding her sister, Gu Yueshi had met with over 10 wealthy heirs, yet none were willing to provide the needed amount. The only one, Liu, insisted on possessing her first before parting with any funds. Although she was acutely aware of the likelihood that he was insincere, she had still met with him yesterday, clinging to a sliver of hope. Yet Liu Xiao, who shared a similar background of poverty, had just inherited a fortune and without even inquiring about her reasons for needing the money, had directly transferred 800,000 into her account. While he claimed to have inherited tens of millions, 800,000 was still a substantial fraction of that wealth. Rest assured, I will definitely repay you, Gu Yueshi said, sniffling as she accepted the tissues from Liu Xiao's hands. Of course, I will repay you. You don't think this is a free loan, do you? But you can set the repayment period. Whether it takes 10 years or 20, I won't complain. Even if it takes 70 or 80 years, I won't mind. Seeing her distress, Liu Xiao handed her a few more tissues, chuckling. Who borrows money like this? You'll end up in debt for life. Although Gu Yueshi's voice was still tinged with sobs, she couldn't help but reveal a faint smile at his words. Well, isn't that something? It's priceless to have someone willing to help. Hey, buddy, I do have money. What's the matter with that? Liu Xiao replied with a grin before asking. But what exactly is going on? My sister has a congenital heart defect and needs to undergo a heart bypass surgery in the capital. The total cost for the surgery and subsequent rehabilitation medication amounts to 800,000. And the doctor has already issued a notice that the surgery must be performed within 2 months. She paused, overwhelmed with gratitude. I truly don't know how to thank you. Gu Yueshi quickly rose from Liu Xiao's embrace. Her cheeks flushed as she wiped her tears with a tissue. In that moment, she felt a slight reluctance to part from his warmth. Liu Xiao realized, so that is how it is. No wonder Gu Yueshi was seldom seen around Jiangqing during her senior year, and after graduation, she went straight to the capital. It turns out her sister was transferred there in recent months. However, in this day and age, 800,000 for heart bypass surgery was indeed a reasonable price. In 10 years, as technology advanced and costs decreased, it could potentially drop to 300,000 or 400,000. How about this? I'll pull some strings to find a more skilled surgeon. Surgery is something that requires caution, Liu Xiao suggested. Though he had no connections, he had the means to make things happen. By throwing money at the problem, many expert doctors would be willing to perform the surgery. No. I've already inquired in the capital. I wouldn't want to trouble you, Gu Yueshi insisted, shaking her head. Having already received 800,000 from Liu Xiao, she felt too ashamed to ask him to spend more to help her find connections. What do you mean no? It's settled then. I'll check the facilities at both hospitals. If they're comparable, I'll have the experts from there come here to avoid putting your sister through unnecessary travel. Liu Xiao waved his hand, taking charge of the situation. If Gu Yueshi were to handle it herself, she might take a month just to contact a doctor. And even if she succeeded, it would likely be someone quite ordinary. On the other hand, if he had Wu Qianqian ask around in Jiangqing circles, spending a little money could resolve the issue within a day or two. It's a simple task. He added with mock seriousness, I'm getting serious now. Seeing Gu Yueshi still hesitating, Liu Xiao thumped the table. I agree, Gu Yueshi stammered, startled. Of course, she wanted her sister to receive the best treatment. However, the debt of gratitude she owed Liu Xiao weighed heavily on her mind, and she was at a loss for how long it would take to repay him. If it comes to that, I'll. She glanced at Liu Xiao, her cheeks flushing crimson. Silently, she cradled the coffee Liu Xiao had just brought, and in that moment, she began to calculate in her mind. If she were to repay him in that manner, given her figure and looks, she could probably earn a little extra. The first time might yield around 100,000, and the subsequent times, 5,000 each, wouldn't be considered excessive. That would amount to a total of 140 times. Even if she did it every 2 days, it would take about a year. Yet, since she knew Liu Xiao, it would be fair to offer a discounted friendship rate. So half price should be reasonable, right? That would mean at least 2 years. If Liu Xiao wasn't so impressive, it might even take 4 years. But he was so handsome and so kind to her. Offering a 10% discount wouldn't be out of the question, making it 20 years seem reasonable. Yet while the money could be repaid, the debt of gratitude might linger for a lifetime. Liu Xiao, oblivious to Gu Yueshi's convoluted thoughts, was instead savoring the coffee in his hand. He had never been fond of such beverages, whether it was Blue Mountain coffee, cat poop coffee, or gourmet coffee. He couldn't discern any difference. They all tasted equally unpleasant to him. The only one he found somewhat tolerable was the $1 a bag Nestle. How terrible, he grimaced. Adding a heaping spoonful of sugar into the cup. After stirring it vigorously, he took a tentative sip, only to add another generous spoonful of sugar. Damn. The flavor is even odder now. With a sigh, he pushed the coffee aside and returned to the front desk to purchase a cup of lemonade. I simply cannot appreciate it. Chapter 23. The Four Great Classic Novels. After parting ways with Liu Xiao, Gu Yueshi found herself bewildered as she made her way home. Her flushed cheeks, which hadn't faded since leaving the cafe, remained warm even after splashing her face with cold water multiple times, and her wildly beating heart gradually calmed. Just then, her phone lit up. Upon checking, she saw that it was a call from Liu Yun. A wave of nausea washed over her, and without a second thought, she hung up and promptly added Liu Yun's number to her blacklist. In the past few days, she had likely pieced together that Liu Yun was probably deceiving her, otherwise. Why would he insist on payment only after they were finished? Regardless, it no longer mattered whether he was lying, as she had no intention of ever interacting with him again. Glancing at her bank balance, Gu Yueshi's spirits soared. Although she might face a future of repaying Liu Xiao, at least her sister would be alive. And as for the debt to Liu Xiao, she was more than willing to bear it. In a hurried fashion, I quickly tidied up my belongings and hastily grabbed my bus card, making my way towards the hospital. Currently, my sister's condition can only be sustained through medication, and with the cost of hospitalization, the expenses accumulate to no less than 800 or 900 yuan daily. Until now, I had been relying on the compensation funds to manage, but recently, those funds have been exhausted, leaving me in a dire situation. The frequency of her medication has regrettably shifted from once a day to every 1.5 days, which is quite detrimental to her impending surgery. Now that I have the means, I can resume her medication, thereby minimizing the risks when the time for surgery arrives. After parting ways with Gu Yueshi, Liu Xiao returned directly to the dormitory. To be honest, he certainly harbored feelings for Gu Yueshi, yet he understood that her perspective on relationships differed significantly from his own. In other words, Gu Yueshi might not readily accept his current self. She is a woman of formidable character. Of course, Liu Xiao could easily leverage the 800,000 to coerce Gu Yueshi. He was certain that, for the sake of his sister's life, she would undoubtedly agree. Moreover, when it came to his rivalry with Liu Yun, Liu Xiao was almost 1,000% sure that Gu Yueshi would choose him. However, Liu Xiao was not the type to resort to financial coercion. After all, there is ample time ahead. He preferred to let Gu Yueshi make her own choices. Even if she ultimately chose someone else, he would only wish her well. After all, there are countless women in the world. There is no need to hang oneself on a single tree, right? A true gentleman does not chase after women. Rather, it is the women who should approach him. As for today's events, even if it were not Gu Yueshi, Liu Xiao would have been equally generous towards anyone he knew. He firmly adhered to the two cardinal rules of a gentleman. Do not initiate, do not refuse. Hey, guys, are you ready to go out for a meal? Liu Xiao kicked the dormitory door open and called out to the trio of aspiring cultivators inside. What meal? I'm stuffed with lemons and not hungry, Pan Xingwen replied, casting a disdainful glance at Liu Xiao while cradling a copy of Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Didn't you go out to eat with the campus belle? Why are you back so early? Was the food not to your liking, or was the belle not appealing? Zhang Yin and Shui Xiaosong chimed in, each holding a copy of Dream of the Red Chamber and Journey to the West, respectively. Look, old Zhang, doesn't Ti Chao Chao resemble old Xiao? Pan Xingwen remarked. Hey, I must say, my Jiao Baiyu bears a striking resemblance to old Xiao as well, Zhang Yin added with a knowing nod. By the way, do you think Tang Sung broke his vow in the Kingdom of Daughters? Shui Xiaosong sighed heavily. Compared to that, I'm more curious about what Sun Wukong did after using the immobilization technique on the 7 fairies in the Peach Garden, Pan Xingwen countered. Something surely occurred, otherwise. How could there be 7 little gourd children? As the dormitory began to resemble a debate hall, Liu Xiao swiftly intervened, exasperatedly glancing at the trio. What else with the sarcasm? Enough already. I had a matter to discuss with Gu Yueshi. You guys are just speculating nonsense. Do you guys believe that discussing matters from 9 in the morning until 11:30 is plausible? Pan Xingwen sought confirmation from Zhang Yin and Shui Xiaosong, who both shook their heads vigorously. 2.5 hours? Don't even mention discussing matters. By that time, a child could have been conceived. To be candid, the trio felt genuinely envious. Even if nothing had transpired, Gu Yueshi's demeanor towards Liu Xiao was evident to all. When they met last night at the convenience store, Gu Yueshi seemed to only engage with Liu Xiao, while the three of them were practically invisible, merely exchanging polite greetings. Liu Xiao, quiet and unassuming, had managed to capture the affections of the campus belles from both the sophomore and junior years. Pan Xingwen and the others turned a shade of green with jealousy. After all, she was the campus belle. To add to that, it must be said that Wu Qianqian and Gu Yueshi were undoubtedly the two most beautiful campus belles at Jiangxing University in nearly a decade. The number of suitors vying for their attention was beyond counting, practically at a military level. Brothers, I apologize, is that not sufficient? Can you please speak plainly? Liu Xiao exclaimed, feeling overwhelmed. We're speaking plainly. We're merely stating facts. It's not baseless, they retorted. Ah, right, Xue Xiaosong stammered. At a loss for words, but quickly agreeing. Liu Xiao sighed. When men become jealous, it seems they lose their ability to reason. Truly, the wisdom of the online community rings true. All right, enough with the envy. I heard from Qianqian that several girls in their dormitory are quite beautiful and all single. How about we arrange a gathering after the exams? Liu Xiao suggested. Ahem, old Xiao, what nonsense are you talking about? We are merely brothers. We only wish you sincere blessings, Pan Xingwen replied, his eyes turning green with envy as he tossed romance of the three kingdoms aside. Indeed, old Xiao, don't be so narrow-minded. We have no intention of matchmaking. We simply wish to offer the girls a warm embrace. Besides, you should be the charming figure who can attract them effortlessly. Zhang Yin adjusted his glasses, responding earnestly. Ah, yes. Xue Xiaosong fervently nodded, though drool began to escape from the corner of his mouth. The brothers, engrossed in their literary pursuits, were quite the sight. Liu Xiao felt a twinge of curiosity. When had his roommates become so diligent? He picked up the copy of Romance of the Three Kingdoms that Pan Xingwen had been reading and, upon reaching the dog-eared page, his expression darkened. The cover might be Romance of the Three Kingdoms, but what on earth was inside? By Jia? Cough. Do you believe I just happened to see that page? Pan Xingwen retreated slightly, meekly responding. I believe you. Not a chance. Is there by Jia in Romance of the Three Kingdoms? Liu Xiao scolded playfully, tossing the book back to Pan Xingwen. There might be. Who knows? It could be a horse's name. Pan Xingwen retorted defensively, but in the next moment, Liu Xiao realized something was off. If Romance of the Three Kingdoms was one thing, what about Journey to the West and Dream of the Red Chamber? He snatched the other two books from Zhang Yin and Xue Xiaosong and flipped through them. Indeed, one was Bin and the other by Yuntao. Damn it. Liu Xiao shot the three of them an incredulous thumbs up. He had suspected these three had undergone a transformation, delving into classic literature while refusing to join him for a meal. It turned out they had been waiting for him here all along. Chapter 24. Picking up a bowl and showing off after spending another day in the dormitory, the following morning, Wu Qianqian finally wrapped up her affairs and returned to campus. Liu Xiao was downstairs playing table tennis with a few of his weaker roommates. During a break, he seized the opportunity to claim the rewards for signing in today, just as he spotted Wu Qianqian entering the sports hall. Qianqian, over here, Liu Xiao called out, waving at Wu Qianqian as she approached. They had already communicated via phone before arriving. Initially, they had planned to eat out. But considering he had mentioned spending several days with Wu Qianqian in front of his roommates, he decided to take this opportunity to introduce her to them. Xiao Gu. As Wu Qianqian's eyes sparkled, she hurriedly made her way to Liu Xiao's side, firmly encircling his arm with hers, her eyes transforming into two enchanting crescents of joy. Each time she beheld Liu Xiao, an overwhelming happiness enveloped her. Although she was uncertain whether this sensation constituted love, she could not deny her profound attachment to Liu Xiao. Whenever they were together, an authentic delight surged within her. For her, that was more than sufficient. Suddenly, a chorus of gasps echoed around them. Stop. No more gasping. Global warming is a result of you lot exhausting all the cool air. Observing the increasingly exaggerated expressions of Pan Xingwen and his companions, Liu Xiao picked up the ping-pong ball that had just fallen and playfully tossed it their way, chiding them with a smile. Hello, sister-in-law. Pan Xingwen scratched his head awkwardly, stepping forward to greet Wu Qianqian. Though he had dated a couple of ordinary girls, the disparity in both looks and stature between them and Wu Qianqian was staggering. Especially given Wu Qianqian's well-known affluent background, she radiated an aura of superiority, akin to an unreachable celestial being. Hello, Wu Qianqian replied with a warm nod. Sister-in-law, greetings. Both Zhang Yin and Xue Xiaosong approached from behind. However, the two clearly exhibited signs of social anxiety, struggling to speak in Wu Qianqian's presence, retreating behind one another, nearly causing a comedic impasse. Greetings. It is a pleasure to meet you all. I look forward to our future interactions. Wu Qianqian courteously acknowledged the trio. Liu Xiao cast a disapproving glance at his roommates. Typically bold in their dormitory, they now appeared flustered and bashful outside, causing him great embarrassment as their elder father. Is it really that astonishing just because of Balenciaga stockings and Valentino heels? Look at my discerning gaze. How unwavering it is. Liu Xiao secretly swallowed back the drool that had nearly escaped his lips, then mischievously sold his friends out. Qian, my roommates here are nothing but laborers. Should you require assistance at school, feel free to enlist them. They are free manpower. Xiao Gu, isn't that rather inappropriate? Wu Qian said, brushing her hair back shyly. It's perfectly fine. Sister-in-law, if you ever need anything, just let me know. I am, after all, a student leader. Not to boast. But you can rely on me for any tasks. Pan Xingwen stepped forward, thumping his chest with confidence. Absolutely. We are more than willing to run errands. Zhang Yin eagerly nodded in agreement, still recalling Liu Xiao's mention of a social gathering. Having spent 3 years in university without even holding a girl's hand, he was desperate. Me too. Shui Xiaosong chimed in from the back. The trio, beating their chests, exchanged frantic glances at Liu Xiao. They had never envisioned someone of Wu Qianqian's caliber, but they were willing to pursue any woman, especially Zhang Yin and Shui Xiaosong, who had been single for 20 years and were eager to seize any opportunity. Liu Xiao instantly understood. Qianqian, it seems that none of your dorm mates are dating, correct? No, we are all single, Wu Qianqian replied, smiling at Liu Xiao. As she began to grasp his intent. How about this, Xiao Gu? I will ask them in the coming days, and if possible, we can organize a gathering to have some fun together. Upon hearing Wu Qianqian's agreement, Pan Xingwen and the others became instantly excited, practically signing a contract of servitude. Sister-in-law, you have no idea. Our bonds with Lao Xiao are unbreakable. Feel free to reach out for anything. Indeed, Qianqian, you have no idea how close we are. Liu Xiao lazily wrapped his arm around Wu Qianqian's waist, perched on the ping-pong table, and looked at Pan Xingwen with a grin. You wouldn't believe it. But back in our freshman year, we were quite reckless, underestimating everything. One day, we found ourselves cornered by a gang of thugs in an alley. If it weren't for Lao Pan stepping up, you might not be meeting me today. Liu Xiao sighed. Pan Xingwen was taken aback. He had no recollection of such an event. However, upon seeing Liu Xiao's knowing glance, he quickly realized that Liu Xiao was fabricating a heroic tale to enhance his image. Understanding this, Pan Xingwen wasted no time in agreeing. Sister-in-law, you have no idea. The situation was indeed perilous. However, it has been several years, and my memory is a bit hazy. Let Lao Xiao tell you the details. Pan Xingwen winked appreciatively at Liu Xiao. Lao Xiao is truly a good person. We must embellish this tale so that Qianqian can spread the word to her roommates. Xiao Gu, how did you all manage to escape? Wu Qianqian asked, intrigued by the convincing narrative shared between Liu Xiao and Pan Xingwen. It is actually my fault for not stopping Lao Pan, Liu Xiao exclaimed, smacking his forehead in regret. We were surrounded by dozens of them. Just imagine, 4 students against a throng wielding steel pipes and baseball bats. Not to mention, several of them had knives. We were terrified. The leader informed us that we wouldn't be allowed to leave until we ate some. Well, we were dumbfounded. Liu Xiao's voice suddenly quavered. But then, Lao Pan, without a second thought, pulled out a spoon and began to show off. If it weren't for Lao Pan's brave act, we might not be standing here today, would we? Liu Xiao glanced at Zhang Yin and Shui Xiaosong. That was indeed the situation, Zhang Yin said, initially stunned before quickly catching on. Sister-in-law, you have no idea. Lauda didn't hesitate at all. He picked up that spoon and flaunted it dramatically, leaving those thugs dumbfounded. They dropped their weapons and fled, screaming about demons. Yet Lauda, even as they ran, was still showcasing the bowl, chasing after them. We couldn't stop him. Honestly, although it has been 3 years, and Lauda doesn't care about it anymore. We brothers will never forget that scene. It remains vivid in our minds. Yes, that's exactly how it was, Shui Xiaosong added, nodding vigorously. With the conversation reaching this point, Wu Qianqian could no longer ignore the humor in Liu Xiao's teasing of Pan Xingwen, laughing so hard that she could barely stand upright. As Zhang Yin finished speaking, Pan Xingwen finally snapped out of his daze, followed by a loud, incredulous shout. Damn you too. Chapter 25. Let the 2 companies merge. After having lunch at school, as Wu Qianqian and Liu Xiao exited the school gates, it was already past 1 o'clock. Xiao Gu, your roommates are truly delightful. Wu Qianqian chuckled, covering her mouth. They are all quite nice and have good temperaments. If there are suitable girls, I can introduce them. Liu Xiao nodded with a smile. Although Pan Xingwen indulged in frivolities for a while, this year, apart from occasionally assisting the owner of a food stall, he has essentially ceased all activities. Moreover, he has already parted ways with the girlfriend he previously dated. Liu Xiao does not particularly admire the abstinence from smoking and drinking. Rather, he holds in high regard those who possess the fortitude to refrain from carnal desires. To be candid, a man capable of such restraint must possess an immense degree of self-discipline. Liu Xiao believes he would certainly find it impossible to achieve such a feat. Zhang Yan is a truly earnest individual, wholeheartedly striving to secure a stable position and lead a life devoid of complications. As for Shui Xiaosong, while he excels in gaming, his previous life did not yield significant financial gain, yet his talent is undeniable. With Liu Xiao as modest assistance, he is bound to lead a prosperous life, potentially becoming the most successful among them. My few roommates are commendable as well. We shall see if they find suitable companions. Wu Qianqian nodded with a smile. Her roommates also come from ordinary backgrounds and possess amiable personalities, making them quite compatible in her eyes. Upon reaching the parking lot, the security guard immediately saluted Liu Xiao. "Thank you for your hard work," Liu Xiao said with a smile and a nod. "It's no trouble at all. Thank you, boss," the guard respectfully replied. After Liu Xiao acquired this parking lot, he now serves solely him. Whenever there are no pressing matters, he can admire his boss's Bugatti parked downstairs, even sneaking a few photos to share online, which brings him immense joy. However, he is prudent enough to refrain from photographing the license plate, as disclosing his boss's information is not something a mere security guard can afford. Despite his lack of eloquence and expression, the comments below are explosively enthusiastic. "Brother Xiao, did you buy this parking lot?" Wu Qianqian exclaimed, surprised by the guard's address. If memory serves, this parking lot cost over $1 million to invest in. Purchasing it would require at least 130 to 140,000, correct? Indeed, I acquired it from the previous owner. Otherwise, my Bugatti would be constantly surrounded by onlookers, which is quite inconvenient, Liu Xiao replied with a smile, as he and Wu Qianqian descended to the car. "By the way, Qianqian, when you come to school, feel free to park here. It's quite spacious. Just send me your license plate later," Liu Xiao reminded her. "All right." Wu Qianqian gently nodded, secretly admiring Liu Xiao's extravagant spending. To casually part with over $1 million is quite remarkable. However, her own car is still under pledge, and retrieving it would take at least a month. Nonetheless, her vehicle, a red Ferrari worth 130,000, pales in comparison to Liu Xiao's. "Brother Xiao, let us head to the high-tech zone to check out the Jianglu real estate I arranged for you." Wu Qianqian provided an address. Speaking of this, she felt a swell of pride. Within just 2 to 3 days, not only had she established a company, but she had also hired a team and begun to take action against Li Tian's Tian real estate. She was confident that there would be news soon. "No rush. Let us wait until around 5 or 6 this afternoon. We have pressing matters to attend to first," Liu Xiao chuckled, teasingly glancing at Wu Qianqian. Upon seeing Liu Xiao's demeanor, Wu Qianqian's face instantly flushed. However, she silently acquiesced. To be honest, not seeing him for more than 2 days made her long for him. Though, being a girl, she would typically be more reserved about such feelings. The half-day excursion to the Lijiang Hotel was delightful. Even as they headed to the company, Wu Qianqian felt somewhat drained. She had only her Chanel and Valentino left. As for her Balenciaga, it had been shattered during a previous altercation, leaving a mess in her room. Nevertheless, it must be said that Wu Qianqian, without stockings, appeared rather alluring. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Wu Qianqian ushered Liu Xiao into the new company. "Brother Xiao, the company was just established, and I have currently hired 4 salespersons and 2 accountants. Although the team is small, they are seasoned professionals in the industry, ensuring smooth operations." Wu Qianqian beamed as she introduced the staff to Liu Xiao. As for the human resources and management positions, recruitment is ongoing via online platforms. If suitable candidates cannot be found, I can transfer a few from my family's company, and I anticipate having the entire team of 50 assembled within a week. Once business expands, we expect to grow to 100 employees within 3 months and 200 within a year. Liu Xiao nodded in approval. Wu Qianqian displayed remarkable foresight in choosing the location. Although the company currently consists of merely 6 individuals, she has secured an entire floor of office space, likely around 1,500 square feet. Under normal circumstances, excluding meeting rooms, gyms, and lounges, it can comfortably accommodate 200 to 300 people. This is configured according to the standards of a company valued at over 50 million. Wu Qianqian has executed this endeavor flawlessly, achieving perfection from every angle. This floor was originally available for transfer, and I simply took it over. All office supplies and lounge areas are in good working order, eliminating the need for cumbersome renovations. Naturally, all office supplies and managerial offices have been replaced with new ones. Wu Qianqian led Liu Xiao into the general manager's office. "Is this reserved for me?" Liu Xiao smiled as he looked at Wu Qianqian. "Not this one, Brother Xiao. Yours is the chairman's office." Wu Qianqian unconsciously fidgeted with her toes, casting her gaze downward, hesitant to meet Liu Xiao's eyes. She had given herself the title of general manager. Originally, she intended to take over her family's business after graduation, but since joining Liu Xiao, her desire to manage her family's enterprise has waned considerably. The mere thought of working for her family conjures images of lethargy, yet when it comes to contributing to Liu Xiao's newly established company, she finds herself more energetic than the staff below. Moreover, she has rationalized her decision. After all, her parents' management team is fully equipped, and the employees are familiar with their roles, requiring little effort on her part. Conversely, Liu Xiao's company is just starting, and she cannot bear to let him handle the paperwork alone, so she has taken it upon herself to assist him. You silly girl, if your parents find out, they'll surely be furious with me. Liu Xiao chuckled as he tousled Wu Qianqian's hair. Despite never having worked in real estate in his previous life, his extensive experience spanning over a decade allows him to navigate the overarching direction with ease. They wouldn't dare. Wu Qianqian retorted, her tone suddenly urgent. If it weren't for you, Brother Xiao, my family's business would still be in disarray. She pouted, visibly displeased. Besides, I'm the only child, eventually. The family business will be mine to inherit anyway. Wu Qianqian silently resolved to merge her family's enterprise into Liu Xiao's in a few years, reasoning that since she is already with him, it would be unnecessarily complicated to keep their businesses separate. Chapter 26. Li Tian is a trustworthy man. After touring the company, Liu Xiao was indeed quite satisfied. Brother Xiao, regarding the project Li Tian mentioned to you the other day, I've already sent someone to follow up on it. Wu Qianqian said, pulling out the executive chair for Liu Xiao with a slight smile. What is the situation? Liu Xiao inquired with curiosity. Although Li Tian had spoken highly of it, Liu Xiao was unsure whether the information provided was genuine or merely boastful. As you mentioned, Brother Xiao, the project supply on that side has been finalized. As long as our prices remain competitive, we can ensure a regular supply. I calculated that if Li Tian wishes to retain this project, he will have to incur at least a loss of 500,000 in the initial stages. 500,000, though, feels somewhat insufficient. Liu Xiao stroked his chin thoughtfully. Although Li Tian has invested a significant portion of his funds into the company at Wu Qianqian's home, he surely retains a portion of liquid assets. A loss of 500,000 would merely cause him discomfort, likely not resulting in any substantial impact. Let us not forget, Brother Xiao, that you also informed me about the other 3 projects. I have already dispatched personnel to pursue them. Wu Qianqian chuckled, playfully seating herself on Liu Xiao's lap, wrapping her arms around his neck. A delicate fragrance wafted from the ends of her hair, prompting Liu Xiao to inhale deeply. This breathtaking scene is a luxury that most would only glimpse fleetingly. Among the other 3 projects, one is a large-scale undertaking. If Li Tian does not wish to relinquish it, he may face a loss of around 150,000. If we were to be more aggressive, we could potentially seize these projects outright, though it seems unnecessary. Currently, Zhonglu Real Estate has merely invested some funds into company development, yet over 9 million remains in the account. Moreover, Li Tian is aware of his situation, and he cannot hope to outmaneuver us. Upon hearing Wu Qianqian's account, Liu Xiao silently mourned for Li Tian for a moment. It is not that a brother seeks to undermine you, but rather that you have entangled yourself with a woman. Nevertheless, it must be said that old Li is indeed a man of integrity, having inadvertently dug a pit for himself, which made Liu Xiao feel slightly reluctant to continue exploiting him. However, Liu Xiao promptly offered Wu Qianqian a resolute suggestion. Let us intercept these projects. We need not take over the projects. We simply need to continually suppress Li Tian's profits, forcing him to incur losses in the short term. Then, as his cash flow dwindles, we can systematically conquer his infrastructure projects. Remember to inform the family. Li Tian's 5 million should be held for 10 days before we return it upon his lawsuit. After all, he had problematic contracts to ensnare himself, so there is no need to worry about breach of contract penalties. Material supply is merely a minor facet. The real stakes lie in the infrastructure. If infrastructure incurs losses, they will not be in the hundreds of thousands or millions, but rather at least in the tens of millions, potentially leading to a complete standstill. At that point, Tian Real Estate would be on the brink of bankruptcy. Achieving this is, in fact, quite simple, by merely publicizing the collapse of Tian Real Estate's cash flow. We need not lift a finger, as the banks will pursue their loans. And at that stage, demands for wages will inevitably follow. Wu Qianqian nodded excitedly. She had been contemplating the same strategy. Her family had endured a similar situation for over 3 months. It was high time for Li Tian to experience the same. Once the work was settled, Liu Xiao pondered for a moment and spoke again. By the way, Qianqian, do you have any connections at the hospital? Connections at the hospital? Yes, my parents are quite acquainted with several doctors at Jiangxing First Hospital. If you need to find doctors from other specialties, I can certainly arrange introductions without any issues. Wu Qianqian looked at Liu Xiao with a hint of confusion. What about cardiologists from the capital, particularly regarding congenital heart disease surgeries? Liu Xiao inquired further. I'm not entirely sure, but these hospitals have internal connections. If I mention it, it should not be a problem. By the way, do you have congenital heart disease? Wu Qianqian asked curiously, observing Liu Xiao. He appeared robust and lively, akin to a young tiger, and their recent encounters typically concluded with her unable to keep up. If anyone were to have an ailment, it would likely be her. I do not. It concerns a friend's younger sister, Liu Xiao replied with a smile. Not intending to conceal anything from Wu Qianqian, he recounted the situation regarding Gu Yueshi in full. Once Liu Xiao finished his explanation, Wu Qianqian grasped the nature of the relationship between Gu Yueshi and Liu Xiao. Though she had prepared herself for such matters during their time together, she still felt a twinge of discomfort upon its revelation. However, in the next moment, she buried that discomfort deep within her heart. She understood that some matters were beyond her control. If she wished to avoid Liu Xiao's disdain, she must learn to graciously accept everything. After all, she was Liu Xiao's first woman, and from any perspective, as long as she did not create trouble, her position would remain secure. Such is the advantage of being the first. Moreover, from the initial phase of indifference to eventual feelings of appreciation, it was undeniable that she had indeed fallen for Liu Xiao. When she proactively questioned him, she had already mentally prepared herself for everything that might come. Having fully entrusted herself to Liu Xiao, where else could she possibly run? After all, such occurrences are not uncommon in affluent circles. Though her family may not be part of that world, she had witnessed enough to not harbor an overwhelming aversion to it. Thus, Wu Qianqian swiftly adjusted her mindset. No problem, I will call shortly. If the equipment permits, I will endeavor to find a capable physician to come to Jiangxing. Liu Xiao certainly noticed the subtle shift in Wu Qianqian's expression. However, this was precisely why he felt compelled to be forthright. There was no need for deceit. The truth would eventually surface, and it was better to address it early to avoid any unpleasantness that could affect their relationship later on. This principle applied not only to Wu Qianqian, but also, even if Gu Yueshi were to approach him, Liu Xiao would clarify matters promptly. It would be unacceptable to exploit a young lady and then claim he could not be responsible. Hearing Wu Qianqian speak in her usual tone, Liu Xiao found himself increasingly fond of her. Her capabilities were beyond reproach, undoubtedly standing out among her peers. Despite being a second-year student, she managed the vast company with remarkable acumen, rivaling seasoned professionals. Her physical appearance and beauty were equally commendable. At just 19, she embodied the peak of youth and vitality. Her every smile and frown captivating enough to lead one astray. Brother Xiao, I can't shake the feeling that you resemble a grand villain in this moment, Wu Qianqian remarked, sensing Liu Xiao's touch, her laughter escaping involuntarily. What brings you to that conclusion? Liu Xiao inquired with a smile. Well, just 5 minutes ago, you were calculating the fate of a company in the office, and now, merely moments later, you are asking your girlfriend to assist another woman with her affairs. Brother Xiao, doesn't this make you the quintessential villain? Wu Qianqian playfully bit her lip, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Ha ha ha, you little minx, Liu Xiao chuckled, shaking his head. This clever girl was indeed quite astute, employing this method to remind him. I promise, from now on, I won't mention anyone else in your presence. Is that acceptable? Humph, that is much better. Upon witnessing the achievement of her goal, Wu Qianqian proudly lifted her delicate face. However, dear Qianqian, while you deem me the antagonist, does the atmosphere not seem a tad lacking? Perhaps something akin to an office villain? Liu Xiao teased as he cast a glance at Wu Qianqian's Chanel ensemble. With Balenciaga no longer in the picture, does Chanel alone retain its allure? The petite secretary, Wu Qianqian, reported to her superior. Her cheeks flushed slightly, yet she willingly nestled into Liu Xiao's embrace. Chapter 27, Yulong's Scenic Estate. Upon returning to the Lijiang Hotel, Liu Xiao genuinely began to contemplate the prospect of purchasing a residence. Although the hotel suite was quite convenient, it inherently leaned towards a business atmosphere, rendering it somewhat uncomfortable for prolonged stays. Particularly regarding air circulation, the hotel's layout prevented the same north-south orientation typical of residential areas, leaving an oppressive feeling within. A short duration was manageable, but with recent dates consistently held here, a sense of breathlessness persisted. Qianqian, are there any desirable villa districts near the university town? Preferably well-furnished. Liu Xiao inquired, stretching as he pulled in the meal he had just ordered. Seemingly aware of Liu Xiao's frequent dining at the hotel, Zhao Ku had somehow secured a chef, significantly improving the quality of the hotel's cuisine, which Liu Xiao found quite satisfactory. Brother Xiao, are you considering buying a house? Wu Qianqian asked curiously as she arranged the tableware. Most villas in Jiangxing were concentrated in the old town, though few new developments existed. What do you mean by buying a house? That's constructing our love nest, Liu Xiao joked, prompting a playful pout from Wu Qianqian. However, this jest instigated Wu Qianqian to diligently research property listings after their meal. Liu Xiao's earlier mention of seeking a doctor also ignited her sense of urgency. If they could purchase a home together, spending most of their time with Liu Xiao, might it not also curtail the rapid expansion of his side ventures? Yet, she pondered whether her parents would approve of her cohabiting with Liu Xiao. Nevertheless, she resolved to assert her independence. Otherwise, Who knew how many friends Liu Xiao might bring home in the future? While she felt powerless against him, all she needed was to devise ways to extract his energy daily, solving the problem at its root. Brother Xiao, look at this. It's 5 kilometers from Jiangxing University. With 3 units currently for sale, all exquisitely furnished. Wu Qianqian handed her phone to Liu Xiao, pointing out the listing details. Liu Xiao glanced at it. The location was decent, and the furnishings indeed appeared impressive. 6,000 per square meter, totaling 270 square meters? Liu Xiao murmured before shaking his head. This villa is too small. Let us search for something larger. Given the current market prices, 270 square meters would only cost around 160 to 70,000. Too small, you say? 270 square meters, 2 stories. For rooms on the first floor, 3 on the second, with a garden and parking space outside. Actual usable area likely exceeds 320 to 30 square meters. The cost-performance ratio is absolutely high, Wu Qianqian retorted, slightly taken aback. Her family's current villa was only about 300 square meters, accommodating 3 people. And she already felt it was spacious. It's worth noting that while housing prices were not exorbitantly high, a villa typically cost at least 1 to 2 million. And the expenses for maintenance and living were substantial. For instance, her family spent over 10,000 annually just on property management, with additional costs for electricity, heating, garden maintenance, and upkeep amounting to 80 to 90,000 each year. The purchase price of her current property was merely around 100,000, yet after more than a decade, they had invested nearly $1 million in maintenance alone. Thus, residing in a villa could easily cost 8 to 9,000 monthly. The larger the villa, the higher the living costs. Wu Qianqian glanced at Liu Xiao. Well, for someone like Liu Xiao, such living expenses are indeed trivial. Continuing her search online, Liu Xiao leaned in closer. Qianqian, this one seems quite promising. Liu Xiao's eyes lit up. The Yulong Scenic Estate was a newly developed complex, having been completed just a year prior. The furnishings were exquisite, and after a year, any lingering odors from the furniture had dissipated. Upon reviewing the quality of the decor, it was evident that professionals had designed it, showcasing undeniable luxury. Is 600 square meters a bit excessive? Wu Qianqian inquired, sticking out her tongue. This 600 square meters is the sale area. Beyond that, the villa includes a complimentary standalone garden and yard, bringing the total to at least 800 to 900 square meters. It could easily accommodate a family of 4 generations, Liu Xiao noted. It's not bad. It's a small 3-story structure, with the basement comprising part of the area. Liu Xiao smiled as he flipped through the images. The first floor featured a living room and guest room. The second floor housed the master bedroom, and the top included a small attic. The basement was divided into 3 sections, a gym, a media room KTV, and a parking area, with 5 designated parking spots, which was barely sufficient. However, this one costs over 8,000 per square meter, Wu Qianqian pointed out regarding the price. At 8,000 per square meter, 600 square meters would amount to around 480,000, including taxes and fees. It would exceed 500,000. If her family were to make this purchase, it could deplete a significant portion of the company's cash flow. Villas in this area are typically priced just above 6,000 per square meter. This luxurious finish at 2,001 per square meter is quite reasonable. Without any inflated pricing, Liu Xiao remarked, shaking his head with a smile. He had just won a lottery earlier that morning, earning over 20 million, and now his cash reserves totaled 8,120,000. Not only could he afford one villa, but he could also buy up the remaining properties in this estate without issue. All right, let us go with this one, Liu Xiao declared, flipping through the images once more and nodding in satisfaction. He promptly dialed the reserve sales number, informing them of his intent to view the property in the coming days. Wu Qianqian watched in amusement as Liu Xiao swiftly secured the property. In this day and age, shouldn't he purchasing a house involve careful comparison and selection based on overall value? Yet, it felt as though Liu Xiao approached buying a house with the same casualness as one would when purchasing a cabbage from the roadside. At that moment, Wu Qianqian almost imagined that the house Liu Xiao chose was merely a model of 600 square centimeters. Brother Xiao, while I may not have much, I do have a bit of money. I should learn to be more magnanimous in the future, Liu Xiao chuckled, pulling Wu Qianqian into his embrace. Wu Qianqian shot him a sidelong glance. Although her family's circumstances were relatively favorable in Jiangxing University, standing next to Liu Xiao made her feel insignificant by comparison. Given Liu Xiao's demeanor, spending 500,000 seemed no different from spending 500. Chapter 28. The Fortunate Wu Qianqian. However, for Liu Xiao, that was indeed the reality. His current focus was on how to spend money rather than hoarding it. To elevate the system level, a swift expenditure of 1 billion is imperative. Following her decision to purchase a home, Wu Qianqian's enthusiasm surged significantly. Before her relationship with Liu Xiao, she had never contemplated becoming a woman at such a tender age. Initially, she had envisioned waiting until after her university graduation, perhaps 2 or 3 years beyond that. To consider the prospect of a boyfriend at the age of 23 or 24. However, due to a series of unexpected events, she found herself inexplicably approaching Liu Xiao, who was in the cafeteria preparing to serve food, and boldly uttered, "Do you want it?" It remains a mystery how she mustered the audacity to voice those words. Yet now, she finds herself unwittingly lost in Liu Xiao's embrace, a testament to the capriciousness of fate. Nestled against him, she gently traced circles on his chest, reminiscing that evening could have been more formal. Holding Liu Xiao tightly, she softly murmured her singular regret. Each time she reflects on that night of their union, a rush of warmth floods her cheeks. She is at a loss as to how she bore the physical pain while surrendering everything before Liu Xiao, feeling as though all her dignity evaporated, giving away all her firsts in a single encounter. How splendid it would have been to embark on a sweet romance with Liu Xiao from the very beginning. Nevertheless, she finds solace in the present. Though the initial moments may be absent, she now lies in the arms of her beloved, does she not? Uncertain of when it began, her thoughts have become solely occupied with Liu Xiao, and she senses that no one else can fit into her heart. With her mind swirling and utterly exhausted, Wu Qianqian soon drifted into a deep slumber within Liu Xiao's embrace. Liu Xiao, relishing a cigarette, similarly succumbed to sleep, holding Wu Qianqian close. The following morning, a diligent little bee was tirelessly contributing to the construction of its home. Liu Xiao awoke swiftly, glancing down to elicit a teasing response from Wu Qianqian. With a playful smile, she adjusted her position, then immersed her thoughts into the system. First, to sign in. After a 6-day streak, he had accumulated just over 100 million in funds and acquired the Lijiang Hotel along with a Bugatti. Over the past few days, he has spent approximately 11 million, leaving him with 91 million, of which 9 million is allocated to the company account. Therefore, Liu Xiao's bank card currently holds 82 million, with 900 million more needed. He could complete the first-level task. Liu Xiao glanced at the system panel. Achieving the first-level system would ensure a prosperous life for him. To put it bluntly, an average daily cash flow of 23 to 34 million would amount to 8.4 billion in a year. Such a substantial sum, even without any effort, would suffice to place him among the nation's elite wealthy individuals in a few years. Moreover, assets and cash are markedly different. While many boast of assets in the hundreds of billions, few could actually produce 200 billion in cash. In fact, numerous real estate enterprises possess cash flows that barely reach 10% of their assets, with debt ratios soaring into the hundreds. Cash flow, to a significant extent, is far more powerful than assets. During times of asset crises, cash can be utilized to stabilize markets, and in favorable stock market conditions, it can be invested for profit, offering a high degree of freedom. This is one reason Liu Xiao has been diligently signing in for cash daily. On one hand, it fulfills system tasks, and on the other, cash is undeniably useful. Sign in, Liu Xiao silently urged. Ding. Congratulations, host, on a successful sign-in. Congratulations, host, on receiving a cash reward, 22 million. The cash reward has been distributed. Please accept it promptly. Another 22 million, bringing his total cash to 104 million. Liu Xiao nodded in satisfaction, continuing to click through the system page to sign in again. Congratulations, host, on a successful sign-in. Congratulations, host, on receiving a cash reward, 104 yuan. Congratulations, host, on a successful sign-in. Congratulations, host, on receiving a Ferrari 488. The Ferrari 488 has been placed in the parking lot near Jiangxing University, and all paperwork has been left inside the vehicle. Please accept it promptly. Upon seeing that a genuine item had emerged from the random draw, Liu Xiao was momentarily taken aback, followed by an exhilarated surprise. Could it be that his streak of bad luck had come to an end? Although the Ferrari 488 is valued at merely 4,500,000, does that not signify that his fortunes have finally turned? Yet, the next moment, as he gazed at the item in his hand, he couldn't help but chuckle wryly. It wasn't his luck changing. It was undoubtedly thanks to Wu Qianqian's presence. The first time he drew a Bugatti was due to Wu Qianqian, and now he had drawn a Ferrari, again because of her. Liu Xiao attempted to separate them momentarily. Sign in. Congratulations, host, on a successful sign-in. Congratulations, host, on receiving a cash reward, 117 yuan. Sign in. Liu Xiao, undeterred, clicked twice more. Congratulations, host, on a successful sign-in. You have received a cash reward, 100 yuan. Congratulations, host, on a successful sign-in. You have received a cash reward, 8 yuan. He then returned his hand. System, sign in. Congratulations, host, on a successful sign-in. You have received a cash reward, 870 yuan. Congratulations, host, on a successful sign-in. You have received a cash reward, 800 yuan. Liu Xiao's expression darkened instantly. Is the system truly this realistic? Even if one must rely on appearances, could it not grant him a modicum of dignity? Xiao Gu. Wu Qianqian, noticing Liu Xiao's actions, playfully pinched his arm, signaling him to remain still. She was still preoccupied with her tasks. Observing Wu Qianqian's bashful demeanor, Liu Xiao's thoughts shifted, and he promptly closed the system page, grinning as he lifted her into his embrace. What does it matter if Wu Qianqian is lucky? She is still his. At the very least, they could sign in together in the future, right? As for the lottery, that could wait a while longer. With matters at hand, it was time to focus on what truly mattered. Chapter 29. A gift for Wu Qianqian. As the couple strolled towards the school, Wu Qianqian found herself inexplicably weak in the knees. Xiao Gu, look at the mess you've made. She extended her fair legs in the passenger seat. Looking at Liu Xiao with a playful pout, Liu Xiao glanced over, momentarily taken aback, before bursting into laughter. Indeed, Wu Qianqian had expended considerable energy, and her calves were now trembling involuntarily. What is so funny? This is all your fault, she huffed, playfully pinching Liu Xiao's thigh, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. It was her first time realizing that being too vigorous could truly leave one weak in the legs. Moreover, no one had informed her why her legs trembled uncontrollably in such moments. Hasten to rest well, for shortly I shall present you with a gift. Liu Xiao smiled mysteriously. That Ferrari parked in the lot. If your legs grow weak, you won't be able to drive it. The sophomore examinations commence slightly later than those of the juniors. However, they have already begun today. The sole distinction lies in the fact that the sophomore subjects are more numerous. In contrast to Liu Xiao, who has tests every few days, Wu Qianqian must sit for 2 exams this afternoon, followed by 4 tomorrow, and 2 the day after, culminating in the conclusion of all assessments. Liu Xiao's final examination is also scheduled for the day after, but it will occur in the morning. As they drove into the underground parking lot, Wu Qianqian curiously inquired, Xiao Gu, is that a Ferrari parked over there? Upon securing the vehicle, she glanced inquisitively at the distant site. Hadn't Liu Xiao purchased this parking lot? How could another car possibly enter? Moreover, she recognized that vehicle. It was a Ferrari 488, a high-end model priced around $4.5 million, with an estimated acquisition cost nearing $5 million. Indeed, that car is a gift for you, Liu Xiao said, as if performing a magic trick, producing a Ferrari key from his pocket and playfully placing it into Wu Qianqian's hand. However, to clarify, it wasn't truly a gift. Since the item was obtained through the system, the ownership remained with Liu Xiao. If one were to be precise, it could only be considered a loan. Wu Qianqian gasped in astonishment upon seeing the key, quickly followed by a wave of emotion. She had never anticipated that Liu Xiao would prepare a present for her. After all, this car was worth $5 million. Go ahead and give it a try. Xiao Gu. Wu Qianqian hesitated, clutching the key. Though she had experience driving sports cars, she had never piloted one of such exquisite caliber. Observing Liu Xiao's encouraging gaze, she steeled herself and opened the door of the Ferrari. The interior of the Ferrari 488 far surpassed the vehicle she had previously driven, and merely sitting inside enveloped her in an overwhelming sense of luxury. Nevertheless, the operational system was quite similar to what she was accustomed to. After a brief moment of exploration, she successfully started the engine. The vibrant red Ferrari roared to life. Liu Xiao stood outside, peering through the driver's window at Wu Qianqian, whose long legs elegantly extended within. He nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, this car suited her remarkably well. It appears that only designers truly understand what appeals to men. However, it seemed prudent to procure several pairs of stockings for Wu Qianqian, lest each time she exited the vehicle, her lovely legs would be exposed. Wu Qianqian merely savored the experience from within before exiting the car. Aren't you going to take it for a spin? Liu Xiao chuckled, pulling her into an embrace. I can't. Wu Qianqian shyly buried her face against his chest, her legs still trembling. Liu Xiao couldn't help but chuckle again. No worries. There will be plenty of opportunities to drive in the future. It's not a matter of urgency. You can wait until you feel more comfortable. Wouldn't you agree, Secretary Wu? Such a tease, Xiao Gu. Seeing Liu Xiao's teasing demeanor, Wu Qianqian hurriedly dashed towards the parking lot's exit. If she lingered any longer, they might inadvertently enact a rather suggestive scenario of a boss and his secretary. Liu Xiao observed her hurried departure with an amused shake of his head before following her. However, it must be noted that since the parking lot had been purchased, only vehicles with pre-registered license plates could access it, rendering the once vast space eerily empty. The dim lighting added another layer of intrigue. Perhaps it truly could happen? Indeed, wealth can lead one astray. Liu Xiao chuckled as they entered the elevator together. Upon returning to campus, Wu Qianqian had to prepare for her examinations and thus did not linger with Liu Xiao. According to her, she had 4 exams tomorrow and 2 the day after, making it impossible for her to spend the next couple of nights with him. as she planned to stay in the dormitory to focus on her studies. Of course, these were merely excuses. The reality was that Liu Xiao's prowess was somewhat overwhelming for her. Upon returning to the dormitory, Zhang Yan was engrossed in reading a copy of Romance of the Three Kingdoms, while Xue Xiaosong was playing video games, and Pan Xingwen lay sprawled on the bed, appearing quite lethargic. "Hey, what is wrong with Pan?" Liu Xiao inquired, noticing Pan Xingwen's feeble demeanor as he stared at his phone, occasionally emitting a mischievous chuckle. "What else? The War God Returns novel has been updated," Xue Xiaosong remarked with a resigned shake of his head. Pan Xingwen was completely absorbed, anxiously awaiting the next update. "Come on, you don't understand a thing," Pan Xingwen retorted, rolling his eyes. "This is genuinely exhilarating. The more you read, the more enthralled you become. Plus, I borrowed a few of Zhang Yan's medical rebirth novels to read alongside it. It's simply exhilarating. Is that the one where the wife is bullied back home and, in a fit of rage, returns with 100,000 warriors?" Liu Xiao inquired. "Old Xiao, I recommend you give it a read. It's truly thrilling." Pan Xingwen nodded emphatically. "Not a chance. I have no interest in that," Liu Xiao replied, rolling his eyes at Pan Xingwen as he sank onto his bed. He could hardly admit that he had read all those War God novels in his previous life. While they were indeed thrilling, they also inflicted considerable pain. Chapter 30. Gu Yueshi invites to dinner in the afternoon. As Liu Xiao planned to head for a meal, a call from Gu Yueshi interrupted him. "Yueshi, what is the matter?" "Nothing much. Do you have time now?" "I'd like to invite you to dinner," Gu Yueshi asked, her voice tinged with nervousness. She was aware that Liu Xiao had amassed considerable wealth and had truly entered high society. They were now worlds apart. Yet, she felt unsure of how to express her gratitude towards him, and perhaps this invitation was merely a means of seeking her own solace. "Dinner?" Upon hearing her voice, Pan Xingwen and the others immediately perked up with curiosity. "Get out of here. This is none of your business," Liu Xiao playfully chastised, kicking each of them lightly. He felt these three could devour 8 meals a day, and they always seemed energized at the mere mention of food. "All right, are you at school?" Liu Xiao affirmed his acceptance. "I'm just near the back entrance of the school." Gu Yueshi seemed pleasantly surprised by Liu Xiao's swift agreement. "Wait for me a moment. I'll be right out." Liu Xiao nodded. "Is it Gu Yueshi?" Upon seeing Liu Xiao hang up, Pan Xingwen leaned in curiously. "Indeed." Liu Xiao confirmed with a nod. "Holy smokes, old Xiao, you still dare to say you have no relationship with Gu Yueshi. Are you planning to stay out tonight?" The trio erupted into exaggerated lamentations upon hearing Liu Xiao's affirmative reply. "It's confirmed. The 2 most beautiful campus flowers from Jiangxing University have both fallen for old Xiao. I can't fathom what makes him so appealing that Gu Yueshi would take notice of him." Pan Xingwen let out a long sigh, his heart heavy with jealousy. Although he was uncertain about the reason behind Liu Xiao dining with Gu Yueshi, that did not hinder his feelings of envy. After all, sharing a meal with the campus belle was a tale worthy of boasting for years. "Get lost and hurry up to charge your second-hand phone," he exclaimed, observing Pan Xingwen's animated demeanor with a mocking chuckle. "What is there to charge? The previous batch of second-hand phones has been retired for over half a year, and I've heard the manufacturer is planning to relocate. Many of my acquaintances among those phones have already run away from home. The power stored is nearly overflowing. At this rate, I might have to learn from old Zhang and discharge it myself," sighed Pan Xingwen, feeling utterly despondent. Not only had he lost his second-hand phone, but he had also gone through a breakup with his girlfriend, leaving him with nothing but discussions about the philosophy of life with his 2 dorm mates. At this rate, he would soon find himself accompanying Zhang Yan to the restroom upstairs at night. "Boss, could you not always drag me along?" Zhang Yan looked at Pan Xingwen with a hint of grievance. "There are other skilled artisans. Why can't you mention Xiao Songzi?" Liu Xiao rolled his eyes at them. Gu Yueshi was still waiting outside. He had no time to waste chatting with these 2. As they approached the school gate, Liu Xiao caught sight of Gu Yueshi standing by the roadside. Her smooth black hair cascaded down to her waist, swaying gently with the breeze, and her cheeks bore a faint blush. Her exquisite makeup was perfectly applied, particularly her large, sparkling eyes that seemed almost luminous with vitality. She wore a rather ordinary light blue dress, evidently washed several times, with a few slightly faded areas that lent her an aura of pure innocence. Liu Xiao's eyes brightened immediately. When he saw Gu Yueshi yesterday, she had not put much effort into her appearance and seemed a bit off, though still pretty. However, she lacked the stunning allure she exuded now. Today, Gu Yueshi appeared remarkably vibrant, and with her refined makeup, she was nearly perfect from every angle. In just a short while, several boys pretending to be busy stood at a distance, covertly glancing over. "Buddy, who do you think has the clout to make the campus belle wait over there?" One boy remarked with a hint of envy. "It must be a girl. Gu Yueshi doesn't seem to have a boyfriend, so it's probably one of her roommates," the other speculated. Even if she had a boyfriend, given Gu Yueshi's beauty, it was likely that men would be waiting for her. Liu Xiao smiled slightly upon hearing their comments and walked over. Meanwhile, Gu Yueshi's face lit up with delight upon seeing Liu Xiao approach, and she hurriedly made her way toward him. Yueshi, did you know that in just a few minutes of standing here, dozens of wolves have gathered around? Liu Xiao teased with a grin. It's not that serious. I just simplified my makeup and tidied up a bit, Gu Yueshi replied, blushing slightly. She was well aware of the numerous boys covertly admiring her. However, after all these years, she had grown accustomed to such attention. Still, she had indeed made an effort to look good for Liu Xiao today. Liu Xiao shot her a sidelong glance, realizing that this girl was utterly oblivious to her own allure. On ordinary days, she might have been fine, but today, with her outfit and refined makeup, it was highly likely that any man would struggle to take their eyes off her. TSK, TSK, TSK. Do you realize how much impact your simplified makeup has on men? Liu Xiao quipped as he approached her. By the way, what shall we eat today? He inquired. There's a pretty good Sichuan restaurant nearby. How about we go grab a bite? Gu Yueshi suggested. Sure, Liu Xiao agreed with a nod. He had no high demands when it came to food, as long as he could fill his stomach. Moreover, considering Gu Yueshi was likely trying to save money for her sister, he was fine with something simple. They found a smaller private room in the restaurant, which boasted decent soundproofing. Once the door was closed, the outside noise faded significantly. You order, Gu Yueshi said as she pushed the menu toward Liu Xiao. There don't seem to be many appetizing dishes here. How about chicken? Liu Xiao casually flipped through the menu, spotting the signature spicy diced chicken, which looked appealing. As he lowered his head to examine the illustration, he asked, what do you think? Huh? Gu Yueshi paused, her face turning crimson. What do you mean by there not being any good dishes? Are you asking if I want to eat that? Did Liu Xiao intend to do something inappropriate in this private room? Chapter 31. Brother Chang's Extraordinary Connections. Liu Xiao looked up and quickly realized his mistake. Yueshi, don't misunderstand. I meant the spicy diced chicken, he clarified, hastily pushing the image of the dish toward her. I was referring to this chicken, don't overthink it. However, Liu Xiao's clarification only intensified Gu Yueshi's embarrassment, her face flushing deeper while she lowered her head completely. I understand now, just don't say anything more. Liu Xiao, Gu Yueshi said, crossing her arms and burying her head. Liu Xiao sighed in exasperation, realizing he had truly made a mess of things. The more he tried to clarify, the worse it became. Yet, Gu Yueshi was simply too shy. She couldn't handle the slightest hint of innuendo. If it were Wu Qianqian, she might have simply gone along with it. Estimating that Gu Yueshi would take a while to recover from this, Liu Xiao decided to open the door and call the waiter in. One order of spicy diced chicken, a small portion of pickled fish, and stir-fried shredded potatoes, please. Oh, and 2 servings of rice. Understood. Would you like something to drink? We have a variety of beverages available, the waiter inquired. No, just tea will be fine. All right. The waiter nodded and left. It wasn't tea until the dishes began to arrive that Gu Yueshi's complexion gradually returned to normal. Though she still couldn't bring herself to look at Liu Xiao, focusing instead on shoveling the freshly served rice into her mouth. Yueshi, take it easy. No one is competing with you, Liu Xiao said, bemused, as he pushed the dishes closer to her. Gu Yueshi stammered, feeling somewhat at a loss for words. In truth, her invitation for Liu Xiao to dine out was not merely a gesture of gratitude for a meal. After all, she was using money borrowed from Liu Xiao. How could she invite him to dinner when she owed him? She had chosen to come to school in the afternoon primarily to repay Liu Xiao. However, now that she sat with him, she found it impossible to articulate her thoughts. She certainly couldn't just blurt out, you can do bad things to me 141 times. What's wrong? Liu Xiao asked, puzzled. He sensed that Gu Yueshi's demeanor was somewhat off. A mere slip of the tongue shouldn't lead to such shyness. I want to. Just as Gu Yueshi finally mustered the courage to speak, the door to the private room was abruptly pushed open. The words he had just prepared abruptly ceased. Oh, I apologize. I seem to have entered the wrong private room. A young man scratched his head, quickly excusing himself upon seeing Liu Xiao and Gu Yueshi seated inside. Liu Xiao shook his head, not overly concerned. It was quite common for such mix-ups to occur in small restaurants. Yueshi, what are you thinking about? Liu Xiao inquired with curiosity. Oh, nothing much. Gu Yueshi's face flushed instantly as she hurriedly shook her head. You should eat more vegetables, she insisted, pushing the dishes further towards Liu Xiao. Outside, the young man who had just exited the restaurant made his way around to the back of the establishment. Liu Xiao, I can confirm that the young man accompanying Gu Yueshi indeed matches your description. He is quite handsome. All right, that's none of your concern now. Here's 200 yuan, Li Yun replied, pulling 200 yuan from his wallet and handing it to the young man. As he watched the young man depart, Li Yun's expression darkened noticeably. The previous afternoon, he had attempted to call Gu Yueshi, intending to invite her to lunch, convinced that she would never refuse him for monetary reasons. However, to his surprise, Gu Yueshi did not answer his call. When he tried a second time, he discovered that her phone was turned off. After several failed attempts, he realized that being blocked was the only plausible explanation. Yet, despite this setback, Li Yun was determined not to let such a stunning beauty slip away, prompting him to search for her at Jiangxing University that very afternoon. To his fortune, he spotted the demurely dressed Gu Yueshi by the roadside. He initially intended to approach her, but within moments, he noticed a young man, seemingly the same one he had seen at the self-service shop, walking alongside her, both engaged in cheerful conversation as they strolled away. He followed them closely, but due to the distance, he could not ascertain the situation immediately. Thus, he casually sought out someone nearby, pretending to enter the wrong private room for a glimpse inside. Indeed, it was him. Li Yun felt as though he could nearly grind his teeth to dust in frustration. After realizing that sweet talk and promises would not win Gu Yueshi's affection, he had planned to splash out some money, offering her a 10,000 yuan deposit, with the intention of enjoying her company a few times before discarding her, merely seeing it as a financial investment in romance. Yet, someone had intercepted his plans. How utterly unjust. When had Li Yun, the young master, ever endured such indignities? He retrieved his phone, suppressing a surge of anger as he dialed Changgu. They had agreed that he would receive information within 3 days, yet 2.5 days had passed without a whisper. Did they truly expect him to wait so precisely for news? Lida Gongzi, what can I do for you? Chang Ji's voice came through, seemingly nonchalant as he crunched on sunflower seeds, even spitting out a shell upon noticing Li Yun's call. Changgu, today marks the 3rd day. Have you uncovered any information about Liu Xiao? Liu Xiao? Oh, I just remembered. Please hold on. Changgu slapped his forehead as he recalled the 2,000 yuan Li Yun had paid him to investigate Liu Xiao. Hearing Chang Ji's reaction, Li Yun was momentarily taken aback. You can't be telling me you've forgotten, right? Of course not. It's just that I've been inundated with information lately. One moment. Let me find it, Changgu replied, his voice stiffening. Yet he assured Li Yun he would locate the information promptly. All right, I'll be patient, Li Yun responded, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Although he had never previously enlisted Changgu's services, several acquaintances had informed him that Chang Ji's investigations were rather reliable. However, whenever he inquired about Chang Ji's sources, Changgu would feign mystery, leading those in their circle to believe he had connections that reached far and wide. After all, this involved personal information. Even obtaining rough details about someone in this information age would require formidable means. Li Yun knew he certainly did not possess such resources. Meanwhile, Changgu set Li Yun's call aside and opened his computer, pulling out 2 additional phones. He navigated to a web page on Jiangxing University's campus forum while simultaneously launching 2 apps, Kachacha and Lipin. Chapter 32, Additional Fees. Changgu cracked open another sunflower seed. Discarding the shell into a nearby trash bag, he initiated a search for Liu Xiao on the campus forum. Well, what luck! It's right here, he exclaimed, grinning as he jotted down the information that appeared on the forum. Liu Xiao, an orphan, had received scholarships during his time at school. Not bad. This information is straightforward, Changgu remarked, rolling his eyes. He couldn't fathom why these rich second-generation heirs would be willing to pay 2,000 yuan for information that could be easily found online. As for connections, he had none. He charged for what could be found and offered refunds for what could not, thereby maintaining a semblance of credibility while profiting from the information gap. Nevertheless, adhering to a principle of responsibility, he decided to double-check Liu Xiao's name using the 2 apps to avoid any potential pitfalls that could tarnish his reputation. First, he examined Lipin. After inputting Jiangxing University Liu Xiao into the search fields, he found nothing, though that was to be expected, as he was merely a junior and likely wouldn't have submitted a resume there. Changgu nodded, then moved on to Kachacha. Upon entering Liu Xiao's name, a company profile promptly appeared on the screen. Could it be a namesake? Changgu pondered. A diligent student who can run a company? He quickly compared the details. Holy smokes, it really is him. This guy is well hidden. With this kind of wealth, he should be frequenting exclusive clubs with models. Changgu thought to himself in disbelief. The sole recent update indicated a change in ownership for Lijiang Hotel, where the previous 100% ownership had shifted to Liu Xiao. The hotel's assets were estimated between 30 to 35 million. However, this was the only corporate information available. Jianglu Real Estate had only recently been established and was still in the process of registration, so it naturally wouldn't appear here. Fortunately, he had conducted a thorough investigation. Otherwise, he would have faced significant repercussions. Moments later, Changgu glanced at the notes he had jotted down, a smirk spreading across his face as he reached for the phone that had been placed at a distance. Changgu, have you found anything yet? Li Yun, having waited 5 or 6 minutes, was beginning to lose his patience. Li Gongzi, I've just received the results from the investigation, but... Changgu paused dramatically. But what? I've already paid you, haven't I? Li Yun cursed under his breath. His goddess might very well be nestled in Liu Xiao's embrace. And yet you persist in speaking in riddles? I can divulge this first piece of information directly. Liu Xiao is an orphan, a third-year student at Jiangxing University who has received several scholarships and frequently works part-time to support his studies. Brother Chong, do you mean to imply that he is merely an ordinary student? Upon hearing Brother Chong's words, Li Yun felt a surge of delight. If he is just an ordinary student, then it matters not. What harm is there in tearing the facade asunder? Even if I cannot reprimand Liu Xiao in front of Gu Yueshi, it would not be difficult to discreetly warn him with a few associates. After all, he is just a poor student. What waves could he possibly stir? I firmly believe that if I exhibit a little ruthlessness, Liu Xiao will dare not approach within 10 meters of Gu Yueshi in the future. That is merely the surface information. As for the second piece, Brother Chong chuckled. Additional compensation is required. Brother Chong, we agreed on 20,000. Upon hearing Brother Chong demand an increase, Li Yun was instantly agitated. This 20,000 was merely for investigating an ordinary student. Had Liu Xiao's background been somewhat more unremarkable, I might have acquiesced, but his identity is evidently more complex. Thus it warrants a different calculation. My subordinates had to part with 30,000 to secure that second piece of information. Li Gongzi, surely you would not wish for me to incur a loss, would you? Brother Chong scoffed, popping a sunflower seed into his mouth. Capturing a fool. Why not extract a little more? After all, this business likely wouldn't last long. Who knows when he might be exposed and forced to flee? Li Yun was simultaneously furious and amused. Yet, the second piece of information that Brother Chong mentioned left him restless. His own family was merely a typical wealthy household, with assets amounting to 30 million. In Jiangxing, there were numerous individuals one could not afford to offend. This was precisely why he acted with such caution. Offending someone with 30 million was of little consequence, as they could not do much to him. However, those with assets in the hundreds of millions or even billions were another story. He dared not cross them, fearing that a single misstep could obliterate his father's hard-earned empire. Thus, until he fully understood an individual's background, he would never take the initiative. Yet now, Brother Chong was leveraging this very point to extract money from him. Though 30,000 may not seem excessive, much of his family's funds were currently tied up in the company, leaving him with limited resources. Gritting his teeth, Li Yun resolved that since he had already parted with 20,000, an additional 10,000 would not make a significant difference. It would merely be a gesture of goodwill towards Brother Chong. Brother Chong, I shall transfer you an additional 10,000. Had it not been for his reluctance to offend Brother Chong, he might have been driven to murderous rage. Li Gongzi, I am referring to the 30,000 I spent to uncover this information. My subordinates must receive their wages, and I must recover some expenses after seeking so many channels. Mustn't I? Brother Chong feigned exaggeration. So how much do you propose? Li Yun inhaled deeply, his face flushed from the effort of restraint. 50,000. If it is even a single cent less, I shall keep this information for myself. But rest assured, Li Xiao, if I dare to ask you for 50,000, it is because this information is worth every penny. Brother Chong chuckled, realizing he was close to reaching an agreement, promptly deciding to accept the offer. You. Li Yun was rendered speechless from the pressure. Fine, I shall pay this sum. But remember, Brother Chong, if the information you provide does not justify this price, I, Li Yun, am not one to be trifled with. Cursing silently, Li Yun nonetheless transferred 30,000 to Brother Chong's account. Naturally, Brother Chong's heart soared upon receiving the notification of the bank transfer on his phone. Indeed, foolish money is the easiest to swindle these days. With the payment secured, Brother Chong was more than willing to share every detail he had gathered with Li Yun. After hanging up, Li Yun glanced towards the restaurant, his eyes betraying a hint of astonishment. It was fortunate that he had spent 50,000 to investigate. Otherwise, he might have found himself in an embarrassing situation. Chapter 33. A fortune of 30 million, yet still working part-time? A fortune of 30 million, and still working part-time at school? This fellow must surely not be a good sort, Li Yun mused silently. Perhaps Gu Yueshi had been deceived by his outward appearance. The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Gu Yueshi was a third-year finance major, and so was Liu Xiao. Perhaps Liu Xiao had been feigning poverty to elicit sympathy, successfully ensnaring the naive Gu Yueshi. Surely, this was the case. Gu Yueshi had undoubtedly fallen victim to this scoundrel's ruse. Li Yun cursed inwardly. He had thought himself sufficiently shameless, yet here was someone even more unscrupulous. At least he could part with some money to seduce women, but Liu Xiao, this fellow, required no such expenditure, for beautiful women approached him willingly. Even dining in such modest establishments, there was no sense of incongruity. After all, Liu Xiao was poor. In such a dining environment, a meal likely cost less than 100 yuan, and it remained uncertain who was footing the bill. Damn it, for some inexplicable reason. A flicker of envy danced in Li Yun's eyes. How wonderful it would be if it were he in that position. No, If Gu Yueshi were to discover that this fellow, who outwardly presented as a diligent student, was secretly the owner of a 30 million yuan hotel, she would likely erupt in anger. All I need to do is expose Liu Xiao's deceit in front of her. At that point, I need say no more. And the irate Gu Yueshi would naturally follow me, wouldn't she? Ha ha ha. Ugh, I have read too many novels about war gods. Why do I even smile like this? Li Yun quickly slapped his face to regain composure, and then, as if awakening from a dream, burst into laughter, feeling that the 50,000 spent had been truly worthwhile. His previous irritation towards Brother Chong evaporated instantly. Indeed, Brother Chong is as formidable as his reputation suggests. His investigative methods are nothing short of extraordinary. Such crucial information has been unearthed. This 50,000 was well spent. As for Liu Xiao's wealth, Li Yun scarcely considered it. Was it not merely on par with his own family's status? If he offended Liu Xiao, so be it. What was the big deal? Would he sacrifice the chance to obtain an exceptional girl simply to avoid offending someone like him? Surely, that was preposterous. After all, this was Gu Yueshi we were discussing. Within the private room, the dishes had been completely devoured. Sichuan cuisine, when in Sichuan, typically does not distinguish between large and small portions. However, upon reaching the northern regions, aside from minor adaptations to suit northern palates, the portion sizes have also been adjusted, with many dishes now available in both large and small servings. If a large portion of spicy diced chicken were served for just Liu Xiao and Gu Yueshi, it would certainly suffice. Therefore, to ensure a variety of dishes, Liu Xiao ordered exclusively small portions. Liu Xiao, have you had enough to eat? Gu Yueshi inquired, glancing at Liu Xiao, who had paused his chopsticks due to the lack of food, feeling somewhat embarrassed. She was unsure of Liu Xiao's appetite. Her own appetite was quite small. She had only eaten a little before feeling full, leaving the remainder for Liu Xiao to consume. It was just right. Shall we settle the bill? Liu Xiao asked with a smile, having noted the menu earlier. The spicy diced chicken was 15 yuan, the boiled fish 25, the stir-fried potato shreds 6. And with 2 servings of rice, the total came to 48 yuan. Liu Xiao, please wait a moment. Upon witnessing Liu Xiao rise from his seat, Gu Yueshi anxiously called out to him. If he were to leave, the opportunity to express her thoughts would slip away indefinitely. From the moment they began their meal until now, Gu Yueshi understood that she could no longer hesitate and mustered her courage. Liu Xiao, I want to Yueshi. He is deceiving you. Just as Gu Yueshi was about to articulate her feelings, the door to their private room swung open with a loud bang. And Li Yun stormed in, his expression brimming with fury. He immediately shouted and fixed a penetrating gaze on Liu Xiao, as if intending to see straight through him. Li Yun? Gu Yueshi froze upon seeing him. Hadn't she deleted all his contact information? Liu Xiao was equally taken aback. He hadn't expected Li Yun to appear in such a setting. Liu Xiao, I have already conducted an investigation on you. Do not continue your charade. Li Yun asserted with righteous indignation, striding toward Gu Yueshi as if to take her hand. Are you out of your mind? Liu Xiao stepped forward, forcefully pushing Li Yun aside and swiftly pulling Gu Yueshi behind him for protection. Li Yun glanced around, wary of making a scene, and promptly shut the door to the private room. However, upon seeing Liu Xiao grasping Gu Yueshi's hand, his anger flared anew. You hypocrite. Don't think your misdeeds are unknown to everyone. Hearing Li Yun's accusations of being a fraud and a hypocrite left Liu Xiao momentarily bewildered. Are you sure those words aren't meant for yourself? You and your father, Li Tian, are the true culprits. Though Liu Xiao remained silent, Li Yun persisted. Admit it. How many people have you deceived over the years with your hard-working student persona? Yueshi, do not be fooled by him. He presents himself as a poor student before you. Yet he actually owns a hotel. Gu Yueshi was momentarily stunned by Li Yun's declaration. She had only heard Liu Xiao mention inheriting a fortune, but she hadn't realized he also owned a business. Liu Xiao, do you truly have a hotel? She inquired, her curiosity piqued. Indeed, I own a hotel. The Lijiang Hotel, near the school. It's a 3-star establishment, valued at around 30 million, though I can't recall the exact figure. Liu Xiao nodded affirmatively. Yueshi see. He has confessed. He has admitted it. Li Yun exclaimed, his face lighting up with excitement as he turned to Gu Yueshi. He had anticipated that Liu Xiao would deny it, and he had prepared evidence to confront him, but to his surprise, Liu Xiao readily acknowledged the truth. It seemed that Liu Xiao had succumbed to his psychological pressure, marking a perfect victory for Li Yun. However, the next moment, upon witnessing Gu Yueshi's reaction, Li Yun's elation turned to confusion. I understand now. Thank you, Li Yun. Is there anything else? Gu Yueshi replied blandly, fixing her gaze on Li Yun. Huh. Li Yun was utterly bewildered. How could this be? Shouldn't she see Liu Xiao as a hypocrite and himself as the true good guy, thus gravitating toward him? Indeed. Li Yun, I hadn't had the chance to tell Yueshi yet. Thank you for making the effort to come and share this information. Liu Xiao stepped forward and patted Li Yun on the shoulder. It's nothing. We'll be on our way now, Liu Xiao said, taking Gu Yueshi's hand as they walked past the still-stunned Li Yun. With a creak, the door to the private room swung open, only to slam shut behind them. Liu Xiao and Gu Yueshi vanished from sight, leaving Li Yun alone in the room. For a long moment, Li Yun stood frozen, grappling with the absurdity of the situation. This wasn't how it was supposed to unfold. How could Gu Yueshi remain so unfazed? Observing that the two had departed, he felt a wave of frustration wash over him as he pushed the door open and stepped outside. Had he merely made a fool of himself? Excuse me, sir? Please hold on. You haven't settled the bill yet, a nearby waiter called out as Li Yun attempted to leave. Huh, I didn't even eat. Li Yun replied, bewildered. Sir, the two who were in the private room with you left, saying you would pay the bill. The waiter smiled kindly. Fine, 100 yuan. No need for change, Li Yun sighed resignedly, realizing he had been duped by Liu Xiao. Fortunately, it wasn't a large amount. He decided to pay. He pulled out a 100 yuan bill and handed it to the waiter, only to find that the waiter refused to accept it. Not enough, sir. The total comes to 1,448 yuan. You must be joking. How could a few dishes in a private room cost over 1,000? Li Yun's mood soured further upon hearing the exorbitant total. Although he was wealthy, he wasn't a fool. Just a few days prior, he and a companion had only spent 440 on a lobster buffet. How could a small restaurant charge him 1,400 for a meal? Apologies, sir. But your companions ordered 2 packs of soft Chinese cigarettes before departing, 700 each, totaling 1,004, and the meal was 48. Is there a problem? The waiter continued to smile, though he discreetly gestured behind him. In an instant, a burly man, clad in a chef's uniform and wielding a kitchen knife, emerged, towering at nearly 2 meters and weighing around 250 pounds. Sir, is there an issue with the pricing? And no issue at all. I'll pay right now. Li Yun wiped the sweat from his brow, hastily rummaging through his wallet and counting out 15 bills to hand over. 3 minutes later, Li Yun exited the restaurant. Witnessing the complete disappearance of Liu Xiao and Gu Yueshi, anger surged within him, and he unleashed a frustrated cry to the heavens. Damn you both. Chapter 34. He still owes me an apology. On the way back to school, Gu Yueshi couldn't help but chuckle at the 2 packs of soft Chinese cigarettes Liu Xiao was twirling in his fingers. You're quite the rascal, Liu Xiao. Initially, she had intended to settle the bill, but Liu Xiao had firmly prevented her from doing so. To be honest, she had felt a twinge of anxiety as they left. But now only exhilaration remained. It was genuinely satisfying to unsettle Li Yun. After all, the saying goes, men are only loved when they are a little wicked. Moreover, wasn't Li Yun the one who claimed he would give you 800,000? 1,000 or so would surely be a trifling sum for him. Liu Xiao grinned. I had hoped to order something more expensive, but the priciest drink in this little restaurant was just a standard 6-year-old Shifeng at 188 a bottle. Ultimately, I had no choice but to ask the waiter to fetch 2 packs of soft Chinese cigarettes from the convenience store next door. Aren't you worried that Li Yun will seek revenge? Gu Yueshi covered her mouth, stifling her laughter, though concern flickered in her eyes. While she knew Liu Xiao's assets were on par with Li Yun's family, Liu Xiao had only recently inherited his fortune and had yet to establish a solid foundation in Jiangqing. If a real confrontation arose, he might not stand a chance against Li Yun. She had heard that those who thrived in the real estate industry often had unsavory methods. If Li Yun retaliated without scruples, wouldn't Liu Xiao be in grave danger? I fear nothing from him. After all, I am good friends with his father. Liu Xiao scoffed, for we now live in a society governed by law, where no one foolish enough to jeopardize their life would dare engage in such antics. Should someone truly be audacious enough to attempt that, they would face immediate consequences, leaving them with no chance to retaliate. At most, there may be threats exchanged, a few harsh words spoken, but to resort to violence is not the act of a true enemy. Who would be so foolish as to risk a criminal record? Even in the case of hiring a hitman, one must consider the likelihood of exposure, rendering such actions entirely unnecessary. In this era, true assassins are a rarity. Everyone is primarily motivated by profit. When finances are scarce, those who rise through bloodshed may display boldness, but once wealth is attained, caution inevitably prevails. Particularly those who once exhibited the greatest ferocity tend to become increasingly timid upon acquiring riches, fearful of provoking individuals whose connections could unearth their past transgressions. Of course, one must retain a degree of vigilance. Allowing oneself to be ambushed by the foolish is not an option. To claim ignorance when the time comes would be truly regrettable. Frankly, if these words were to reach his father, he would undoubtedly drag his son over to apologize to me. Liu Xiao smiled faintly. However, based on the previous directive from that leader, it seems that Li Tian is to remain detained for 7 days, which implies he will likely be confined for a few more days before his release. This situation is unlikely to change in the near future. Once Li Tian emerges, He will most likely be preoccupied with company affairs, leaving him little time to concern himself with matters on my end. Oh, do you know Li Tian? Gu Yueshi asked, intrigued upon hearing Liu Xiao mention his acquaintance with Li Yun's father. His father isn't exactly a paragon of virtue either. When my girlfriend Wu Qianqian faced some difficulties, he seized the opportunity to lend her 5 million. Liu Xiao casually brought up Wu Qianqian, feigning indifference. Initially, Gu Yueshi walked alongside Liu Xiao with a tender gaze. But upon hearing the name of his girlfriend, Wu Qianqian, she suddenly froze, failing to absorb the subsequent words Liu Xiao uttered. You have a girlfriend? She stammered, her voice trembling for reasons unknown. Indeed, you must have heard of her. She's the campus belle, Wu Qianqian, in her second year. Liu Xiao nodded with a smile, deliberately stating this. He wasn't naive. From the very first sentence Gu Yueshi uttered at the dinner table, he had grasped her implications. As a man aspiring to be AC king, his emotional intelligence had reached remarkable heights. Although Gu Yueshi did not voice her thoughts, Liu Xiao could surmise them. The dynamics between men and women often boiled down to trivial matters, ultimately unworthy of excessive deliberation. He had intended to clarify the situation with Gu Yueshi on the spot, but twice he was interrupted, leaving her unable to express herself, and he found no opportunity to broach the subject. Choosing this moment to introduce the topic was, in essence, a means of preparing Gu Yueshi psychologically. As previously stated, Liu Xiao had no intention of concealing anything. The same applies to Wu Qianqian, and it is equally true for Gu Yueshi. This is a matter of mutual choice. Liu Xiao would never impose his will upon others, nor would he allow himself to be coerced. Regardless of how matters evolve, he would steadfastly adhere to this principle. With countless beauties in the world, should one's values not align, it is perfectly acceptable to seek alternatives. There is no need to cling to a girl only to later declare incompatibility. As they walked, Liu Xiao spoke incessantly, while Gu Yueshi fell into a silence, merely trailing behind him. Internally, she grappled with conflicting feelings. Reason dictated that with Liu Xiao's character, looks, and capabilities, especially now that he had inherited a substantial fortune, having a girlfriend was entirely normal. Moreover, the crux of the matter was that she did not genuinely wish to pursue a relationship. She merely sought to repay a debt of gratitude. According to her calculations, it might take her a few years to repay this favor, and even if she offered a discounted rate for friendship, 4 to 5 years would suffice. Even if Liu Xiao ultimately declined her offer, she could repay him later once she earned her own money, and the debt of gratitude could be considered separately. Yet emotionally, Gu Yueshi found herself unable to accept this reality. Liu Xiao, if you mention having someone else, would Wu Qianqian be willing? She blurted out unexpectedly. Huh. Liu Xiao was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a question from her. However, the next moment, he chuckled. Allow me to finish my earlier statement. The story between Wu Qianqian and me is indeed a mere coincidence. Yet, this coincidence has forged a unique bond between us. The distance from the restaurant to the school was not great. As Liu Xiao escorted Gu Yueshi to the entrance of the girls' dormitory, he concluded his tale. I understand now. Gu Yueshi replied, her cheeks slightly flushed as she nodded lightly. She had not anticipated that Wu Qianqian would so readily bestow her most cherished possession upon Liu Xiao. However, a moment later, Gu Yueshi felt a pang of disappointment. Why had there been no such coincidence between her and Liu Xiao? It was worth noting that Liu Xiao had only known Wu Qianqian for a mere week, while she had been acquainted with him for a full 3 years. Yet, she still had a chance. The outcome now rested solely on how she chose to navigate this situation. Suddenly, Gu Yueshi felt an unexpected sense of gratitude toward this girl who was one level beneath her in status. Although Wu Qianqian had made the first move, she had still left a sliver of opportunity for Gu Yueshi, preventing her from being completely sidelined. Whether to seize it was a decision she would have to make for herself. Chapter 35, terrifyingly so. Boys, your father has returned. With a swift kick, he flung open the dormitory door. Unsurprisingly, several of his companions lay sprawled on their beds. Damn it, say that again, old man. Pan Xingwen sat up, glaring angrily. But in an instant, his expression shifted. Old Xiao, don't think that just because you have money, you can act arrogantly. In this dormitory, you will always be my son, my father, my biological father. Zhang Yan commented as he adjusted his glasses, but upon realizing the situation, he trembled with excitement. Are you both insane? How can we not greet our father upon his return? Xue Xiaosong was puzzled as to why the two had suddenly changed their demeanor. But he soon joined in, his body twitching in excitement. Liu Xiao placed 2 packs of cigarettes on the bed and took a seat, unconsciously crossing his legs. Oh, it seems you are rather dissatisfied. Perhaps I should keep these 2 packs for myself? Not at all. Old Xiao, you are indeed my biological father. Pan Xingwen grinned, inching closer to Liu Xiao. Guess what? Just a few days ago, I took a paternity test, and lo and behold, the results confirm that we are all your sons. 24 karat pure. With eager expressions, Zhang Yin and Shui Xiaosong moved closer, exuding a vibe of bully me all you want, just give me a cigarette afterward. The sight was so revolting that Liu Xiao could hardly bear it, quickly tossing a pack of cigarettes their way. By the way, old Xiao, didn't you go out with Gu Yueshi tonight? Pan Xingwen inquired, curiosity evident in his gaze. What are you thinking? There's nothing going on between Gu Yueshi and me at the moment, Liu Xiao replied, shooting Pan Xingwen a sidelong glance. Little song. Would you care to interpret what you mean by nothing going on? Zhang Yin adjusted his glasses and regarded Shui Xiaosong with a serious demeanor. This should indicate it's almost ready. But it will certainly come to fruition, right? Shui Xiaosong chuckled in response. You all have had enough, haven't you? May, wouldn't it be better to read more? Is Journey to the West and Romance of the Three Kingdoms not captivating? Liu Xiao, noticing that no one was reaching for the cigarette he tossed, took it upon himself to tear open the packaging and handed out 2 packs to each person. Instantly, the dormitory was enveloped in a haze of smoke. After taking a drag, Pan Xingwen sighed heavily. Today, I sought out a vendor to purchase a second-hand phone, but to my surprise, the market for second-hand devices this year is rather thriving. A nearly new one, with about 50 charges, is priced at 500 yuan. I had initially planned to take old Zhang and little Song along, but alas, my financial situation is lagging behind the times. Pan Xingwen took another deep puff. My living expenses haven't increased, yet prices have soared. I've transformed from a gallant rider into a lamenting damsel. Uffed. Liu Xiao nearly choked with laughter. So, old Pan's earlier lament was indeed true? A nearly new device is still a bit extravagant. Isn't a phone that's 7 or 8 out of 10 acceptable? Old Xiao, what are you thinking? Would you dare buy one that has been charged 200 or 300 times? Poor quality could lead to an explosion, Pan Xingwen retorted, clearly the most knowledgeable in this regard. As for Liu Xiao, he quipped, hey, guess what? It's entirely unnecessary. Can you believe that? Great, forget I said anything. Liu Xiao rolled his eyes at Pan Xingwen. However, to be fair, old Pan, if you keep this up, you might as well skip the social event. What if you truly ruin a girl's reputation? I wouldn't know how to explain that. Upon hearing Liu Xiao's words, Pan Xingwen awkwardly chuckled. Rest assured, old Xiao. Since I came here this year, I haven't done anything. It's all just talk. I've long since quit. If things get dire, I'll even go for a health check tomorrow. Once the topic of the social event arose, the group suddenly felt invigorated. Liu Xiao seized the moment to share some news. Qian texted me this afternoon, saying the girls in her dorm have all agreed. They like us. Finish their exams the day after tomorrow, so we're tentatively planning the social event for the morning after tomorrow, hiking. We'll head up in the morning and return in the afternoon. Brothers, you can hold off on buying tickets home. It's better to avoid the hassle of purchasing 2 together at the last minute. The mention of the day after tomorrow sparked excitement among the group. By the way, I've already sent Qian your photos. She agreed after seeing them. So, gentlemen, make sure to seize this opportunity. Liu Xiao teased. Although Pan Xingwen and the others were not unattractive, they could not compare to Liu Xiao, who was considered the campus heartthrob, yet they were undoubtedly handsome enough. Regarding their family backgrounds, the previous 2 years of assisting Liu Xiao indicated they were likely well off if they settled in Jiangqing. Affording a down payment wouldn't be a problem. The reason they had all gone their separate ways in their past lives was primarily due to career paths. Thus, Liu Xiao genuinely believed the 3 had a fair chance. After all, Wu Qianqian's roommates were also studying finance, providing them with common ground for conversation, significantly increasing the probability of success. Of course, whether it would actually work out depended on mutual attraction, a factor that could only be gauged in person. If there was no chemistry, no amount of matchmaking would suffice. Not everyone is as stunning as oneself. Old Xiao, by any chance, do you have photos of those girls? Shui Xiaosong asked with an impish grin. Yes, old Xiao, why not let us see them first? It'd be prudent to strategize our approach, Zhang Yin chimed in, his eyes gleaming with interest. Although Pan Xingwen remained silent, his eager expression mirrored that of the other 2. Get lost. Liu Xiao shot them a glare before climbing into bed. What are you thinking about preemptively assigning roles? Why not just have the girls delivered directly to your beds? After spending the night in the dormitory, Liu Xiao, drowsy in the early hours, suddenly felt the upper bunk sway. Through his hazy vision, he spotted Pan Xingwen stealthily climbing down and sneaking towards the door. Just as Liu Xiao was about to drift back to sleep, he noticed Pan Xingwen crawling back up to his bed. Liu Xiao, whose sleep was typically light, knew it would take at least 20 minutes to fall back asleep after being disturbed, and sometimes even half an hour. However, in his exhaustion, he paid little mind to it, only to find something amiss the next morning. Can it really take 20 minutes to use the restroom at this time of night? With squat toilets, being constipated for that long is a small matter. One might even risk a prolapse. Liu Xiao glanced at Pan Xingwen, who appeared somewhat disheveled while smoking on the small balcony, and a thought struck him. No way, could it be that there's another skilled person in the dormitory? Old Pan, Did you go out to use the restroom last night? Liu Xiao called out for confirmation. Pan Xingwen, caught off guard while smoking, froze for a moment but quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, old Xiao, my apologies. I was in a hurry and didn't mean to wake you. Liu Xiao couldn't help but laugh. The expression on Pan Xingwen's face was a poor disguise, and it seemed this was indeed the case. So, aside from himself, the other three in the dormitory were now all adept in their crafts? How terrifying. Chapter 36. Buying a house. Yulong Jingyuan 600 square meters. Liu Xiao had intended to head to the sports field for some exercise, perhaps play badminton. However, though Pan Xingwen was up, he looked too drained to engage in any activity. As for Zhang Yin and Xue Xiaosong, these two night owls would not rise before 11 unless absolutely necessary. Likely just in time to grab a meal before returning to their afternoon naps. Wu Qianqian had a full day of exams and undoubtedly had no time to go out. As for Gu Yueshi, after the conversation they had the night prior, it was entirely up to her to consider the matter. If Gu Yueshi was willing, Liu Xiao would certainly be agreeable. After all, who wouldn't desire such a stunning beauty? Those who claimed otherwise were undoubtedly speaking from a place of unattainability. It's human nature. How dull. Liu Xiao sighed helplessly. With an increase in money came a multitude of worries. For instance, how to spend the money wisely. Or, how to find himself some activities to occupy his time. Moreover, how to stir up some trouble for Li Tian and Li Yun. The latter had even become one of Liu Xiao's recent greatest pleasures. This was an addiction he could never shake off. Truly exhilarating. My brothers just want to say, the allure of top-tier beauties is something most people truly fail to understand. Liu Xiao had originally planned to take a stroll while securing the property he had spotted online 2 days prior at Yulong Jinyuan. But with only 10 minutes left until the full-day check-in time, he decided to linger a bit longer in the dormitory. System, check-in. When the time came, Liu Xiao silently pressed the check-in button in his mind. Congratulations to the host for a successful check-in. Congratulations to the host for receiving cash, 23 million yuan. The cash reward has been issued. Please accept it promptly, host. Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in. You have received a cash reward of 20 yuan. Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in. You have received 2 pairs of men's socks, which have been placed in your dormitory wardrobe, along with the purchase invoice. After completing the sign-in, Liu Xiao clicked twice more. The first sign-in revealed a rather ordinary non-lucky face, yet the second sign-in yielded an item. Although socks may not hold much value, it implies that the daily lottery, barring any extraordinary occurrences, does not exclusively dispense cash. Rather, while the likelihood of cash is higher, other items may also be included, albeit less frequently. Liu Xiao pondered while stroking his chin. If this is the case, it could indeed be a fortuitous development. After all, the odds are not particularly high, and receiving other items could be quite amusing. As for the socks, he thought it best to forego them. In this sweltering summer, wearing sandals is decidedly more comfortable. Liu Xiao had no desire to even glance at them. He opened the system panel, and with a mere thought, it materialized before him. Host, Liu Xiao, uniquely bound. Available funds, 1 billion yuan, of which 9 million is company assets. Current system level, level 1. Upgrade progress, 11 million out of 1 billion. Sign-in eligibility, any asset. Current assets, Lijiang Hotel, Jianglu Real Estate, underground parking lot near Jiangxing University, Bugatti Chiron, Ferrari 488. Quite satisfactory. Observing the data panel, Liu Xiao nodded in approval. With available funds amounting to 1.3 billion, and considering all other assets, his net worth is notably substantial. The Lijiang Hotel is valued at 30 million, and the Bugatti at 100 million. Combined, his total assets amount to 260 million. Old Pan, let us take a stroll. Liu Xiao called out to Pan Xingwen, who was smoking his third cigarette, as he rose from the dormitory. He first called the sales representative from Yulong Jinyuan, whom he had contacted 2 days prior, informing her that he would arrive in approximately 20 minutes. Subsequently, Liu Xiao retrieved his Bugatti. Having not found the time to shop for clothes in recent days, he was still clad in his ordinary attire. Many assert that expensive clothing and inexpensive clothing differ little, but that is merely a psychological comfort for the majority. In truth, expensive clothing does offer superior comfort. Furthermore, pricier garments tend to enhance one's demeanor. This is an undeniable fact. Wealthy individuals are not foolish. If the quality were lacking, why would so many affluent individuals choose to purchase them? As for purchasing a villa, which is also a significant expenditure, Liu Xiao decided to drive his Bugatti directly to avoid any cliché scenarios. The distance was manageable. He arrived at Yulong Jinyuan, nodding in satisfaction. The journey from Jiangxing University took exactly 10 minutes. Should there have been traffic, it would likely take around 15 minutes, which is quite convenient. The sales representative was already waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing Liu Xiao's Bugatti enter the premises, she gasped in awe and hurriedly approached. Good day, sir. Are you Mr. Liu Xiao, the one I spoke to over the phone? She inquired, her demeanor respectful as she observed Liu Xiao emerging from the Bugatti, clad in seemingly modest attire. That's me, Liu Xiao replied with a slight nod, his gaze drawn to the young woman before him. She was undoubtedly a beauty, scoring at least a 70 on the attractiveness scale, and would certainly be considered quite lovely by conventional standards. Now that it was July, with the heat rising, she was attired appropriately in a cool ensemble, her upper body adorned with a sheer, transparent jacket, beneath which lay a knotted blouse that could easily be untied with a gentle tug. Below, she wore a short white denim skirt, short enough that Liu Xiao could easily catch a glimpse of her safety shorts. Noticing Liu Xiao's gaze, the sales representative subtly adjusted her posture. Liu Xiao could identify true wealth. Although such individuals typically would not look her way, one must have dreams. What if he genuinely found her appealing? The property I viewed 2 days ago is still available, right? Liu Xiao immunized himself against her flirtations. With Wu Qianqian, an enchanting presence, by his side, he had become completely immune to women of lesser beauty, let alone the sales representative who barely reached the 70 mark. Perhaps she would look better with a social media filter. Yes, we can go see it right away, the sales representative eagerly affirmed, her excitement palpable. The entire villa complex comprised merely 50 to 60 houses, and being a high-end community, it seldom attracted many visitors. They operated on a half-year sales cycle, only opening for business occasionally. Of course, income isn't solely derived from property commissions. Those in the know understand this well. Liu Xiao's arrival in a Bugatti was a clear indication of his substantial purchasing power. Although she was unsure of the specifics, she knew that even the most basic Bugatti Veyron could afford her 4 or 5 houses. This implied that Liu Xiao possessed a high probability of purchasing a property. Following the sales representative inside, she began to introduce the community. Mr. Liu, our Yulong Jingyuan features a total of 55 properties, ranging from 300 to 600 square meters. A central avenue divides the area, with artificial lakes on either side. Further back lies a beautifully landscaped garden, complete with rockeries, flowing water, various stepping stones, and designated playgrounds for children alongside exercise areas for adults. Quite impressive. After surveying the basic infrastructure of Yulong Jingyuan, Liu Xiao nodded in approval. Although the community's environment could not compare to ultra-luxurious villa areas brimming with futuristic design, it certainly ranked as the finest in the vicinity, which justified the price of over 8,000 per square meter. What is the current occupancy rate? Liu Xiao inquired. We have sold 30 houses so far. Since they are fully furnished, most are already occupied. All right, let us take a look at the houses, Liu Xiao replied, nodding. As they approached the properties, Liu Xiao found them to be quite similar to the images he had viewed. The entrance featured a fingerprint lock, the specifics of which were unknown to him, but it was touted as cutting-edge technology and appeared quite sophisticated. Upon entering through the door, a small garden came into view, thoughtfully partitioned into a leisure area and a barbecue zone, approximately 200 to 300 square meters in size. The first floor consisted of a spacious living room and a guest bedroom, while the second floor housed several master bedrooms. The basement was divided into 3 sections, a media room, a fitness area, and 5 parking spaces. Mr. Liu, are you satisfied with this property? The sales representative asked as they ascended from the basement, inviting Liu Xiao to take a seat on the sofa while she joined him. It's acceptable, Liu Xiao nodded. He was indeed quite pleased with the property. Then, Mr. Liu, shall we proceed to sign the contract today? Upon entering, I closed the door behind me, finding the place entirely deserted today. As your future abode, you may linger here for as long as you desire, contingent upon your inclination to stay. The saleswoman winked at Liu Xiao, then, with a swift motion, reached for her attire. Chapter 37. Who can endure such trials? Stop, don't. Seeing the saleswoman's actions, Liu Xiao inwardly cursed, hastily interjecting to halt her. Yet, her movements were evidently swifter than his words, just as he uttered his protest. Her alluring figure was fully unveiled before him. Liu Xiao involuntarily widened his eyes at the sight before him. A number flickered in his mind. See. Quickly put your clothes back on. I am not interested in this. Reluctantly averting his gaze, he firmly declined her advances. He was not Liu Xiaowei, and he held certain standards for his companions. Setting aside appearance for the moment, she should at least possess the qualities of a respectable woman. If this saleswoman was so forward today, one could only imagine how many others she had entangled before. Her past was undoubtedly tainted. Even for the sake of his own safety, Liu Xiao would not engage. Mr. Liu, are you still dissatisfied with this villa? The saleswoman gazed at him, a hint of disappointment in her eyes. Her motivations for such behavior were not solely to latch onto Liu Xiao's wealth. The underlying reason lay in the unspoken rules of their industry. Each square meter of the villa was priced at 8,000, totaling 4,800,000 for 600 square meters, and with additional fees and taxes, the sum came to precisely 5 million. as a direct sales agent. She could earn a 1% commission amounting to 50,000. However, in this day and age, men did not simply purchase villas on a whim. Their desires often manifested in elaborate ways. The process of acquiring luxury automobiles and estates typically followed a similar pattern. The saleswoman had grown accustomed to this. Nearly every man interested in purchasing a villa would initiate discussions about the unspoken rules. Without acquiescing, they would undoubtedly refrain from finalizing any transactions. She had sold 3 or 4 of these properties, with 2 of those transactions culminating in immediate agreements, while the others had requested her company for about a week. This reality was widely acknowledged within their circle, and her colleagues were no better off. Liu Xiao's proactive approach, without her suggestion, stemmed not only from his perceived affluence, but also from his striking good looks. She thought she would be willing to spend even a month in such proximity. Yet, to her astonishment, Liu Xiao outright rejected her. "Quickly, put your clothes back on, and take me to sign the contract." Noticing the saleswoman's lack of response, Liu Xiao shot her an exasperated glance. Was this a test of his resolve? Who among the elite could withstand such trials? You wish to sign the contract? The saleswoman blinked in disbelief, her expression one of incredulity. No need for persuasion. He would simply hand over the money? Could such fortune exist? Was she dreaming? Quickly, detecting the irritation in Liu Xiao's tone, the saleswoman snapped back to her senses, hastily adjusting her clothing. Once she regained her composure, Liu Xiao let out a sigh of relief. Admittedly, while her appearance could be rated only around 70 points, her figure was undeniably stunning. Had he allowed her to linger even a moment longer, he could have found himself in quite the compromising situation. Liu Xiao rose first, making his way out of the villa, with the saleswoman quickly adjusting her attire and jogging to catch up. "Mr. Liu, I apologize. I was unaware of your preferences." What do you mean by that?" Liu Xiao suddenly sensed an ambiguity in her words. Surely, she did not assume him to be lacking in that regard? "I meant to say, I wasn't aware you were uninterested in women like us." The saleswoman hastily clarified, but her explanation only deepened the misunderstanding. Liu Xiao's expression darkened. Could she not refrain from speaking if she was unable to articulate her thoughts clearly? Realizing her gaffe, the saleswoman quickly covered her mouth, falling silent. The contract was signed without a hitch, and half an hour later, all processes and formalities were complete. "Mr. Liu, the total cost of the property is 4,900,000. You have opted for a one-time payment, and the deed tax is 2%, amounting to 98,000. You will need to allocate time to settle that separately." The saleswoman handed the contract and keys to Liu Xiao, explaining that the property certificate would not be available until later. Liu Xiao promptly transferred the funds through online banking. Once the transaction was complete, the contract became effective. As he accepted the contract and keys, a wave of reflection washed over him. In his past life, he had purchased a modest 100-square-meter apartment, burdened with a 40% mortgage. The rise in property values had far outpaced wage increases. Yet, in this life, at the tender age of 20, he had acquired his very first home, an expansive mansion of over 900 square meters. Exiting the sales office, he drove directly into the underground garage of the Yulong Scenic Garden, swiftly locating the parking area for his villa. After changing the fingerprint on the security lock with the management code, Liu Xiao pressed a button, and the garage door ascended with a clatter. After parking, he ascended to the upper floors. Observing the pristine condition of the room, he sprawled on the sofa in delight. What a satisfaction! Liu Xiao felt a twinge of the nouveau riche. Yet, he relished this sensation, believing it could continue to flourish. Unpleasant as it may sound, even if this villa merely stood idle, its value would surely appreciate by at least 2/3 over the next decade. Most essentials were already in place. With only a few basic living necessities remaining, Liu Xiao wandered through the villa, recognizing that fully renovated meant the essential fixtures were present but not necessarily furnished. The living room, adorned with sofas, coffee tables, and chandeliers, was not originally included. The developer had merely enhanced the aesthetics. The kitchen boasted only a gas stove, range hood, and cabinets. Appliances like refrigerators were absent. The other rooms were similarly bare, devoid of furnishings. Glancing at his phone, he noted that the hour was still early. Liu Xiao decided to visit the furniture market, where he spent over 500,000, acquiring all necessary items for the villa. Next, he ventured to the adjacent home textile market, purchasing sheets, mattresses, and bedding. The deliveries commenced promptly thereafter. By the time 6 o'clock rolled around, every item was installed. Observing the transformed villa, Liu Xiao nodded in satisfaction. Previously, the space felt vast yet desolate. Now, fully furnished, it exuded a sense of homeliness. Once he hired a maid, it would be nearly perfect, he mused. The spacious room posed a daunting challenge for one to clean alone. It would surely be an exhausting endeavor. Liu Xiao recalled that the property management seemed to offer such services, so it would suffice to contact them and have someone come over to tidy up. As for the small garden outside, the property management had already tended to it in the initial phase. If he wished to cultivate it later, he could simply follow the existing patterns for pruning. Alternatively, he could request the property staff to handle it. The property fee here was 10 yuan per square meter. And with a basic area of 600 square meters, the monthly fee amounted to a hefty 6,000 yuan, which encompassed these services. Indeed, the property fee was justified at this rate. After all, the community consisted of only 55 households, most of which were 300 square meters in size, when calculated monthly. It did not amount to an exorbitant sum. This money not only covered the salaries of the property staff, but also maintained the community's essential facilities, leaving a mere 10% surplus at the end of the month. Should the income diminish, residing here would indeed become untenable. Liu Xiao shook his head with a wry smile. The typical property fees in ordinary neighborhoods ranged between 1 to 2 yuan, yet here they had doubled. This was merely the cost of the property management. When factoring in the cleaning service, an additional 4,000 yuan would be required monthly. Moreover, the larger the villa, the more the electricity costs soared. Although Liu Xiao had never experienced it firsthand, according to Wu Qianqian, her family's south 300 square meter villa incurred an electricity bill of 1 to 2,000 yuan during the summer months. Regular upkeep and maintenance of the villa also demanded financial resources. For an average salary earner, maintaining such a villa could lead to financial ruin. Once Liu Xiao had sorted everything out, he realized he was quite famished. Having been busy all day, he had not even had lunch. The vicinity of the villa complex offered few dining options, and unfamiliar with the area, he decided to drive back to Jiangxing University. Just as he intended to call Wu Qianqian to join him in seeking a meal, he spotted two figures standing at the school gate. Upon noticing his approach, the leading figure waved enthusiastically at him. "Hey, brother, over here." At the school entrance, the square warrior excitedly beckoned Liu Xiao, while beside him stood the glum Li Yun. Upon seeing Liu Xiao, Li Yun's demeanor instantly soured, though he appeared somewhat timid. Liu Xiao was taken aback. Wasn't Li Tian supposed to be serving a 7-day sentence? Today marked only the 4th day, if memory served. However, in the next moment, Liu Xiao's smile returned. Regardless of the reason for his release, he was eager to seize the opportunity for some mischief. "Impressive, brother. You're out already," Liu Xiao teased, giving Li Tian a knowing wink. "Ah, don't mention it. I initially managed to get the time reduced to 3 days, and I could have been out last night. But that leader went berserk and kept me locked up for half a day longer. In the end, it took a friend's intervention to get me released," Li Tian lamented, his round face reflecting his dismay. He felt as though the model he had contacted bore an uncanny resemblance to the leader's wife, prompting her unreasonable treatment of him. Moreover, he had barely begun enjoying himself before being apprehended, resulting in a loss of 15,000 yuan and 3.5 days of confinement that nearly drove him mad. Nonetheless, he was grateful to be free at last. "In a couple of days, I'll take you out for a ride." "Brother, what brings you here?" Liu Xiao inquired, gesturing towards Li Yun. Upon noticing Liu Xiao pointing at Li Yun, Li Tian's expression darkened. This rebellious son, whose antics had already crossed the line, now had the audacity to provoke Liu Xiao and vie for women with him. This was utterly unacceptable. "You insolent brat, apologize to Liu Xiao right this instant," Li Tian exclaimed, dragging Li Yun forward and delivering a resounding slap to his head. The impact from the hefty 300-pound father nearly left Li Yun dazed. Liu Xiao could only marvel at the ferocity of Li Tian's discipline, which felt more like a vigorous rehearsal than mere theatrics. Each slap seemed imbued with the intent of securing his son's future progeny. Li Yun, on the verge of tears, reflected on how he would never have dared to speak ill of Liu Xiao had he known of their connection. Gritting his teeth, he managed to utter, "Brother Liu." "It was me." Smack. Another slap landed. "You think you can call him brother? It's Uncle Liu to you." Yes, Uncle Liu, I was wrong. I shouldn't have competed with you for women. I promise, I won't contact Gu Yueshi again," Li Yun lamented, casting a resentful glance at his father. Liu Xiao was merely 2 years his junior. Was it truly appropriate to address him as uncle? And the slaps hurt. While the performance was commendable, could they not take it a bit easier? "If I had known you dared to oppose my brother Liu, I would have broken your legs long ago. And you even dared to investigate him? Do you know who brother Liu is? He is a good friend, I acknowledge, who stood by me during my trials and spoke up for me in front of the higher-ups. Do you understand?" With every word, another slap descended upon Li Yun's head. "I understand, Dad." Li Yun winced, yet he dared not evade the punishment. It was no joke. His father's strength could easily overpower him. "Brother Li Tian, you truly have a talent for parenting," Liu Xiao remarked, impressed by Li Yun's utter submission. "Of course, younger brother, I have my methods," Li Tian replied with a smug grin. "My brother, don't take this brat too seriously. He's just a kid, and a little discipline goes a long way. By the way, do you have time today? Let me treat you to a meal." Li Tian rubbed his hands together, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Sure, no problem." Liu Xiao readily agreed, fully aware that Li Tian's demeanor belied a more ruthless nature when it came to dealing with those at Wu Qianqian's household. Given that Li Tian had specifically come here to put on such a performance, it was likely there was something significant waiting in the wings. Besides, Liu Xiao was genuinely hungry. Finding a decent restaurant nearby, Li Tian ordered an extravagant spread of dishes. Liu Xiao, adhering to the principle of turning the enemy's ammunition against them, chose the most extravagant items to feast upon. Brother Li Tian, how about we have a drink? Liu Xiao suggested. Absolutely. Waiter, bring me a bottle of Maotai. Li Tian exclaimed, slapping his thigh in anticipation. Hold on, brother, I can't handle that. I usually only drink pure brew aged over 30 years, Liu Xiao replied, a touch of amusement in his voice. Liu Xiao shook his head repeatedly. How much could a bottle of ordinary Maotai cost? At most, 1 or 2,000 yuan. Do you have any 30-year aged liquor here? Li Tian curiously glanced at the attendant beside him. I'm sorry, gentlemen, but we only have regular Maotai available. The pricier options are limited to red wine. Although the server couldn't fathom why such an elderly, portly man and a strikingly handsome young man were addressing each other as brothers, he dutifully shook his head. Aged white liquor is typically reserved for collectors, only obtainable in quite exclusive venues. However, red wine is a different matter altogether. Many bottles valued in the tens of thousands are not uncommon, and even moderately sized restaurants usually have some in stock. Then let us go with the red wine. Liu Xiao decided, selecting the most expensive wine from Dower Winery on the menu. Although he had no knowledge of what Dower Winery entailed, the price alone sufficed. Li Tian merely glanced at it, and his eyelids involuntarily twitched. 70,000 yuan for a single bottle of red wine. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't bat an eye. But with his cash flow dwindling over the past few days, this expense was indeed burdensome. However, considering that he still needed Liu Xiao's assistance, he gritted his teeth and declared, let us order a bottle of this red wine. Li Tian made a bold decision. The wine was soon served at their table. Liu Xiao, well versed in the art of wine consumption, had no intention of engaging in any ceremonial formalities. He poured a generous half-glass into his cup and downed it in one go. Refreshing. Liu Xiao nodded in satisfaction. A fine vintage red wine truly delights the palate. Li Tian watched with a twitching eyelid as Liu Xiao downed a quarter of the bottle in a single gulp. Surely, they wouldn't need to order another bottle today? Red wine, especially of this moderate alcoholic content, is typically difficult to intoxicate even seasoned drinkers. Brother, why not join me for a glass? Liu Xiao noticed Li Tian's hesitation and poured half a glass for him, then filled his own cup again. Come on, brother. Liu Xiao handed his glass over to Li Tian, clinking it lightly before downing his drink in one swift motion. Liu Xiao mused internally that the wine's alcohol content was likely around 10 degrees. He felt confident that he could easily handle 2 bottles by himself. If it weren't for the fact that each bottle contained 750 milliliters, he believed he could drink 3 bottles without issue. Li Tian gritted his teeth and followed suit, downing his glass of red wine in one gulp, all the while feeling a profound sense of frustration. Damn it. It seemed likely they would have to order a second bottle today. Chapter 39. Well said, let us have another bottle. Waiter, bring us another bottle. Before Liu Xiao could voice his thoughts upon seeing the empty bottle, Li Tian shouted out, Brother, you've really treated me today. Liu Xiao couldn't help but chuckle at Li Tian's exuberance. What are you talking about, brother? Our bond transcends such trivialities. Li Tian waved his hand dismissively. Yet his gaze remained fixated on Liu Xiao's wine glass. The next moment, witnessing Liu Xiao down another substantial amount of red wine, Li Tian felt a pang in his heart. That gulp alone cost him 20,000 yuan. He had initially planned to subtly inquire whether Liu Xiao might consider investing. But seeing Liu Xiao's apparent capacity for several more glasses, he felt utterly overwhelmed. The reason he sought Liu Xiao today was quite straightforward. His company's funds were on the brink of running dry. He had already lent 500,000 to Wu Qianqian's family and tied up another 300 to 400,000 in various projects, leaving him with just over 150,000 yuan in liquid assets. He had hoped that this 200,000 could sustain him until he secured Wu Qianqian's affections, but during his brief confinement, several issues had arisen with his projects. First, a long-standing partnership in the high-tech zone suddenly discovered a cheaper source on the market, halting all operations on his end. While he couldn't fathom why anyone would sell at a loss, he had no choice but to cover the expenses to preserve the channel. In just 3 days, he had already incurred a loss of 100,000 yuan. Completing this batch would likely lead to losses of at least 500,000 to 600,000. Before he could address this issue, 2 of his construction teams were poached with high salaries, and coincidentally, both were on the verge of contract expiration. He and T had the chance to renew their contracts, and they left without even paying the breach fees. With the teams gone, existing projects came to an immediate halt, and the project managers were desperately urging him to find replacements. After much negotiation, he managed to pacify their frustrations. Yet, taking over ongoing work left by others was no simple task. Construction teams were hesitant to inherit someone else's mess. Consequently, he had to pay double to secure another team, resulting in an additional expenditure of 500,000 yuan. Just as he had managed to resolve that situation, he received another call regarding a project in the old city. He was informed that the cement and mortar business had been snatched away, while the price remained unchanged. Another party was willing to provide financing for 15 days. This project was crucial to his operations, and he couldn't simply let it go so reluctantly. He informed his team to extend the financing. Thus, another 50,000 yuan went out the door. In summary, of the 150,000 he had on hand, he had already spent 120,000, leaving him with a mere 30,000. After treating Liu Xiao to dinner and 2 bottles of red wine, he was down to 15,000, with no ability to withstand any financial risks. A minor setback could leave him in dire straits. If someone took advantage of this opportunity to undermine him, he could lose a significant portion of his assets. Having recently arrived in Jiangxing, he hardly knew anyone. Without Liu Xiao as potential financial support, he would have to resort to retrieving the 500,000 from the Wu family to salvage his situation. However, he certainly wouldn't voice this to Liu Xiao. When they had first met, he had mentioned several key projects to Liu Xiao to showcase his capabilities and establish a sense of parity. But now, with his cash flow in jeopardy, if he disclosed his predicament, Liu Xiao would likely turn and walk away. By the way, brother, I've recently developed a few new projects, but the scale is somewhat large, and I might not be able to fully finance them. I wonder if you would be interested? Li Tian thumped his chest proudly. New projects? Liu Xiao inquired with curiosity. They're all located in the high-tech zone, indeed quite substantial, with an initial investment of around 500,000. Li Tian nodded with a smile. Liu Xiao couldn't help but scoff internally. This old fox had finally revealed his true colors. Wu Qianqian had been closely monitoring the dynamics of Tian real estate in recent days, and given that Li Tian was currently involved, any talk of new projects was dubious at best. Immediately, Liu Xiao understood. It was highly likely that Li Tian's financial chain was on the verge of breaking, and he was attempting to secure funding from him. Brother, you know this isn't a small sum. Even though we enjoy a good relationship, it's not as though I can simply hand over my money based on your word alone. Liu Xiao chuckled as he raised his glass of red wine and took a hearty sip. Li Tian's heart raced once more as he glanced at the nearly empty second bottle, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. Surely, he wouldn't be considering a third bottle, would he? Naturally, I am more than willing to present you with the real deal, my dear brother. To be honest, had it not been for my recent financial constraints, I would have relished the opportunity to indulge entirely. Li Tian, beaming with delight, produced his phone and settled beside Liu Xiao. All these so-called new projects are mere nonsense. However, aside from the few I mentioned to you the other day, I do possess several other ventures under my purview. I casually selected 4 or 5 projects to present. Brother, take a look at this drainage project with a budget of 1 million and a 4-month timeline, promising a total return of 120,000. And here, we have a material supply for a villa area, which also guarantees over 20% returns. Li Tian elaborated on the various projects with great enthusiasm. He understood Liu Xiao's capabilities. Unlike his previous lenders in real estate, Liu Xiao, who owned a hotel, naturally maintained a cash flow in the millions. Therefore, Li Tian spared no effort in his presentation, passionately painting vivid prospects to entice Liu Xiao into investing. In his heart, Liu Xiao meticulously noted down the projects Li Tian described, planning to send someone to investigate upon returning home, with hopes of acquiring all these ventures. However, his expression betrayed a hint of hesitation. Brother, you know well that my hotel does yield some profit over the year, but I am not particularly interested in this area. I prefer to earn stable returns. Honestly, I would be quite content with a 15% profit annually. In 2 or 3 decades, my assets could surpass 100 million. Upon hearing Liu Xiao's sentiments, Li Tian's demeanor shifted to one of exasperation. Brother, you cannot think this way. In business, we must maintain a sense of crisis. Your hotel may be profitable now, but what if an unforeseen disaster strikes? For instance, if a natural calamity were to occur, how long could your current cash flow sustain you? A month, 2 months? Liu Xiao hesitated briefly, conceding, you do have a point, brother. I indeed lack resilience against risk. Li Tian's heart swelled with satisfaction upon hearing Liu Xiao's response. This was precisely the outcome he sought. Indeed. Thus, we must capitalize on the favorable market conditions to diversify our investments. Do you know how long it took me to grow a standard real estate company from scratch to 30 million? 10 years, dear brother. If I had thought like you, I would likely only have a small operation worth a couple of 100,000 by now. I envision that in another decade, we shall meet at a grand banquet of billionaires. Li Tian sighed deeply, his words laced with genuine emotion. as a couple of tears welled up in the corners of his eyes, nearly moving himself to tears. I genuinely admire your character, brother. Given this opportunity, I wish to share it with you. I hope we can progress together. Should any troubles arise in Jiangsheng, we can support one another, right? Upon hearing Li Tian's words, Liu Xiao was suddenly filled with excitement and slammed his thigh, exclaiming, "Well said, brother. Server, bring us another bottle of red wine. Today, we shall not part until we are intoxicated." As the fourth bottle of red wine arrived, Li Tian, despite his earlier fervor, fell silent. One must wonder, aside from a few bites of food at the start, had Liu Xiao not touched his meal at all? This was the third bottle. "Come, brother. Let us toast to our friendship." Liu Xiao poured wine into their glasses, accidentally spilling a bit onto the table. After estimating the spillage, Liu Xiao mused, It should be about an ounce of wine. Cheers. Li Tian gritted his teeth and gulped it down. If he could secure Liu Xiao's investment today, he would welcome even a fourth bottle. One must risk something to gain something. One cannot be overly cautious with wine and expect to reap rewards. Brother, what do you think of my character? After downing the drink, Li Tian felt a slight haze enveloping his mind, seizing the moment to pursue further inquiries. Absolutely impeccable. Without a doubt, Liu Xiao replied, mimicking Li Tian's gesture of thumping his chest. Brother, heed my advice. Invest in this business. Brother, I still prefer to be cautious. Li Tian nearly spat out his drink in disbelief. Had he just spent half an hour speaking only for it to fall on deaf ears? However, brother, I could certainly invest a smaller amount, but 5 million is beyond my capability. The risk is too great. After a moment's hesitation, Liu Xiao finally spoke. Since you are in need of funds for these projects, I cannot remain uninvolved. Here's what I propose. I shall lend you 5 million directly from my company, with an interest rate of 7%, to be repaid within 10 days. Lend me 5 million at 7% interest? Li Tian was momentarily taken aback, but his heart leaped with joy. 7% interest is remarkably low. In the current market, lending companies typically charge between 12 to 15%, and only a select few reputable firms might offer loans at 8%. To illustrate this more clearly, consider the implications. A 5% interest rate translates to a monthly interest of 5%. Borrowing 5 million for a month would incur an interest of 250,000. Over a year, that amounts to 3 million in interest alone, yielding an annualized rate of 60%. The highest personal online loans hover around 25% annually, while corporate loans from banks range from 3 to 10% at most. If it were not for genuine financial constraints, Wu Qianqian's family would never resort to borrowing such a sum. Liu Xiao's mention of 7 cents refers to a monthly interest rate of 0.7, meaning that borrowing 5 million for a month would only incur an interest of 35,000. Moreover, if the loan were to be for merely 10 days, the figure would be further divided by 3, rendering the interest quite minimal. Li Tian, upon quietly pondering this matter, realized that this proposition was indeed feasible. Currently, he faced a shortage of liquid capital, yet all his projects and endeavors remained intact, with a robust company structure. Once the projects received payment, he could promptly secure several million in cash, and the initial batch of projects would likely conclude within 10 to 15 days. Even if those projects failed to yield returns, he could simply retrieve his 5 million from the Wu family to repay Liu Xiao, thus incurring no real risk. Furthermore, during this 10-day window, he could continue to pressure Wu Qianqian to finalize the matter, which would be rather advantageous for him. Observing Li Tian's change in demeanor, Liu Xiao took a sip of his wine, chuckling softly to himself. Given his current financial clout exceeding 100 million, it would be quite challenging to force Li Tian into bankruptcy. After all, Li Tian's funds were tangible assets and not circulating in the capital market. Even if Li Tian's financial chain were to break, he could merely scale back his operations, resulting in a slightly diminished company size, without being able to truly harm Li Tian. However, once he borrowed that 5 million and assumed the associated debt, Liu Xiao would possess ample means to undermine Li Tian. He was confident that the terms he proposed would be utterly irresistible. With the mindset of indulging in more wine, Liu Xiao quietly savored his red wine, exhibiting no urgency. Were Wu Qianqian not his woman, Liu Xiao would undoubtedly choose to befriend Li Tian, for even a rogue has his worth. Yet, with Li Tian setting his sights on Wu Qianqian and Li Yun on Gu Yueshi, Liu Xiao could not be blamed for his ruthlessness. In his heart, he had already sentenced the Li family to death. Liu Xiao's principle in handling matters was clear: either abstain from action, or, if he did engage, to annihilate his opponent with a tempestuous onslaught, leaving them no opportunity to recover. This necessitated careful planning. Li Tian pondered for 5 minutes, while Liu Xiao consumed half a glass of red wine. Observing this, Li Tian's lips twitched in frustration. He knew he could no longer afford to hesitate. The 30,000 he possessed might not even suffice to secure a single deal. Brother Liu, If you lend me this money, the interest is quite burdensome for me. Li Tian feigned a sincere tone. What does it matter? We are friends. After all, Liu Xiao waved his hand grandly. Let us do it this way, brother. Feeling somewhat swayed by Liu Xiao's generosity, Li Tian, having had a few drinks, began to relent. Brother, since you are investing in business, it must be profitable. Let us not stick to 7 cents. I'll give you the highest market rate, 15%. A 15% interest rate for 10 days would amount to 25,000. Having already spent over 200,000 on dinner, he could hardly quibble over such a sum. All right, it's not a large amount. We'll go with what you suggested. Liu Xiao nodded with a smile. Li Tian, emboldened, immediately called his company's business department to ensure the contract was prepared. Liu Xiao, of course, cooperated fully with the loan process. Half an hour later, Zhao Ku informed Liu Xiao that the funds had been successfully transferred. Simultaneously, Li Tian's phone lit up, indicating that 5 million had been credited to his company's account. Upon seeing the funds, Li Tian was instantly elated. Look. True friendship is not merely verbal, but rooted in genuine sentiment. 5 million, without a second thought, just transferred. What does it mean to be a brother? This is what brotherhood truly signifies. What a good man. Both exchanged glances, their hearts resonating with unspoken thoughts. Brother, let us toast. Waiter, bring another bottle. Chapter 41, 3 cups of wine. They continued drinking until after 9 in the evening, and Liu Xiao felt himself becoming somewhat tipsy. As for Li Tian, he was left with only a flicker of consciousness. At this point, Liu Xiao decided to refrain from further drinking. If he inadvertently got Li Tian incapacitated, it would be rather inconvenient without anyone to settle the bill. Brother, let us call it a night. I must head back now, Liu Xiao remarked, shaking the remainder of his wine bottle. Sure, brother. Rest assured, if you need anything in the future, just let me know. Whatever I can do, I'll ensure it's done clearly. Li Tian, swaying slightly, rose to his feet. Waiter, the bill, please. Good evening, sir. Your total today comes to 295,300. We'll waive the cents. You only need to pay 295,000. Due to the substantial order amount, the head waiter had personally come to oversee the transaction, wearing a beaming smile at Li Tian. Clearly, he was the day's major client, and one who exuded affluence. 295,000. Although Li Tian was inebriated, he felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. All right, let us use the card. Liu Xiao was great in many respects, but his dining expenses were exorbitant. The previous meal had cost him over 1,000 for his own son, and this one nearly 30,000. Had it not been for the 5 million Liu Xiao had just lent him, he would have faced immediate financial ruin after this dinner. The thought of the 5 million lying dormant in his bank account reignited Li Tian's excitement. With this sum, his pressing dilemmas could finally be alleviated. In the coming days, he would deal with those who had dared to stab him in the back. Let us see if they would still have the audacity. Brother, I'm off now. Witnessing the successful card transaction, Liu Xiao chuckled and bid farewell, returning to campus ahead of him. It was indeed gratifying to have swindled that old fellow. Having lent out the money, he now eagerly anticipated how Li Tian would squander it. And what would happen when it came time for repayment? When Pan Xingwen and others saw Liu Xiao return to the dormitory reeking of alcohol, they were taken aback. Old Xiao, have you suffered a heartbreak? Drowning your sorrows in drink. Zhang Yin hurriedly stepped forward to relieve Liu Xiao of the wine bottle in his hand, placing it on the table. Heartbreak? Nonsense. I merely overindulged a bit. Liu Xiao shot Zhang Yin a disdainful glance. What on earth? Why is the bed in the middle of the road? Bro, be careful not to bump into things while drunk. Pan Xingwen exclaimed, observing Liu Xiao's unsteady gait. Rushing to steady him. Goodness, how much have you had to drink? Xue Xiaosong offered a bottle of mineral water and grabbed a chair for Liu Xiao to sit. Liu Xiao took a large gulp of the water, finally feeling a bit better. Not much, we only opened 4 bottles. And I probably drank a bit over 2 bottles of the first 3. Liu Xiao pondered aloud. Old Xiao, you're truly impressive. You've never had red wine before and treat it like water. Exactly. We only drink a bit of beer. This foreign wine is pointless. Old Xiao, you lack self-discipline. I wouldn't even touch this if it were in front of me. They all exchanged eye rolls. Red wine, when consumed, feels quite similar to beer and doesn't intoxicate immediately, but its after effects can be quite potent. Liu Xiao, at this moment, was evidently experiencing a surge of energy. Stumbling slightly as he walked, he cast a disdainful glance at the 3 individuals before silently turning the label on the bottle of red wine towards them, indicating they should read it for themselves. 70,000. A bottle of wine costs a staggering 70,000. Surely, I must have misread the decimal point. But no. There was indeed a colon and dots following it. Goodness, didn't Liu Xiao just mention he had consumed a few bottles? 2 bottles, perhaps? And with 4 bottles opened in total, that amounts to 280,000? The group was momentarily taken aback. In this day and age, the average salary barely reaches 3,000 to 4,000 a month. 280,000. This could represent the total earnings of an ordinary person over 7 years. With a wealthy benefactor treating, I haven't spent a dime. Oh right, brothers, you should all give it a taste. A cup each should suffice. I brought it back specially for you, a celebration for all. Liu Xiao chuckled and promptly climbed onto his bed. Indeed, he was feeling a bit tipsy now. The three, noticing Liu Xiao settling into bed, exchanged glances at the red wine on the table. Subsequently, they quietly retrieved their cups. 5 minutes later, oh, just a sip costs 1,000. Following Liu Xiao truly is a stroke of good fortune. I'll start with a 2,000 sip. Zhang Yin immediately took out his phone to record a video, showcasing what it means to take 3 sips of wine for a staggering 7,000. Liu Xiao, reclining on his bed, cast a helpless glance at the antics of his 3 companions. Weren't they supposed to drink when it was served to them? What about principals? Glancing at his phone, he noticed a message from Wu Qianqian, stating that she had found a surgeon for the heart operation and was currently in contact with plans to come over soon. The surgery could be performed at the first hospital in Jiangqing. Along with that, there were some affectionate words of concern for him. Upon reading Wu Qianqian's message, Liu Xiao couldn't help but chuckle. This little girl is quite bold, daring to say anything. What did she mean about sneaking something for him when they go hiking the day after tomorrow? Such audacious words. However, one must admit, with 8 people going together, would there truly be an opportunity? Liu Xiao couldn't help but feel a flicker of anticipation. After replying to a few messages to Wu Qianqian and briefly updating her on Li Tian's situation, Liu Xiao could no longer resist the pull of slumber and drifted off to sleep. The next morning, Liu Xiao was awakened by the raucous chatter of his dorm mates. Are the brothers still studying? Liu Xiao yawned and glanced around. They were all engrossed in their books. There was no choice. Exams had to be passed. The others shot Liu Xiao an exasperated glance, but said nothing. They didn't have a genius like Gu Yueshi among them. Besides, Liu Xiao himself was quite capable. These fundamental questions would pose no challenge for him. Liu Xiao quietly checked the time and logged into the system to collect his daily sign-in reward. Congratulations, host. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received a cash reward of 24 million yuan. The cash reward has been issued. Please collect it promptly. Congratulations, host. Sign-in successful. You have received a cash reward of 202 yuan. Congratulations, host. Sign-in successful. You have received 10 packs of Durex. The items have been placed in the master bedroom of your dragon villa. Please collect and utilize them promptly. What on earth am I supposed to do with this? Liu Xiao chuckled wryly at the new items he had received. Moreover, these aren't even ultra-thin. They're practically useless. A poor review. Chapter 42. Taking Wu Qianqian to Dragon Villa. Gu Yueshi arrived quite early today. Upon seeing Liu Xiao sitting beside her, her cheeks flushed slightly. To be honest, aside from caring for her sister in the hospital yesterday, she had been pondering how to navigate her relationship with Liu Xiao in the future. Yet, her mind remained a chaotic tangle, leaving her uncertain about how to face him. Separation was truly difficult for her, but being together felt strangely awkward. However, she didn't wish to treat it as a transaction, as she genuinely harbored feelings for Liu Xiao. Liu Xiao, observing Gu Yueshi's demeanor, understood her internal struggle. She likely hadn't reached a decision yet. Nevertheless, Liu Xiao was in no rush. He had ample time, allowing Gu Yueshi to contemplate at her own pace. Yueshi, a heart disease professor from Beijing, may be coming over soon to perform your sister's surgery at the First People's Hospital. Remember to transfer her to that hospital in the next few days, Liu Xiao reminded Gu Yueshi, recalling Wu Qianqian's words from yesterday. The success rate of the surgery is quite favorable, especially with a professor conducting it. There should be minimal risks involved. Thank you, Liu Xiao. Gu Yueshi nodded appreciatively. Though her heart felt a tinge of melancholy, the more Liu Xiao cared for her, the more uncertain she felt about how to face him. By the way, Yueshi, remember to help me with the answers later, Liu Xiao quickly prompted as the exam papers were being distributed. Okay. Gu Yueshi couldn't help but giggle at Liu Xiao's words. Under her attentive care, Liu Xiao swiftly completed his final exam. Given the results, while a score of 90 might be a stretch, achieving 85 was definitely within reach, especially with full marks in his usual coursework. Passing was a cinch. What a breeze. Liu Xiao stretched lazily. As a junior, this was essentially the last exam. After a brief break, he would enter his senior year, leaving only his graduation thesis to tackle. That was no concern. Liu Xiao remembered his previous thesis quite well and could easily replicate it. Upon exiting the examination hall, Gu Yueshi headed to the hospital to care for her sister, while Liu Xiao returned to the dormitory. He spent the entire day boasting with his roommates until the afternoon when he went to the girls' dormitory to pick up Wu Qianqian after her exam. Hello, everyone. Liu Xiao greeted the group of girls following Wu Qianqian with a smile. Wow, you're Qianqian's boyfriend? So handsome. Qianqian, you're so lucky. Stop it. It's clearly him who is fortunate to have such a beautiful girlfriend like Qianqian. The girls erupted into a lively chatter. Xiao Gu, these are my roommates. Wu Qianqian said, a bit shyly, as she walked up to Liu Xiao. Initially, she intended to leave directly with Liu Xiao, but her roommates insisted on meeting her boyfriend. And Wu Qianqian, unable to refuse, brought them along. Am I really that petty? Liu Xiao chuckled as he affectionately ruffled Wu Qianqian's hair. To be honest, Wu Qianqian's roommates were indeed quite attractive. Each of them could easily rival the saleswoman he had seen at Dragon Villa yesterday. Wu Qianqian also took the opportunity to introduce them. This is Luo Jieyue. This is Dai Xiao, and this is Huang Monro. Liu Xiao observed them in turn. Each girl possessed a distinct charm. Luo Jieyue's height is comparable to that of Wu Qianqian, both hovering around the vicinity of 168 meters. However, her physique pales in comparison. Adorned with spectacles, she possesses a slender and tall stature that immediately suggests a certain reticence in conversation. Dai Xiao, on the other hand, stands at a mere 1.5 meters, significantly shorter than Wu Qianqian, and is clad in a playful pink JK uniform that exudes a whimsical charm, radiating an undeniable cuteness. Huang Monrong appears more conventional, possessing a slightly above-average appearance and perpetually wearing a gentle smile. Liu Xiao nodded to himself in quiet acknowledgement. To be frank, if these young ladies were to enhance their appearance just a tad, they would undoubtedly be recognized as stunning beauties. After a brief introduction, Liu Xiao and Wu Qianqian did not linger and exited the school together. Qianqian, let me take you somewhere, Liu Xiao chuckled, steering his car towards Yulong Jingyuan. He had yet to inform Wu Qianqian about the house he purchased, intending it as a delightful surprise. A surprise? As Liu Xiao drove into Yulong Jingyuan, Wu Qianqian's mind began to ponder the possibilities. Xiao Gu, you didn't really buy that house, did you? Wu Qianqian exclaimed in astonishment, her mouth agape. With a floor area of 600 square meters and a total of over 900 square meters including ancillary spaces, it certainly qualifies as a luxurious abode. But that costs 5 million. She gasped. Ha, what do you think? Liu Xiao laughed heartily, choosing not to elaborate further as he maneuvered into the underground garage, then led Wu Qianqian up to the first floor via the basement. Inside, every piece of furniture and appliance had already been meticulously arranged by Liu Xiao. Crafted primarily from solid wood with minimal adhesive, the furnishings emitted no unpleasant odors. Wow, Wu Qianqian exclaimed, her eyes wide with delight as she surveyed the layout of the house. Liu Xiao had chosen aesthetically pleasing furniture that complemented each other beautifully, even from just the photos. They had both perceived the home as exquisite. The addition of these furnishings elevated the villa to an entirely new level. Wu Qianqian particularly adored the color scheme. Xiao Gu, you truly bought it. Could there be any doubt? I've already taken care of all the furniture and decor, he replied with a smile, affectionately ruffling Wu Qianqian's hair before leading her outdoors. This area will be perfect for al fresco barbecues, and we can plant flowers in the garden. Maybe even have some pets. There's space allocated for them, Liu Xiao pointed out. The beauty of living in a villa is the ability to have a cat or dog without excessive concern over their mess. As for cleanliness, there will be a maid to maintain its pristine condition. So what do you think? Do you like it? Of course I love it. Thank you, Xiao Gu. Wu Qianqian joyfully leaped into Liu Xiao's arms, a rush of excitement coursing through her. Though they had been together previously, their outings had always taken place in hotels, creating a different ambience. This new setting brought an entirely different experience. Liu Xiao's purchase of a home signified that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, she would be the sole mistress of this residence in Yulong Jingyuan. This also symbolized Liu Xiao's recognition of their relationship. In this villa, Wu Qianqian felt that she and Liu Xiao had truly become an inseparable couple, with no barriers left between them. If you wish to express your gratitude, this mere gesture won't suffice, Liu Xiao teased, embracing Wu Qianqian as if she were a cherished sloth. Glancing around, he noted that both the front and back doors of the villa were securely shut, surrounded by walls that ensured complete privacy from the outside. Liu Xiao silently marveled at the words of the female sales agent from the previous day, who had assured him that once the villa was locked, anything could be done within its confines. Truly, she did not deceive him. Wu Qianqian bit her lip and gazed at Liu Xiao with longing. Being naturally proactive, she was unreserved in her affection. Chapter 43. Solid evidence of a lucky encounter. The two were engrossed in their activities until midnight, neglecting even to eat lunch. Luckily, Liu Xiao had taken the initiative to buy some instant noodles, eggs, and ham at the community entrance while purchasing furniture the day before, or they would have gone hungry that night. Xiao Gu, stop laughing. In the kitchen, Wu Qianqian was busy boiling noodles, and upon noticing Liu Xiao's amused gaze, she set down her chopsticks and playfully nudged his arm. It's not my fault I'm laughing, Liu Xiao replied, trying to suppress his mirth as he pointed at the pot of boiling water. Have you ever considered why instant noodles has the word instant in it? Don't you think you've added a bit too much water? While the cooking process itself was correct, Wu Qianqian had filled a large pot with an excessive amount of water for just 2 packets of noodles. Not only would this be unnecessary for 2 packets, but even if doubled, it would still be far too much. The noodles would lack any flavor. Furthermore, the gas had been on for 5 minutes. Yet the water remained lukewarm, showing no signs of boiling. Liu Xiao truly wondered which would give in first, his stomach or the pot of water. All right, let me handle this. You were busy with something else, Liu Xiao said with a roll of his eyes, gently pushing Wu Qianqian aside before taking over the cooking. Having grown up as an orphan, his culinary skills were undoubtedly proficient. After all, with a lack of takeout over the years, one either had to dine out or cook for themselves. Preparing meals was both healthier and more economical, and over time, this had honed his abilities in the kitchen. As they sat down at the dining table, Wu Qianqian still felt a tinge of defiance. Xiao Gu, from this moment on, I will learn to cook. And I promise to make you delicious noodles in the future, she declared, stubbornly stirring her bowl of instant noodles. Though she hailed from a well-off family, her upbringing had left her somewhat sheltered. Apart from tidying her own room, all other household chores were handled by the family maid. While she could recognize some commonly consumed vegetables, the names of less familiar ones eluded her. She had entered the kitchen on occasion, but it was usually just to grab bread or milk, and she had rarely turned on the gas stove. In truth, Wu Qianqian represented the quintessential affluent young lady. However, unlike many spoiled and willful counterparts, she was quite understanding and endearing in every regard. The inability to cook might be a drawback in an average household, but it held little significance in Liu Xiao's world. After all, hiring a maid was a simple solution, a matter of just a few thousand yuan a month. Very well. I shall eagerly anticipate your cooking. I look forward to savoring the noodles you prepare, Liu Xiao said, his lips curling into a smile at the sight of Wu Qianqian's determination to become an exemplary homemaker. You're so annoying, Wu Qianqian retorted, fully aware that Liu Xiao was teasing her. Wait a moment. Liu Xiao picked up a tissue and gently wiped Wu Qianqian's lips, removing the traces of the drink she had clandestinely sipped in the kitchen. Next time, be more careful, you're acting like a child. Wu Qianqian's face flushed instantly, and she shot Liu Xiao a reproachful glance. Are you not aware of the situation? In comparison to the day she first became involved with Liu Xiao, her physical wounds had long since healed. Yet, despite this recovery, she still felt somewhat lacking in strength. She was perplexed by Liu Xiao's seemingly boundless energy, as if he possessed an inexhaustible reservoir of vigor. Liu Xiao, observing her, simply smirked. Naturally, youth brings with it great strength, not only abundant, but also enduring. Sprinting alongside the sun was a trivial feat, however. This was a realization Liu Xiao had not grasped in his previous life. Perhaps it was true for most individuals. When one has the ability and strength, opportunities are scarce. Yet when capabilities wane, one is burdened with daily toil. Oh, the plight of man. Well, let us finish our meal promptly and rest. We shall ascend the mountain at dawn. Instant noodles, while not particularly palatable, merely served to satiate their hunger. Liu Xiao stifled a yawn. The kitchen was equipped with a garbage disposal and a dishwasher, allowing them to simply discard waste and place their dishes within the washer, a remarkably convenient arrangement. Wu Qianqian nodded in agreement. With exams looming and responsibilities at Jianglu real estate demanding her attention, she felt overwhelmed, especially after a sleepless night. Fatigue was weighing heavily upon her. The following morning, Liu Xiao first dialed Zhao Ku. Old Zhao, could you arrange for a business vehicle to meet us at the entrance of Jiangxing University? We are 8 in total, so a 10-seater will suffice. Certainly, boss, Zhao Ku promptly replied. Xiao Gu, shall we set off now? Meanwhile, Wu Qianqian had completed her makeup and was ready to go. Liu Xiao glanced over and was taken aback by her beauty. Today, as they were headed for a mountain hike, Wu Qianqian had donned a crisp white sports outfit, her hair tied up in a neat bun, exuding an air of competence. This attire accentuated her attractive features and physique. Come here, let me give you a kiss. Liu Xiao chuckled, playfully pulling Wu Qianqian onto his lap. Xiao Gu, I just did my makeup. Don't mess it up. Wu Qianqian protested, worried that Liu Xiao might cause havoc once more. She quickly planted a kiss on his lips and cheek, and upon seeing the faint red imprint of her lips on his face, she couldn't help but smile. Liu Xiao shot her a teasing glare and used a wet wipe to clean off the remnants of her lipstick. Meanwhile, today's attendance had also been duly noted. Congratulations, host, on successful check-in. Congratulations, host, on receiving cash, 35.4 million. The cash reward has been issued. Please accept it promptly. Congratulations, host, on successful check-in. Receiving a cash reward of 108,000 yuan. Congratulations, host, on successful check-in. Receiving 300 units of Durex ultra-thin condoms. The items have been placed in the master bedroom nightstand of the Yulong Jingyuan Villa. Please collect and utilize them at your earliest convenience. Such is the plight of a non-lucky individual. Until today, Liu Xiao had been entirely unaware that one could win over 30 million in cash in a single day's lottery. From the very first day, the cash rewards had hovered around the 20 million mark, and once, he had jubilantly won 27 million, which had delighted him for an entire afternoon. He had always presumed that the maximum daily lottery limit was around 30 million. Yet, the reality was otherwise. Liu Xiao sighed in exasperation. All he could do now was practice self-consolation. As long as Wu Qianqian was his, that was sufficient. Chapter 44. Even if it's a stone monkey, I will keep her warm. When Liu Xiao and Wu Qianqian arrived at the university entrance, they found Zhao Ku already waiting for them. Old Zhao, why did you come in person again? Liu Xiao smiled as he took the car keys from Zhao Ku's hand. He recalled that Zhao Ku had also delivered his phone previously. It's close by, and I can't trust others to handle it. Zhao Ku scratched his head, chuckling at his usual excuse. By the way, boss, the fuel tank is full, and I have also arranged for 10 breakfast packages to be packed from the kitchen. They're all in the vehicle. Zhao Ku gestured towards the business vehicle parked by the roadside. This particular Mercedes-Benz model, while Liu Xiao couldn't recall the specifics, was approximately valued at around 1 million, according to Zhao Ku. The hotel procured such vehicles essentially at no cost, as purchasing cars could be tax-deductible. Thus, they would typically acquire a new one each year before tax audits, accumulating around 7 or 8 over the years. Moreover, expenses for fuel and maintenance, as long as receipts were available, could be reimbursed through taxation, making it essentially free of charge. Thank you for your hard work, old Zhao. Liu Xiao replied with a smile, appreciating Zhao Ku's meticulousness and competence. If opportunities arose, he considered promoting Zhao Ku in the future. Individuals like him were indeed a pleasure to work with. All right, boss, I'll take my leave now. Seeing that everything was in order, Zhao Ku tactfully suggested his departure. He understood Liu Xiao's intention to enjoy some leisure time. After Zhao Ku left, Wu Qianqian curiously looked at Liu Xiao. Xiao Gu, is the Lijiang Hotel also yours? Earlier, while at home, she had known Liu Xiao was on the phone with a subordinate to arrange a vehicle. But she had never imagined that this subordinate would be the general manager of the Lijiang Hotel. Even after spending so many days at the hotel, she had failed to realize this detail. No wonder, aside from the first time she booked a room herself. Every subsequent stay had been in the same room on the 13th floor, which she assumed was merely a stroke of luck, not realizing it was reserved for the boss. Your husband is quite formidable, you know. There will be even more surprises in the future. Liu Xiao said with a playful shrug as he pressed the unlock button and retrieved 2 breakfast packages from the car, handing one to Wu Qianqian. As Wu Qianqian accepted the breakfast, she couldn't help but marvel. Just the Lijiang Hotel alone was on par with her own home. Moreover, aside from the hotel, Liu Xiao openly possessed tens of millions in cash and a Bugatti. His wealth likely approached 2 billion. However, she found it hard to believe that someone who could afford a luxury car worth over 100 million would claim to have only 2 billion in assets. After all, would someone with 10 million spend 5 million on a car? That would be utterly improbable unless it was a necessity. No one would be foolish enough to spend half their fortune on mere transportation. This suggested that Liu Xiao's status was far beyond what she had initially imagined. Yet, reflecting on the time she had gone to the Lijiang Hotel with Liu Xiao, had he merely been watching her play? Had she been engaging in a role-playing scenario while Liu Xiao was both participant and audience? The thought made Wu Qianqian blush with embarrassment. At that moment, when she had given everything she could, Liu Xiao had never once attempted to stop her. How scandalous. Moments later, Liu Xiao noticed Dai Xiao and her companions approaching. Over here, Liu Xiao waved them over. Wow, a Mercedes. Dai Xiao exclaimed as they neared, their eyes widening at the emblem. This is the company's vehicle. Liu Xiao explained with a smile. Many are aware of the circumstances surrounding Wu Qianqian and her family, who are engaged in real estate. While Liu Xiao also possesses a modest fortune, making it unsurprising for him to own a car worth 1 million. There are some snacks in the vehicle. Let's have a light bite to quell our hunger before we dine at Jilong Mountain. Thank you, Xiao Gu. Dai Xiao and her companions eagerly rushed to the car to retrieve the breakfast. Compared to their bare faces yesterday, the three have adorned themselves with makeup today and donned relatively breezy sportswear, enhancing their elegance. Particularly striking is Luo Jiayue. Although her figure cannot quite match Wu Qianqian's, she is undoubtedly the most alluring among the three, possessing a curvaceous silhouette. Xiao Gu, could you possibly maintain your composure? Just as Liu Xiao intended to admire her further, Wu Qianqian's delicate hand had unknowingly found its way to the soft flesh at his waist. Cough, cough, cough. I merely wish to assess the potential future daughter-in-law on behalf of my sons. How can you, as an elder, be so shallow? Liu Xiao chided Wu Qianqian with feigned gravitas. Is that so, Xiaoge? Wu Qianqian smiled, yet her fingers began to twirl in place. Stop, stop, stop. I won't look anymore. Liu Xiao abruptly inhaled sharply, casting a fierce glare at Wu Qianqian. This woman plays her cards too shrewdly. I shall have my revenge this evening. Wu Qianqian proudly raised her chin, giving Liu Xiao a playful huff, exuding an aura of fearless defiance. Oh, just you wait, tonight. I shall deal with you. Liu Xiao stood before her, boldly slipping his hand beneath her sports attire. Wu Qianqian's face flushed crimson, and she quickly glanced around to ensure that their roommates were not watching. Upon confirming their obliviousness, she sighed in relief, hastily pushed Liu Xiao's hand away, and shot him a fierce glare. Liu Xiao smiled with satisfaction. Little girl, I shall certainly have my way with you. After a brief wait of 2 minutes, Pan Xingwen and the others arrived. Old Xiao, you're incredible. The trio had just cast a furtive glance at Luo Jiyue when they eagerly pulled Liu Xiao aside to converse animatedly. Are you satisfied? Liu Xiao inquired with a grin. Absolutely satisfied. This beauty, this figure, she is undeniably gorgeous. Pan Xingwen declared, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. By the way, I want the most vivacious girl. Don't you dare snatch her away. He immediately claimed ownership of Dai Xiao Xiao, whose lively and adorable demeanor had caught his fancy. As for height, it was of no consequence. The disparity only added to her charm, which was all the rage these days. I'll take the one without glasses, Xue Xiaosong remarked, eyeing Huang Monrong, who was also quite beautiful, standing just over 1.6 meters tall, and always wore a gentle smile, exuding warmth and kindness. Zhang Yin interjected. To be honest, I find the shorter one appealing as well, and the one without glasses is nice too. How about we compete for our choices, brothers? Get lost. Zhang Yin's suggestion was met with playful mockery from the others. All right then, I'll begrudgingly settle for the one wearing glasses, he sighed. Luo Jiyue was indeed not lacking in allure, and her figure was at least a C-cup, making her arguably the most beautiful among the 3 girls. However, her somewhat shy demeanor and infrequent smiles indicated that she might not be easily approachable, which deterred Zhang Yin, a reclusive man with little romantic experience. I heard from Qianqian that Luo Jiyue comes from a well-off family. If someone manages to win her heart, they could potentially save themselves decades of hard work in the latter half of their life, Liu Xiao remarked with a smile. Moreover, it seems she has a direct relative who holds a leadership position in Jiangxing, making it easier to secure a civil service job, right? Wow, I'm starting to regret my choices. Pan Xingwen admitted. How about we switch? Get lost. There's no swapping in this matter. Upon hearing about the civil service position, Zhang Yin's eyes lit up with fierce determination. Brothers, let us be real. You may falter today, but I shall not fail. I must win her over. Chapter 45, Striving for Progress. Jilong Mountain is a fair distance from the center of Jiangxing. The group set off at 8 in the morning and arrived at the foot of Jilong Mountain by 11. There remains another stretch of road that should lead to the halfway point. Liu Xiao glanced at the navigation. The destination was the Jilong Mountain parking lot, approximately 7 kilometers away. However, maneuvering a 10-seater business vehicle on such narrow mountain roads posed some challenges. The narrowest section of the winding road could barely accommodate 2 small cars passing each other. There was hardly any extra room. Old Xiao, are you up for this? It's quite the tight squeeze, Pan Xingwen, seated behind Liu Xiao, remarked as he observed Liu Xiao adjusting his position. You can, no BB. Liu Xiao retorted with annoyance as he glanced back at the rear seat. This vehicle resembles a cumbersome beast. Making a turn is nearly a full 360 degrees. And attempting to maneuver directly would leave the rear wheels dangling in midair. He takes the safety of everyone seriously, unlike the drifting stunts seen on Akina Mountain, which are far too complex. Moreover, Pan Xingwen, who doesn't even possess a driver's license, has no grounds to critique him. Upon hearing Liu Xiao's use of English, the group momentarily paused. As university students, even if they hadn't passed the 4th level, they possessed a certain level of language proficiency. Yet they found themselves at a loss with Liu Xiao's remark. Don't think about translating. Just take it literally, Xue Xiaosong suddenly piped up. You can. You go ahead. If you can't, don't BB. Dai Xiao attempted to translate, only to find it amusingly perplexing. Ha. Old Xiao is a genius. This is brilliant. Zhang Yin finally caught on, clutching his stomach in laughter. Xiao Gu, where did you learn that? It's absolutely magnificent. Wu Qianqian, seated nearby, was also thoroughly entertained. Just from the internet. There's also the motto study hard and make progress every day. Liu Xiao shrugged with a smile. However, with Liu Xiao's playful banter, the previously subdued atmosphere in the vehicle began to brighten. The 7-kilometer journey took nearly an hour. By noon, Liu Xiao successfully parked the vehicle in the lot. Jilong Mountain is considered a medium-sized tourist attraction, and the parking area was bustling with visitors, with plenty of restaurants to choose from. After casually selecting a place to dine, Pan Xingwen and Luo Jiyue introduced themselves, and by the end of the meal, the group's relationships had grown significantly closer, dispelling the initial awkwardness they had felt at the outset. We are currently at the halfway point, The remaining path consists of small trails, making it impossible to drive any further. The total journey to the top will take about 2 hours. I heard that snow can be seen from the summit of Jilong Mountain. Is that true? Dai Xiao inquired with curiosity. She was an outsider, unfamiliar with the intricacies of Jiangxing. At this time of year, it seemed implausible. Perhaps in spring it would be more fitting, yet the mountain would undoubtedly still carry a chill. Pan Xingwen rubbed his hands together, chuckling as he explained. At this elevation, the warmth of the sun was barely perceptible. The wind swept through in gusts, providing a refreshing coolness. Xiao, would you like me to carry your bag? Sure, but I have quite a few things, so it might be a bit heavy. Dai Xiao replied with a grin, handing over her bag. What is there to worry about? Look at my build. It's a piece of cake for me. Pan Xingwen chuckled heartily as he accepted the bag from Dai Xiao. Glancing back at Zhang Yin and Shui Xiaosong, he flashed a peace sign. And upon seeing Dai Xiao moving up the mountain, he hurriedly jogged to catch up with her. Witnessing Pan Xingwen's success, Shui Xiaosong's eyes turned green with envy, and he mustered the courage to strike up a conversation with Huang Monrong beside him. Monrong, may I carry your bag as well? Oh, that is not necessary. I don't have much, Huang Monrong replied politely with a smile. Don't be shy. We're all out having fun together. Carrying a bag is nothing. Besides, I'm quite strong. It's no trouble at all. Shui Xiaosong thumped his chest proudly. All right then, here you go. Huang Monrong had a favorable impression of Shui Xiaosong, and the two continued their ascent, sharing laughter along the way. Liu Xiao and Wu Qianqian exchanged glances, observing the remaining pair awkwardly stalled in place. And they quietly proceeded up the mountain. It was evident that these two would likely remain tongue-tied for at least 5 minutes. However, in Liu Xiao's opinion, the most compatible pair among the 6 might just be Zhang Yin and Luo Jieyue. Their personalities, worldviews, and attitudes towards life were remarkably aligned. Zhang Yin was perplexed. Despite being quite familiar around his roommates, he found himself at a loss for words in the presence of girls, especially attractive ones. As the others gradually moved ahead, he turned to Luo Jieyue, suppressing his thoughts for a good 5 minutes. Finally, feeling it inappropriate to remain silent any longer, he broke the ice. Shall we head up the mountain together? Let me carry your bag. No, I can manage by myself, Luo Jieyue responded, casting an awkward glance at Zhang Yin and shaking her head. Zhang Yin glanced at Luo Jieyue, and then at the bag she was carrying. He had intended to say more, but suddenly found himself at a loss for words. Nevertheless, the two finally began to ascend the mountain slowly, following the main group. Observing that Luo Jieyue had not spoken again but had at least begun to move, Zhang Yin breathed a sigh of relief and quickly followed suit. Qianqian, you must often hike, right? Liu Xiao inquired with a smile, glancing at the composed Wu Qianqian beside him. Not really, maybe once every 2 or 3 months. But I do engage in some aerobic exercises regularly, Wu Qianqian nodded. This was indeed her secret to maintaining her figure. Would you be interested in doing some fun aerobic exercises here? Liu Xiao chuckled, pointing to a narrow path nearby. The main trail led steadily uphill, while the little side path descended. Due to the steep terrain, descending that path for 50 to 60 meters would obscure the view of what lay below, creating a concealed spot. Moreover, it was somewhat secluded, likely unnoticed by the average passerby. Wu Qianqian glanced in the direction Liu Xiao indicated, her cheeks flushing as she grasped the implication. However, hadn't they just engaged in plenty of aerobic activities yesterday? She began to worry whether Liu Xiao could handle it. Qianqian, do you remember what you told me last night? Liu Xiao teased, looking at her. Oh, come on, Xiao Gu, that doesn't count. Wu Qianqian shyly stamped her foot. Observing her expression, Liu Xiao understood that, despite her rejection, women often spoke in contradiction, particularly when shy. Thus, her denial meant the opposite. Liu Xiao grinned broadly, noting the absence of onlookers, and pulled Wu Qianqian toward the side path. Hey, Xiao Gu, be gentle. I might twist my ankle. Haha. If you keep saying that, it would be perfect. Chapter 46. The end of student days is junior year. Among the group, Liu Xiao and Wu Qianqian were the last to reach the mountaintop. Lao Xiao, your stamina is lacking, Pan Xingwen remarked smugly upon seeing Liu Xiao arrive late. He and Dai Xiao were the first to ascend, and during the climb, Dai Xiao had run out of energy and had to be assisted by him all the way. Yes, your stamina is impressive, right? Liu Xiao rolled his eyes at Pan Xingwen. If it weren't for my delay of half an hour, could you have made it up first? Qianqian, you usually have great stamina. Why are you sweating so much today? Dai Xiao asked curiously as she approached Wu Qianqian. Yes, Qianqian, it should be quite cool up here, Huang Monrong chimed in, intrigued. As someone who rarely ventured outdoors, she hadn't perspired much at all. Given her understanding of Wu Qianqian, this level of exertion shouldn't have left her so fatigued. Perhaps I've been worn out from exams these past few days. And I haven't rested well? Wu Qianqian replied awkwardly, deliberately creating some distance. Besides the scent of sweat, There was also Liu Xiao's fragrance lingering around her. Although the girls didn't have boyfriends and might not fully appreciate it, if it were to be detected, it would be utterly mortifying. It was still a weekday, and the mountaintop wasn't overly crowded. The center featured a large platform designed for camping, surrounded by a few vendors selling tents and barbecue supplies. However, due to the inability to drive up the mountain, these items were rather expensive, though for Liu Xiao, the cost was negligible. Checking the time. It was only 3:30 in the afternoon, leaving plenty of time. He decided to rent a barbecue grill and bought some meat to grill and enjoy. The group of girls busied themselves with the grilling, while Pan Xingwen and the other boys tried to ingratiate themselves. Liu Xiao sat off to the side, lighting a cigarette, and reflecting on the situation. Although they were in their junior year, with a year until graduation, anyone who had attended university knew what the fourth year entailed. Those who needed to intern would intern, those preparing for graduate exams would study, and those poised to inherit family businesses would likely retreat home. Thus, it was uncertain how many would remain in the school by the time senior year arrived, particularly for finance students. They typically began working as interns starting in their fourth year. This was an industry where experience mattered, and those who could enter earlier would see vastly different treatment. Hence, after this gathering, it would be uncertain when they could all reunite again. This event could be seen as the last hurrah of their university days. It was evident that such a gathering would hardly solidify relationships among the couples present. However, the silver lining is that everyone can exchange contact information. Should there be genuine interest, further communication can ensue. Ultimately, whether or not a bond is forged depends on fate. Xiao Gu, come and try the meat I've grilled. Wu Qianqian exclaimed, eagerly approaching Liu Xiao with several skewers of meat, abruptly pulling Liu Xiao from his contemplative reverie. Liu Xiao cast a glance at the skewers Wu Qianqian presented and was taken aback. To be honest, in terms of color and presentation, the skewers she grilled were quite impressive. Did you really grill these yourself? Liu Xiao asked, skepticism lacing his tone as he regarded Wu Qianqian. Just last night. She could hardly boil instant noodles. How had she managed to grill meat today? Oh, this isn't difficult. I learned after watching them do it once. You should try the flavor. Wu Qianqian pouted, sensing Liu Xiao's doubt. Indeed, this was a skill she had just acquired alongside Dai Xiao and the others. All right. I'll give it a try. Liu Xiao smiled as he accepted the skewer. I must admit, it's quite delicious. Really? Wu Qianqian's eyes lit up, and she quickly grabbed a skewer for herself. But why does it taste a bit salty? The saltiness you're tasting isn't from this. Don't forget our trek up the mountain. Liu Xiao kindly reminded her. Xiao Gu, you're asking for a beating. By the time they descended from the mountain, it was already 6 o'clock in the afternoon. However, compared to the ascent, the descent was notably swifter. By 7 o'clock, the group had returned to the mid-mountain area. Liu Xiao took the car and drove back. In stark contrast to the awkward atmosphere on the way there, the return journey was much more harmonious. Initially, the three girls sat together on one side while the three boys occupied the other, with Liu Xiao and Wu Qianqian in the front row. Now, however, Pan Xingwen had taken a seat next to Dai Xiao, regaling her with jokes that left her in fits of laughter. Meanwhile, Xue Xiaosong sat beside Huang Monrong, boasting about his gaming prowess, while Huang Monrong listened attentively, smiling encouragingly when Xue Xiaosong reached particularly animated points. Most astonishing to Liu Xiao was the sight of Zhang Yin and Luo Jieyue. Despite their earlier awkwardness on the way up, they were now sharing a pair of headphones, enjoying music together. Observing the cheerful interactions among the group, Liu Xiao, as a proud elder figure, couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. Liu Xiao drove back to Jiangxing University, dropping off the others at their dormitories before returning to the underground parking lot to retrieve his Bugatti. Qianqian, have the project arrangements I mentioned yesterday been implemented? Once in the car, Liu Xiao broached the topic of business. Just the night before, he had lent 5 million to Li Tian, ensuring that Li Tian would address the gaps that required immediate attention. Now that a day had passed, he trusted that Li Tian had made substantial progress. The arrangements have been made, but Li Tian called me last night. Unfortunately, he was on my blacklist, so I only saw it this morning, Wu Qianqian recalled, chuckling at the detailed updates Liu Xiao had provided about the 5 projects. You can ignore his call. He will undoubtedly seek out your parents if he can't reach you, and let them handle his payments, Liu Xiao responded with a grin. As long as we delay for 10 days, Li Tian's issues will be resolved. Oh right, now there are just 8 days left. Chapter 47. The two giants of Jiangxing. The next morning, Liu Xiao first marked his attendance before heading to Jianglu Real Estate with Wu Qianqian. After a few days' absence, the company had expanded significantly, now boasting around 70 to 80 employees, giving it a semblance of a large corporation. Xiao Gu, the company currently consists of 3 departments: finance, business, and logistics. The logistics team is mostly finalized. What remains are a few positions in finance and business, Wu Qianqian explained as they walked inside, detailing the company's recent developments. Old Wang, How did the 5 projects you pursued yesterday turn out? Upon entering the office, Wu Qianqian summoned Old Wang, the project manager of the business department, to inquire about the progress of the tasks assigned the previous day. Boss, General Manager. Old Wang greeted Liu Xiao before diving into the business details. We have successfully secured all 5 projects. The clients have agreed to purchase at market's lowest price. We've just procured a batch of goods expected to arrive tomorrow, although the quantity isn't substantial, primarily to undercut the competition, Old Wang reported with a smile. In truth, their recent business dealings had been remarkably straightforward. Given that the company had set a baseline price at market value, it was highly probable that, barring any incompetence on the client's part, they would agree. Furthermore, to make their performance appear favorable, Old Wang had never utilized the baseline price provided by the company. Liu Xiao nodded in understanding. If we assume a project requires 400,000 in upfront investment, then for Li Tian to secure all 5 projects, he would need to invest at least 2 million. Gather more information on Tian real estate. Whenever you identify a project, pursue it with the intent of incurring additional costs for them. But keep this knowledge to yourself and refrain from discussing it with the lower ranks, Liu Xiao advised. Rest assured, I have 2 more projects in the pipeline, and I believe they will be finalized within a day or 2. As for the team below, I manage the distribution of business myself, ensuring absolute confidentiality. As a senior executive, Wu Qianqian was privy to the company's overarching strategy, and she understood Liu Xiao's intentions. In fact, she had been executing his directives over the past few days, splitting the team into several groups and masquerading as representatives from different companies to negotiate business deals. Presently, Tian Real Estate was under the impression that multiple companies were collaborating to undermine them. All right, you may return to your tasks. Having grasped the situation, Wu Qianqian nodded, signaling Old Wang to exit. She had recruited Old Wang with a generous salary, and his capabilities were undoubtedly impressive, based on his recent performance. Entrusting him with the task of countering Tian Real Estate seemed prudent. Xiaogu, should we also pursue some terminal projects? I've come across several recently developed projects that we could bid on. I believe with our strength, securing a project shouldn't be a challenge, Wu Qianqian suggested. Flipping through some recently acquired project proposals. As long as there is cash flow, real estate remains a viable business, and even Liu Xiao's visible assets are quite valuable. Leveraging these as collateral for loans is straightforward. We won't pursue terminal projects, Liu Xiao replied, shaking his head with a smile. He had never intended to tread that path. The primary purpose of registering the company was to assist Wu Qianqian and provide her with engaging work. For Liu Xiao himself, if he desired to make money, he had no need to engage in any business endeavors. Given the current scale of his finances, what enterprise could yield him over 20 million in daily cash flow? As for investments, once his cash supply dwindled, he would explore longer-term sign-ins and diversify into several ventures. With the system in place, Liu Xiao was not short on funds. He was merely savoring the pleasures of life. As the system has introduced, even if Liu Xiao does nothing with the system's assistance, he would inevitably become the world's richest individual. It is merely a question of time. Unless there comes a day when he genuinely loses interest in the fairer sex. He might then divert his focus towards his career. To put it bluntly, every day Liu Xiao awakens to find another Wu family addition to his asset list. An ordinary person might spend an entire lifetime without exhausting the wealth Liu Xiao accumulates in a single day. Given this reality, what necessity does he have to engage in trivial pursuits? Though Wu Qianqian does not fully comprehend Liu Xiao's mindset, she refrains from probing further. After all, Liu Xiao's assets are at least in the hundreds of millions, rendering a small investment of 10 million in a minor company rather inconsequential. Having spent the morning at the company watching Wu Qianqian manage routine business operations, Liu Xiao found himself growing somewhat bored. Qianqian, if you have no plans this afternoon, shall we take a stroll around the mall? Liu Xiao suggested. He had already been reborn for several days, yet had not purchased a single decent outfit. The clothes he currently wore carried an unmistakable air of youthful exuberance. Sure, I haven't been there in quite some time, Wu Qianqian replied, her eyes lighting up as she nodded enthusiastically. The family business had been ensnared in a crisis for several months, and the pressure she bore was no less than that of her parents. Her nerves had been taut, which explained her impulsive decision to drag Liu Xiao to a hotel in a fit of madness. It was only after the recent resolution of her family's crisis that she began to unwind. After a quick meal at the company, Wu Qianqian took Liu Xiao to the grandest shopping mall in Jiangxing, the Shengdai Shopping Plaza. Xiaogu, this Shengdai Shopping Plaza has 5 or 6 branches in Jiangxing, all under the auspices of the Zhang family's South Shengdai Real Estate. The plaza itself is valued at approximately 1 billion, while the real estate company is worth around 400 billion. The Zhang family's influence is pervasive throughout Jiangxing. Half of the real estate enterprises here are either established or funded by them. Liu Xiao nodded in acknowledgement. For him at this moment, The Zhang family indeed represented a formidable entity. To rival such a colossal force, it would likely take several days, contingent upon the system leveling up to Tier 2. I recall that Jiangsheng is home to two major conglomerates, correct? Liu Xiao inquired. Indeed, the Zhang family is the strongest, unarguably the foremost in Jiangsheng. Though the Lin family is also quite capable, Wu Qianqian explained with a smile. The Lin family operates in the energy sector, primarily acting as agents for giants in the field, such as oil and gas, with a valuation of around 300 billion, slightly trailing behind the Zhang family. Aside from the Zhang and Lin families, the largest enterprises in Jiangsheng are at the 100 billion level, lacking any substantial influence in this second-tier city. Given its limited population, it is indeed challenging to cultivate industries worth over 1 trillion. Let us not dwell on them. Let us explore them all. Chapter 48. An impeccable aura. Upon entering the mall with Wu Qianqian, they discovered that the first 3 floors were predominantly filled with dining and entertainment options. The 6th and 7th floors were dedicated to clothing, while the top 8th floor housed luxury boutiques, primarily featuring watches, gemstones, and handbags. The layout of the various Shanghai malls was consistent, and Wu Qianqian, clearly well acquainted with the venue, guided Liu Xiao effortlessly. There are indeed quite a number of people here, Liu Xiao remarked, astonished by the throngs of shoppers. It's still a weekday. Can you imagine the crowds during the weekend? Especially in the food courts on the first floor, where long queues are the norm. After all, this is Jiangsheng's premier shopping destination. Wu Qianqian smiled as she led Liu Xiao to an escalator, explaining that she typically did not frequent the lower 3 floors. The items there were mostly affordable, while the 4th to 6th floors offered somewhat pricier goods, and it was only on the 7th and 8th floors that the affluent congregated. Wu Qianqian's Chanel and Balenciaga were primarily purchased from these 2 upper levels, although she usually shopped at a different branch that was closer to her home. Liu Xiao had no intention of lingering on the lower floors, so they took the escalator directly to the 7th floor. Upon arrival, they noticed a marked decrease in the crowd, with only a smattering of shoppers scattered about. Through the transparent glass, it was evident that most stores were occupied by just 1 or 2 patrons selecting their items. Xiao Gu, shall we start by checking out the men's clothing store? Wu Qianqian suggested, noting that although summer apparel generally consisted of short sleeves, Liu Xiao's current outfit was rather unappealing. To be candid, his striking features were the only things saving him from looking like a mere bargain bin shopper. Anyone else would struggle to exude such charm while wearing low-quality garments. All right, Liu Xiao replied, noticing a private custom menswear shop called Fate ahead and nodding with a smile. The attendant, who had been standing by, brightened upon their entrance and hurried over. Liu Xiao's attire was ordinary, but the presence of his stunning companion suggested he was anything but impoverished. The attendant understood that wealthy individuals often enjoyed flaunting their status. Good sir, are you looking for shirts or short sleeves? She inquired promptly. How about a few of each? Liu Xiao replied. Our Fate store specializes in custom clothing, producing only around 500 pieces of each design, sold across the nation. Thus, the garments you purchase here will be unique in your city. Unique pieces, you say? How fascinating. Is there a design that is produced in a single copy? One that exists nowhere else in the world? Liu Xiao asked playfully. The attendant was momentarily taken aback. Well, we don't offer that. We only produce 500 of each design, she admitted, forcing a smile. Even if such a piece existed, it was unlikely it would be delivered to a second-tier city like Jiangsheng, and she certainly had never encountered one. Let me have these 2 pieces. I'll try them on, Liu Xiao said with a grin, pointing to a stylish white ensemble nearby. The quality was indeed impressive, providing a cool sensation, and it was evident that the fabric was highly breathable, almost weightless. Liu Xiao marveled at the attire, lingering in the changing room for an extra half-minute to acclimate before stepping out, feeling as though he were nearly attired in nothing. As he emerged, Wu Qianqian's mouth fell open in astonishment. Once, Liu Xiao exuded an air of charm, yet now he stands with a more upright posture, radiating an unmistakably unique aura, as if he has transformed into a different individual altogether. Quite remarkable, isn't it? Liu Xiao glanced at Wu Qianqian and smiled broadly. He looked truly captivating. Wu Qianqian nodded earnestly in agreement, her heart captivated by Liu Xiao's current demeanor. She mused that even if Liu Xiao were to invite her into the changing room, she might very well agree with a 50% chance. All right then, let us procure this item first. Liu Xiao nodded in affirmation. The garments bore no tags, eliminating the need to cut off any annoying labels, thus enhancing comfort significantly. Liu Xiao meandered through the store once more, realizing that the quality of the other clothing items was indeed comparable to the one he was currently wearing. Please wrap up all the sizes identical to the one I'm wearing, he instructed. After a brief exploration, Liu Xiao decided against trying on anything further and opted for a complete haul. Men's summer attire tends to be quite similar, after all. There are only so many styles to choose from. What? You want them all? The sales assistant was momentarily taken aback by Liu Xiao's request. Although the store's inventory was limited, comprising over 200 pieces, Liu Xiao's well-proportioned frame meant there were at least 50 suitable items for him. Was he truly purchasing them all? Indeed, all of them. Please proceed with the packaging, Liu Xiao replied with a smile. He was not one to relish complications, especially when it came to buying his own clothes. Nearby, Wu Qianqian couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of the situation, yet she did not intervene. The quality of the garments was undeniably good, and Liu Xiao indeed needed to replenish his wardrobe. Sir, if you're purchasing this many items, it will cost at least 200,000 to 300,000. The sales assistant hesitated briefly before speaking up. The garments in her store started at 3,000 each, with some even reaching 6,000 or 7,000. Just swipe my card, Liu Xiao said, handing over his bank card. Upon receiving the card, the sales assistant's surprise was palpable as she hurried off to find the appropriate sizes for him. Soon enough, all the clothing was meticulously packaged. Liu Xiao, feeling too lazy to change back, decided to simply wear his new outfit. Sir, the total is 276,000, but with a 10% discount. It comes to 248,000. The sales assistant respectfully returned Liu Xiao's card. Your store offers delivery, correct? Wu Qianqian inquired. Indeed. As long as it is within the Jiangxing area, we deliver within 24 hours. Please send all these items to this address, Wu Qianqian replied, jotting down the address of Yulong Jingyuan. The service at luxury boutiques is typically impeccable, and even for those outside Jiangxing, they often provide complimentary shipping. After exiting the Fate store, they ventured next door to a shoe store where Liu Xiao purchased around 10 pairs of shoes, selecting one to wear while arranging for the rest to be delivered home, amounting to a total expenditure of 100,000. Though Wu Qianqian eagerly insisted on covering the bill. Xiao Ge, I think you just need a new hairstyle now, Wu Qianqian remarked, observing the refined aura Liu Xiao exuded in his new attire. Let us leave the hairstyle as is for now. Once my hair grows a bit longer, I'll get a billionaire's cut, Liu Xiao chuckled, referring to Jiangxing's wealthiest. Men's clothing styles are rather limited. Regardless of the brand, there are only so many options available. Should they become more expensive, they would typically be winter attire requiring more material or casual suits. With summer upon them, Liu Xiao had no intention of purchasing such items. Short sleeves were indeed quite comfortable. Chapter 49. A million, spend freely. Qianqian, let us check out the women's clothing store. Xiao Ge, I have plenty of clothes already. I don't need to buy more. Wu Qianqian quickly shook her head upon hearing Liu Xiao's suggestion. She recognized Liu Xiao's wealth, but did not wish for him to spend excessively, especially since her wardrobe was indeed sufficient. Plenty? I haven't seen you with many clothes at all. Oh, they're all at home. I just haven't changed, she replied. You can leave your clothes at your place. We can't have none at mine. At least leave me a couple of pieces that I can tear, Liu Xiao teased with a mischievous grin. Xiao Ge. Wu Qianqian stamped her foot. What do you mean by leaving 2 pieces that can be torn? Liu Xiao chuckled as he grasped Wu Qianqian's hand. He was joking, but he genuinely intended to buy her some clothes to keep at his home. From the time he met Wu Qianqian until now, she had only changed outfits twice. Although he had invested 8 million in her venture, Liu Xiao was acutely aware of the company's current state. Surviving was commendable, but it would take at least 6 months to regain vitality. Meanwhile, Wu Qianqian likely had only around 100,000, having actively offered to pay for the shoes earlier. It must be said that the months spent at home, grappling with the company's debt crisis, had indeed honed Wu Qianqian's resilience. She had become remarkably perceptive, evoking both admiration and sympathy. Liu Xiao gently stroked Wu Qianqian's silky hair, contemplating for a moment before transferring 10 million to her account via his mobile phone. Xiao Ge, what are you doing? Wu Qianqian, unaware of Liu Xiao's actions, was taken aback when her phone chimed with the notification of a 10 million deposit. This was not a company account. It was her personal account. Even at the height of her company's success, it would have been impossible to withdraw such a substantial amount of cash. Not to mention, converting company assets to cash would entail navigating dividend procedures and paying income tax. Even liquidating all assets would likely yield only 2/3 of that amount. Consider it a gift. What else could you do with it? Liu Xiao smiled. My woman should never be without funds. In the system's evaluative framework, assets gifted to others for the purpose of gifting do not count against expenditure limits. For Liu Xiao, this 10 million was merely a trivial sum. Indeed, it was a windfall attributed to Wu Qianqian's serendipitous luck. He mused that by the next morning, when he casually signed in while playing with Xiong Xiong, he would likely recoup that amount. Besides, what was wrong with spending on one's beloved? Isn't that part of a man's joy? After transferring the funds to Wu Qianqian, Liu Xiao noted that he still possessed a staggering 18 billion in cash. With a total expenditure limit of 17 million, money he had no idea when he would exhaust. But 10 million is far too much, Wu Qianqian lamented, casting a wry smile at Liu Xiao. All along, she had known of Liu Xiao's affluence, Yet today's revelation significantly expanded her understanding. To gift 10 million in cash so casually felt as if it were no different than offering 1,000. Yet, even an ordinary man would likely deliberate before gifting his girlfriend a mere 10,000, wouldn't he? Xiao Go, I think I should return this 10 million to you. I truly do not need such a large sum. Wu Qianqian hesitated, reaching for her phone to transfer the money back to Liu Xiao. Liu Xiao, with an air of irritation, snatched Wu Qianqian's phone from her grasp. She's already my woman. Why act so distant? He casually glanced at Wu Qianqian's mobile banking balance and, unsurprisingly, found that aside from the 10 million he had just transferred, she was left with merely over 1,000 yuan. What's this? Of course, I wouldn't treat you like a stranger, but this is quite excessive. Wu Qianqian hastily reclaimed her phone, not wanting Liu Xiao to see her remaining funds. Upon realizing he had already caught a glimpse, she pouted. Don't be misled by the paltry sum in my bank account. I still have several tens of thousands in cash at my disposal. I'm not lacking for money. You've got nearly half of your family's company shares now. How could I not be aware of the situation? Liu Xiao mused, concluding that a more assertive approach was necessary to address her stubbornness. He playfully slapped Wu Qianqian on her backside, instantly causing her cheeks to flush crimson. Xiao Gu, there are so many people around. Wu Qianqian exclaimed, glancing nervously around. When she noticed two girls not far off, giggling in their direction, she quickly took Liu Xiao's hand and fled the area. However, Wu Qianqian chose to remain silent now. After all, the money was merely resting in her account. As long as she refrained from spending it, it would be available should Liu Xiao require funds for business ventures in the future. Oh, how have I become the financial overseer? She thought, her cheeks reddening anew. Yet, she acknowledged the truth in her predicament. Anyone in business could not guarantee perpetual prosperity. By holding on to this sum, even if Liu Xiao were to encounter failure in his dealings, she would at least have a fallback option, wouldn't she? They entered a Givenchy store. These luxury boutiques did not solely peddle extravagant items. They also offered ordinary clothing, though most people associated Givenchy predominantly with lipsticks and cosmetics. Good day, gentlemen and ladies. Welcome to Givenchy. Upon their entrance, several sales associates brightened at the sight of them. We'll browse on our own, Wu Qianqian interjected quickly, interrupting the eager sales associates. She was well aware of their tactics. While they had no leverage against her, they were quite adept at persuading men. Your girlfriend would look stunning in this outfit, like a fairy, they would say, making it difficult for one to resist parting with their money. Wu Qianqian understood their strategies, so she decided to prevent any introductions. Resolutely, she resolved to declare every piece of clothing unattractive, perhaps purchasing just one item to ensure Liu Xiao wouldn't overspend. Qianqian, this dress is quite lovely, Liu Xiao remarked, feeling the fabric's texture. The entire piece was a soft beige, exuding an adorable charm, adorned with a few sparkling diamonds. Indeed, it was very beautiful. This Wu Qianqian genuinely adored it, but upon seeing the price tag, she swiftly shook her head in refusal. This is unattractive. I don't like it. Very well, Liu Xiao replied, shaking his head. He truly believed the dress suited Wu Qianqian wonderfully, and it was merely over 100,000 yuan. It must be noted that, despite being luxury items, a single piece of women's clothing could easily equate to 10 items for men. The disparity in spending was indeed evident. Such blatant discrimination, he mused. Nevertheless, it seemed no one had proclaimed that men couldn't wear skirts. What about this one? This sky blue outfit is also appealing. Liu Xiao pointed to another garment. Wu Qianqian, upon glancing at it, felt her heart soften immediately. It was undeniably exquisite. She yearned for it. However, seeing the price, over 160,000 yuan, she shook her head resolutely. Xiao Gu, this one is also unattractive. How about this? No, not suitable for me, she continued, as Liu Xiao pointed out various options, each met with her polite refusals. The sales associate, who had been silently following them, was left utterly speechless by Wu Qianqian's consistent rebuttals. Had their conversation not been conducted in hushed tones, she might have suspected Wu Qianqian was there solely to disrupt the store. Sales associate, I'd like this one, this one, this one, and these few, as well as this. Liu Xiao called the sales associate over, indicating the garments he had deemed suitable for Wu Qianqian. All of these, please wrap them up for me. Wu Qianqian, she exclaimed in alarm upon hearing Liu Xiao's declaration. Hadn't she just expressed her disinterest? Let us discuss outside. Liu Xiao chuckled, gently pressing her down. He was well aware of her intentions. When they had perused the third item, he discerned her line of thought. He chose not to elaborate but instead guided her through the store, mentally cataloging the pieces she admired. Although Wu Qianqian wished to voice her opinions, the presence of the sales associate made her hesitate. When alone, she could speak freely, as the final outcome would manifest in their intimate moments. However, with others present, a man's words were beyond reproach. If she felt something was amiss, she could only suggest it softly. Especially with a man like Liu Xiao, who naturally held a high social status, one had to be particularly mindful of this dynamic. A woman ought to maintain her partner's dignity in public, as this was the key to securing a man's lasting affection and a reflection of her upbringing. Of course, the same principles applied in reverse. Mutual respect was paramount. Oh, this statement is in deference to the female boxing champion, Liu Xiao thought, just as the sales associate, who had been momentarily dazed, regained her composure. Liu Xiao extended his bank card. Please hold on. I'll be right back to package your items. The sales associate, invigorated by the prospect of a commission, hastily dashed to the front desk to register the transaction. Their store offered an 8% commission. Selling a 10,000 yuan item would yield her 800 yuan. While this seemed substantial, the reality was that customers visiting luxury boutiques were few and far between. For a sales associate to assist a dozen customers a month was already commendable, and purchases were not always in the high-end range. Calculating an average salary, it hovered around 5,000 yuan, with better performers earning 6 to 7,000. However, Liu Xiao had just selected over 10 items, totaling at least 1,000,000 yuan. If she received her commission, it would amount to over 10,000. Remarkably, she had not even needed to promote anything, merely following Liu Xiao and Wu Qianqian around the store. Within 20 minutes, she had done nothing yet still stood to earn 10,000 yuan. Could there be a more exhilarating scenario? With the sales associate's diligent assistance, all of Liu Xiao's selected items were packaged within 10 minutes. I am a member here. My phone number is as Wu Qianqian witnessed the futile attempts at revival. She reluctantly divulged her membership card from the prestigious Shengdai. After all, even a modest discount of 20% is still a saving, however small it may be. Following the discount, your total expenditure amounts to 1,230,000. Kindly input your password. Liu Xiao promptly entered the password, and in the next moment, a notification confirming the successful transaction appeared. Sir, Miss Wu's account has been credited with 123,000 points, which can be redeemed for cash during your next visit. The sales assistant beamed with delight upon the successful deduction. A commission of over 10,000 was now firmly secured. Yes, please deliver everything to this address. After accompanying Wu Qianqian through 2 stores, Liu Xiao had become thoroughly acquainted with the process, effortlessly reiterating the address of Yulong Jingyuan. Very well, sir. We are in close proximity to Yulong Jingyuan and will ensure delivery within 2 hours. Liu Xiao nodded in agreement. Indeed, the women's boutique operated differently. While men's clothing stores promised delivery within 24 hours, likely adhering to a scheduled timing for dispatch, the women's section calculated based on immediate delivery. Alas, the plight of men is indeed incomparable. Upon exiting the Givenchy store, Wu Qianqian found herself engulfed in a surreal sensation. Over 1 million had been spent so effortlessly. Truth be told, despite her frequent visits to luxury boutiques, she would seldom purchase garments priced in the tens of thousands. Her usual selections hovered around the 10,000 mark. The Valentino heels adorning her feet, priced just above 30,000, constituted her most extravagant footwear, while most of her collection consisted of shoes costing only a few thousand. The sole exception to her more extravagant purchases was the Chanel suit she wore, valued at 90,000, a cherished gift from her parents for her 18th birthday last year. As for the Balenciaga stockings, they were a mere 100 or so. Liu Xiao's shopping spree felt as though it could furnish her wardrobe for several lifetimes. Having already made the purchases, there was no point in maintaining a glum demeanor. Noticing Wu Qianqian's dazed expression as she followed him, Liu Xiao playfully pinched her cheek. I'm not heartless about your finances. Wu Qianqian pouted and tugged at Liu Xiao's arm, shaking it playfully. Now that the purchases had been made, what else could she do but wear them? Truth be told, while the garments were undeniably expensive, their beauty was simply unparalleled. Your husband isn't lacking in funds. You know? Liu Xiao chuckled, amused by Wu Qianqian's reaction. He actually wished to spend even a bit more. On another note, Liu Xiao felt a swell of gratitude. In this day and age, those like Wu Qianqian, willing to invest in their partners, were a rarity. Women with ulterior motives, often likened to green tea bitches or white lotuses, would surely leap for joy if they encountered someone willing to splurge on their attire. Liu Xiao resolved to reward Wu Qianqian with a serving of candied chestnuts once they returned home. Yes, it must be done. One cannot allow Wu Qianqian to toil without remuneration. Just as a vehicle requires regular refueling and maintenance to perform optimally, this principle must be upheld. After a moment's contemplation, and casting a glance at the adorably blushing Wu Qianqian, Liu Xiao promptly revised his thoughts. Once may not suffice, 2 rewards would be necessary. Wu Qianqian, sensing Liu Xiao's peculiar gaze upon her, could hardly be oblivious to his intentions. She was all too familiar with that look. Moreover, she could now discern Liu Xiao's plans simply from his expression, a skill she had only recently honed. Having purchased clothing for both herself and Wu Qianqian, Liu Xiao realized that his mission for the day was only halfway complete. He had intended to spend a portion of the cash he was carrying. And although a single piece of clothing might cost tens of thousands, it was still somewhat challenging to deplete his funds. Thus, Liu Xiao had set his sights on the luxury goods store on the 8th floor. When Wu Qianqian heard Liu Xiao mention his desire to visit a luxury store, she did not object. At this point, she had surrendered to the situation completely. Purchasing clothes for herself had merely been a token act of defiance, which resulted in Liu Xiao rewarding her with a playful reprimand and 2 servings of candied chestnuts. If she continued to resist, she might even find herself exhausting her budget for tomorrow. That would be disastrous. Furthermore, Wu Qianqian had realized that her perspective had been too narrow. Liu Xiao was clearly not the type to be constrained by such trivial expenditures. Given that, she decided to embrace her role as an adornment. Chapter 51. Did they deliver 16 million in a day? Oh, is there a Patek Philippe store as well? Upon ascending to the next floor, Liu Xiao was somewhat taken aback by the sight of the Patek Philippe boutique nestled in the center. If there exists a circle in the realm of timepieces, Patek Philippe undoubtedly reigns as the aristocrat among luxury watches. Among the world-class brands such as Rolex, Cartier, Vacheron Constantin, and Blancpain, Patek Philippe firmly holds a place within the top 3. Particularly in terms of notoriety, only Rolex might slightly overshadow it. Nonetheless, this does not imply that Rolex surpasses Patek Philippe in quality. On the contrary, Patek Philippe is generally regarded as superior. Initially, Liu Xiao had presumed that a second-tier city like Jiangcheng would lack such a store, yet he was pleasantly surprised to find one within Qingdai. The branches in Jiangcheng did not typically stock high-end timepieces. Wu Qianqian chimed in, revealing that she had visited a few times before. However, due to the local consumption levels, it was unlikely to find limited editions priced in the millions, such as those offered by Patek Philippe. Let us go inside and take a look. Liu Xiao entered the store with enthusiasm. As he stepped in, his eyes were immediately drawn to the iconic Patek Philippe Nautilus 5711. This model is more suited for older gentlemen. My father purchased one back in the day, Wu Qianqian remarked with a smile. A sales assistant approached, ready to introduce the pair to the collection, but was halted by Wu Qianqian. Although she could not afford many of the watches within, she was well aware of them, as such knowledge is essential within the luxury goods sphere. The Patek Philippe 5711 features a deep green design, tailored for a more mature audience. It is merely one of the more common models, priced at just over 260,000. Liu Xiao nodded, continuing his exploration. The left side was adorned solely with standard models. The Patek Philippe 5167, 5226G, and 5711, all priced below 500,000, merely representing middle-class offerings. While they appeared decent, they did not capture Liu Xiao's interest. Moreover, these watches lacked the intricate craftsmanship he sought. After strolling for over 10 meters, Liu Xiao finally laid eyes on a more desirable timepiece. This one looks promising. He directed his gaze toward the Patek Philippe 5270P, tagged at 165,000. This model is indeed more suitable for younger individuals. Wu Qianqian concurred with a nod. It possesses a commendable sense of style. Liu Xiao wandered through the store, finding it to be rather mediocre. As Wu Qianqian had stated, there were no pieces valued at over 10 million to be found. It is not merely a matter of 10 million. Even those in the range of 6 or 7 million are scarce, and the few available tend to cater to the tastes of the middle-aged, rendering them unsuitable for the youth. Ultimately, Liu Xiao managed to select only 3. The first was the Patek Philippe 5270P, adorned with a pure green dial that, despite its mature hue, exudes a youthful charm, priced at 1.65 million and primarily designed for men. The second was the Patek Philippe 5160, characterized by its minimalist aesthetic, entirely in white, with a hint of playfulness, priced at 1.52 million, suitable for both genders. The third was the Patek Philippe 5145R in platinum, featuring a light gold bezel and a pristine white dial, designed with mechanical flying hands, embodying simplicity to the fullest, and priced at 4.87 million, also unisex. The choice was daunting. Wu Qianqian gazed at the 3 exquisite timepieces, momentarily perplexed. Each watch had been examined, yet she found that all 3 would look splendid on Liu Xiao's wrist, leaving her uncertain about which to choose. Why choose it all? Why not simply purchase them all? Liu Xiao chuckled as he turned to Wu Qianqian. He had not intended to buy just one. His original plan was to acquire several for his collection. However, he was surprised to find that this store offered so few high-end watches, with even fewer appealing options. After a thorough search, he had only managed to select these 3. Liu Xiao then glanced at the sales assistant who had been trailing behind them. Please assist me in packaging all 3 of these watches. Of course, the sales assistant was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure upon hearing Liu Xiao's request. Initially, she had assumed that Liu Xiao and Wu Qianqian were merely browsing, But to her astonishment, Liu Xiao proceeded to place an order without even requiring an introduction. As Liu Xiao walked away with all 3 watches, the sales assistant finally snapped back to reality, barely aware of how she had completed the transaction. Beside Liu Xiao, Wu Qianqian couldn't help but marvel at the situation. The total expenditure for the 3 watches amounted to 8 million, adding in the previous purchases of clothing and shoes. Liu Xiao's total spending for the day was nearing 10 million. Qianqian, Liu Xiao called out to her, taking her hand and adorning her wrist with the newly acquired Patek Philippe 5145 are in platinum. After a careful appraisal, he nodded in satisfaction. The beige minimalist watch indeed complemented Wu Qianqian beautifully. With her fair complexion, the combination was simply harmonious. Xiao Gu this. Wu Qianqian was momentarily bewildered. Wasn't this watch meant for Liu Xiao himself? Among the 3, this one was the most suitable. The other 2 could be reserved as gifts. Liu Xiao smiled and replied, "The remaining 2 watches didn't quite catch my fancy. They were merely the best of a mediocre selection. I purchased them as filler. After all, these pieces can serve as collectibles. As for the watch he wore, he would consider acquiring another when the opportunity arose in the capital." Xiao Gu, you are too generous to me. Wu Qianqian felt a surge of emotion upon hearing Liu Xiao's explanation. Though they had only been together for 10 days, Liu Xiao had already showered her with countless gifts: a Ferrari worth 4 to 5 million, a $5 million property in Yulong Jingjuan, numerous pieces of Givenchy clothing, and now this exquisite Patek Philippe watch. When added together, the total amounted to over 16 million. Even though the Ferrari and the property were under Liu Xiao's name, she was the one driving and living in them, making them feel like her own. Moreover, Liu Xiao had just given her 10 million in cash. In merely 10 days, Liu Xiao had spent more than 26 million on her. She was unaware of how long it would take Liu Xiao to earn such a sum, but she understood that even the wealthiest individual in Jiangxing would require at least 10 days to amass that amount. Chapter 52. The Bugatti draws a crowd. Liu Xiao glanced at the system. The total amount spent had just reached 26 million, with an account balance of 180 million remaining. Sigh. It's impossible to spend it all. It simply can't be done. Liu Xiao shook his head in resignation, resolving never to shop in Jiangxing again. Not only were the prices low, but there was also a distinct lack of quality items. After a lengthy search, he had only managed to spend 10 million. Wasn't that absurd? To exhaust 10 billion in Jiangxing, it seemed he would have to clear out several branches of the Grand Mall. Perhaps investing in shares would be more prudent. After spending some time on the 8th floor with Wu Qianqian, he merely glanced into a first store without making any purchases. While the items appeared quite luxurious, he found it difficult to adjust, as memories of their origins filled him with a visceral aversion. He genuinely believed that garments made from synthetic fibers could be remarkably comfortable. Liu Xiao also visited a jade store, but found nothing of interest, ultimately opting not to buy anything. "Xiao Gu, shall we head home?" Wu Qianqian said, patting her flat stomach. It was already 7 in the evening, and after a light breakfast, she was now quite famished. "All right, it's time to return and get some work done." Liu Xiao nodded, a grin spreading across his face. His purpose for coming was to purchase some clothing. Moreover, he was eager to see Wu Qianqian donning Givenchy attire. A Givenchy dress paired with Balenciaga stockings and Valentino shoes, topped with a Chanel hairpin. How stunning that would be. Spending lavishly on a woman is ultimately for such moments of enjoyment, Liu Xiao thought, lost in reverie. Wu Qianqian gradually leaned against Liu Xiao, wrapping her arms around his neck and leaving a rosy imprint on his cheek. "Xiao Gu, I just received a set of Paula pajamas. I'll wear them for you tonight." Wu Qianqian giggled before darting towards the elevator. Whoa, Liu Xiao couldn't help but drool. He had indeed heard of the Paula brand, luxurious loungewear. He was genuinely surprised that Wu Qianqian had secretly bought such items, given her already exquisite figure, clad in such garments. For a moment, Liu Xiao found himself at a loss. It wasn't he that he lacked resolve. Rather, the allure was overwhelming. They descended to the underground parking lot via the elevator. Just as he was about to retrieve the car, he noticed a crowd gathered around it from a distance. "Xiao Gu, it seems your car is drawing quite the audience," Wu Qianqian remarked, glancing over. Liu Xiao smacked his forehead. How could he have overlooked that? The Grand Mall attracted numerous people. Leaving his Bugatti prominently displayed would inevitably attract attention. Had he known, he would have taken Wu Qianqian's Ferrari instead. As Liu Xiao began to push his way through the crowd with Wu Qianqian, he spotted 2 security guards sweating profusely as they tried to keep the throng at bay. "Everyone, please step aside. Please make way. Shouldn't you be the ones to move aside? We just want to take a few photos." "Indeed. We merely wish to take a photograph. Had it not been for your obstruction, we would have completed it and departed long ago." These security guards truly exhibit the arrogance that comes with authority. The vehicle's owner parked here without complaint, yet now it seems as though the car belongs to them. As they impede our access, a few spectators in the front scoffed in dissatisfaction, and the crowd behind echoed their sentiments. It is indeed a rare opportunity to behold such a luxury vehicle. What purpose does it serve to capture it from afar? Naturally, one must include themselves in the frame to boast about it later in front of friends, is it not? Everyone should disperse. A few pictures taken from outside will suffice. Quickly, scatter, scatter. In the unfortunate event of damaging the car, none would be able to assume responsibility. The head of security desperately attempted to usher people away, but alas, they were outnumbered, facing a throng of 60 or 70 onlookers that they could hardly manage. Moreover, these individuals were not causing a ruckus. They merely wished to admire the car. It would be unreasonable to force them away without cause, would it not? However, if they were to entirely neglect the situation, allowing the crowd to encroach upon this Bugatti, one could not predict which careless hand might inadvertently cause damage. If the vehicle were to be scratched, the crowd would scatter in panic, leaving the security utterly confounded. They had already assessed the car, valued at nearly 100 million. Even a mere scratch could cost at least 1 to 2 million in repairs. Thus, the only course of action was to persuade the onlookers to vacate the area while hoping the owner would return swiftly to drive the car away. Yet the crowd remained indifferent. To them, it was merely a matter of taking a photograph. How could that possibly inflict harm upon the vehicle? Besides, with so many gathered, if an incident were to occur, they could simply flee without consequence. After all, the law does not penalize the multitude. Consequently, as the security guards persistently urged the crowd to disperse, their eagerness only intensified, compelling them to seize the moment and snap a few pictures before the owner returned. Contact the dispatch room. We need reinforcements. My colleagues and I are struggling to manage this, Qian remarked, a hint of mischief in her voice. Liu Xiao observed the several security officers in the center, practically sweating profusely, and couldn't help but chuckle. Wu Qian shared a bemused glance at the surrounding crowd. It couldn't be said that these individuals harbored malicious intent. Rather, they were merely indulging in wishful thinking, eager to capture a photograph to flaunt later. In Jiangqing, entry-level luxury cars typically hover around 800,000, just enough to qualify as supercars. The higher-end models, such as the Ferrari Wu Qian previously drove, are priced at approximately 1,500,000. Upper-middle-class affluent individuals generally drive vehicles worth around 5 million, while the elite might own cars valued at 10 million or more. This represents the pinnacle of luxury vehicles in Jiangqing. Beyond that, perhaps only the Zhang and Lin families possess cars of even greater distinction, but such individuals typically travel point to point, rendering them seldom seen. Thus, the sudden appearance of a $100 million luxury car in a commonplace underground parking lot, left so accessible, was bound to incite a sensation. As Liu Xiao contemplated moving the car, a striking figure gracefully maneuvered through the crowd of security guards, entering the scene. The moment she stepped forward, she seized a megaphone and began to speak. May I have your attention, please? I am Zhang Qingwan, the general manager of the Grand Shopping Mall. Zhang Qingwan's voice was melodious, yet carried a sharp authority, unmistakably indicative of a competent woman. As you jostle forward, I must remind you that this vehicle is a globally limited edition Bugatti Chiron, valued at 100 million. What does this mean? For those unfamiliar, allow me to clarify. Any scratch on this vehicle could incur repair costs exceeding 1 million. Should anyone cause a scratch to this car, they would face repairs costing at least 5 million. If there are dents or electrical damage, the expenses could soar into the tens of millions. Furthermore, observe the infrared surveillance camera in your upper left corner. All of you are currently being recorded. If your crowding results in damage to this vehicle, the Grand will undoubtedly forward the footage to the owner. At that point, whether it is the individual causing harm or the entire throng that caused the congestion, the Grand will unequivocally support the owner's claims. Upon hearing this, the crowd instinctively took a step back. Few recognized the vehicle, and even those who did had little comprehension of its true value, merely perceiving it as expensive. However, Zhang Qingwan's words ignited a flicker of fear among them. A mere scratch could cost 1 to 2 million? Many immediately glanced toward the upper left. Indeed, a camera flashing red was aimed in their direction. Zhang Qingwan added, with approximately 50 or 60 people here, even a simple scratch would average out to 3,000 to 4,000 per person. If you are all willing to bear that cost, I will have the security step aside immediately. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Perhaps we should just take a few pictures from a distance? Someone suggested. After all, capturing a few images wouldn't matter. Friends would understand that, given my financial situation, encountering such a car was unlikely. Yes, let us just forget it, others echoed. The onlookers began to retreat, anxious about inadvertently colliding with those in front and causing damage to the car, fearing the repercussions. With such a prominent camera present, fleeing might not be an option. Liu Xiao regarded Zhang Qingwan with surprise. The throng obscured his view, but he could still catch glimpses of her. Enough to conclude that she must be stunning. Moreover, her quick thinking was commendable. Chapter 53. Are you sneaking around trying to take a photo? Seeing that the situation had calmed, Liu Xiao decided against rushing forward. The crowd was gradually dispersing. If he were to approach now and start the car, he would likely attract attention once more. Thus, he patiently awaited the departure of the onlookers. As the majority of the crowd exited, the few remaining security guards exhaled a collective sigh of relief. Please remain here for a moment longer until the owner arrives. Zhang Qingwan smiled at the guards, then turned to her secretary. By the way, Xiaoli, be sure to note their names. Each will receive an additional 2,000 yuan bonus at the end of the month. Understood, Manager Zhang. Xiaoli nodded. Upon hearing the mention of a 2,000 yuan bonus, the guards were instantly filled with excitement. They were entry-level employees, earning merely 2 or 3,000. This bonus was a significant sum for them. Rest assured, Manager Zhang, we will ensure we wait for the owner's return. The head of security eagerly affirmed, watching Zhang Qingwan and her companions depart, feeling invigorated. Hey, you two over there. Why are you still lingering? Are you trying to sneak a photograph? Wu Qianqian was speaking with the security captain and Liu Xiao, her back turned to them. Thus, the captain only noticed Liu Xiao glancing over frequently. In the captain's eyes, it was evident that Liu Xiao intended to seize an unnoticed opportunity to approach and take a photo. Hadn't these two heard the general manager's earlier remarks? If something were to go wrong, could they afford the consequences? The sudden bellow from the security captain startled both Liu Xiao and Wu Qianqian. They had been waiting on the sidelines for others to depart before driving off, and upon looking around, it appeared that they were the only ones left. Nevertheless, Liu Xiao hesitated and turned to ask again, "Are you talking about me?" He pointed at himself, uncertain. Had he really looked so much like an idle bystander after changing into such a dapper outfit? Look around. Are there any others here? Let me be clear. This car is a luxury worth 100 million. Even a minor scratch could cost over 1 million. If it gets damaged, selling a house might not cover the loss. If the owner takes it seriously, your entire family would suffer. The captain kindly reiterated Zhang Qingwan's warning. Just then, he noticed Wu Qianqian turning around beside Liu Xiao. The captain's eyes widened in astonishment. How could this woman be more attractive than their general manager? No, she was equally as beautiful. However, before the captain could fully process this, Liu Xiao produced a set of keys from his pocket and pressed a button. Simultaneously, the Bugatti parked behind him let out a roar. The captain extended his hand, first pointing at Liu Xiao, then at the Bugatti, and finally at Wu Qianqian. His mouth agape, yet words escaped him. Liu Xiao stepped forward and opened the Bugatti's door, retrieving 2 packs of soft Zhonghua cigarettes. These were some he had purchased a few days prior, meant as gifts. Thanks, brothers, for your hard work today. Enjoy these smokes, he said with a smile, patting the security captain on the shoulder, and then winked at Wu Qianqian before swiftly getting into the car and driving away. As the roar of the Bugatti faded into the distance, the captain, still clutching the cigarettes, felt a bit dazed. Had he just shouted at a figure of great importance driving a 100 million luxury car? And this important figure seemed not to blame him, but had instead gifted him 2 packs of fine cigarettes? My heavens, what have I just done? Coming to his senses, the captain suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. If Liu Xiao were a vindictive person, he might have just jeopardized his own life. But the next moment, seeing the 2 packs of Zhonghua in his hands, he felt a rush of excitement. Hey, you little rascals, come grab these cigarettes. They're a gift from a big shot. I'll go demand bonuses for you all at the finance office by the end of the month. The remaining security guards quickly caught on, and the scene erupted into cheers. On the way back, Wu Qianqian sat in the passenger seat, laughing uncontrollably. Xiao Gu, it's the first time I've seen you get scolded. Ha! They weren't just scolding me, were they? Liu Xiao shot her a glance. If he remembered correctly, the security captain had clearly addressed the two over there, hadn't he? By the way, Qianqian, do you know that Zhang Qingwan? Compared to the captain, Liu Xiao was more curious about the aloof woman from earlier. He hadn't caught a good look at her amidst the crowd, but he had indeed heard her name. Zhang Qingwan. Wu Qianqian pondered. If I recall correctly, she should be from the Zhang family, and I believe she is the youngest daughter of the family head. Though they are wealthy, their status is far superior to ours, and I rarely have the opportunity to interact with them. I've only heard of her in passing. As she seems to be in the same year as me and still in school, so our business interactions are quite limited. Liu Xiao nodded thoughtfully. Upon hearing Zhang Qingwan introduce herself, he wondered if there was a connection to the Zhang family. It was evident now that she indeed belonged to them. Only such prominent families could cultivate someone so exceptional at such a young age. Xiao Gu, you're not actually interested in Zhang Qingwan, are you? Wu Qianqian teased, noticing Liu Xiao's expression. In truth, Zhang Qingwan seemed quite compatible with Liu Xiao. Over the past few days, Wu Qianqian had observed that Liu Xiao's assets were likely on par with the Zhang family, which explained his current spending habits. Since Zhang Qingwan was of the same age, she naturally matched well with Liu Xiao. She had never intended to keep all the good fortune to herself. especially since she had gone out of her way to help Liu Xiao find a cardiologist recently. Yet, she wondered if Zhang Qingyuan would be interested. Get lost. Do you think your husband is that desperate? Liu Xiao retorted with a laugh. He merely felt that Zhang Qingyuan was quite capable. Moreover, he had barely caught a glimpse of her face. Even if he were a lecher, he would first need to ascertain her beauty. Chapter 54. The Grand Prize, Sky Tower. The next morning, Liu Xiao refreshed his spirits and deliberately repositioned his hand in preparation for signing in. Xiao Gu, can I sleep a bit more? Wu Qianqian, still with her eyes closed, stirred slightly at Liu Xiao's touch, playfully protesting. Liu Xiao chuckled, suppressing his excitement, and then immersed himself in the system. He didn't wish to appear overly eager, but the system thrived on such antics. When not in contact with Wu Qianqian, his score stabilized at just over 20 million. Yet any slight interaction with her sent it soaring to at least 27 or 28 million. He found himself helpless against the system's superficial criteria. Although he held Wu Qianqian, he made no untoward movements. As a model young man never engages in inappropriate behavior. This was his principle. System, sign-in. Ding. Congratulations, host, for a successful sign-in. Congratulations, host, for acquiring ownership of the Sky Tower in Jiangxing. All operating qualifications and procedures for the Sky Tower have been placed in the study desk of your Yulong Garden Villa. Please collect them promptly. What? Upon seeing the system's sign-in reward, Liu Xiao shot up, his eyes wide with disbelief. He had some recollection of the Sky Tower. Xiao Gu, you hurt me. Wu Qianqian yelped in pain. Sorry, I was lost in thought. Are you all right? Liu Xiao quickly pulled back the blanket to check the spot he had inadvertently hurt. Due to her delicate skin, her arm was already reddened where he had touched her, and another area looked even more inflamed, though thankfully without any bruising. Wu Qianqian sat up, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, yet she shook her head. Although he had applied a bit too much force, it was merely a fleeting pain, likely to subside shortly. Seeing that Wu Qianqian seemed to be perfectly fine, Liu Xiao let out a sigh of relief. If it were just an arm injury, it would certainly be inconsequential, but he knew that her exuberant spirit was typically quite fragile. Any serious injury would indeed be a grave matter. After providing some comfort, and upon confirming that Wu Qianqian was genuinely unscathed, he finally relaxed, hastily making his way to the study without even changing his clothes. Ah, the Sky Tower. Liu Xiao rummaged through his desk and unearthed the documentation for the Sky Tower, his face alight with astonishment. This iconic structure in the high-tech zone, centrally located on the commercial street, boasts a total of 60 stories, primarily serving as office space. At this juncture, the Sky Tower had only recently completed its first year since construction, having just finalized its initial round of leasing. Each floor encompasses 2,000 square meters, summing up to a staggering 120,000 square meters of commercial area, with an average selling price of 10,000 yuan per square meter and a rental rate of 10 yuan per square meter per day. This translates to a total real estate value of 1.2 billion yuan for the Sky Tower alone. Furthermore, should all spaces be leased, the daily rental income would reach 1.2 million yuan, amounting to a net profit of 36 million yuan monthly, even after accounting for maintenance and personnel costs, yielding a substantial profit of around 30 million yuan each month. Naturally, this is before tax. However, even post-tax, one could expect to pocket around 20 million yuan monthly, a remarkably lucrative endeavor. 1.2 billion in real estate. Liu Xiao's face brimmed with joy. This was undoubtedly a monumental windfall. Wu Qianqian truly was my everlasting goddess. Liu Xiao mused that if he were to sign in himself, he would likely see a deposit of around 20 million yuan. A brief calculation revealed that he had indeed reaped considerable benefits from Wu Qianqian recently. First, there was a Bugatti worth 100 million yuan, followed by several transactions of 30 million yuan each, a Ferrari, and now the Sky Tower valued at 1.2 billion yuan. Altogether, it approached a staggering 1.4 billion yuan. System, check the panel. Liu Xiao focused his thoughts. Host, Liu Xiao, uniquely bound. Available funds, 1.8 billion yuan, of which 9 million yuan is company asset. Current system level, level 1. Upgrade progress, 26 million out of 1 billion. Check-in available, any asset. Note, the host can check in infinitely. The longer the interval between check-ins, the higher the probability of acquiring premium assets, with a maximum interval of 7 days. Liu Xiao took stock of his current fixed assets. The Sky Tower, Lijiang Hotel, Jianglu Real Estate, Wu Family Shares, the underground parking lot near Jiangxing University, Bugatti Chiron, Ferrari 488, and nearly 200 million in cash, totaling 1.3 billion in assets. He shook his head in bemusement. A total of 1.5 billion in assets, with 1.3 to 1.4 billion acquired through Wu Qianqian's serendipity. His situation was quite absurd. The extent of his misfortune rivaled that of the most unfortunate of non-lucky individuals. Nevertheless, given Liu Xiao's current asset standing, he had indeed entered the inner circle of affluent elites in Jiangxing. He lacked for assets now. What he truly needed was a network of connections. Yet, in the realm of the wealthy, money and connections are inherently intertwined. Those with connections tend to earn handsomely. And similarly, affluent individuals often possess extensive networks. If he could find an opportunity to make a presence among the wealthy, connections would follow suit. Ding dong. His phone, set aside, chimed. Liu Xiao glanced at it. A contact labeled as the property manager of the Sky Tower had added him on QQ. Liu Xiao promptly accepted the request. Within 10 seconds, he received another notification from a group chat. Administrator Huang, she invited him to join the Sky Tower Management Group. Liu Xiao accepted the invitation. The original group owner, Huang Shi, had transferred ownership to him, making him the new group leader. Welcome, Mr. Liu, to the group. Huang Shi was the first to greet him. Welcome, Mr. Liu. Greetings, Mr. Liu. Immediately, a flurry of messages followed. Liu Xiao chuckled, shaking his head. Opting not to engage in excessive responses, simply pressing the power button on his phone. He intended to take a stroll later. So he decided against meaningless chatter in the group. Meeting the management in person would suffice. Upon returning to the room, he found Wu Qianqian had recovered and was searching for clothes. When she saw Liu Xiao enter, her cheeks flushed slightly. She was not intentionally trying to seduce him. Rather, her sleepwear had been utterly shredded since her return last night. Yet, the sleepwear was inconsequential, a mere few hundred yuan. However, a newly purchased Givenchy piece had suffered a significant tear, and she was unsure if it could be repaired. Last night, it hadn't bothered her, but now, seeing the remnants of her Givenchy scattered about, she felt genuinely distressed. Qianqian, you truly are my lucky charm, Liu Xiao remarked, grinning at her bashful demeanor. In his eyes, Wu Qianqian's current state seemed a deliberate invitation. Just right, as he had also been planning to reward her handsomely. It was indeed a timely coincidence. When Liu Xiao lunged toward her, Wu Qianqian hesitated for merely a second before he swept her into his arms. Under the influence of irresistible forces, they both tumbled down. Half a minute later, amidst Wu Qianqian's startled exclamations, the flames of passion reignited. Chapter 55, The Destruction Complex. At noon, Wu Qianqian's Givenchy was utterly unwearable. Liu Xiao reclined on the bed, watching her sweep up the remnants of her sleepwear with a broom, unable to suppress a chuckle. Xiao Gu, you mustn't tear my clothes anymore. They're rather expensive, Wu Qianqian lamented, her face full of concern as she gathered the remains of her Givenchy. Looking around, she noted the gaping holes on both sides. Several rhinestones had fallen off, particularly on the area depicting the bears, which was now in tatters. Uncertain if it could be mended. Now that you're a wealthy woman in your own right, why not purchase another? Liu Xiao chuckled, pulling Wu Qianqian into his embrace. However, on reflection, tearing clothes should be an occasional pastime. The quality of modern garments was astonishingly high, requiring considerable effort to rend them, leaving Liu Xiao's hands feeling somewhat fatigued. But the thrill was undeniably exhilarating. This must be what psychologists refer to as a man's innate destruction complex, right? Well, perhaps next time, it should only be sleepwear that gets torn. Wu Qianqian shot him a playful glare. She still intended to save that 1 million yuan for Liu Xiao. After all, 1 million is 1 million, but clothing is clothing. The sentimentality remains. Xiao Gu, I need to head over to the company at noon. Are you coming? Wu Qianqian glanced up at Liu Xiao, leaning against him, feeling utterly drained. I'll pass. I have errands to run as well, Liu Xiao replied, shaking his head. Currently, Jianglu Real Estate had only one objective, targeting Li Tian. They hadn't even completed hiring all personnel, so his presence would be of little consequence. Wu Qianqian's daily visits stem from her lingering unease. After all, the employees are all newly recruited, and their individual capabilities remain unfamiliar to her. However, the tasks at hand are relatively minimal. Presently, Li Tian has ensnared himself within the web, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, he should be ready to conclude his dealings in a few days, merely awaiting the opportune moment to strike. Liu Xiao intends to first visit the Sky Building. Should there remain unleased floors, it would be prudent for Jianglu Real Estate to relocate there, as it is also situated in the high-tech zone, making the move quite convenient. The environment of the Sky Building undoubtedly surpasses the current rented space. After enjoying a modest lunch at home, Liu Xiao proceeded to the property management office, requesting assistance in finding a housekeeper to help with cleaning and cooking. He then drove straight to the Sky Building, taking the opportunity to inform Huang Shi along the way. True to its status as the largest commercial building in the high-tech zone, Liu Xiao parked in a relatively discreet spot and emerged from the underground parking lot, marveling at the impressive structure. If one considers each floor to be 3 meters high, the 60-story Sky Building reaches an astounding height of 180 meters. At such altitude, The summit becomes nearly invisible to the naked eye. Only from a distance and at an angle can one appreciate its full grandeur. Describing it as a tower that pierces the clouds is certainly not an exaggeration. And now, this edifice belongs to him. Huangshi. Liu Xiao called out tentatively upon spotting a man in his 30s standing at the entrance, seemingly waiting for someone. The man turned upon hearing his name, initially startled, but quickly regained his composure and hurried over to Liu Xiao. "Hello, Mr. Liu. I barely recognized you at first. You look remarkably youthful," Huangshi exclaimed, extending his hand. A mix of trepidation and curiosity evident as he regarded his new employer. The rapid succession of ownership changes had left him completely unaware, and he had only managed to contact Liu Xiao due to the previous owner's provision of the new owner's contact information. Frankly, Liu Xiao's youth had genuinely astonished him. Liu Xiao reciprocated the handshake. "Mr. Liu, since this is your first visit, allow me to give you a brief introduction." Following Huangshi into the office, he busied himself pouring Liu Xiao a glass of water and arranging some snacks on a plate. Liu Xiao nodded appreciatively, as this visit primarily served that purpose. Currently, the Sky building boasts a total area of 120,000 square meters. Aside from the first floor designated for office use, 90,000 square meters have already been leased out, yielding a net monthly profit of approximately 2.7 million. After deducting operational costs, the pure profit fluctuates between 2 million and 2 million. Notably, the top 3 floors, 60, 59, and 58, remain unleased, along with the 30th and 31st floors entirely vacant, totaling around 30,000 square meters. Upon hearing Huangshi's report, Liu Xiao expressed surprise. The top floor remains unleased? In business, one typically values feng shui. The top floor, with its panoramic views, should undoubtedly be the most desirable location. Logically, it should command the highest rental demand. Yet despite the majority of other floors being leased, these 3 remain vacant? Huangshi nodded in agreement. In terms of office buildings, the top floor indeed commands a higher rental price. However, I intentionally elevated the price beyond the standard, setting the top floor at double the rate of other floors. While the 58 and 59 floors are priced at approximately 15 times the average of the other floors. Although the top floor has not yet been leased, I have received inquiries about it recently, so it is quite likely to be rented soon. As a landmark in the high-tech commercial district, setting the price at double is reasonable, though very few companies possess the financial capability to afford it. At 20 yuan per square meter, the entire top floor, spanning 2,000 square meters, would generate a daily rental income of 40,000 yuan, equating to over 1 million yuan in monthly rental expenses. Furthermore, the top floor can only be leased as a whole, not divided. This implies that annually, without any activity, one must pay 13 million yuan in rent to the real estate company. If Wu Qianqian were to rent an office space here, after 3 years, the entire company's assets would be consumed by rent. In Jiangcheng, there are indeed few who can shoulder such an expense. Not to worry, if no one is interested, we shall simply withdraw the listings. Please remove the advertisements for these 3 floors and reserve the top 3 floors for me. Liu Xiao waved his hand dismissively. Should inquiries arise, he would not interfere excessively with the normal operations of his subordinate companies. Moreover, aside from Lijiang Hotel and the Sky Building, he currently managed only one company. If all goes as planned, he would establish another investment company in the future, allowing him to occupy 1 floor each with both companies, while potentially leasing out the remaining 2 floors. Should there be no tenants, he would retain them all. In doing so, he could pay the rent while simultaneously saving on taxes. What a delightful prospect. Understood, Huangshi promptly agreed. The entire building belonged to Liu Xiao, and naturally, he had the final say in its management. While Huangshi held the title of professional manager, in essence, he was merely the property manager of the building, a role vastly different from Liu Xiao's stature. To be frank, most of the building had already been leased out, and the unleased top 3 floors were not a significant concern. If the owner chose to leave them vacant, Huangshi was wholly supportive of that decision. With that thought, Huangshi felt a surge of satisfaction. This was what one might call emotional intelligence. Chapter 56. Zhang Qingwan wishes to rent office space. Is Mr. Huang here? Just as Liu Xiao prepared to ascend the stairs, a melodious female voice echoed from outside. Yes, please hold on. I will notify him immediately, Huangshi responded. Someone is looking for you. Liu Xiao glanced at Huangshi, resettling in his seat. Since the inquiry was directed at Huangshi, it seemed he would not be going upstairs anytime soon. Liu Xiao was in no rush today and decided to observe Huangshi in action, curious about his capabilities. However, the voice he heard from outside felt oddly familiar. Boss, it seems to be General Manager Zhang, the one who inquired about prices recently. Please wait. I will attend to her. Huangshi stood, apologizing, though internally thrilled. If Liu Xiao sought to assess his abilities, He too wished to impress his boss and perhaps secure a favorable impression that could lead to a salary increase next year. General Manager Zhang? Upon hearing Huang Shi's words, Liu Xiao paused, then suddenly realized. No wonder the voice sounded familiar. It belonged to Zhang Qingwan, whom he had encountered in the parking lot yesterday. Zhang Qingwan's family was involved in real estate. Why would she seek to rent office space? Liu Xiao looked at Huang Shi, intrigued. Upon hearing Liu Xiao's query, Huang Shi was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. Boss, are you implying that General Manager Zhang's family also owns office buildings? Huang Shi tentatively inquired. No. Zhang Qingwan hails from the Zhang family of Jiangqing. Liu Xiao waved his hand dismissively, choosing to say no more. Observing Huang Shi's demeanor, it was evident that he was not fully aware of the implications. However, that single statement was enough to leave Huang Shi utterly astonished. Merely mentioning the Zhang family might not have led him to deduce Zhang Qingwan's true identity, but adding the words Jiangqing made it abundantly clear whom the Zhang family represented. The very Zhang Zong he had been in contact with these past few days was actually a member of that illustrious family. It was important to note that their sky tower had a meager market value of merely 1.2 billion, whereas the Zhang family was a colossal entity worth 40 billion. Realizing this, Huang Shi finally comprehended why his boss was so intrigued. The Zhang family, being the largest real estate developer in Jiangqing, had an abundance of office buildings. It was as simple as choosing one and moving in. Why, then, would they choose to come to their humble establishment? Please let her in. As he heard a knock at the door of the office, Liu Xiao called out to Huang Shi. If it was indeed Zhang Qingwan, it would be rather inappropriate for Huang Shi to attend to her in Liu Xiao's presence. Oh, understood. Huang Shi replied hastily, moving toward the door, but hesitated midway and turned back. Boss, when Zhang Zong arrives, should I honestly disclose your identity, or? This was his first encounter with Liu Xiao, and he was uncertain about Liu Xiao's temperament. If he mishandled the situation, his standing in Liu Xiao's eyes would plummet. Although directly asking seemed somewhat undiplomatic, it was certainly preferable to blundering the introduction. Just be honest. Liu Xiao replied with a smile. There was nothing untoward about his identity. All his enterprises were legitimate and compliant. Moreover, he held no grievances with the Zhang family. Surely they would not target him without reason. Furthermore, Liu Xiao did not perceive the Zhang family as particularly menacing. If push came to shove, he could always sell the Sky Tower and liquidate 700 or 800 million, subsequently spending 10 billion within days to upgrade. According to the system's previous descriptions, each level of advancement brought a tenfold increase in assets. The minimum cash acquired from signing in daily was 20 million, which would transform into around 200 million after an upgrade. Should fortune smile upon him as it did today, netting a substantial prize, he could potentially amass over 100 billion in assets. Even under average circumstances, signing in could yield 200 million in cash daily, a considerable sum indeed. He would not flinch even if the Zhang and Lin families were to join forces against him. Both were publicly listed companies. If someone were to inject 200 million into the stock market daily to disrupt their operations, within half a month, they would likely suffer significant losses. Of course, this was merely a worst-case scenario. Under normal circumstances, who would provoke others without reason? Liu Xiao thought similarly, as did the Zhang and Lin families. With Liu Xiao's reassurance, Huang Shi felt more confident and opened the office door. Zhang Zong, could you possibly negotiate a better rate for the 60th floor? As soon as Zhang Qingwan spotted Huang Shi, she urgently broached the subject of the rent for the 60th floor. Genuinely anxious since her previous communications had not yielded satisfactory results, leading her to come in person today. However, the moment she stepped inside, she caught sight of Liu Xiao rising from the sofa. It's you? Zhang Qingwan exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, her words faltering at the corners of her mouth. You recognize me? Liu Xiao was equally surprised. What was going on? He was certain he had never interacted with Zhang Qingwan before. No, I do not know you. But I saw you yesterday in the underground parking lot of the Grand Mall. Zhang Qingwan shook her head. Being an observant individual, she had taken note of the numerous people present while handling matters in the parking lot. The notion that there were surveillance cameras was a ruse. They had been malfunctioning for days and had yet to be repaired. Otherwise, she would not have had to go through such lengths to mediate. The striking duo of Liu Xiao and Wu Qianqian had left a lasting impression on her. Liu Xiao was quite handsome, but it was Wu Qianqian's breathtaking beauty that had truly captivated her. Liu Xiao nodded in realization. Given the large crowd, they had been standing in a somewhat remote area. And after the crowd dispersed, even the head of security had not noticed them. He had not anticipated that Zhang Qingwan would have, demonstrating her keen observation skills. Zhang Zong, this is our boss at Sky Real Estate. Huang Shi interjected at an opportune moment. Hello, Miss Zhang. I am Liu Xiao. Liu Xiao greeted Zhang Qingwan with a smile. Yesterday, amidst the crowd, he had not been able to see her clearly, but now, at such close range, he could easily appreciate her full appearance. Her hair was a dyed shade of light yellow, cascading in gentle waves down her back. She sported rimless golden glasses and wore brownish-gray contact lenses, her makeup slightly rosy, extending a pale pink hue to her neck. She was dressed in a sleek black bodycon dress, her stockings reaching the very edge, and her feet adorned with pure black high heels that accentuated her exquisite figure. It was evident that Zhang Qingyuan was quite youthful, with a hint of naivety in her expression, adding a touch of charm and sensuality to her allure. Her skin was flawless, with not a single blemish to be seen. If Wu Qianqian remembered correctly, Zhang Qingyuan was also a sophomore, having just turned 20 this year. Liu Xiao formed an instantaneous judgment upon first glance, a top-tier beauty. Chapter 57, Zhang Qingyuan's Investment. A look of astonishment crossed Zhang Qingyuan's face. Upon seeing Liu Xiao, her immediate thought was of yesterday's encounter, followed by the assumption that Liu Xiao might be a subordinate or relative of Huang Shi. However, she had never considered that Liu Xiao could be the owner of the Sky Tower. It was not the 10 billion fortune that she found hard to fathom. After all, there were few in Jiangxing with fortunes exceeding 100 billion, yet many with assets around 10 billion. Rather, it was hard to believe that someone Liu Xiao's age could possess such substantial wealth. Nevertheless, Zhang Qingyuan quickly regained her composure, her expression shifting only slightly before returning to normal. "Hello, Liu Zong." Zhang Qingyuan extended her hand toward Liu Xiao. If Liu Xiao was indeed of this caliber, it was enough to demonstrate her sincerity. After all, at such a young age, having amassed such wealth indicated either a formidable family background or exceptional personal capability. Regardless of which, becoming friends was certainly feasible. If his character was commendable, a genuine friendship could prove beneficial in the future, highlighting the importance of connections in their circle. Liu Xiao smiled and shook Zhang Qingyuan's hand. He had initially refrained from extending his hand, aware that some women preferred to avoid physical contact with men. Their fingertips met gently. Very smooth, he remarked. Huang Shi, ever perceptive, prompted both to take a seat and move to pour a glass of water for Zhang Qingyuan. "Mr. Liu, I'll be succinct in my words today," Zhang Qingyuan said, taking a small sip of water as she settled in across from Liu Xiao. Liu Xiao nodded gently in acknowledgement. Previously, Mr. Huang quoted me a monthly rental rate of 20 yuan per square meter. He later reduced it by 1 yuan, making it 19 yuan per square meter. However, I still find it somewhat expensive. I hope to secure it at 15 yuan. If that's agreeable, we could consider a long-term lease. That is certainly feasible, but one would assume, Ms. Zhang, that you are not lacking in such funds, Liu Xiao replied with a smile. Nodding again. Given Zhang Qingyuan's status within the Zhang family and her assistance with coordinating the matter concerning his Bugatti yesterday, a slight concession in rent was inconsequential. Frankly speaking, even waiving the rent entirely in exchange for a favor from Zhang Qingyuan would render this business transaction exceedingly profitable. Thus, when Zhang Qingyuan articulated her request, Liu Xiao contemplated for but a moment before responding directly. 2,000 square meters at a monthly rate of 20 yuan per square meter totals merely 120,000 yuan a month, hardly a significant sum. The daily lottery winnings exceed this amount by a considerable margin. Moreover, with Zhang Qingyuan seeking merely a 5 yuan reduction, that translates to a mere 30,000 yuan less per month, comparable to a single meal for Li Tian, an amount truly negligible. Zhang Qingyuan hesitated, momentarily at a loss for words. She had anticipated a vigorous exchange after discussing matters with Huang Shi over the phone for 2 days. But she hadn't expected Liu Xiao to acquiesce so readily upon her first utterance, leaving her with a plethora of unspoken arguments. Nevertheless, her objective had been achieved. With a sigh of relief, she addressed Liu Xiao's final inquiry. "Mr. Liu, while representing the Zhang family, I certainly do not lack for funds. However, in the context of my own startup, an additional 30,000 yuan per month would significantly aid in compensating numerous employees," she explained, offering a brief overview of her current situation. In her estimation, Liu Xiao was likely a direct descendant of a prominent family, possessing the requisite knowledge to understand her circumstances, and thus she felt no qualms in sharing. Aside from herself, there were 2 other direct descendants in her generation of the Zhang family. Yet it was improbable that the family could be divided into 3 equal parts, resulting in the establishment of an inheritance system. Upon reaching the age of 50, the direct descendants would commence vying for the position of the next family head. The rules dictated that each individual would start with 10 million yuan in initial capital to establish their own company, with a 2-year evaluation period culminating in an assessment based on the final market value of the companies, with the most successful individual emerging victorious. Notably, during this process, family influence could not be utilized for personal gain. Any violations would result in disqualification. While Liu Xiao's willingness to offer her a discount was acceptable, any significant deviation from the market rate or complete rent waivers would also lead to disqualification, as family members would review all processes from the past 2 years. Thus, at the family level, the possibility of a few individuals pursuing alternative paths was effectively eliminated. This year marked the final stage of this evaluation period. The company she founded was an internet enterprise, and her previous office lease had just expired. Over the past year, her workforce had expanded considerably, and the original office was no longer sufficient, prompting her to seek a larger space at the Sky Tower. Additionally, she was in the midst of negotiations for a significant project, and to create a favorable impression and secure the investment, she had immediately set her sights on the 60th floor. However, the sole obstacle was the steep rental cost, as her company's liquidity was limited, rendering such an expense unmanageable. Upon hearing Zhang Qingwan's explanation, Liu Xiao appeared enlightened. Given your status within the Zhang family, it seems rather unusual for you to personally engage in the quest for rental space, he remarked. Mr. Liu, let us wish for a pleasant collaboration, Liu Xiao said with a smile, casting a glance at Huangxi nearby. Huangxi, please prepare the contract. Certainly, boss, Huangxi nodded and promptly exited the office. Mr. Liu, we are of the same generation. You may simply call me by my name, Zhang Qingwan said with a smile, shaking her head. Very well. Then you need not be so formal with me, Liu Xiao replied, nodding in agreement. Names are meant to be spoken. Qingwan, you mentioned that the family provided you with 10 million last year? I am curious about how much your company has grown over the 2 years. Approximately 50 million. Though that is merely a preliminary assessment. If I can secure that investment in the next few days, it should rise to around 80 million, she replied. Impressive. Liu Xiao exclaimed in surprise. Having navigated the financial sector for over a decade, he understood the implications of such growth. Typically, funds allocated for investment yielding an annual increase of over 20% is considered exceptional. Those managing substantial sums, tens or hundreds of billions, who can maintain a steady growth of 15% or more, are deemed extraordinary and pursued fervently by investment firms. For startup companies, a 2- to 3-fold asset increase over 2 years is standard, given the initial capital of 10 million. However, an 8-fold increase marks one as truly exceptional. This revelation shifted Liu Xiao's perception of Zhang Qingwan. If her company is currently valued at 80 million, what might it be worth if it continues to thrive? It is conceivable that by this time next year, it could be valued in the billions. Chapter 58. The operational model of prominent families. However, it is not as exaggerated as you might think. The prospects for internet projects have been quite promising in recent years, so such growth is relatively normal, Zhang Qingwan said, feeling a touch embarrassed by Liu Xiao's praise and waving her hand dismissively. Moreover, she reminded herself that her current valuation was only 50 million. Whether it could reach 80 million depended on the success of the upcoming negotiations, as her initial capital was modest and substantial growth was not unusual. But if you succeed in your endeavors, what will become of the next generation of the Zhang family after you inherit? Liu Xiao inquired with a hint of curiosity. That is quite simple. We would select a couple of children from among those born, Zhang Qingwan replied, regarding Liu Xiao with a curious glance. In this respect, there is little distinction between men and women. If a man marries and has children, they bear his surname, while a woman can have 1 or 2 additional children and change their surname to inherit the family business. Given current medical advancements, having 4 or 5 children is quite manageable. Furthermore, the elder generation of the family is merely retired, not deceased. As the children grow, they can be entrusted to them for upbringing, even if future births are not forthcoming. There are numerous collateral relatives within the family from whom a few can easily be selected. This is the survival strategy of most prominent families. The enterprise belongs to the family rather than the individual who merely oversees the company. Liu Xiao broke into a sweat, realizing that his question was rather naive. Nevertheless, this familial approach to business left Liu Xiao feeling somewhat disoriented. Like Zhang Qingwan, who juggles her company while also attending to family matters, such as her part-time involvement in the recent event at the Qingdao Mall. It is noteworthy that she is merely a young woman in her early 20s. Compared to his peers, the burdens he bears are indeed extraordinary. Yet, should he ultimately fail, he stands to gain nothing. At most, he would receive a few million to indulge himself. It must be said, this paradigm is undeniably cruel. At that moment, Huangxi knocked on the door from outside. Boss, Mr. Zhang, the contract has been printed. Huangxi handed the contract to Liu Xiao, who briefly scanned it, primarily focusing on the breach of contract clauses. It was a conventional lease agreement, devoid of any issues. Qingwan, please take a look, Liu Xiao said, passing the contract directly to Zhang Qingwan. Huangxi cast a curious glance at Liu Xiao. Just a moment ago, he had been addressing Zhang as Mr. Zhang. Yet after a mere 7 or 8 minutes, he had shifted to calling her Qingwan. Could it be that his boss harbored some feelings for Zhang Qingwan? Huangxi scrutinized his office closely. The potted plant remained unchanged. The desk was as it always had been. immobile in its position, so it likely wasn't a matter of the office itself. He glanced towards the lounge. The door remained closed, the key still in his hand. The sofa beside him appeared tidy, lacking any evidence of spilled water. But what, aside from this, could possibly accelerate the relationship between a man and a woman? Had he misjudged the situation? No problem. I'll transfer the funds in full when I return this afternoon, Zhang Qingwan replied after examining the contract, subsequently tucking it away. After seeing Zhang Qingwan off, Liu Xiao felt a mix of emotions. The Zhang family had indeed stood firm in Jiangxing for a considerable time, and their level of influence was intrinsically linked to their succession model. A sophomore like Zhang Qingwan possessed such formidable capabilities. What of her two brothers she mentioned? Judging by her anxious demeanor, they were likely not inferior to her in prowess. However, rather than being an heir in such a family, it would be preferable to venture out and start one's own business. Liu Xiao shook his head, murmuring his thoughts. He was not one to be fond of such constraints. After toiling for a lifetime, only to see everything revert to the family, wasn't that absurd? He remained at the company until the afternoon, gaining a rudimentary understanding of the business. Around 4 o'clock, he drove over to Jiangxing University. By then, most of the dormitory occupants had already returned home. Liu Xiao was uncertain whether any of his son's romantic endeavors had borne fruit. His purpose for visiting this time was to retrieve his USB drive. 3 years' worth of academic materials could not simply be discarded. Such invaluable resources were better stored in his study. However, just as he approached the dormitory entrance, he unexpectedly spotted a familiar figure standing in the corner. Yueshi? Liu Xiao approached, curiously tapping Gu Yueshi on the shoulder. Gu Yueshi jumped in surprise. But upon turning to see Liu Xiao, she relaxed. Yueshi, what brings you here? I. Gu Yueshi stammered, her cheeks flushed. The reason for her presence was to check if Liu Xiao was on campus. Seeing that his dormitory lights were off, she had initially intended to leave. But upon turning around, she found Liu Xiao right behind her, catching her off guard. After a few moments to collect herself, Gu Yueshi finally spoke. Liu Xiao, my sister is scheduled for surgery tomorrow. Do you have time? She mentioned wanting to see you. If you're busy, it's fine, I can tell her. In her last sentence, Gu Yueshi waved her hands repeatedly, fearing she might inconvenience Liu Xiao. Their relationship had yet to be clarified, and she had been hesitant to meet Liu Xiao these past few days. However, her sister's unexpected request prompted her to come, hoping to uplift her sister's spirits before the operation. After a moment's hesitation, she resolved to seize this opportunity, feeling that further delay would not be wise. Sure, I have no commitments right now. It's not an issue, Liu Xiao readily agreed. Just the other day, he had mentioned facilitating Gu Yueshi's sister's transfer to Jiangxing First Hospital, initially expecting the doctors from the capital to take some time to arrive. But now it seemed they had come sooner than anticipated. Thank you, Liu Xiao, Gu Yueshi responded, her eyes glistening. Liu Xiao had truly been a tremendous help in this matter. Why so formal? We've known each other for 2 or 3 years. You know what kind of person I am, Liu Xiao replied with a smile, gently ruffling Gu Yueshi's hair. It was indeed no small feat for a girl to manage so many tasks, and since he had the time, he was happy to assist. Wait for me a moment. I need to grab something upstairs, then we can head over together, Liu Xiao said, nodding before ascending the stairs. However, Gu Yueshi, her cheeks slightly reddened, mustered her courage and followed him into the dormitory building. Liu Xiao had assumed Gu Yueshi would wait at the entrance, but upon reaching the second floor, he discovered she was still trailing behind him. Yueshi, this is the boys' dormitory, you don't need to follow me. I'll just be a few minutes, he chuckled, bemused by her insistence. I checked with Pan Xingwen and the others. They said they all bought tickets to go home. And my sister and I plan to leave tomorrow morning. Besides, the dormitory manager I send tea around right now, Gu Yueshi replied, her face flushed yet shaking her head slightly. Chapter 59, Gu Siyu's upcoming surgery. Upon hearing this, Liu Xiao was momentarily taken aback. Goodness, is it really possible? Gu Yueshi's words were unambiguously straightforward. If he remained oblivious, he would indeed be a fool. Yet, seeing her resolute expression, Liu Xiao couldn't help but smile. He understood that Gu Yueshi had made her choice. If that were the case, what objections could he, the one posing the question, possibly have? Naturally, he would choose to accept. Glancing around, he noticed several students approaching from behind, and, fearing tomorrow's headlines would feature him, he swiftly took Gu Yueshi's hand and dashed back to his dormitory while the third floor was deserted. With a click, he shut the dormitory door behind them. Gu Yueshi, her cheeks aflame, moved to the balcony and drew the curtains tightly. Then, she gently wrapped her arms around Liu Xiao's waist from behind. Caught off guard by the sudden embrace, Liu Xiao quickly sent a text to Wu Qianqian, informing her that he would not be returning for dinner that evening, before succumbing to the infinite tenderness enveloping him. The following morning, Liu Xiao accompanied Gu Yueshi to the hospital. Liu Xiao, is this a Bugatti? Gu Yueshi inquired, admiring the interior of the car with curiosity. It was her first time seeing Liu Xiao's vehicle. Yes, it's a limited edition from Bugatti, Liu Xiao confirmed with a nod. However, Yueshi, you might want to change how you address me going forward. Call me Xiao Xiao. Gu Yueshi's cheeks flushed crimson, yet she summoned the courage to voice her thoughts. Liu Xiao chuckled heartily, pressing down on the accelerator, and the Bugatti roared to life, racing toward the hospital. Last night, Gu Yueshi had bared her soul to Liu Xiao. She had no desire to become Liu Xiao's vassal nor to accept his aid. She yearned to lead the life she was destined for. However, unlike her previous aspirations, she now intended to choose a profession that would keep her close to Liu Xiao, refusing to relocate to another city. Additionally, she would select a fixed place to reside, allowing Liu Xiao the freedom to visit her whenever he wished. She resolved to remain unattached to any other man, prioritizing a harmonious life with her sister while diligently working to repay Liu Xiao the 800,000. Liu Xiao had initially planned to arrange a comprehensive package of housing, transportation, and employment for her, but ultimately, out of respect for Gu Yueshi's insistence, he accepted her decision. He had no inclination to impose his will upon others or compel them to engage in activities they despised. Although he felt a twinge of regret, he acknowledged that Gu Yueshi had chosen to stay by his side, foregoing opportunities in the capital. Despite her current choice to decline his assistance, the future was still long, and familiarity would eventually blossom. After all, the city of Jiangsheng was relatively small. Moreover, even if she refused financial aid, he could still offer her support in other forms, frequently imparting wisdom to her. This endeavor was akin to accumulating small gains over time. With enough repetition, persuasion was inevitable. He was confident that when the time came for genuine intimacy, Gu Yueshi would no longer distance herself from him. To borrow Zhang Yan's words, even a stone could be warmed over time. By the way, Yueshi, I still don't know your sister's name. Liu Xiao inquired curiously as they strolled down the hospital corridor together. My sister's name is Gu Xiu, Gu Yueshi replied, limping slightly as she walked forward, glancing around nervously upon feeling Liu Xiao's hand in hers. The extent of Liu Xiao's strength was indeed beyond her expectations. Given her current state, any discerning observer would surmise what had transpired between them the previous night. Had it not been for the sparse crowd in the corridor, she might have felt an overwhelming urge to break free and flee. Gu Xiu, such a lovely name. And Yueshi, is there truly a need for such apprehension? Liu Xiao chuckled, firmly holding her hand. It wouldn't be good if someone saw us. Gu Yueshi instinctively attempted to pull away, but upon realizing her inability to escape, her anxiety only intensified. What harm would it cause? Should someone witness this, they would only be envious. After receiving a stern glare from Liu Xiao, Gu Yueshi obediently allowed him to hold her hand. Due to her impending surgery, Gu Xiu had ceased eating since the previous afternoon, only supplementing with a bit of glucose. Nevertheless, thanks to adequate medication in recent days, although her complexion remained pale, her spirits were relatively high. Upon entering the ward, Gu Xiu's eyes brightened at the sight of her sister with a man by her side. Xiu, how are you feeling today? Gu Yueshi approached her sister's bedside, instinctively glancing at the chart hanging nearby. Liu Xiao also took a look, noting a series of vital sign readings, all marked in red ink as normal. I feel okay. Is this my brother-in-law? Gu Xiu gazed up at Liu Xiao with wide eyes. To be fair, her brother-in-law was indeed quite handsome. If all went as expected, this man should be Liu Xiao, the one her sister frequently mentioned. However, according to Gu Yueshi, she had yet to establish a romantic relationship with him. See you after today. You will be free to move about as you please. Are you happy? Liu Xiao settled into the chair beside her. Although Gu Xiu was still quite young and appeared somewhat frail, her features hinted at undeniable beauty, simply yet to fully blossom. One could not deny that the genes in Gu Yueshi's family were remarkably favorable. Not only had they produced a stunning beauty like Gu Yueshi, but also Gu Xiu, who was only slightly less attractive than her sister. I'm so happy. So you're Liu Xiao? Indeed, your sister informed me you wished to meet. So I came to see you today, Liu Xiao replied with a smile. Upon hearing Liu Xiao inquire about her surgery, Gu Xiu nodded enthusiastically. Having endured the torment of heart disease for so many years, the prospect of soon returning to a normal life filled her with excitement, even overshadowing her fear of the impending surgery. Furthermore, her sister had mentioned that the surgeon performing her operation was a renowned expert Liu Xiao had specially invited from the capital, which alleviated her fears. What delighted her even more was the apparent blossoming love between her sister and Liu Xiao. Although Gu Yueshi's gaze toward Liu Xiao still held a hint of shyness, Gu Xiu, as an observer, could see the truth. In the past, her sister's focus had been solely on her during hospital visits, but today, most of her attention seemed to gravitate toward Liu Xiao, following his every move. Coupled with her sister's earlier discussions about Liu Xiao, it was clear that if Gu Yueshi harbored no feelings for him, it would be quite the anomaly. Even if the surgery were to fail, Witnessing such a scene left Gu Xiu feeling utterly content. Chapter 60, 200 will suffice. Please, family members, step aside. I need to take blood and check vital signs. Just as they were conversing, a doctor-like figure patted Liu Xiao on the shoulder. Upon seeing Liu Xiao turn, the doctor flashed a friendly smile, evidently aware of Liu Xiao's involvement in the situation. All right, Liu Xiao nodded as he stood. By the way, doctor, what time is the surgery scheduled for today? Liu Xiao inquired of the nearby physician. Around noon. I will send the blood for testing and conduct some routine checks. If everything is fine, we will proceed with anesthesia shortly, the doctor replied, then turned to Gu Xiu. Xiu, the surgeon today is an esteemed professor from the capital. There should be minimal risk. Just relax. Thank you, doctor, Gu Xiu expressed her gratitude. During their time in the hospital, the doctor had indeed shown her exceptional care, often ensuring that Gu Yueshi received the necessary medications at a discounted rate from the pharmacy, a small but meaningful gesture. Liu Xiao and Gu Yueshi did not linger long in the ward. Noticing Gu Yueshi's lack of appetite for a meal, Liu Xiao discreetly ordered food from a nearby restaurant to be delivered, and he arranged for Gu Xiu to have a private, upscale room at the hospital. In the process, he even managed to meet with the attending surgeon from the capital. When Liu Xiao returned to the upscale room with the food in hand, Gu Yueshi was taken aback by the extent of his thoughtful actions. Xiao Gu, why did you spend so much money on me again? Gu Yueshi expressed her genuine exasperation. In the senior ward of the first hospital, the daily expenses easily amount to 2,000 or 3,000 yuan, and Liu Xiao had just settled for an entire month, which translates to a staggering sum of 70,000 to 80,000 yuan. If this continues, when will she be able to repay it? Initially, she had intended to return home to care for her sister once she felt better. What is this notion of spending money on you? I have simply rented a room for myself. I cannot possibly starve without a place to eat, can I? Liu Xiao chuckled as she placed the meal she had purchased on the table, gently pulling Gu Yueshi into her embrace. Having not eaten all morning, she offered a spoonful of red bean and koik seed porridge to Gu Yueshi's lips. Upon hearing Liu Xiao's rather unreasonable justification, Gu Yueshi felt a sense of helplessness. Just for a meal, a month's worth of expenses? 50 yuan for a meal, and 70,000 to 80,000 for the lodging. Who could afford such extravagance? However, since the room was already booked, she had no choice but to accept reality, quietly adding this hefty sum to her mental tally. Brother Xiao, let me feed you, Gu Yueshi offered, her cheeks flushing as she closed her eyes. Liu Xiao was momentarily taken aback, but soon embraced this unique gesture of feeding with delight. Indeed, this was the pinnacle of life. Half an hour later, Liu Xiao had thoroughly enjoyed her meal, glancing towards the door, her heart racing with anticipation. Brother Xiao, this time it's complimentary, if you wish to dine again. It will cost 200 per meal. Gu Yueshi blushed, realizing she had truly let herself go. Just yesterday they were in the dormitory, and now she found herself in the hospital. She felt overwhelmed. When had she become so bold? Moreover, with debts piling up, she hadn't planned to charge for these meals, but at this rate, the amounts would only increase. Perhaps it was best to muster the courage to ask for a little something. 5,000 per instance seemed excessive, but considering her looks and figure, charging 200 per meal didn't seem unreasonable, did it? If she managed 15 instances in a month, that could yield 3,000. Liu Xiao couldn't help but chuckle at Gu Yueshi's words. You're underestimating yourself, my dear. If I were to set a price, I wouldn't even consider anything less than 10,000. Your beauty and figure are among the very best. Just a couple of days ago, Pan Xingwen, while tending to a homeless sister, charged a starting fee of 300. I'll settle for just 200, Gu Yueshi insisted with a rosy complexion, then picked up a piece of vegetable and offered it to Liu Xiao. Although she knew this sum was trivial for Liu Xiao, Gu Yueshi was resolute. Perhaps she wished to inject a sense of novelty into Liu Xiao's life, encouraging him to visit her more often. This thought made her cheeks flush even further. It wasn't until just past 11 that they finally finished their meal. While Liu Xiao felt satisfied, Gu Yueshi was visibly fatigued, panting beside her. Brother Xiao, I want to check on my sister. I think she is about to enter the operating room. I want to give her some encouragement. Feeling uneasy about her sister, Gu Yueshi prepared to head over. However, Liu Xiao swiftly stopped her. If the surgery is at noon, then Xiu should already be under anesthesia. You won't be able to discern anything. It's best to remain in the ward. Liu Xiao shot Gu Yueshi an exasperated glance. What can you do for someone who is unconscious? You're only comforting yourself. After hesitating for a moment, Gu Yueshi sat back down. Though her gaze remained fixated on the door, a heart bypass is a significant operation requiring at least 5 hours. If you're tired, you should rest. Liu Xiao suggested while playing Tetris on his phone, noticing Gu Yueshi's persistent anxiety. He understood her feelings. As the only family member she had left was undergoing such a critical procedure, Gu Yueshi shook her head slightly, still staring blankly at the ward door. Liu Xiao resigned. Allowed her to be, trusting that once Gu Xiu emerged safely, Gu Yueshi would return to her usual self. The surgery took longer than anticipated. By 7 in the evening, the operating room lights were still aglow. Gu Yueshi could no longer remain seated in the room and rushed to wait outside the surgery. By 8 o'clock, even Liu Xiao felt a twinge of anxiety, finally grasping the feelings of family members waiting outside the operating room. He dreaded the moment a doctor would emerge with a file, asking for a signature on a critical condition notice. Fortunately, at 8:30, the lights in the operating room flickered off, and within a minute, several nurses wheeled out a cart. Congratulations, the surgery was successful. The patient will mainly need to consume liquid food for the time being, so please be mindful of her diet. The doctor emerged smiling, removing his mask. Upon hearing the doctor declare the success of the surgery, Gu Yueshi felt as though all her strength had been drained from her body. She sighed in relief, tears brimming in her eyes. Liu Xiao quickly stepped forward to catch Gu Yueshi. Thank you, doctor, for all your efforts during this time. It's nothing. This is our duty. However, you must take good care of your girlfriend. She has truly exhausted herself during this period, and judging by her skin color, she seems to be somewhat anemic. Though it's not serious, dietary supplements will suffice, the doctor replied with a smile, nodding at Liu Xiao before swiftly departing. The doctor from the capital certainly possessed a commendable level of expertise, and Liu Xiao took his words to heart, mentally noting them. Following the nurses, they wheeled Gu Xiu into the ward and transferred her to the bed. Gu Xiu remained in a state of anesthesia, and according to the nurses, it would be a while before she regained consciousness. Brother Xiao, I can take care of things here. It's getting late, so you should head back to rest, Gu Yueshi suggested, glancing at Liu Xiao. Why would I go back? It's 2008 for one night. I might as well stay a few nights, Liu Xiao said, casually lying down on the accompanying bed and looking at Gu Yueshi with a smile. One must admit, the senior ward was indeed exceptional. The hospital bed and accompanying bed were both spacious, measuring 1.5 by 2 meters. Moreover, there was a small balcony and a private bathroom, adorned with a plethora of vibrant flowers, creating a lively atmosphere. Compared to the cold, sterile colors of other areas in the hospital, staying here undoubtedly uplifted one's spirits. Chapter 61. Brother-in-law, are you and my sister all right? Huh. Gu Yueshi opened her mouth in surprise upon hearing Liu Xiao's words. There were only 2 beds in this room. With her sister just having undergone surgery, she certainly didn't dare to squeeze in. But if she didn't share with her sister, it meant she would have to share the other bed with Liu Xiao. Liu Xiao cheerfully pulled Gu Yueshi closer. No, absolutely not. What if Xiu wakes up during the night? Gu Yueshi exclaimed, quickly springing up from Liu Xiao's embrace. What are you thinking? It's merely for resting. Liu Xiao playfully swatted Gu Yueshi's backside. Do you think I'm the sort to lose my composure in the presence of a beautiful woman? It seems that way. Yet, he still possesses a modicum of composure, does he not? After all, he too bears the surname Liu. Moreover, his decision to remain is not motivated by any desire to take advantage of Gu Yueshi, given the circumstances of the hospital. Pursuing any ulterior motives would indeed be quite inconvenient. Liu Xiao intends to assist Gu Yueshi in caring for Gu Xiu, alleviating some of her burdens. Although nurses are quite capable, they lack the attentiveness that comes from familial bonds. Once Gu Xiu awakens tomorrow and returns to her normal state, he will feel more at ease departing. You stay here for a bit. I will step out to fetch some food, Liu Xiao said, gently placing Gu Yueshi aside before rising to leave. After procuring several dishes, he thoughtfully ordered a few that would aid in replenishing blood. As for soup, Liu Xiao abstained from buying any. Consuming broth is far less reliable than eating meat, as it is often laden with free-floating proteins and purines, lacking in nutritional value. Some vendors even add inferior additives like evaporated milk, making it even less palatable. Having spent the night in the hospital, Liu Xiao felt a sense of relief upon seeing Gu Xiu awake the following morning. Are you leaving, brother-in-law? Gu Xiu teased as Liu Xiao climbed down from the bed. In truth, she had awoken over an hour ago and had immediately noticed Liu Xiao and her sister beside her. Initially, she had thought her sister, newly together with Liu Xiao, had yet to engage in any intimate activities. However, the affectionate state of the two revealed to her just how naive she still was. Liu Xiao's hand was rather indiscreet. After observing them for over an hour, her eyes nearly blinded by the sight, she finally noticed Liu Xiao had stirred. This was truly a live broadcast. Faced with Gu Xiu's gaze, even Liu Xiao couldn't help but feel his face flush. He had a habit of resting his hand in that position while sleeping, a behavior he had been unable to alter after all these years. He never anticipated that Gu Xiu would catch him in the act today. Don't ask. If you do, I might as well admit to having an Oedipus complex, he thought. Feel free to grab me if you wish. However, the notion of being labeled a pervert was something he would staunchly deny. Gu Xiu, shall I elevate your bed a little? Noticing her discomfort, Liu Xiao gently adjusted the hospital bed, raising it slightly, but not too high. Just enough to create a gentle incline. How are you feeling today? He asked softly. The wound is quite painful, but aside from that, everything else is fine, she replied. Aside from the discomfort in her chest, Gu Xiu felt an overwhelming sense of relief throughout her body. Prior to the surgery, even a brief conversation would have triggered pain in her chest, but that feeling was now entirely absent. The distinction between superficial pain and internal suffering was remarkably clear. Gu Xiu's spirit soared. Although she would still need to avoid vigorous activities during her recovery, she could now engage in some basic exercises. And the difference between her and an ordinary person had shrunk considerably. Is the wound particularly painful? Liu Xiao inquired. If it were excessively painful, it might indicate improper stitching. So we should keep an eye on it. No, it's just normal pain. Gu Xiu shook her head and flashed a cheeky smile at Liu Xiao. Brother-in-law, why don't you help me check the wound? You mischievous girl, what nonsense are you spouting? Liu Xiao replied with a chuckle, playfully tapping her forehead. That area has been examined by a doctor. It would be illegal for me to check it. Furthermore, Gu Xiu was only 16, still a high school student. If anything were to happen, it could lead to serious consequences. Gu Xiu erupted into laughter. She was merely teasing based on the events of the morning. After all, she was 16 and had some understanding of such matters. For the time being, focus on your recovery in the hospital. If you need anything, just call brother-in-law. Liu Xiao suggested, taking Gu Xiu's phone and saving his number in it. Noticing that Gu Yueshi was still soundly asleep, Liu Xiao refrained from disturbing her and went out to buy 2 servings of breakfast. He opened a packet of millet porridge to feed Gu Xiu. Gu Xiu, your sister had a restless night. Let her rest a bit longer. If you need anything, just ring the nurse, and I will take my leave now. Liu Xiao yawned and placed the remaining portion of breakfast on the table. All right, brother-in-law, don't worry, Gu Xiu replied with a cheerful nod. But brother-in-law, did my sister have a restless night because she was up to something mischievous? Liu Xiao turned back to glare at Gu Xiu. You're quite the little rascal. Just focus on your recovery. However, Liu Xiao couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt, hastily exiting the ward. I only added a spoonful of evaporated milk. And it was just a single spoonful. I assure you it was within limits. He promised himself. Chapter 62, Attendance Successful, Fading Technology. On his way back, Liu Xiao took a moment to sign in. He had forgotten to check in the previous morning amidst a flurry of activities. And this time he was signing in for 2 days' worth of attendance. He was uncertain what rewards he might receive, missing the opportunity to sign in the previous morning. He had intended to do it around noon, but opted to delay until today, reasoning that 2 days' attendance would yield better rewards than 1.5. While driving, he directed part of his focus inward. For durations under a day, unless a critical hit occurred, 99% of the time, the rewards were cash. For durations exceeding 1 day, but less than 2, the chances of receiving both cash and assets were roughly equal. For durations exceeding 2 days, the probability of receiving assets increased, while the likelihood of cash rewards diminished significantly, though not entirely absent. Having passed exactly 48 hours from yesterday until now, he declared, System. Check-in. Congratulations, host, on successful check-in. Congratulations, host, on acquiring 100 shares of Fading Technology. All documents regarding Fading Technology have been placed in the host's Bugatti. Please collect them at your earliest convenience. Fading Technology? Liu Xiao had never heard of this company before. It likely wasn't a well-known enterprise. He proceeded to check in again. Congratulations, host, on successful check-in, receiving 500 yuan. Congratulations, host, on successful check-in, receiving 80 yuan. Sigh. I should have checked in while in the hospital. Observing the rewards from the latter 2 check-ins, Liu Xiao sighed in resignation. Although he was unsure if Gu Yueshi possessed the luck of a fortunate star, it was evident that her fortunes were far superior to his own. Each day for him felt like merely scraping by. Upon returning to Yulong Jinyuan, Liu Xiao casually retrieved the information regarding Fading Technology. Qianqian? He peeked into the master bedroom. Finding it remarkably tidy, the bed already made, yet no one was inside. After searching the house, he failed to find any trace of Wu Qianqian. This little girl. Could she have gone to the company so early? Liu Xiao pondered in surprise, noting that it was not yet even 9 o'clock in the morning. He took out his phone to message Wu Qianqian and, after a minute, received a swift reply. Liu Xiao felt a sense of inevitability, just as he suspected. She had indeed rushed off to the company bright and early. However, since Wu Qianqian was willing to take on the task, Liu Xiao decided to indulge her. After all, it was merely a small project, and allowing Wu Qianqian to engage in it would be beneficial, providing her with some occupation. After a while, once they advanced to the second level, they could invest an additional amount of cash and also consider relocating the company to the Sky Tower. He entered his study, clutching the materials of Fading Technology. With a market value of 70 million, the company primarily focused on internet technology. Its operational scope encompassed program development, app creation, data storage, system maintenance, and network security. Liu Xiao perused the documents for a while. Goodness, the range of operations was indeed vast, encompassing over 60 items. However, from another perspective, the scope of business listed on the business license could also reflect a portion of the company's strength. This indicated that Fading Technology's capabilities were likely quite commendable. Nevertheless, a market value of 70 million could only be described as moderate, not particularly impressive. After all, if Liu Xiao signed in continuously for 2 days, he could easily acquire 40 to 50 million in cash. While it may seem modest, it was undoubtedly comparable to a market value of 70 million. The most crucial aspect being that cash could be freely utilized for any purpose. The company was located in the Old City, not far from where Liu Xiao resided. Merely about 2 kilometers away, a 30-minute walk. He placed the materials of Fading Technology along with those of the Sky Tower into his desk drawer. Just as Liu Xiao was about to head to the company to find Wu Qianqian, his phone chimed again. Wang Lei from Fading Technology has requested to add you as a friend. Liu Xiao promptly accepted the request. The next moment, another notification sounded. Wang Lei from Fading Technology has invited you to join the Fading Technology Core Management Group. Wang Lei has transferred ownership of the group to you. You are now the group owner. Why does every company operate this way? Can't they just make a phone call? Liu Xiao chuckled in exasperation. At the Lijiang Hotel. Although he hadn't initially joined the group, after meeting Zhao Ku, she added him. Similarly, Huangxi from the Sky Hotel had directly included him in the work group. Today, Wang Lei followed suit, adding Liu Xiao's own Jianglu Real Estate Group and the shareholder group of Wu Qianqian's family company. He now found himself in possession of 5 groups. Liu Xiao felt a sudden headache. Wu Qianqian's family company did not require his involvement, but the other companies necessitated his decision-making for larger business matters. For instance, the leasing business of the Sky Tower required his signature, and he needed to regularly review Huang Xi's reports on rental conditions. Meanwhile, although Jianglu Real Estate was under Wu Qianqian's management, all documents requiring signatures still had to be submitted to him. As for Wu Qianqian's family company, while he did not need to manage operations, he still needed to review financial reports, which also constituted a workload. 5 groups were manageable for now, requiring him to allocate just 1 or 2 hours daily. But as assets increased, would he be able to handle it all? No, he needed to find a secretary during this period. It was imperative to resolve this matter before the company expanded significantly. Liu Xiao firmly resolved in his mind. After all, he was here to enjoy life. For matters that required his decision, it would be more efficient for a secretary to gather information and report back to him, significantly reducing his workload. As for the selection of a secretary, Wu Qianqian was certainly not an option. She had her own career, and Liu Xiao intended to groom her as the company's general manager. Initially, he considered Gu Yueshi for the position, but since Gu Yueshi was unwilling to accept his help, he would need to find someone else later. Boss, there's a major project to discuss today. Do you have time? We need your leadership here. In the work group, Wang Lei tagged Liu Xiao and shared a project proposal. Sigh, even with a second chance at life, the grind continues. Upon reading Wang Lei's message, Liu Xiao sighed in resignation, further solidifying his intention to find a secretary promptly. As for the recent events, he was done signing for assets. Cash was imperative. Chapter 63. The collaborator is Zhang Qingwan. Coincidentally, Fading Technology was not far away. Liu Xiao opted not to drive and hailed a taxi instead. 10 minutes later, he arrived at the office of Fading Technology. President Liu? Wang Lei, seeing Liu Xiao enter, hesitated momentarily, tentatively inquiring. Yes, it's me. You must be Wang Lei. Liu Xiao replied, smiling at the young man before him. While he appeared youthful, he was likely in his early 30s, just slightly younger than Huangxi. Yes, it's me. Wang Lei chuckled and promptly ushered Liu Xiao into the office. Boss, here's the situation. Fading Technology has recently secured a substantial project, primarily focused on achieving remote collaborative control of a precision instrument. The compensation offered by the client is 80 million. However, due to our limited manpower and their pressing timeline, we plan to partner with another company to develop this project together. That is not an issue. You mean to hold discussions with them today, correct? Liu Xiao nodded. Collaborating with similar companies on software projects is a standard business practice. Yes, boss. Today we mainly aim to assess this company to determine their qualifications for collaboration. If they are suitable, we will subsequently discuss profit distribution and project development. Wang Lei replied earnestly. Given that Fading Technology had a market value of nearly 70 million, securing such a large contract could potentially elevate their valuation beyond 100 million. However, such a significant decision could not be made solely by him as the general manager. The boss's input was essential. Yet, the former owner had informed him this morning of the transfer of the company to Liu Xiao. While the new owner might not be fully aware of the specifics, Wang Lei had no choice but to clarify matters as best as he could, hoping that their visions for the company's future would align. All right, let us go and take a look, Liu Xiao agreed. Wang Lei was instantly elated. Initially, he feared that the new boss might express dissatisfaction with the previous strategies and operations, but to his surprise, Liu Xiao readily endorsed his perspective. Liu Xiao did not linger in the company for long. Before 10 o'clock, Wang Lei invited him to visit the client's company. Is the client located in the high-tech zone? Liu Xiao asked, surprised as he noticed Wang Lei driving in that direction. The high-tech zone in Jiangxing was newly developed, with relatively few companies currently established, and most internet firms, like Fading Technology, tended to be nearer to the university town. Yes, boss. The client's company is relatively new, which is why they chose the recently developed high-tech zone for their location, Wang Lei confirmed with a smile. As Liu Xiao observed the increasingly familiar route, an ominous premonition suddenly washed over him. Could it be that this was indeed the road to the Sky Tower? Reflecting on the situation, his own company had taken on an 80 million project and was now set to negotiate with another company today. A couple of days ago, Zhang Qingwan informed herself that due to a meeting scheduled with an internet company today, she intended to rent the 60th floor of the Sky Building. Within minutes, as she observed Wang Lei parking his vehicle in the underground garage of the Sky Building, Liu Xiao found himself utterly speechless. At this juncture, it would be rather unrealistic to assert that Wang Lei was not there to meet Zhang Qingwan, wouldn't he? Wasn't their company located on the 60th floor? Liu Xiao glanced at Wang Lei. How did you know, boss? Wang Lei was taken aback for a moment, but then nodded in acknowledgement. The address provided to him was indeed the 60th floor of the Sky Building. Very well, let us ascend, Liu Xiao replied, shaking his head in resignation without elaborating further. As they made their way to the 60th floor, Liu Xiao's initial impression upon entering was that Zhang Qingwan, attired in a sleek black suit, was waiting at the entrance to greet them. It was evident that she had meticulously applied her makeup today, although clad in professional attire. Her extraordinary beauty and graceful figure could not be concealed. While initially awaiting the arrival of the boss of Fading Technology, Zhang Qingwan found herself momentarily stunned upon seeing Liu Xiao enter, unable to process the situation. However, the next instant, she caught sight of Wang Lei following Liu Xiao. Liu Xiao, what is going on here? Zhang Qingwan gestured towards Liu Xiao, then pointed at Wang Lei, her face briefly betraying confusion. Shouldn't Liu Xiao be the owner of the Sky Building? How did he come to be associated with Wang Lei from the internet sector? Furthermore, their demeanor suggested a hierarchy rather than camaraderie. Qingwan, it's a pleasure to see you again. Liu Xiao smiled warmly at Zhang Qingwan. Boss, do you know each other? Wang Lei inquired, equally astonished. It dawned on him why Liu Xiao had reacted the way he did when he mentioned being at the Sky Building earlier. It turned out that Liu Xiao was already acquainted with the CEO of the opposing company. Old Wang, there's no need for further investigation regarding our potential collaboration. You may proceed to discuss profits and project allocation with them, Liu Xiao indicated. Understood, boss. I shall do so immediately. Wang Lei felt a surge of happiness at the unfolding scene. He had been quite satisfied with Zhang Qingwan's company, and today's visit was merely a routine assessment, compounded by the need to persuade his own boss. However, he had not anticipated that a connection existed between the two. This revelation would undoubtedly foster a more intimate collaboration between their companies, facilitating the project's seamless advancement. Qingwan, shall we retreat to the office? Liu Xiao winked at Zhang Qingwan. Absolutely. I just brought back a canister of exquisite Dahongpo tea from home, perfect for brewing. Zhang Qingwan smiled slightly at Liu Xiao, making a gesture inviting him to enter. At this moment, her curiosity about Liu Xiao had piqued. Wang Lei had just referred to Liu Xiao as boss, which implied that Fading Technology indeed belonged to him. Moreover, Zhang Qingwan felt a sense of reassurance. Liu Xiao had already consented to the collaboration, ensuring her company's valuation would undoubtedly increase. Though luck played a role, it was an intrinsic aspect of capability. Zhang Qingwan ushered Liu Xiao into the office and promptly closed the door behind them. Qingwan, your efficiency is truly remarkable. You secured the location just the day before yesterday, and today, you've already relocated all personnel, Liu Xiao complimented. The Sky Building merely provided tenants with freshly painted air spaces. However, upon arrival today, the 60th floor had been entirely furnished by Zhang Qingwan, equipped with various facilities. What do you mean by that? Unlike you, who was fully aware of our company's collaboration, yet uttered not a word during our meeting the other day, Zhang Qingwan chuckled. She had even taken the time to analyze her company's strength and growth potential, emphasizing the importance of today's discussions regarding cooperation. She found it hard to believe that Liu Xiao was unaware of their impending partnership. You've completely misunderstood me. I am merely a figurehead. Had it not been for Wang Lei dragging me here today, I might have remained oblivious to the matter. Liu Xiao shook his head in exasperation. At their previous meeting, he had not yet assumed the role of the company's owner. Chapter 64. You'll look after me in the future. Just tell me if you believe me. Zhang Qingwan shot Liu Xiao a sidelong glance, serving him the freshly brewed tea. Liu Xiao shrugged his shoulders. Well then, it seems this matter cannot be clarified. Regardless of your denial, I appreciate this favor. With this collaboration agreement in hand, my company's valuation should comfortably reach 80 million by year's end. Zhang Qingwan initially thought Liu Xiao was reluctant to acknowledge any debt of gratitude. She responded with a smile, recognizing that she was inherently a person of sentiment. Liu Xiao had provided her substantial assistance in the final months, and she would certainly remember that. Moreover, an 80 million valuation, barring any unforeseen circumstances, would solidify her position at the top, and it would be entirely legitimate. Although her two brothers were exceptionally capable, it was improbable they could amplify the company's valuation eightfold within 2 years. Owe me a favor? Liu Xiao laughed, looking at Zhang Qingwan. You are the eldest daughter of the Zhang family, destined to lead the clan. It seems I can indulge myself in Jiangqing from now on. Charming as you are. If you truly wish to indulge, it will have to wait until my father retires. As of now, I am but a minor figure. While I may hold sway among my peers, my voice carries little weight before the elder generation. Zhang Qingwan covered her mouth, chuckling. However, her father had begun evaluations at the age of 50. If she wished to inherit the Zhang family, her father's retirement would indeed be a prerequisite. How about this? Until your inheritance is secured, I shall only offend the younger generation. Once you assume the mantle of the Zhang family, I shall indulge freely? Liu Xiao proposed tentatively. Sounds good, but I will only handle matters overtly. If they choose to act covertly, I cannot be held accountable. Provided you are not afraid of being pursued once you step outside, I have no objections. Just don't expect to take refuge in my place every day. Zhang Qingwan replied with a playful shrug. Liu Xiao's jest was evident, and she could discern it easily. To be frank, despite Liu Xiao's considerable age and the numerous enterprises he managed, she had never heard of him in Jiangqing. It was needless to say that Liu Xiao undoubtedly hailed from a prominent family. In terms of influence, he might not be lesser than the Zhang family in Jiangqing. Moreover, although their interactions had been limited, Zhang Qingwan held a favorable opinion of Liu Xiao. At the very least, in terms of his demeanor and social conduct, he surpassed the numerous wealthy second-generation heirs who were perpetually causing trouble. Had she not encountered Liu Xiao's girlfriend in the grand parking lot that day, she might have considered Liu Xiao a suitable romantic prospect. Regrettably, Liu Xiao was already taken, and she had no intention of pursuing another's partner. Truth be told, Liu Xiao's girlfriend was no less attractive or shapely than herself. If a competition arose, she might not even prevail. Nevertheless, the prospect of friendship was certainly a commendable option. Liu Xiao, this project may take around 3 months to complete, and we will undoubtedly face numerous issues to address. Shall we exchange contact information? Zhang Qingwan suggested, gazing at Liu Xiao. Though they had known each other for several days, they had yet to share contact details. This was a conversation Liu Xiao should have initiated. However, after waiting for quite some time without him broaching the subject, she had no choice but to take the initiative herself. Of course, Liu Xiao nodded in acknowledgement, although Zhang Qingwan modestly claimed that her influence in Jiangqing was rather limited. Such a statement was merely an expression of humility. After all, she was not only a direct descendant of the Zhang family, but also a prospective heir to its leadership, a status that instilled trepidation in many. In other words, should Zhang Qingwan choose to reveal her familial connections, wherever she ventured in Jiangqing, who would dare to disregard her? Furthermore, at Zhang Qingwan's level, it was only natural that she inhabited her own social circle, where assistance was readily available with a mere inquiry. Nevertheless, all of this was of little consequence to Liu Xiao, as he had no pressing matters to attend to. What held greater significance for him was that Zhang Qingwan was a stunning beauty. While her status might preclude any romantic pursuits, he certainly relished the opportunity to admire her. However, it was precisely this realization that tempered Liu Xiao's interest in her. A woman of her caliber would undoubtedly be disinclined to reciprocate his emotional inclinations. Thus, it seemed wisest to forego any thoughts of romantic entanglement from the outset. After spending an afternoon at the company while waiting for Wang Lei to handle some matters, Liu Xiao found his rapport with Zhang Qingwan deepening. What had begun as formal pleasantries had evolved to the point where they could exchange light-hearted banter. Liu Xiao also noted that despite Zhang Qingwan's strong demeanor, she possessed a certain endearing quality that made their interactions quite pleasant. At precisely 5 o'clock, Liu Xiao and Wang Lei departed the office. Old Wang, how's the situation progressing? Liu Xiao inquired languidly, reclining in the back seat and stifling a yawn. The agreement has been finalized, boss. Tomorrow, the personnel from both sides will communicate to delegate the specifics, Wang Lei replied while driving. Currently, the project has been allocated half the content, with a profit share of 35 million. Initially, he had intended to offer only 30 million. But due to Liu Xiao's relationship with Zhang Qingwan, he had decided to increase the figure by 5 million. After all, this money was meant to be distributed, and he had simply sought to negotiate a lower price previously. Liu Xiao nodded in approval. It seems reasonable. However, whenever the topic of earning tens of millions over several months arose, he found it difficult to engage with enthusiasm. The company's profits, though commendable, were trivial in his view. By the way, old Wang, please drop me off at this address. I won't be returning to the office. Exiting the Sky Building, Liu Xiao provided Wang Lei with the address of Jianglu Real Estate. It had been 2 or 3 days since he last saw Wu Qianqian, and he found himself quite missing her. With no pressing engagements at the moment, he decided to pay her a visit. Understood, boss. Wang Lei glanced at the distance, noting it was not far, and drove Liu Xiao directly to his destination. Chapter 65. The desk. Xiao Gu, what brings you here? Wu Qianqian exclaimed, rising in surprise as Liu Xiao entered the room. She was well aware of the situation concerning Gu Yueshi and had anticipated that Liu Xiao might spend some time with her, especially given that Gu Yueshi's sister had just undergone surgery and required care. Just looking to kill some time at home, so I thought I'd come find you. Liu Xiao replied, closing the office door behind him with a smile as he drew Wu Qianqian into an embrace, playfully teasing her. Xiao Gu, there are so many people in the office. Wu Qianqian blushed, grasping Liu Xiao's hand. However, rather than pulling away, she merely halted his advances. Liu Xiao, understanding her unspoken consent, stood up to draw the office blinds before grinning mischievously and lifting Wu Qianqian onto the desk. When a woman mentions objective conditions but does not explicitly refuse, it signifies a challenge to be overcome rather than an invitation to retreat. Liu Xiao was well aware of this principle. In such circumstances, one must rise to the occasion. If no obstacles exist, one should create them to pursue their desires. Just as Liu Xiao was poised to escalate the situation further, his phone rang, interrupting the moment. Who lacks the foresight to call at such a time? He muttered in annoyance as he retrieved his phone. Could they not wait just half an hour? Wu Qianqian chuckled softly. Xiao Gu, perhaps you should take the call. I'm right here. After all, we can continue whenever. She planted a quick kiss on Liu Xiao's cheek and cheerfully fetched a chair from nearby. Liu Xiao felt a rush of warmth at her words. Did that imply she was available anytime, even outside the office? If that were the case, the allure of the office setting diminished considerably. As he prepared to dismiss the call with a few perfunctory words, he glanced at his phone and was momentarily taken aback. Xiao Gu, who is calling? Wu Qianqian inquired, leaning in with curiosity. It's Li Tian, but shouldn't he be busy with company matters? Why is he reaching out to me? Liu Xiao pondered aloud, showing Wu Qianqian the screen. Although he had been absent from the office for a few days, he was still aware of the developments at Jianglu Real Estate, and he suspected Li Tian's recent situation had been far from favorable. Initially inclined to ignore the call, Liu Xiao reconsidered and decided to answer, curious to discover what mischief Li Tian might be involved in this time. As soon as he answered, Li Tian's voice burst forth. Liu Xiao, is Jianglu Real Estate your company? Taken aback, Liu Xiao immediately covered the receiver and cast a cautious glance at Wu Qianqian. Although Jianglu Real Estate was indeed competing for projects with Tian Company, the business team had not utilized Jiang Liu's name, and for safety's sake, Old Wang and his colleagues had even registered a small company to shield Li Tian from the truth. Furthermore, Wu Qianqian was always at the office. So how could Li Tian suddenly know? Wu Qianqian shook her head repeatedly, equally bewildered. She was confident that Li Tian should not be aware, yet here he was, calling Liu Xiao directly. To claim ignorance now would be disingenuous. Understanding Wu Qianqian's puzzled expression, Liu Xiao realized she likely had no clarity on the situation either. With a resigned sigh, he replied, Yes, my brother, I invested a few million just for fun. It's a small endeavor, really. At this point, continuing to conceal the truth no longer held merit. Once Li Tian investigated Jianglu Real Estate's company information, he would discover that Liu Xiao was both the legal representative and shareholder, a fact that left no room for deception. Liu Xiao lamented to himself that he should have found someone else to register the company and signed a private share agreement. This way, the company would still belong to him, but the public face of the legal representative and owner would not be his. However, that approach would have been more complicated, and Liu Xiao had opted for simplicity at the outset. Yet, he remained unperturbed. Just days ago, he had needed to employ such tactics to undermine Li Tian, but now, even if matters escalated, he had the strength to bring Li Tian to his knees. With over $1 billion in assets and nearly 200 million in cash, he was not to be trifled with. The direct approach, while effective, lacked the calculated ruthlessness of his previous strategies. After all, the groundwork had been laid to ensure that Li Tian would bear a heavy burden of debt following the company's collapse. Allowing Wu Qianqian to vent her frustrations in due course, Liu Xiao experienced a sudden surge of brainstorming, contemplating how to deploy the resources and cash at his disposal to ensure Li Tian's swift bankruptcy. However, In the next moment, Li Tian's voice resonated through the receiver. "Ha! Little brother, you're not being very considerate. I thought you had no interest in this line of work since you declined to invest in our franchise. But here you are, secretly establishing a company." Li Tian laughed heartily. "If it weren't for me catching a glimpse of you heading upstairs, you might have successfully kept it from me." "What?" Liu Xiao was momentarily taken aback. So this fellow was unaware of the circumstances and had merely stumbled upon him by chance. Yet Liu Xiao quickly regained his composure. "Brother, you jest. Your words on that day inspired me greatly. I'm merely experimenting with starting a company. How could it possibly compare to your enterprise? Meeting here is fate. I'm at your company's reception now, and I shall come in to discuss," Li Tian cheerfully declared. Liu Xiao cast a glance at Wu Qianqian, who was seated beside him. The entire office was a vast open space, constructed with transparent glass. Without the blinds drawn, one could easily peer inside from the outside. Although visibility was currently obscured, with Li Tian already outside, Wu Qianqian would find it challenging to escape unnoticed. Yet, she was precisely the person Li Tian must not see. Should he catch sight of her, their preceding plans would surely collapse. Wu Qianqian, acutely aware of this, began to panic, scanning for a hiding spot. However, the office was desolate. Hiding behind the sofa was hardly a viable option. On the other end of the line, Li Tian was already conversing with the receptionist. "Look, this is your boss's phone. You heard our conversation just now. I'll be going in." "Certainly, sir. Our boss's office is the first room on the left-hand side. You will find it easily," came the response from the phone. Upon hearing this, Wu Qianqian's anxiety spiked. The reception was merely 10 meters from the office. In the next moment, she noticed the desk beside her. This particular wooden desk, crafted from red sandalwood, featured a large empty section designed for legs. Yet, for aesthetic reasons, a thin layer of wood was added to the outer edge, concealing the legs. As footsteps drew nearer, Wu Qianqian had no time to deliberate. She hastily shoved Liu Xiao aside and dove into the space beneath the desk. Chapter 66. She truly is fierce when it comes to meat. Just as Wu Qianqian concealed herself, the sound of the door lock being turned echoed from outside. Liu Xiao had merely closed the door upon entering, not locked it. Thus it could still be opened from the outside. Typically, employees would knock before entering to report matters, making the lock's status inconsequential. However, he had not anticipated such an uninvited guest. Hearing the noise, Liu Xiao quickly adjusted his posture to completely obscure Wu Qianqian from view. "Ha ha ha, Liu Xiao, little brother. What a surprise to meet you here." Li Tian's square frame squeezed through the doorway. "You know, I must say, your office is quite impressively decorated. You seem to enjoy life more than I do," Li Tian remarked enthusiastically, surveying the decor of Liu Xiao's office with admiration. Liu Xiao certainly enjoyed it more. The office was filled with greenery, making the air feel refreshingly different. Cough, cough. Wu Qianqian, hiding below, inadvertently bumped Liu Xiao's shin against the corner of the desk, prompting him to cough a few times to mask the sound. "Brother, my back is a bit sore today. Feel free to find a place to sit." "I'll remain right here," Liu Xiao offered. Although the desk was sizable, hiding someone beneath it was indeed a challenge, as he had to keep Wu Qianqian concealed. Li Tian nodded, seemingly oblivious to anything amiss. He plopped down on the sofa across from Liu Xiao, poured himself a glass of water, and gulped it down. Liu Xiao felt a twitch at the corners of his mouth. It appeared that the exquisite tea set he had purchased for over 10,000 was now rendered useless. With Li Tian's demeanor, he had no appetite to use anything that had been touched by him. Moreover, who drinks water from a tea kettle instead of a teacup? It would have sufficed to discard a couple of teacups, but now the entire tea set would need to be discarded. "I'm not suggesting anything, little brother. But at your age, you mustn't become too engrossed in women. You should learn from me. Balance is essential. Look at me. I'm as vigorous as ever." Li Tian chuckled and playfully winked at Liu Xiao. "Enough. I have no desire to follow in your footsteps to jail," Liu Xiao shot back, rolling his eyes at Li Tian. Li Tian's face flushed with embarrassment as he recalled being taken away publicly a few days prior. His chubby face quivering involuntarily as he forced a smile at Liu Xiao. "That was an accident, just an accident. By the way, brother, what brings you here today? I thought your company was located in the old district?" Liu Xiao inquired curiously. "Ah, just out here running some business," Li Tian replied with a resigned sigh. "I wouldn't blame you for laughing, but the project I mentioned to you a few days ago has taken a turn for the worse. Several individuals have been targeting me, driving the supply prices down to the point where I'm making no profit. Additionally, I've incurred significant losses." He had been feeling quite miserable over the past few days. Having borrowed 5 million from Liu Xiao, he had already sunk over 300,000 into the project in less than 5 days. While reason dictated that he could not continue pouring money into it, he was unwilling to relent. After all, he had worked hard to secure the project, only to have it sabotaged behind the scenes, forcing him to cut flesh to save his life. If he truly backed down and discarded most of these projects, The funds he had lost in the early stages would be irretrievably wasted, and his assets would plummet from 30 million to just over 10 million. Though it may seem like a mere halving, the disparity in social standing was immeasurable. With 30 million in assets, he could secure a loan of a few million at the bank, where the president would personally attend to him. Yet with only 10 million, dreaming of meeting the bank president was pure fantasy. Having painstakingly developed his company to this stage, reverting to a lower status was a crushing blow he could scarcely endure. Thus, he was now gambling, wagering on the limits of his adversary's endurance. However, with only 150,000 left, even his strong mental fortitude began to waver in such circumstances. Therefore, he had come out today to pursue a loan at the bank, and fortunately, he had successfully secured 2 million. Now, with 350,000 in cash, Liu Xiao felt somewhat more at ease. He refused to believe that his opponents could possibly spend 7 million targeting his projects. Liu Xiao chuckled inwardly, yet maintained a facade of concern regarding the 5 million he had lent to Liu Xiao. Brother, didn't you say this business was a surefire profit? How is it that you're losing money now? The 5 million I lent you will be due in just a few days. Make sure you don't lock the money away and find yourself unable to retrieve it. Upon hearing Liu Xiao's words, Liu Xiao could only respond with a sigh. Oh, you have no idea. This business has been overwhelming lately. As for your 5 million, rest assured, my dear brother, I still have another 5 million in cash that I have yet to collect. Even if I don't recoup my investment by the deadline, your money will be returned in full. Liu Xiao playfully slapped his own belly, producing a resounding sound. This was indeed the truth. In his view, having a friend like Liu Xiao, who could offer him an almost interest-free loan, was far more valuable than jeopardizing that friendship over a mere 5 million. After all, he might need Liu Xiao's assistance in the future, and he certainly wouldn't want to provoke any resentment over such trifles. That's good to hear. The Lijiang Hotel needs a significant amount of supplies at the start of August. If this money doesn't return, my cash flow will be severely impacted. Liu Xiao sighed with relief, immediately moving Liu Xiao. See, this is what true brotherhood is. Even with his own financial chain in jeopardy, he can still spare 5 million for me, with interest almost akin to a zero-rate loan. Not even a biological brother would be this generous. My dear brother, you ventured into real estate now. If you come across any promising projects, do let me know. Once I navigate through this hurdle, I'll gladly invest a substantial amount in you. Liu Xiao chuckled. Do you have some time tonight? I have a connection that can arrange for a car model to join us. Interested? He still remembered his promise to Liu Xiao from earlier. A car model? Liu Xiao's eyes lit up immediately. Rest assured, they are completely above board. Noticing Liu Xiao's interest, Liu Xiao quickly added, knowing that the girl named Gu Yueshi was exceptionally beautiful, far surpassing any car model. However, it must be said that men are naturally inclined to stray. No matter how perfect their partners may be, when the opportunity arises, they are often tempted. This is a common trait. Moreover, camaraderie among men often deepens in such moments. For him, the social cost was minimal. A woman with a decent figure and looks would only cost around 15,000. In comparison, treating Liu Xiao to dinner could easily run up to 300,000, rendering the former expense practically negligible. Just as Liu Xiao was about to speak, he suddenly felt a chilling sensation around his waist. In the next instant, a delicate yet menacing little hand wrapped around the soft flesh of his thigh. A sharp pang coursed through him, and he instinctively inhaled sharply. Wu Qianqian was indeed quite the handful. However, the pressing question was, where were his pants? In the next moment, Liu Xiao understood why his trousers were missing. Seizing the opportunity while Liu Xiao was distracted with his drink, Liu Xiao shot a fierce glare downward, but was met with Wu Qianqian's mischievous grin. In such a predicament, Liu Xiao found it difficult to speak up or make any sudden moves. He could only resignedly endure Wu Qianqian's antics. Brother, let us drop this topic. I'm simply not interested in those women. 3 seconds later, Liu Xiao shook his head, though his voice was unexpectedly hoarse. He wasn't in the mood for this odd sensation. Come on, brother, what do you mean? We're all men here. Who doesn't understand who? Liu Xiao chuckled heartily, utterly unconvinced. Then, Liu Xiao felt a sharp jab to his calf, nearly bringing him to tears. Damn it. Why was it always him who bore the brunt of Liu Xiao's words? How about this? Next time there's an opportunity, I'll treat you and take you out to a club. You can have your pick of whatever you fancy. Liu Xiao pondered for a moment, ultimately settling on a compromise. It was essential to strengthen his bond with Liu Xiao. If all went well, Liu Xiao would become a strategic partner, and they needed to stand united. He hadn't the time or energy to pursue women, overwhelmed as he was with company matters. Moreover, Wu Qianqian had previously promised to meet him, yet her phone had been unreachable for days. While he was frustrated, he had no time to dwell on it and would address it later. All right, let us take the next opportunity. Liu Xiao nodded, forcing himself to maintain composure while instinctively supporting his lower back. Noticing Liu Xiao's discomfort, Li Tian felt a pang of guilt for bringing it up further. Here's the plan, brother. I came in a rush today. Once I wrap up my affairs in a few days, I'll return your payment and treat you to a nice outing. I'll take my leave now, as I have some matters at the company to attend to. As Li Tian stood up, Liu Xiao felt a wave of anxiety, fearing that Li Tian might accidentally catch a glimpse of something amiss. After all, a mere tabletop could hardly conceal everything, though Li Tian was not particularly tall, leaving Liu Xiao uncertain about whether he would be seen. Yet suddenly, a rush of excitement coursed through him. Why was he feeling this strange thrill? He quickly suppressed those thoughts. I want to see you off. My back is acting up again. Feeling sore and numb, Liu Xiao quickly replied. Hey, don't push yourself. Take a break. You should see a doctor. At your age, it's not necessarily just back pain. Be careful there. Li Tian laughed, teasingly winking at Liu Xiao before promptly exiting. Only after confirming Li Tian had left the company did Liu Xiao finally exhale in relief. He yanked Wu Qianqian out from beneath the table. How did it go? Xiao Ge. Wu Qianqian inquired, biting her lip, taking a sip from a nearby cup, and grinning at Liu Xiao. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Seeing Wu Qianqian swallow, Liu Xiao shot her a stern glare, yet he found himself swallowing hard as well. This girl was indeed growing bolder by the day. If it weren't for his unyielding resolve, being discovered would have resulted in utter humiliation. Of course, I don't want to die. So, Xiao Ge, can we continue now? Wu Qianqian giggled, settling into Liu Xiao's embrace. With the enemy at the gates, any hesitation would be unbecoming of Liu Xiao. Thus, amidst Wu Qianqian's startled exclamations, he lifted her effortlessly. Moments later, recalling that there were still employees outside, Wu Qianqian instinctively covered her mouth. On the way home, Wu Qianqian drove her Ferrari while Liu Xiao sat in the passenger seat, happily sipping on a cup of red bean milk tea. Xiao Ge, why didn't you drive today? Wu Qianqian asked, glancing curiously at Liu Xiao. Though the distance between the high-tech zone and Yulong Scenic Garden wasn't too vast, it was still considerable. She had initially intended to leave her Ferrari at the company and drive Liu Xiao's Bugatti home. No, I came here to handle some matters. And another employee from a different company drove me, Liu Xiao replied, shaking his head. Wu Qianqian nodded in understanding. The Lijiang Hotel is known to Wu Qianqian, but she is also aware that Liu Xiao undoubtedly possesses more assets than this, and it would not be unusual for him to have other companies. As for the nature of those companies, she hadn't thought to inquire. Her sole intention was to manage the real estate company in Liu Xiao's hands effectively. Soon, they returned to the Yulong Scenic Garden. Qianqian, please visit the property management office first. I asked them to help find a cleaning lady, but there hasn't been a response for several days, so let us check on the situation. Liu Xiao suggested as he indicated for Wu Qianqian to park in the surface parking lot. This was not due to Liu Xiao's laziness. With over 600 square meters of indoor space and more than 300 square meters outdoors, totaling 900 square meters, it would indeed take considerable time to clean. While he could manage to keep it tidy, it was impractical to dedicate all his time to cleaning the house every day. Entrusting this task to a cleaning lady would significantly ease the burden, considering that this was her area of expertise. With a 900 square meter area, having a cleaning lady come every 3 days would mean an average of 300 square meters per day, allowing her to prepare meals as well. All for a salary of 5,000 to 6,000 yuan, which is not onerous work. Wu Qianqian was somewhat taken aback. Logically, such a high-end community's property management should not make such errors. With so few owners, their demands should be meticulously recorded. After all, the annual property fees exceeding 100,000 yuan could not be paid in vain, could they? The two of them entered the property management office together. Hello, Mr. Liu Xiao. As soon as they stepped in, a property manager immediately recognized Liu Xiao. Upon seeing Wu Qianqian beside him, a fleeting look of surprise crossed her face before quickly disappearing. It seemed reasonable that someone residing in the largest villa of Yulong Scenic Garden would have a girlfriend like Wu Qianqian. It's Xiaoli, isn't it? Liu Xiao replied with a smile and a nod. Xiaoli was the one who had assisted in moving items during the villa's interior decoration, showing impressive capability and diligence, which left Liu Xiao quite satisfied. Mr. Liu Xiao, what brings you here today? Xiaoli led Liu Xiao to the reception area and brought them 2 cups of water. Actually, a few days ago, I requested your assistance in finding a cleaning lady to help with cleaning and cooking. I haven't received any updates, so I thought I'd come by to check on the situation. Liu Xiao recounted the matter briefly. Please hold on. Let me check the records, Xiaoli responded, somewhat surprised. Their property management had a dedicated company for such services, and ideally, finding a cleaning lady should take no more than half a day. She pulled out her phone, logged into the system, and quickly located Liu Xiao's request record. The processing result is still in search? Xiaoli paused, glancing at the property records of Liu Xiao's request. 1 cleaning lady. Daily tasks include cleaning and cooking. Requirements: preferably young and beautiful, cheerful disposition preferred. Able to accept some minor requests from the employer, discretion is a priority, salary is flexible. Chapter 68, Property Xiao. I'd like to apply for this position too. Everything seems fine. Liu Xiao nodded in agreement. He had indeed stated those requirements, and they were recorded quite comprehensively, almost verbatim. Furthermore, the stipulations were quite reasonable. It was hard to fathom why several days had passed without finding anyone. It was natural to prefer someone younger and more attractive for housework. At least it would be pleasing to the eye, wouldn't it? Moreover, having someone youthful around would allow for occasional conversation to alleviate boredom. As for the cheerful disposition, it was hardly ideal to have a cleaning lady who perpetually wore a glum expression. Wu Qianqian cast a resentful glance at Liu Xiao. She was unconcerned about him being unfaithful outside, but in such a confined space, did he truly require more than she could provide? Surely, when he desired something, he could simply come to her. Besides, in terms of performance, even though she had just begun practicing, she had been diligently working on it before returning. Other stars trained for 2.5 years before debuting. She had barely 2 months. How formidable could she be? At this moment, Xiao Li sensed the atmosphere had shifted. Mr. Liu Xiao, I'll go find out who attended to you that day, she said, smiling awkwardly as she hurriedly exited the reception area. I have no issues with that, Liu Xiao said, breaking into a cold sweat, realizing that Wu Qianqian had misunderstood him. When he mentioned being able to accept some minor requests from the employer, he meant that if he occasionally wanted an extra meal or needed specific areas cleaned, she should not refuse. Furthermore, when he referred to discretion, he meant that she should keep quiet about their activities. After all, if their playful escapades became common knowledge throughout the entire community, he would be at a loss. Liu Xiao threw up his hands in exasperation. Additionally, he had noted that the salary was flexible. Fulfilling the latter 2 requirements could justify a pay raise, making it a win-win situation for both parties. For him, a monthly salary of 10 or 20,000 yuan was a trifling matter. He valued quality. If the food was delicious and the cleaning thorough, an additional few thousand yuan would be a mere formality. As for women, even if he were desperate, he would not seek companionship among the cleaning staff. That would be utterly bizarre. Oh, I wonder what goes through the minds of you people, he sighed. Finally understanding why the property management had failed to find a cleaning lady for him over the last several days. Wu Qianqian's face flushed crimson. What did he mean by saying she was also having fun? She was quite demure, thank you very much. However, upon reflection, it seemed Liu Xiao's explanation was indeed valid. Xiao Li, come in for a moment. Liu Xiao called out to Xiao Li, who was loitering outside the break room. He shot her an annoyed glance. It was evident to anyone with common sense that she was intentionally avoiding the confrontation. Xiao Li, it seems there is a misunderstanding regarding my requirements. Let us record them again, Liu Xiao indicated. Of course, Mr. Liu Xiao, please go ahead. And I will report it immediately, Xiao Li nodded repeatedly. To prevent further misunderstandings from the property management, Liu Xiao directly articulated his requirements. Female, under 30 years of age. Above average in both appearance and physique, with at least 1 year of work experience, a lively and cheerful personality, able to accept some reasonable requests from the employer. And most importantly, discretion regarding matters witnessed in the household, which must be included as a breach of contract clause. Liu Xiao emphasized the reasonable requirements. All right, understood. Xiao Li readily agreed. These demands were quite normal, and she believed they would find someone within half a day. By the way, let us set the salary standard at 20,000 per month, Liu Xiao added. He firmly believed that only with genuine monetary compensation could one procure quality service. If the boss merely engages in empty talk, the subordinates are likely to comply outwardly, but harbor dissent within, especially if the promises are overly grandiose. They may even express their discontent in less than polite terms. Only by providing adequate compensation, along with a balanced approach of reward and discipline, will the employees truly respect and adhere to the leadership. This principle holds true in the realm of domestic work as well. With a monthly salary of 20,000 yuan, even if it is merely to appreciate this remuneration that far surpasses the industry standard, she would diligently fulfill the employer's expectations. However, it is crucial to exercise discretion in bestowing favors, for human nature is never fully satisfied. 20,000 yuan. Little Li was momentarily taken aback. In Jiangqing, the salary for a full-time domestic worker typically ranges from 4 to 5,000 yuan. Regardless of age, whether older with experience or younger and aesthetically pleasing, the differences in pay are minimal. A salary of 20,000 yuan is indeed quadruple the norm. Instantly, Little Li's cheeks flushed with excitement. With such a generous wage, even unreasonable demands could be negotiated. Mr. Liu Xiao, do you think I could be considered? What is this? Seizing an opportunity and putting oneself forward. In a property management role that barely pays 5 to 6,000 yuan a month, being a domestic worker is truly the pinnacle of success. Liu Xiao and Wu Qianqian were equally taken aback. Wu Qianqian was the first to recover. To be fair, little Li genuinely fits the requirements. At around 25 or 26 years of age, her looks and figure aren't exceptional, but neither are they lacking. She can be considered a modest beauty. Keeping little Li at home, she had every reason to believe that Liu Xiao would not develop feelings for her, given his established expectations. Little Li likely wouldn't even meet Liu Xiao's minimum standards. It was evident she had good sense, as she found an excuse to exit the conversation shortly after speaking. While her discretion was uncertain, her demeanor suggested a certain reserve. However, her professional capabilities remained ambiguous, as most domestic workers undergo training before starting. Rest assured, Mr. Liu Xiao, I possess substantial experience in housekeeping. I frequently interact with domestic workers and can assure you of my competence. Moreover, my parents own a restaurant, and I have learned various culinary skills since childhood. While I wouldn't claim to be a chef, I can certainly manage typical home-cooked dishes. Noticing Liu Xiao and Wu Qianqian hesitating, little Li quickly interjected. This is a monthly salary of 20,000 yuan. Working for Liu Xiao for just 1 month amounts to 4 months' pay at a property management firm. If she could maintain this for 10 years, wouldn't she be able to retire on the spot? Woohoo, let us take off. Chapter 69, Signing in for 70 million. 10 minutes later, under little Li's respectful gaze, Liu Xiao and Wu Qianqian exited the property management office. Yes, upon seeing them walk away, little Li leaped in elation. 20,000 yuan. Doesn't this mean she could be marrying a handsome man and soaring to the heights of life? Manager, I wish to resign. 2 minutes later, little Li burst into the manager's office, getting straight to the point. The property management workload was minimal, and she had little to hand over. As long as she completed the formalities tomorrow, she could leave. However, little Li felt it was still a bit late. Since the afternoon was free and it was mealtime, she decided to head to Liu Xiao's villa to prepare a grand meal and showcase her culinary skills. Yet, just as she traversed a tree-lined path and approached the villa's entrance, she noticed the door slightly ajar, accompanied by indistinct sounds from within. Yulong Jingyuan is an upscale community, with considerable distance between villas, and each is a standalone unit, requiring passage along a narrow path to reach the front door, thereby safeguarding residents' privacy. If one were slightly farther away, the sounds would be nearly inaudible, but standing right at the entrance, the sounds were crystal clear. In an instant, little Li's face turned crimson. She was no longer young. How could she not recognize those sounds? Clearly, they were engaged in a rather vigorous exercise. For a moment, little Li felt overwhelmed. No wonder there was a stipulation about confidentiality. This was truly a delicate matter. Little Li silently muttered to herself, quickly discarding her intention to ring the doorbell and turning to leave. If Liu Xiao discovered she had overheard such intimate activities, he might reconsider her employment. This wasn't cowardice, it was merely prudent avoidance. Half an hour later, the sounds at the door finally ceased. Liu Xiao entered the room, cradling the utterly spent Wu Qianqian. Xiao, good, did my skills improve? Wu Qianqian playfully turned in Liu Xiao's embrace, grinning up at him. Not bad at all. Next time, I'll recommend a few action films. The fight scenes are intense, and if you observe closely, you might learn a move or two. Liu Xiao replied with a nod. He had retrieved the USB drive from the dormitory, containing only a few gigabytes of files. Yet these gigabytes were precious seeds. A collection of excellent films Liu Xiao had gathered over the years. Particularly, those that depict life with a touch of mystery and suspense are truly captivating. For instance, The Little Grave is too big. You wouldn't want Mr. Little Grave to lose his job, would you? The moment the actors speak, they elevate the suspense to its peak. The most crucial aspect is that their performances are exceptional, even if the foreign language is incomprehensible. Their superb acting conveys meaning without words. The film has received almost universal acclaim. I don't watch those. Wu Qianqian, understanding Liu Xiao's implications, blushed and scurried to the other side to play with her phone. Seeing her bashful demeanor, Liu Xiao couldn't help but chuckle. After a long day's work, Wu Qianqian was indeed quite exhausted. Little Li wouldn't be starting until the following afternoon, so Liu Xiao would have to prepare dinner. The next morning, as Liu Xiao engaged in another intimate encounter with Wu Qianqian, he pressed the system's sign-in button. Congratulations, host. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received a cash reward of 70 million yuan. The cash reward has been issued. Please check promptly. Congratulations, host. Sign-in successful. Receiving a cash reward of 5,000 yuan. Congratulations, host. Sign-in successful. Receiving a cash reward of 200,000 yuan. 70 million? Upon seeing the system's sign-in data, Liu Xiao was instantly elated. Indeed, only during the regular sign-ins could one achieve such astounding rewards. Xiao Gu, noticing Liu Xiao's movements, Wu Qianqian pouted playfully in his arms. You little sprite. Liu Xiao exited the system interface, chuckling in jest. This little girl, Wu Qianqian, truly embodied her unwavering spirit. never relenting until she had thoroughly exhausted Liu Xiao. In accordance with Wu Qianqian's words, this was to prevent Liu Xiao from having the energy to indulge in infidelity. Hastily, arrangements were made for the little girl, and only after breakfast did Liu Xiao turn his attention to his assets. The cash had already reached 240 million, and it was estimated that it wouldn't be long before it surged to 1 billion. Upon seeing the figures, Liu Xiao nodded with satisfaction. When it approached the billion mark, he would promptly establish an investment company and invest the entirety of this sum into stocks. Moreover, he had discerned a pattern. As long as he was with Wu Qianqian, he could somehow benefit from her fortunate aura. If he could secure 4 to 5 million daily, in just over 10 days, he would be able to level up. This efficiency was undeniably impressive. After rising, Wu Qianqian, as per her usual routine, busied herself at the company, while Liu Xiao planned to visit the little girl, Gu Xiu. Having just undergone surgery, she was in dire need of proper recuperation, and he wondered how her recovery had fared over the past couple of days. He first called Zhao Ku. Boss, Zhao Ku responded respectfully upon recognizing Liu Xiao's call. Old Zhao, didn't you recently hire a new chef? Have him prepare 2 meals, one primarily liquid for a post-operative patient, and the other with an ample amount of blood-nourishing ingredients, particularly carrots, sufficient for 2 people. I will be there in about half an hour to pick it up, Liu Xiao instructed. Understood, boss. Rest assured, I will make the necessary arrangements in the kitchen. Zhao Ku replied, nodding vigorously. These matters were trivial for him, yet being entrusted with such personal tasks by his boss signified Liu Xiao's regard for him, which he welcomed wholeheartedly. Half an hour later, Liu Xiao arrived at the Lijiang Hotel. Boss, this is the liquid meal, infused with numerous supplements, but fret not. Their effects are quite gentle. The other contains some blood-nourishing ingredients, with a slight addition of ginseng in the soup, which can be consumed in moderation. Zhao Ke greeted him with a beaming smile as he approached. The meals were neatly packaged, appearing quite substantial, with a generous variety of dishes. Old Zhao, you've gone to great lengths, Liu Xiao said, accepting the meals from Zhao Ke. The transparent packaging allowed him to glimpse the contents. And although there was a good quantity of food, each portion was appropriately sized, roughly enough for 3 servings. Liu Xiao felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Though he now managed numerous companies, only Zhao Ke could truly execute matters to his satisfaction. By the way, old Zhao, what is your current annual salary? Liu Xiao inquired as he placed the meals in the passenger seat. Currently, it's 400,000, Zhao Ke replied with a smile. This was also the reason he valued this job so highly. In these times, not many could command such a salary. Given the housing prices in Jiangsheng, after tax deductions, he could nearly afford a commercial apartment in 2 years. How about this? Your annual salary will be doubled to 800,000. We'll renew the contract in the next couple of days. In the meantime, focus on learning management skills, as I intend to offer you an opportunity soon. Liu Xiao nodded affirmatively. Zhao Ke was taken aback for a moment, but his heart swelled with joy. An annual salary of 800,000 was a figure that few in Jiangsheng's workforce could attain. Moreover, the prospect of an opportunity was even more thrilling. At over 40 years of age, he had presumed his career was at its zenith, yet now he realized there was still potential for advancement. Rest assured, boss, Zhao Ke promised earnestly. Having spent years in management, he had amassed valuable insights, and under his stewardship, the Lijiang Hotel had thrived. He was confident he could excel at the next level. Chapter 70. Gu Yueshi's plans. With 2 meals in hand, Liu Xiao arrived at the hospital. Inside the ward, Gu Yueshi and her sister were engaged in cheerful banter. Ah, Xiu, you seem quite spirited today, Liu Xiao remarked with a smile as he opened the door. Brother Xiao, you're here, Gu Xiu exclaimed, sitting up slightly to greet him. She had originally intended to call him brother-in-law, but her sister adamantly insisted on them not having a clear relationship, prompting her to adopt a different term of endearment. Although she understood her sister's stubbornness, she could only acquiesce to her wishes. Besides, calling him Brother Xiao felt surprisingly natural, even though it was her first time doing so. How has the recovery been these past few days? Liu Xiao asked, adjusting the hospital bed to make her more comfortable. Not too bad. In a few days, I'll be able to get up normally, Gu Xiu replied with a grin, moving her arms to demonstrate her regained strength. Meanwhile, Gu Yueshi approached and took the 2 meals from Liu Xiao's hands. That is good to hear. If you need anything, just ring for the nurse. Everything is quite convenient here. Now, let's have lunch, Liu Xiao said as he opened Gu Xiu's meal and set up the utensils designed for dining in bed. Although he had never cared for anyone before, the setup was simple enough that he grasped it quickly. Brother Xiao, I can manage, Gu Yueshi said somewhat bashfully, stepping forward to take the utensils from him and swiftly arranging them for Gu Xiu. Liu Xiao had indeed been exceptionally kind to the sisters, to the point where Gu Yueshi felt a bit overwhelmed, fearing she might never be able to repay him. Yet, at that moment, she found it impossible to reject his kindness, leaving her in a state of inner conflict. Oh, let me handle it. I'm not incapacitated, just need to avoid excessive movement. Gu Xiu interjected, reaching out to reclaim the spoon from Gu Yueshi. Though she was unable to get out of bed, she could still manage to scoop some porridge and take a few bites of the dishes without difficulty. She raised a spoonful of porridge to her mouth, smiling at Liu Xiao and Gu Yueshi, signaling that she was perfectly fine. As for her elder sister and Liu Xiao, she preferred to let them enjoy their time together, wishing only to remain an invisible presence. Seeing that Gu Xiu seemed to move with ease, Liu Xiao felt assured and allowed her to handle her meal independently. Yueshi, come here. Let's eat as well, Liu Xiao said, placing the remaining dishes on the table. Gu Yueshi hurried to set the tableware for Liu Xiao. Upon seeing the abundant spread, she sighed inwardly, realizing she had incurred yet another debt. Having stayed in a high-end hospital room these past few days, she had initially thought she would need to exert effort in caring for her sister, only to find the task quite unnecessary. Every few hours, nurses would arrive punctually for checkups, conducting regular assessments of the wound and recovery progress 3 times a day. Likewise, they checked vital signs every half-day to ensure everything was normal. As for using the restroom, a simple press of a button summoned a professional caregiver to assist, and the high-tech bed rendered the experience quite comfortable, devoid of any embarrassment. Originally, she thought that the premium hospital room, costing over 2,000 a day, was exorbitantly priced. However, she has now come to realize that there is indeed a valid reason for such costs. The services provided are truly worth the price. This has led her to find herself with little to occupy her time. Her days are spent merely conversing with her sister to lift her spirits, while the remainder is consumed by idly playing on her phone. Although she relishes these benefits, she is acutely aware that it is all thanks to Liu Xiao. Without Liu Xiao's efforts in securing this upscale room, she would likely be cramped in a noisy ward shared with 5 others, enduring the incessant clamor from patients and their families. Each day, nurses would make their rounds at irregular intervals, and any medical needs would require a frantic search for doctors and nurses. As for using the restroom, it would be an ordeal for both her and her sister. While money may sometimes seem ineffectual, it is undeniable that, in most circumstances, it wields a decisive influence. Yueshi, what are your plans for the next semester? Liu Xiao inquired, taking a bite of his meal and directing his gaze towards Gu Yueshi. The summer vacation, though not lengthy, merely around 30 to 40 days, would soon conclude. And as the new school term approached, some would continue to languish, while the majority would seek employment or prepare for further studies. Gu Yueshi's nature would never permit her to idle away in the dormitory. Me? Upon hearing Liu Xiao's question, Gu Yueshi fell into contemplation. Over 10 days ago, her primary thought was to find a way to secure 800,000, whether through selling herself or any other means, to gather enough funds for her sister's treatment. After that, she would head to the capital to seek medical care for her sister. As for the subsequent matters, she had yet to dare to consider them. However, she believed that, based on her earlier intentions, she would remain in the capital to earn money. After all, the capital offers significantly more opportunities for someone studying finance, both in terms of financial gain and personal growth. Yet, just 2 days prior, she had promised Liu Xiao that she would not leave his side. Thus, she currently harbored no clear expectations for her next steps. I suppose I will seek a job in the financial sector here in Jiangcheng, Gu Yueshi responded, albeit with uncertainty. Jiangcheng University is also a prestigious institution, and graduates from there typically find employment without much difficulty, particularly in the finance industry, where there has been a shortage of professionals in recent years. She was confident that with effort, she could secure a position. Why not come work at my company? I can offer you a salary, Liu Xiao suggested with a smile. He had just offered Zhao Ke 800,000, and offering the same to Gu Yueshi would conveniently allow him to recoup the money owed to him over the course of a year. But your company is a hotel. Would I be a waitress? Gu Yueshi chuckled, shaking her head. That's absurd. If I were to join, surely it would be in a managerial position. And who said I only have one company? I am planning to establish a venture capital firm soon. If you come aboard, I can offer you the position of general manager. Liu Xiao patted his chest with conviction. While Gu Yueshi's current capabilities may be somewhat lacking, after all, she had just completed her junior year. There is no denying her remarkable aptitude and learning ability. Moreover, the most crucial factor is that she has had direct exposure to Liu Xiao, making her a trustworthy individual. In this industry, a reliable general manager is far more reassuring to an employer than one with merely superior skills. If Gu Yueshi were to take on the role of general manager in the future venture capital firm, it would undoubtedly yield the best outcome. Brother Xiao, although you have inherited a considerable fortune, you should still spend wisely. I am already yours. There's no need to lavish so much money just to provide for me. Gu Yueshi chided, casting a reproachful glance at Liu Xiao. She suspected that Liu Xiao was establishing the venture capital firm specifically to keep her close. Liu Xiao, bemused by Gu Yueshi's words, shook his head. Is this your way of teaching me to be more frugal after I have achieved something? Chapter 71. My heart has long been as cold as ice. Liu Xiao chose not to elaborate further. After all, it would not be long before he amassed 10 billion. And he would wait until the company was established to extend an invitation to Gu Yueshi. By then, it would be a matter of whether this young lady valued the debt of gratitude she owed him or the words of her partner. Naturally, if Gu Yueshi dared to choose the former, he would have to teach her a lesson with the raise club he always kept at the ready. He has always been a democratic person, respecting the wishes of others when making choices. Yes, very democratic indeed. However, this stubborn girl's temperament was beyond words. Yet it was precisely this trait that made Liu Xiao particularly fond of her. A strong sense of self-respect is not inherently a bad thing. If women were merely decorative vases, one would suffice. There would be no need for more. The beauty of such things, when encountered too frequently, inevitably leads to aesthetic fatigue. It is the intriguing soul that constitutes the essence of humanity. Of course, the prerequisite is that the intriguing soul must be housed within an attractive form. Otherwise, one might regretfully declare, "You are a good person." This is the most basic respect for someone who is particular about appearances. Furthermore, in Liu Xiao's heart, he harbors admiration for every woman, hoping that they can all carve out their own paths in life. After their meal, Gu Yueshi took the initiative to tidy up the room, but there were simply too many boxes and disposable utensils, overflowing the trash can at the door. She decided to take the garbage out to the larger dumpster outside, and Liu Xiao followed suit. On their way back, Gu Yueshi spotted a frail figure standing in line to pay, struggling to extract money from a withered wallet. "Uncle Liang," she called out. "Ah, Yueshi. I heard your sister had surgery. How did it go?" Uncle Liang turned around, his smile overshadowed by a pale complexion that was somewhat alarming. "The surgery went smoothly. She should recover in a while," Gu Yueshi replied. "Uncle Liang, this money is what I earned from working a few days ago. Please take it." She seemed to perceive the man's embarrassment and hurriedly rummaged through her bag, producing over 1,000 yuan and handing it to him. Aside from the money Liu Xiao had lent her, she had managed to save a bit from her work over the years. With the bulk of the surgery costs covered, her current living situation remained relatively comfortable. Uncle Liang, who had entered the hospital around the same time as her sister, shared a close bond with them. However, unlike Gu Xiu, Uncle Liang was battling late-stage cancer, having lost all his family, and was merely sustaining life through medication. No, your sister needs the money right now, and I don't have much longer to live. Better to save it for that girl," Uncle Liang chuckled, shaking his head as he pulled out over 100 yuan to give to the front desk. "Uncle Liang, please accept it. This is also a token of Yueshi's goodwill," Liu Xiao said with a smile, slipping the money into the man's wallet. He then discreetly took out over 10,000 yuan in cash from his own pocket and stealthily placed it into another pocket of Uncle Liang's clothing. Perhaps Uncle Liang has truly reached the brink of exhaustion. Liu Xiao's act of discreetly slipping the money inside went entirely unnoticed by him. However, fortunately, there was no need for Liu Xiao to provide any explanation. After completing the deed, Liu Xiao took Gu Yueshi by the hand and hurried back, glancing back to give her a playful wink. "Brother Xiao, you are truly a good person," Gu Yueshi remarked, having caught Liu Xiao's gesture. Upon reaching the door of the hospital room, she instinctively embraced Liu Xiao. "I have never considered myself a good person. I simply feel for you," Liu Xiao replied. "After spending a decade at De Run Fa, slaughtering fish, my heart has grown as cold as the blade itself." He shook his head, smiling as he patted Gu Yueshi's dark hair. Since their acquaintance, Liu Xiao had discerned that, aside from her cunning nature, this girl possessed an undeniable kindness. To borrow a widely circulated phrase from the internet, though one's own life may be a chaotic mess, one cannot bear to witness the suffering of others. At Liu Xiao's teasing remark, Gu Yueshi couldn't help but let out a giggle. "What do you mean, slaughtering fish for a decade? Did you start at 11? Liu Xiao shot her an exasperated glance. "Do you even understand the joke? Even if it hasn't been a decade, 2.5 years of fish slaughtering counts." "Brother Xiao, I don't have any money left. What should I do?" Gu Yueshi inquired, her face flushed as she looked up at Liu Xiao. Liu Xiao was taken aback, but then recalled the transaction of 200 yuan Gu Yueshi had mentioned a couple of days ago. "But Yueshi, it seems all the money I had has already been given away." He shrugged helplessly, indicating his inability to assist her. "I don't care, you need to find a way. I'm in dire need of money right now." Gu Yueshi buried her head against Liu Xiao's chest, her face still red, clinging to him tightly. "I don't have 200, but I could certainly lend you 300 million, Liu Xiao said, smiling at her. "You're insufferable, just stop." Gu Yueshi playfully pinched Liu Xiao's arm, causing him to grimace in pain. Goodness, is pinching becoming a girl's exclusive skill? Why does everyone seem to have a knack for it? "How about I owe you for now and bring the money next time?" Liu Xiao suggested tentatively. Gu Yueshi responded with a barely audible half an hour later. Gu Xiu in the hospital room found herself puzzled. Why did my sister and Liu Xiao take so long just to throw out the trash? Just as she was about to ring the bell for the nurse's assistance, the door to the room suddenly opened. Liu Xiao, drenched in sweat, walked in, followed by a blushing Gu Yueshi. Brother Xiao, sister, what happened to you? Gu Xiu asked curiously. Even in the height of summer, they shouldn't be this overheated. Their state resembled that of someone returning from a scuffle. Had they encountered some nefarious individuals and returned after a brawl? Liu Xiao immediately began to cough, as if struck by a sudden ailment. After a brief moment, he managed to deceive the naive Gu Xiu. Upon hearing Gu Yueshi mention Uncle Liang, Gu Xiu's eyes also grew misty. Liu Xiao, however, was left pondering. This was now the third time, yet there had not been a single serious encounter. First in the dormitory, then in the hospital room, and now in the bathroom. Could it be that he possessed some peculiar attribute? After spending some time at the hospital, Liu Xiao had to admit that although Gu Xiu was young, she was remarkably astute, delivering one joke after another and causing both of them to burst into laughter. In the afternoon, just as Liu Xiao planned to go out for a meal at the hospital, he received a phone call. Chapter 72. Zhang Qingwan's Ruthlessness. As Liu Xiao stepped out of the hospital room, he glanced at his phone. It was a call from Zhang Qingwan. The call quickly connected. Liu Xiao, do you have any plans this afternoon? Nothing at all. What's up, Boss Zhang? Are you inviting me to dinner? Liu Xiao teased. There was a brief silence on the other end before Zhang Qingwan's voice re-emerged. If you're free this afternoon, I'd like to invite you to dinner at the top floor of Tianlai Housing. Liu Xiao was somewhat taken aback. He had initially assumed Zhang Qingwan was contacting him regarding a matter, and had merely made a jest, considering they had only known each other for a few days. Although they were friends, he didn't believe their rapport had reached the point where Zhang Qingwan would proactively invite him out. Though uncertain of Zhang Qingwan's intentions, Liu Xiao felt that her call was undoubtedly more than just a casual dinner invitation. There must be some underlying reason. Surely she wouldn't simply want to share a project with him? After some contemplation, he decided to accept her invitation. All right, 7 o'clock this afternoon at Tianlai Housing. Room 4001. I shall await your arrival. Great, I'll be there shortly. Liu Xiao glanced at the time. It was already 6 in the evening. Tianlai Housing was a well-established 4-star hotel, boasting a higher rating than Lijiang Hotel. Yet, in terms of luxury and size, Tianlai Housing was far beyond what Lijiang could offer. After bidding farewell to Gu Yueshi, Liu Xiao hopped into his car and made his way to Tianlai Housing. Upon ascending the stairs, he discovered that room 4001 was already open. Pushing the door ajar, he was taken aback by the sight before him. A lavish spread of dishes adorned the table, while a bulky woman, presumably a bodyguard, stood behind Zhang Qingwan. This was not particularly surprising. It would be odd for someone of Zhang Qingwan's stature to be without a bodyguard. However, he noticed that her forearm was wrapped in a long bandage, with red stains seeping through, suggesting a recent stitching of a serious wound. Additionally, Zhang Qingwan's face bore multiple abrasions, indicating she had merely undergone disinfection, with the marks still a vivid crimson. What happened to you, Qingwan? Liu Xiao immediately inquired, stepping forward. Zhang Qingwan offered him a rueful smile, shaking her head without elaborating. I reflected on all the people I have known throughout my life, and ultimately realized that aside from you, I seem to have no friends. She continued. You won't mind such a hasty invitation, will you? It seems I am quite fortunate to have you as my sole friend. Liu Xiao chuckled, pulling out a chair beside Zhang Qingwan and sitting down. In truth, he was quite astonished. After all, just yesterday afternoon, Zhang Qingwan had appeared completely unharmed. Yet today she was in this condition. It hardly resembled a typical injury from a fall or scrape. Moreover, the injury on her arm was long and resembled something inflicted by a sharp object. Can you share a drink with me? Zhang Qingwan asked, reaching for a bottle of red wine. With your injuries, you shouldn't be drinking, right? Liu Xiao shook his head. It's fine, the wounds have been stitched. She replied, disregarding his concerns. With her other hand, she poured half a glass for both herself and Liu Xiao. Raising her glass, she clinked it lightly with his and drank it in one swift motion. As Liu Xiao lifted his own glass, he couldn't shake the feeling that this scene was oddly familiar. Hadn't he shared similar moments with Li Tian? It seemed Zhang Qingwan was taking on all the roles he once played. Liu Xiao hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to join Zhang Qingwan for a drink. However, as soon as he finished his glass, Zhang Qingwan promptly refilled it for him. This time, she entirely disregarded the customary practice of only pouring a modest amount of red wine, instead filling both their glasses to the brim. Cheers. Zhang Qingwan tilted her head back and gulped down the full glass of wine in one swift motion. Hold on. You can't just call me over and expect us to drink in silence. Liu Xiao snatched the glass from Zhang Qingwan's hand, placing it on the table with a hint of irritation. I don't wish to talk right now. I only desire to drink. Zhang Qingwan lowered her head, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Liu Xiao frowned and shifted his gaze to the female bodyguard standing behind Zhang Qingwan. What transpired? The bodyguard hesitated upon meeting Liu Xiao's gaze, but ultimately chose to speak. Understanding that Zhang Qingwan had summoned Liu Xiao for a reason and was not attempting to conceal the matter. Yet, Zhang Qingwan seemed unwilling to speak. And it would be inappropriate to leave Liu Xiao sitting in silence. This morning, when Miss was on her way to the company, she was ambushed. She sustained a knife wound to her arm. I managed to hold off 2 assailants, but another security guard, while escorting Miss to safety, was fatally wounded in the carotid artery. By the time we arrived at the hospital, he had lost too much blood and could not be saved. As the bodyguard recounted the incident, a profound sense of sorrow washed over her, reminiscent of the tragic fate of a rabbit mourning its kin. Although she had anticipated such an outcome when she took on the role of a bodyguard, witnessing a companion's death before her eyes proved difficult to bear. Nevertheless, having undergone professional training, she remained steadfast in her duty to protect her employer, especially in the wake of such a close call. They had just completed their statements to the police, yet Zhang Qingwan struggled to accept the harsh reality. Liu Xiao fell into a contemplative silence. He had initially assumed Zhang Qingwan had merely encountered some thugs, but he was taken aback to learn it was a targeted assassination, and someone had lost their life. No wonder Zhang Qingwan appeared so distraught. Please, step outside and find a place to rest. This is a bustling area, and Tianlai Mansion is a property of your family, so it is quite safe here. Liu Xiao gestured for the bodyguard to take a break. He understood that Zhang Qingwan likely had something she wished to discuss. Otherwise, she would not have called him over. Thus, he aimed to create a more tranquil environment for her. The female bodyguard hesitated for a moment before nodding. Qingwan, do you have any idea who orchestrated the attack on you? With only the 2 of them remaining in the room, Liu Xiao turned his attention to Zhang Qingwan. After a moment's hesitation, she sighed and spoke. When I left home this morning, only my family knew my precise itinerary. Raising her glass, she drained it in one go. Liu Xiao furrowed his brow. He was aware of Zhang Qingwan's family situation, 2 parents and 2 brothers. Despite their flaws, her parents would never resort to harming her. Thus, the only possible culprits could be her brothers. Recalling that Zhang Qingwan was currently vying with her brothers for the position of the family's next head, Liu Xiao realized this was indeed a plausible scenario. He sighed in resignation, recognizing the perverse nature of competition within affluent families, where some individuals would resort to such extreme measures. Now, he comprehended why Zhang Qingwan was in such a state. Did you mention this to the police when giving your statement? Upon hearing Liu Xiao's question, Zhang Qingwan shook her head firmly. In matters like this, even if I spoke up, it would be futile. The authorities would undoubtedly have identified scapegoats, and no matter how much they interrogated, they would only uncover the surface of the situation. What weighed most heavily on her heart was the loss of her bodyguard, who had been by her side for many years, suddenly taken from her. Though she had merely hired them, over the years, she had come to regard them as family. The grief was simply unbearable. Do you desire vengeance? Liu Xiao observed the fierce expression that crossed Zhang Qingwan's face and felt a jolt of realization. He initially thought her sorrow stemmed solely from familial ties, but it became evident that she was far from a simple character. Chapter 73, an investment of 200 million. Zhang Qingwan looked at Liu Xiao and nodded resolutely. What are my brothers? Once they chose to ambush me, they severed all ties with me. My physical wounds will heal in time, but what of my fallen sister? Liu Xiao could not help but be impressed by her resolve. She was undoubtedly the strongest woman he had ever encountered. It was remarkable that, at merely 20 years of age, she could muster such determination. However, he jested. You didn't summon me here today with the intention of having me assist you in your quest for revenge, did you? After a moment of silence, Liu Xiao smiled at Zhang Qingwan. I must clarify that while I consider you a friend, I will not involve myself in the internal conflicts of your family, especially matters concerning life and death. Liu Xiao articulated his stance clearly. Friends are friends, but boundaries exist. He would not risk his safety or that of those around him simply because Zhang Qingwan was an attractive woman. Of course, I would never ask you to do that. Zhang Qingwan replied, a faint smile breaking through her earlier distress. She realized that Liu Xiao was rather endearing, though they had only known each other for a few days. She understood he would not indiscriminately assist her, regardless of her status. Unless, of course, Liu Xiao truly desired something more from me. Yet, Liu Xiao was evidently not one to rush. Even upon seeing her in such a state, his demeanor remained composed, reflecting his remarkable mental fortitude. I never claimed that my method of vengeance would involve assembling a group to retaliate. Since they failed to eliminate me, they will undoubtedly be on guard. If I act now, I will likely be walking into a trap. Zhang Qingwan paused, contemplating. Because I am unsure whether it was one person or 2 who attacked me, I intend to conduct a discreet investigation during this time. I aim to secure a decisive victory in the heir evaluation. If I can become the heir of the Zhang family, I will gain greater authority to act, making it far easier to handle this situation. Liu Xiao nodded, acknowledging that with Zhang Qingwan's current achievements, this goal seemed well within her reach. So, what do you require of me, and what do I stand to gain in return? Invest in my venture, Zhang Qingwan stated, gazing directly at Liu Xiao without hesitation. Liu Xiao was taken aback. What a sudden turn in our discussion. And under the current circumstances, is it even feasible to consider such an investment? He recalled Zhang Qingwan mentioning that she had yet to experience a romantic relationship. What are you suggesting? Zhang Qingwan observed Liu Xiao's reaction and immediately felt her cheeks flush. I was referring to investing in my company, you rogue. Liu Xiao hastily cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment. Qingwan, what on earth are you thinking? I was merely pondering why you would require my investment, he retorted stubbornly. In such circumstances, the first to falter would only reveal their misinterpretation, and he certainly could not relent at this moment. Zhang Qingwan shot Liu Xiao an exasperated glare. If Liu Xiao had truly not entertained any inappropriate thoughts, she would readily offer her head to be kicked like a ball. However, she had no intention of elaborating on the matter. Since they had come to eliminate her, it was highly probable they were already privy to her company's current financial specifics. To be frank, should they harbor ulterior motives, a mere 80 million would not guarantee my triumph. Moreover, they could very well leverage various channels to suppress me. If the two of them were to collaborate, I would have no chance of victory whatsoever. As for you, your ties with our Zhang family in Jiangcheng are tenuous at best, and you share little connection with the various factions in the city. If I could secure an investment from you, it would merely constitute a legitimate business transaction. Zhang Qingwan spoke earnestly, even infused with a hint of hopefulness. The Zhang family's regulations prohibit obtaining investments from individuals linked to them, as a measure against emotional manipulation or covert mischief. Nevertheless, Liu Xiao was evidently an exception. Having only recently acquainted herself with Liu Xiao, she regarded him as merely a business partner, and their respective networks bore no overlaps. In Jiangcheng, while such individuals were not uncommon, Liu Xiao was the only one capable of investing in her. After all, the assets of the Sky Tower were quite substantial. Securing Liu Xiao's investment, as Zhang Qingwan articulated, was a standard commercial practice, beyond reproach. How much do you require? Liu Xiao inquired, nodding in understanding of Zhang Qingwan's intentions. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, do you have 200 million? With 80 million already in hand. An additional 200 million would elevate her company's valuation to nearly 300 million. If she could reach such a milestone, she might even petition her family for an early conclusion to the evaluation. There is indeed such a sum available, but what would be my benefit? Liu Xiao remarked with a smile. Presently, he possessed 240 million in cash, which was originally earmarked for investment. Whether he waited to accumulate $1 billion before investing, or did so now, made little difference. Upon hearing Liu Xiao affirm he had indeed 200 million, Zhang Qingwan's excitement was palpable. As long as you can invest, I am willing to provide any benefits you desire, she vowed earnestly. However, she soon realized that she currently had little to offer Liu Xiao, causing her cheeks to redden slightly. Yet she resolutely added, even if you genuinely wish to invest, I would accept it. Huh. Liu Xiao nearly sputtered the sip of water he had just taken. Look at this. What on earth are women saying these days? Such audacity. He was certain that he had not misconstrued her intentions this time. However, Zhang Qingwan's boldness left him astounded. He was acutely aware that there existed scant emotional foundation between them. Yet, in the pursuit of vengeance, merely due to his previous misunderstanding, she had readily acquiesced, showing no hesitation whatsoever. Casting a glance at Zhang Qingwan's alluring figure, he noted that despite her injuries, her beauty remained undeniable. She was undoubtedly an exceptional woman. Very well. I will invest 200 million, but as for the conditions, we shall defer that discussion for now. Whenever I require assistance within your capacity, I shall simply request it. Liu Xiao gestured dismissively. Should Zhang Qingwan succeed, her promise of becoming the heir of the Zhang family would hold equivalent value to that 200 million. Does that include other aspects? Zhang Qingwan hesitated before turning to Liu Xiao, her face flushed. Liu Xiao shot her an exasperated glance. Why was she so preoccupied with such thoughts? If you wish to include that, then so be it. However, in your current state, I have no interest. We shall discuss it once you have recovered. Chapter 74. Unable to distinguish who is the capitalist, to be honest, as Liu Xiao exited the Tianlai outing, he felt somewhat disoriented. At the last moment before he acquiesced, Zhang Qingwan had inexplicably leaned against him, leaving him with an unexpected sensation of physical contact. Had it not been for the previous days of frequent activity, he might have truly embarrassed himself. Although nothing particularly untoward transpired, Zhang Qingwan nonetheless provided her deposit. As he sat in the car, Liu Xiao instinctively wiped a crimson smudge from his face. It was not lipstick, but rather a trace of blood seeping from Zhang Qingwan's injury. Ah, this girl. Even after drinking, She didn't mention needing someone to escort her home. Clearly, today's events have taken a significant toll on her. In truth, Zhang Qingwan's plight was quite unfortunate. Had it been another individual orchestrating such a scheme, it might have been easier to bear, as such occurrences were not uncommon. However, the perpetrator was someone close to her. Someone she interacted with daily, who had never considered sparing her life. With a resigned sigh, Liu Xiao retrieved his phone and called Wu Qianqian to request her assistance in picking him up. Subsequently, he contacted Wang Lei, borrowing 200 million from his personal account to transfer to Fading Technologies' account, and then directly signed an investment agreement with Zhang Qingwan's company under Fading Technologies' name. Liu Xiao was a man of action. Having decided on the investment, he aimed to finalize the matter swiftly to avoid a slew of subsequent complications. Wang Lei's response was prompt, notifying Liu Xiao within half an hour that the funds had been transferred. System, check the panel. Liu Xiao delved into the system. Host, Liu Xiao uniquely bound. Available funds, 5 billion, of which 7 million is company assets. Current system level. Level 1, upgrade progress. 2. 3 billion of 10 billion, sign-in capability. Any assets. Notice, the host may sign in indefinitely. The longer the interval between sign-ins, the higher the likelihood of obtaining premium assets. With a maximum interval of 7 days. Notice, current sign-in probability, 99 for assets below 100 million, 1 for assets above 100 million. Liu Xiao felt a sense of satisfaction. He had taken a significant step towards his goal. What he lacked now was cash. And his primary objective was to expedite the sign-in process to secure funds for rapid investment and upgrades. Having concluded his business, Wu Qianqian conveniently opened the door of the Bugatti. Xiao Gu, weren't you supposed to be at the hospital today? She queried, genuinely curious. Earlier that afternoon, when he had called, he claimed to be at the hospital, yet here he was at Tianlai houting for drinks by 8 or 9 in the evening. I had some business to attend to with Zhang Qingwan, Liu Xiao replied with a smile as he fastened Wu Qianqian's seatbelt, casually feeling the texture of his Givenchy clothing. Indeed, one cannot deny the quality of a renowned brand. The fabric is truly substantial. Zhang Qingwan. Wu Qianqian cast a disapproving glance at Liu Xiao and promptly restrained his errant left hand. Just a few days prior, Liu Xiao was not even acquainted with Zhang Qingwan. Was he? It seems that this is the case. Liu Xiao had no intention of concealing anything from Wu Qianqian, so he succinctly recounted the events of the past few days. Naturally, he chose to omit the unnecessary details regarding his investment. So, are you saying that you invested 200 million into Zhang Qingwan's company, Xiaoga? Wu Qianqian could not help but exclaim in astonishment. 200 million in cash. If one were to withdraw that amount, it could easily form a small mountain. However, considering that Liu Xiao exchanged this 200 million for a promise from Zhang Qingwan, Wu Qianqian felt it was quite a profitable deal. Furthermore, it wasn't as if he simply threw 200 million away. By investing it, there would be a future return. With a return on investment and an opportunity to foster goodwill, it would indeed be a remarkable gain. What astonished Wu Qianqian the most was the sheer magnitude of Liu Xiao's assets, not to mention the numerous companies he owned. The fact that he could casually command 200 million in cash was astounding. She recalled how her own family had recently been in turmoil over a mere 500,000. It was no wonder Liu Xiao exhibited such confidence while shopping in the marketplace. At present, several million seemed trivial to him. By the way, how are things progressing on your end? Wu Qianqian slowly started the car as Liu Xiao inquired. It had been 6 or 7 days since they ensnared Li Tian. Speaking of which, Wu Qianqian broke into a smile. Just yesterday, I encountered Li Tian at the office. He mentioned that he had secured another 2 million in loans from the bank, so I instructed old Wang to negotiate a few more projects. According to the feedback from today, Li Tian has managed to retain this batch of resources, so his cash on hand should not exceed 2 million now. Liu Xiao nodded in agreement. With 3 or 4 more days left, if they intensified their efforts, Li Tian would likely find it difficult to hold on to that 2 million. However, he hasn't contacted your parents about reclaiming the money? I reached out once, but he still has me on his mind. His threats weren't particularly severe. Merely issuing a final deadline for the day after tomorrow. Wu Qianqian stifled a laugh. Had this been a few days ago, she would have been in a frenzy. But now, observing Li Tian's predicament only brought her amusement. No matter how he danced about, he could not touch a single cent of hers, and all her positions were already accounted for. Once the 10 days elapsed, her control over his fate would be absolute, and it would be time for him to pay the price for his actions. Moreover, I owe him my gratitude. Wu Qianqian winked at Liu Xiao. If it weren't for him, I would never have met you, Xiaoga, would I? You little rascal. Liu Xiao chuckled playfully. Upon returning home, Liu Xiao suddenly realized that Xiao Li was waiting at the door with a plethora of groceries. He smacked his forehead, recalling that Xiao Li had mentioned coming to work this afternoon. Since Wu Qianqian had not returned from the office, Liu Xiao had gone to Tianlai houting, leaving the house unoccupied. My apologies. I completely forgot amidst the busyness. Come in, come in. Wu Qianqian hurriedly beckoned Xiao Li inside. The arrangement was for the afternoon. So Xiao Li must have arrived around 5 or 6 o'clock, but since no one was home, he likely waited at the door for at least 2 or 3 hours. Mr. Liu, Miss Wu, I have just completed my resignation procedures and arrived not long ago. Xiao Li noticed Wu Qianqian's excessive politeness, causing him to feel a bit flustered. Do affluent individuals have such amiable tempers? Should I prepare some late-night snacks? No need, we've already dined out. Since you've come today, let me give you a brief introduction. Liu Xiao smiled as he invited Xiao Li to take a seat. Given your background in property management, you are already familiar with the structure of the house, so I won't elaborate further. First, regarding your working hours, you need to arrive by 11 each morning, with a normal departure at 7 in the evening. You may schedule your cleaning and cooking as you see fit, and you will have 5 days of vacation each month, which you can choose at your convenience. Naturally, if I return late and require you to cook, I will compensate you at your daily wage. Does that sound acceptable? Extra pay for overtime? Upon hearing Liu Xiao's words, Xiao Li's heart raced. After all, she currently earned a monthly salary of 20,000, if calculated on a daily basis over 30 days. That would amount to nearly 700 per day, of course, based on a daily wage calculated from 23 working days per month. Your daily rate would be 870. Liu Xiao nodded. What? Xiao Li was taken aback. Does Liu Xiao's daily wage still adhere to statutory working days? Comparing this to her previous employer, who had merely a few million in assets, and then glancing at Liu Xiao, who drove a Bugatti and possessed at least $1 billion. Xiao Li found it hard to distinguish who the true capitalist was.